Chapter 1. My new life began in the most anticlimactic manner possible. I woke up in the body of a 15-year-old named Donnel Oak. Yes, you read that right, Oak. If you're anywhere near as big of a nerd as I am, you'd recognize that name anywhere. I seem to be in the body of the youngest son of legendary champion and Pokemon professor, Samuel Oak. I'm sure you must be incredibly confused as to where I am in the timeline, and so am I. I mean, I grew up watching an anime starring Oak's grandson, and since I was his son, did that mean I was way ahead of the canon timeline? Looking through my memories gave me the answers I needed, but somehow left me with even more questions. I was about 10 years older than Gary, so why wasn't I in the anime? I looked around me and the more recent memories of this body came to me. I just became a trainer, barely over a week ago, and armed with my Growlithe starter, I headed off into the Viridian Forest and got attacked by a swarm of Beedrill. I managed to escape, but the poison made my survival a close affair. My best guess was that in canon the original Donnel did not survive this experience, and the reason we never saw him in the series was because he was long dead by the time the show came around. This realization also gave me more answers. I was curious as to what Donnel was even doing in the forest the first place. It turns out this version of Oak was much more strict and did not give Donnel any special treatment. He failed to make it into the top 3 in the National Trainer License qualification exams, and Oak said tough luck, didn't give him a starter and let him set off on his journey with a Growlithe he'd made friends with from the corral, his backpack filled with what supplies he could buy with his allowance, and a Pokédex, which was the only bit of favoritism Oak allowed himself to show. I'm guessing Donnel's death in canon is what led Oak to spoiling Gary so thoroughly, and since I was now in this body, and consequently alive, that meant we could as well kiss canon Gary goodbye. I was only left with my thoughts for a minute or so before a nurse came in. She took my vitals, congratulated me on being alive, and walked off after a few tests. After she left, I didn't even have a minute alone before Oak came storming in, and I did a double take. He looked young. Barely into his 40s, and I was surprised considering he looked to be pushing 70 in the anime. He was wearing his iconic lab coat and his hair was still grey, but he looked nothing like he would one day look like. His Alakazam came floating in behind him calmly. Do I need to tell you how stupid you were? Nice opening, Pops, no display of affection, no asking how I was, just straight admonishment. This was Samuel Oak, the ex-champion, not Professor Oak, the kind grandfatherly professor. He'd still been champion until a decade ago when he retired, and Lance took the throne. He seemed to be getting even more upset, so I gave him an answer before he exploded. You don't. It was an accident, but I've learned my lesson. I should have been more careful while going off route. And I did legitimately believe that. Donnel was extremely pissed off at his father and determined to prove himself, so he boldly went off the monitored route in Viridian Forest so he could catch a rare Heracross or Scyther to prove himself, and now that I thought about that, I remembered that he succeeded. He caught a Scyther. I had a fucking Scyther, and Oak just had to choose that moment to interject and bring my mood crashing down. I really hope you've learned your lesson though, because you weren't the one to suffer this time. What the actual fuck? I almost died. Donnel actually fucking died. Who was this guy? And then I realized what he was saying. Blaze, Donnel's Growlithe. He was already drained from the battle against Scyther and lost his life trying to save him from the Beedrill. All my anger dried up and I began to cry. I cried for my old life, I cried for Donnel, and most of all, I cried for Blaze. Young, innocent, and way too loyal. Oak softened at my tears and walked over to the bed and held me as I cried. I didn't even know when I was lost to the sweet abyss of sleep. I woke up the next day to find a message from Oak on my Pokédex telling me that he was sorry for my loss and hoped I would never be so foolish again. He also replaced the supplies I'd lost in the forest with a new top-of-the-line backpack, training, and camping supplies from Sylph, in addition to a ridiculous number of potions. I was happy he didn't say anything about returning home, because I was incredibly sad for Blaze, but I was not Donnel. I would be completing this journey in Donnel's honor, and I would achieve his dream of becoming champion to repay him for the gift of his body. That sounded so fucked up. I'm definitely killing that train of thought. On the bright side, I was cleared to leave the hospital. I wasted no time in checking out, taking my supplies, and heading straight to the outskirts of the forest. I took the Pokeball on my belt and released the Pokemon contained within. He formed out of red light, and I released a breath in excitement. It was a Scyther. A real-life Scyther. He turned to face me and looked expectantly at me. Scyther, I know you remember me. We agreed that you'd become my Pokemon if Growlithe beat you, and he did. He nodded, showing that he already knew that, and then he gestured around me in confusion. Oh, I get it. We were attacked by Beedrill in the forest. Blaze didn't make it. He let out a cry of Scyther. I knew he wasn't actually sad at Blaze's loss. It's more like he felt Blaze would be a good sparring partner and he never got the chance to avenge his loss. I was quick to cheer him up though. Buddy, don't worry. We'll get to challenge lost of strong opponents. In fact, we'll be challenging the strongest Pokemon in the land. We'll fight dragons. A whole team of fully evolved dragons. From the cry of excitement he let out, I knew I had him there. Before we get there though, we'll have to train really hard and beat all the other strong trainers in our way. He looked even more excited at that. I took out my Pokédex to scan him and it told me that this Scyther was male, which was a huge relief since I'd been using masculine pronouns, had Technician as his ability and knew Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance and Wing Attack. The first thing I had him do was show me all his moves, and when I was satisfied, I had him do a few laps around the clearing we were in, first while running and again while flying. While he did that, I began to work on a training plan. We could theoretically challenge the pewter gym right now, but it wouldn't go well. Flint, Brock's dad, was still the leader and he had a reputation for slaughtering beginner teams. Nothing as bad as Surge's, who did actually kill challengers' Pokemon, but he was still ruthless. He was going to be difficult to beat, and since I'd probably be facing him in a 2-on-1 battle, I definitely needed to get Scyther up to snuff. We'd begin with his speed. While he was very fast for any Pokemon, he was barely average for a Scyther. Since my Pokédex told me he was fully grown, I didn't need to wait before beginning the more strenuous training exercises. I opened my backpack and got out the special training brace Oak got me and had Scyther put it on. Let me know when it becomes hard to move, I said, and then, I turned the knob on the back a couple times. He signaled that I should keep going and then I turned it a few more times before he asked me to stop. You see, this was a special gravity brace that increased the effects of gravity on the wearer. If you've ever seen Dragon Ball Z, then you can already tell what I'm going to be using them for. I was going to turn this guy into my very own Broly. A powerhouse that would wreck everyone's shit and just not stop. That even gave me an idea. I asked him if he wanted a nickname of his own, and when he said yes, I had my Broly. We were going to fuck everyone's shit up. But before we did that though, I had to get something to eat. My stomach was killing me. I signaled Scyther to stop his exercises and returned him before going to grab a bite at the Pokemon Center. I got to the center, ordered lunch for both Scyther and myself, and then began to plan my journey. The Kanto League conference takes place once in 2 years, and I started my journey right after this year's conference. That means I have about 24 months to earn 8 badges and prepare for the conference. This world was incredibly dissimilar to the anime, and looking at this body's memories of the last conference verified that as fact. The battles were bloody and multiple trainers lost Pokemon throughout the conference. It didn't happen in every battle, and considering the fact that the conference had hundreds of battles, the rate at which deaths occurred was infinitesimal. However, the fact that they happened at all told me that this was a deadly one. Moving on from that, the conference was in 2 years, and was going to involve the strongest trainers in the league who weren't gym leaders, members of the Elite Four or Champion. It was incredibly rare for any rookies to make it into the top 64, and to the best of my knowledge, the last person to make it into the top 8 in his first conference was Lance, and that was only because he had been a trainer for over 6 years before attempting to beat the conference. This meant that in order to beat the conference in 2 years, I had to be very diligent in my training and careful about my choice of Pokemon. I couldn't catch anything that would take too long to reach its full potential, so that meant most dragon types were out, and I couldn't catch anything that wouldn't be able to perform at the top level, so no Mim Pokemon like Raticate for me. I'd have to begin catching my team as soon as possible. I couldn't just go gallivanting round the region, challenging gyms and catching the Pokemon as I came across them. That would take way too long. I'd have to form my team and train their asses off before challenging the gyms. The good news for me is that the first Pokemon that came to mind was also one of the most common in Kanto. I just had to go to any forest and search for a minute or two. I quickly finished up my lunch and gestured for Scyther, who had scarfed his down at blistering speeds to follow me. We had a Pidgey to catch. Seems like a good place to end this one. I don't have the entire team planned out yet, so feel free to join up on my Patreon to vote on that. The next chapter should be up here by this time next week, and I'll have the next 2 up on Patreon by Friday, so do feel free to join up. Chapter 2. We set off right into the little forest between Pallet Town and Viridian and were confronted with a Pidgeotto the moment we entered. It shrieked at us and decided to begin our relationship by diving straight at me with a quick attack. Luckily, Broly was able to get in the way in time and pretty much no-sold the attack. He then took down the Pidgey with a swipe of his arm blades. Luckily, he was listening to my ramblings about wanting one for the team. I quickly captured it in my Pokeball. It was weak, but that was perfect for my purposes. You see, I didn't intend to participate in the conference with a Pidgeot. If this one ever became strong enough for that, then sure. If it didn't, then I couldn't care less. What I needed the Pidgeot for was to essentially be my personal plane. If I wanted to win the conference, then I did not have time to waste by walking everywhere, and teleports were ridiculously expensive, even for someone with an allowance like mine. With my fresh capture in hand, I began to turn back to leave, but the sound of a rushing stream changed my mind. If there was a stream over there, then there would be water Pokemon, and hopefully my luck would win out and I'd find exactly what I was looking for. After 2 hours of waiting around the stream, I decided that my luck had finally run out for today. I couldn't find a single Magikarp I wanted to catch. Don't get me wrong, there were a lot of Magikarp in the stream but not a single one that was worth catching. They were all docile and showed almost no interest in me. On the bright side, Broly had begun to find it easier to move with the weights on. My monster was adapting and growing stronger at a truly astronomical rate. Was this the power of Pokemon? To grow so quickly? If this was true, then how strong were those trainers who'd been going at it for years? I shook off that train of thought and headed back to my room to get a night of rest. I had a lot of training to do tomorrow. I woke with the sun on the next day and wasted no time before setting out. The first thing I did was head straight to the nearest training supply store and buy another gravity brace for my bird. I headed back to the clearing and released the Pidgeotto. He wasn't pissed off about his loss at all and seemed to be interested in getting strong after I told him that my goal was to get him to evolve as fast as possible. After that, I gave him his own nickname. My little bird would be called Quicksilver. I intended for this bird to be the fastest fucking thing in the whole of Kanto. So that meant training, and a lot of it. I helped him put on the brace and turned it up till he could barely fly. I then increased the settings on Broly's brace till he could barely move and then I had them play a game of tag. They were both ridiculously slow and looked pitiful, but this should apparently be more helpful for their growth in the long run. There were tons of studies about it with differing opinions, but what pretty much every Pokemon researcher agreed on was that Pokemon grew faster when they struggled. While they occupied themselves with that, I sat down to meditate. Why? Aura, of course. The mythical overpowered energy that was within all Pokemon and humans. You see, I'd always been a deep thinker in both lives. Donnel was sure there was something about humans that made Pokemon grow faster when trained by them. It couldn't be intelligence, of course, because most psychic Pokemon had us thoroughly beat in that category. He didn't know what I was, but with my own knowledge from beyond the universe, the answer came easily to me. It was aura. My best guess was that humans subconsciously used their aura to stimulate the growth of their Pokemon, and since my goal required me to grow my team as quickly as possible, I couldn't ignore the possible advantages of turning that into a conscious effort. So, I began to meditate. It didn't even take me up to 5 minutes to find my aura. I had some experience in meditating from my first life, but I get the feeling that the reason it was so easy to find was because I already had a frame of reference for meditating in a body without aura, so all I had to do was find what was fundamentally different between both bodies. Aura felt strange. That's the best word I could find for it. It felt warm and cool, solid and liquid, smooth and rough. It felt like a lot of contradictions in one. It felt like me. Using it was much harder. I could feel it, but I couldn't do anything with it. It just stayed there no matter what I tried. Dragging, pulling, pushing, coaxing, it didn't matter. They all did nothing. My core of aura just sat there. In my efforts to move it though, I noticed something. There was a bit of it branching out of the core to somewhere else. Interesting. I paid more attention to it and noticed that it seemed to be pointed towards where Broly and Quicksilver were playing their game of tag. If I had to guess, this explained why Broly was growing so quickly. He was being empowered by my aura. So, I did what everybody else in my situation would do. I grabbed on my aura and essentially willed a tendril to flow towards Quicksilver. Astonishingly enough, it worked. It worked and I felt a huge drop in my aura. It felt like I'd just run a couple miles without stopping. I dropped out of meditation to pay attention to my little murder beasts and saw that the game of tag was becoming more and more impressive. They were both finding it easier to move around. I called them over and took off the braces so they could play again. Their speed was phenomenal. They had both gotten noticeably faster in just a single day of training. If they kept it up at this rate, they would be speed demons after our month of training. That wasn't all the training they did for today though. I had both of them attacking rocks and trees with only their wings. Pokenet claimed that this was the easiest way to teach a Pokemon Steel Wing, and we all knew the internet was always right. I did put on and turn up the braces before this though. Never miss an opportunity to train, that's what Oak always said. As they continued with that, I continued planning out my journey with the Pokédex. After we spent a month here and Quicksilver evolved, I'd fly straight to MT Moon. The Dex told me there were herds of Rhyhorn over there, and a Rhyhorn would make a great addition to my team. Even if I never actually managed to evolve it into a Rhyperior, which was very likely as there were only about a dozen of those. Aerodon was still a very strong ground-type Pokemon, on par with Nidoking. I'd also head on in to try my hand at finding the Moonstone. I had a very good idea as to where it was, but if I didn't find it in a day or two, I'd bail. After MT Moon, I'd go to Cerulean to find a Phoebus. I'd given up on Gyarados, as research into both Pokemon told me they were about equal in power, but a Melodic would be easier to train and less likely to succumb to battle rage. The next goal after that would be Lavender Town, where I'd catch a Ghastly. A ghost type was essential for my team, and what I'd seen Agatha's Gengar do was insane. After that, I'd choose whether to head to Cinnabar in search of a Magby or to the Safari Zone to see what I could find there. No point in planning beyond that, since it would all be based on whether I went to Cinnabar or not. It was getting late. I had my Pokemon return to their balls and headed to the Pokemon Center for dinner and sleep. It was about 2 weeks into my training regimen that something interesting happened. Quicksilver evolved. He'd been showing the signs for a couple days, but I wasn't sure when it would happen. He was playing another game of tag with Broly when he finally got frustrated at being unable to catch my monster of a Scyther and evolved to accomplish his goal. He let out a cry of rage and became enveloped in a bright light. The light stayed for a minute or two and then my Pokemon came out. A beautiful Pidgeot. And he was big. Very big. The average size of a Pidgeot was 1.5 meters and mine was at least 1.8 meters. His wingspan was huge, and I could already tell that he could easily carry me. The downside was his evolution broke the gravity brace. I didn't have enough saved up to get a new one, so I had to turn to something I'd been avoiding for a while. Battles. There were trainer battles going on in the Pokemon Center's training field and the wagers for these battles were quite high. If I could win enough battles, then I'd probably have enough for a new brace and some TMS to buff up my murder beasts. I returned both Broly and Quicksilver and had them checked out at the center before calling it a night. The next day saw me in the training field bright and early waiting for anyone to approach. Luckily, I didn't have to wait too long before someone came over. She was a girl. Apart from the fact that she had bright green hair and was around my age, there was nothing special about her. She came over and spoke in a cheerful, bubbly voice that I knew would annoy me very quickly. "Hi, I'm June. Would you like to have a battle?" And she then went on to ramble about her Pokemon and badge numbers. I interjected to spare myself the headache. "Sure. Standard wager." She said yes and I quickly moved towards the battle stations to avoid the rest of her reply. Was I being rude? Yes. Did I care? No. A different trainer came out and decided to act as the referee and asked us if we were ready. She loudly said yes, and I nodded my head. I chose to release first to get this over with. "Broly, let's get this done," I said while pressing the release on my Pokeball. She said something in that grating voice of hers and released a Butterfree. How cute. Rainbow, use sweet powder. As if we were going to let that happen. Broly, rush it. My Scyther started off as just about average for a Scyther when we started training, but after weeks of gravity training while being enhanced by my aura, he was fast. Very fast. It didn't take him a second to get over to the other end of the field and attack the Butterfree with a steel wing. The fight was over as quickly as it started. She was shocked but soldiered through surprisingly enough. You took down Rainbow real quick, but don't get too comfortable. Pinky here is my starter, and she knows how to bring the thunder. She then proceeded to release a Pikachu of all things. I could only internally laugh at the irony. I returned Broly and sent out Quicksilver. I was going to enjoy this. Use Thunderbolt, she screamed, and this time her Pokemon didn't waste even a second before unleashing a massive Thunderbolt towards mine. It's sad to say that it was a valiant effort but still ultimately futile. My bird was long gone. "Aerial Ace," I said in a whisper, knowing he could still pick up on it. Quicksilver didn't disappoint and barreled at the Pikachu in a white flash that had the Pokemon instantly knocked out. She looked put down. She returned her Pokemon, transferred my winnings and quickly hightailed her way out of there. She wasn't even gone for a minute before someone else came over to challenge me. I ended up taking over 12 challenges before my Pokemon were too tired to continue. I only lost one, and that was to a trainer with 4 badges. He used an Electabuzz and a Poliwrath to wreck both my beasts. Broly could run circles around his Poliwrath, but the damn thing could always react in time to counterattack. The battle between Quicksilver and the Electabuzz was even worse. The electric type was continuously filling the sky with lightning and my bird could barely even land a hit without getting fried. I'm sure you must be surprised to see me having Quicksilver participate in battles. The truth is the little guy's grown on me. After how much effort he put into his training, it just wouldn't be fair of me to bar him from battles. There was also the little fact that he was now my strongest Pokemon. During the past 2 weeks of training, he learned double the moves Broly did. Somehow managing to master Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, and Roost in the time it took Broly to learn Agility, Steel Wing, and Fury Cutter. The added power boost from his evolution made him into even more of a monster. Since I'd decided to call it a day, I took Broly and Quicksilver in to see Nurse Joy and then went shopping for a new brace and some TMS. I got the brace in short order and grabbed the TMS for Hyper Voice and Signal Beam. Both my Pokemon needed more long-range options and this could help. I got back to the center, took my Pokeballs from Nurse Joy and used the center's trademark machines to teach the moves to my Pokemon. I wasn't going to have them practice with it right now as it was already getting late, and we had a long day of training ahead of us tomorrow. A/N, nice place to stop this one. The next chapter is on my Patreon and contains Donnel's first gym challenge. I'm really enjoying writing this, so don't hesitate to drop a review. Chapter 3. I woke up the next morning to an alert on my Pokédex and I realized that I'd fucked up. I totally forgot about the requirements the league had for getting a trainer's license. You see, passing the examinations got you a provisional license, but you had to either get your first badge in 1 month or 3 badges in 3 months after you got the provisional license in order to have it upgraded to a permanent license. This was bad. This was very bad. Donnel spent 2 weeks at home after getting his license and then got to Viridian in his 3rd week. I was comatose in the hospital for about 2 weeks, and I'd spent another 3 weeks here training. That added up to about 2 months of time gone. Getting 3 badges in 1 month was going to be insanely difficult. At least, with Quicksilver fully evolved, travel time was less of a consideration. However, I still only had 2 Pokémon. After Flint, every leader insists on 3-on-3 battles. I'd be fighting with a notable handicap. I couldn't just catch another Pokémon and train it up in time to be a significant factor in a gym battle. I gave myself a quick slap to the face. No use overthinking this. It's just a challenge. 3 gyms in a month? I'd do it in 2 weeks. Because I'm Donnel fucking Oak. Future champion of the whole fucking world. I got out of the room, packed up my stuff and checked out of the center. I got to the outskirts of town and released both my Pokémon. Hey guys, turns out I forgot something pretty important. If we want to make to the Pokémon League conference next year, we've got to defeat 3 gyms in the next month. So that means I'll be doing a lot of flying with Quicksilver and we won't get as much time as usual to train. It's going to be tough, but I believe in the both of you. They seemed excited at the challenge. I'd explained the concept of gyms and the Pokémon League to the both of them, so they knew how important this was. I wasted no time from there in returning Broly to his ball and attaching the saddle I'd bought for Quicksilver a few days earlier when he started showing signs of evolution. I had to adjust it a bit for his large size, but it still fit quite comfortably. I climbed up on the saddle. Checked the GPS to make sure we'd be heading in the right direction. Then I communicated my intentions to Quicksilver in a way that went beyond words without even opening my mouth. Yesterday, I got the idea that Pokémon couldn't really understand English, but they could understand everything we said to them either way. They could understand everything from the incredibly complex scientific jargon the professor was using to the barely intelligible garble Gary unleashed at every moment in his younger years. My answer was aura. I felt that we imprinted some of our aura into our words when we spoke, and what I just did was found a way to talk with my aura without actually talking. This didn't mean I could suddenly understand Pokespeak or that I could communicate silently with every Pokémon. I suspect the only reason this was possible was because I had been soaking Quicksilver with my aura, so he was particularly sensitive to it. This was all a theory, but it worked, so that's all that matters. For some reason, I could broadcast my intentions to my Pokémon, and they could understand and act on these intentions. Quicksilver took off and all those thoughts suddenly became much less important. His name was incredibly fitting because my bird was fast. Ridiculously so. If I hadn't but goggles for this exact reason, then I wouldn't be able to see the GPS on my Pokédex, and if I couldn't communicate with him silently, then there's no way he'd have been able to hear me at this speed. Flight was exhilarating. Quicksilver just ruined any other form of transport for me. The wind in my hair, the views from up here. It was incredible. To think that this wasn't even Quicksilver's top speed. I knew he was holding back quite a bit for my sake, and even this was amazing. We got over the forest and arrived at Pewter in barely 30 minutes. With these kinds of transport speeds, my goal of completing all 3 gyms in 2 weeks was seeming more and more possible. I got off the saddle and had to lean on Quicksilver for a few minutes to get feeling back in my legs so I could walk. I still had a noticeable wobble, but it was well worth it. I returned Quicksilver to his ball and headed straight to the gym. I got there and scheduled my challenge with the receptionist. Luckily, there was no one challenging the gym at this moment, so she let me move on straight to Flint. I had to remember to schedule my other appointments to avoid having to wait on getting to the gym. I strolled into the arena with a confident strut to hide the nerves I felt. Logically, I knew this would be a walkover. My feelings didn't seem to care much for logic at this moment. I got in and was momentarily blinded by the lights on the arena. I blinked out the spots in my vision and looked around the arena. If it could even be called that. It was a bit small for a Pokémon arena. Don't get me wrong, it was plenty large. The battlefield itself was as large as any other gym arena. It's just that there wasn't as much space for viewers as I would have expected. The seats, even as few as they were, weren't anything close to being filled. There were a few kids here and there, but apart from them the stadium was empty. I ceased my examination of the arena and focused on the man himself. Flint, gym leader of Pewter. The Unbreakable Rock, that was a legit nickname for him on Pokénet, I swear. He looked just like Brock did in the anime, if aged up quite a bit. He then spoke out. Welcome to the Pewter City Gym, home of the rock types. What is your name, challenger, and how many badges do you have? This was all a formality. The receptionist took all this information from me when I registered my challenge. I gave him an answer though, there was no need to piss off a gym leader so early into my journey. Donnel Oak. I'm here for my first badge. I speak out calmly and clearly. Ha 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 ha. So much confidence. I like you, kid. Let's begin. This will be a 2-on-2 battle. You can swap your Pokemon as you wish. Since you seem so confident, I'll be using some of my more advanced Pokemon. I hope you don't disappoint me, little Oak. The laughter didn't quite reach his eyes, and from the way he said the Oak, I could tell that dear old Pops had done something to him. That was Samuel Oak for you, he offended people everywhere he went. I'm sure if he didn't end up retiring, someone would have eventually assassinated him. The man was a genius, but not a likable one. The referee asked if I was ready, I said yes, and then he asked Flint to release his Pokemon. The man smirked and then released a bloody Onix on the field. This was nothing like the Onix Brock had used against Ash. This one had a very smooth body that spoke of years of training. With rock types, the smoother their body, the stronger they tended to be. This one was also fucking huge. The stands for trainers to stand at were at least 30 feet above the ground, and the Onix was at eye level with me when it reared up. The referee asked me if I was alright, and I realized that I'd zoned out. The laughter I could see in Flint's eyes told me exactly what he thought. I calmed myself down and released Broly on the field. We were going to demolish this beast. The referee started the battle, and I wasted no time in twisting my aura in a way that told Broly to use Swords Dance and stay the fuck away from this beast. Headbutt. Flint commanded his Pokemon and the beast dived right at Broly. Too slow. Much too slow. Broly ran circles around it while using Swords Dance to buff up his attack power. After Broly had used the move 3 times, I asked him to wait for an opportunity and bash this Onix's head with a steel wing. The next time the beast crashed down to the ground in an attempt to catch Broly, my warrior didn't dodge to the side. He jumped up, used his wings to get more elevation, and then flew straight down at the Onix's head with 2 wings of steel. The collision caused an eruption of smoke, and when it all cleared, I saw my warrior sitting on the head of the beast like he was some sort of gladiator that just slew the bull. He looked dope. Yes, all caps. He was just that cool. Flint's anger was a thing to behold. He didn't show it on his face. In fact, he didn't show it anywhere. No change in his body language, no strain in his easygoing smile. But there was just something in his eyes that showed how pissed off he was. He was infuriated. He released his next Pokemon without saying a word. It was a Radon. Exactly the Pokemon I was planning on catching right after this. I returned Broly after conveying exactly how proud I was. I released Quicksilver, and my bird of prey took a lap around the field to show off his radiance. The referee started the match and Flint gave out his orders immediately. Stone Edge. Bring that bird down. The rocks were impressive, and they flew at a good speed. It was all too slow for the bird I'd named after Marvel's fastest speedster though. Quicksilver dodged around the rocks, and I told him to use Hyper Voice. It worked perfectly. The Radon was disorientated. Next, I asked him to look for the perfect moment and end it with Brave Bird. I would have asked for Aerial Ace instead, but that Radon looked sturdy. I didn't want to take the risk of Aerial Ace not having the stopping power to put it down. A red aura overtook my bird once he saw a good enough opportunity. He dove down in an absolutely beautiful display. All Flint's commands to dodge were ignored by his dazed Pokemon, and it was put out of its misery when Quicksilver's attack hit. It was a one-hit knockout. The referee declared the match in my favor. I had done it. I had my first badge. Seems like a good place to stop. Feel free to head over to my Patreon to read the next 2 chapters. Chapter 4. 3,000 Poke Dollars. That's how much the league felt my victory against Flint was worth. In case you're confused, I'll explain. The league went through every gym victory and then decided what to reward the challenger with. It was based on several factors like the number of badges the trainer had, the type of Pokemon used, even the win ratio of the gym in question. The awards ranged from as low as 20 Poke Dollars to as high as 10,000. It all varied. The fact that the league felt my victory against Flint was worth that much was probably because of the type of Pokemon I'd used. My Pokemon were part flying types, so that would have been an important consideration. I'm also sure the fact that the Pokemon Flint used were beyond the 1 badge level mattered a lot to the league. Anyway, before I let myself get distracted by the decks, I was up to something important. I've been in the mountain for the past 2 days. So far, I've managed to find squat. Nothing. Nada. Zilch. In case you can't tell, I'm a bit bored. I couldn't train my Pokemon in these caverns. Broly was off searching ahead. Quicksilver hated being underground, so he was in his ball. I had nothing better to do than allow my mind wander and think about the past couple days. Immediately after my challenge, I made my way to the markets. Something that came to mind on the way here was the fact that Pewter was a mining town. In a world where evolution items aren't even a dream in the craziest man's mind, priceless evolution catalysts would probably be sold as trinkets. My goal? A metal coat. That's what I was searching for. I avoided the bigger stalls and the food huts. I focused on the smaller sheds probably run by miners' wives. I almost gave up after searching a couple if I didn't notice something in one of the last stalls. She had a whole section dedicated to weird baubles and junk. In the middle of the junk, I found my prize. After a closer look, it was more like prizes. She had a moonstone and a protector. The protector was placed on a shelf and seemed to have gathered dust. The moonstone was just placed on a stand. I looked around her store for something else, and when I'd found it, I moved in. "Good afternoon," I began. "How much would it cost me to take that jacket off your hands?" "Oh dearie, welcome to Grandma Wanda's shop." She seemed to have one of those weird smiles every grandma did. The kind that just seemed to make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. "The jacket costs 30 pokes. She finished. Seemed like a fair price for a jacket like that, but that wasn't what I was here for. 30 pokes? I exclaimed in shock. That is simply too much for such a jacket. It should cost no more than 20. Good old-fashioned haggling. 20 is simply too little. This jacket belonged to my dear son James. He wore it all the time before he died. It's of sentimental value, you see. I can't let it go for anything less than 28 pokes. She played the game well. I doubt she actually had a son named James, but let's play along. Since it was so special to you, I guess I can take it for 30 pokes. But only if it comes with those 2 baubles. They'd look great on my desk. She wasted no time in accepting my offer. And that's how I got 2 rare evolution items for the price of a second-hand jacket. I wasted no time in packing up the purchases and leaving. You're probably wondering why I went through all that trouble if all I wanted were the evolution items. The issue is they're junk. They look like junk and are practically worthless to the seller. If I just came in and bought both items, there's no way she'd ever forget the guy who came in to buy the weird stuff and nothing else. I knew that when I eventually started walking around with rare Pokemon evolutions no one knew how to obtain, the League and everyone else would be investigating my previous movements. That woman wouldn't remember me. I was one of the dozen trainers who bought something from her shop. There was nothing memorable about our interaction at all. It was all planned. With the protector in hand, I knew I wasn't going to waste time capturing a Rhyhorn. I'd go straight for a Radon. With Broly and Quicksilver, I'd probably have no issue catching one from the herd. And then, all I had to do was evolve it when I was sure of its training and loyalty. A Rhyperior on my team would be a fantastic addition. The kind of addition that would allow me to hang with the top trainers in the region in a few months. The kind of Pokemon that could take me to the top of the league. That's what brought me here. I couldn't find any Radon grazing outside the mountain, so I decided to try my luck inside the mountain itself. I'm ashamed to say that it took me less than a couple hours to get completely lost. I'd been stuck here for the past 2 days because of that. I couldn't retrace my steps and I strayed from the league-monitored route a few minutes after I entered. This was hands down the most stupid thing I'd ever done. It also helped me confirm something. There had to be some bits of Donnel left. This kind of recklessness was par for the course for him. For me, it was a completely new experience. I'd always been a planner. Meticulous and cautious. This was as far from cautious as I could get without jumping off a plane. I wandered down the path I'd been on for a few minutes before Broly came back to tell me he'd found something. I cautiously followed him till I was met with a cavern filled with Radon. They seemed to be fighting. Challenging each other for the position of top bull. Haha. Top bull. I'm so funny. Never mind all that though, I had a Pokemon to catch. I wasted no time in jumping down towards the Pokemon. They ignored my presence, but the shift in their stances told me they knew I was there. I noticed that there was one who didn't have any challengers at this moment, so I instructed Broly to rush him. My monster wasted no time in charging in with a quick attack and letting the swords fly. The Radon didn't even move. He ignored the attacks and have Broly a single punch in his chest that sent him right back at me. It didn't end there, he stomped the ground once and created an earthquake that sent me off my feet and prevented Broly from rising. I heard a familiar cry of rage and looked up from my position on the floor. Broly had found his feet again and rushed at the Radon at even greater speeds with a steel wing. It proved just as useful as the last attack as the Radon once again ignored the hits to lash out at Broly's chest. When Broly went down again, the Radon followed him. He then did something that I had never expected. He grabbed Broly by the wings and fucking broke them. I screamed, my Pokemon screamed and I could swear the Radon was laughing. I fumbled in my belt for his Pokeball, returned him and ran. I didn't care where I was going to, all I wanted was to get away from those fuckers. Those monsters. My mind was filled with pain and my eyes with tears, so it was no surprise that I didn't pay any attention to where I was going and promptly fell in a hole I didn't see coming. I landed in a pool of water and was barely able to keep my head up for a minute before I passed out. I woke up groggy and confused. I'm ashamed to say it took me a couple minutes to figure out what happened and to notice that I was floating in a pool of water. I quickly jerked up at that and opened my eyes. I then noticed that I was in a cavern surrounded by Clefairy. The moon was beaming down on me through the hole that I fell in, which seemed to lead all the way to the top of the mountain. The Clefairy paid me no attention and danced around a stone in the middle of the water which I reasonably suspected of being the moonstone. It was beautiful. The dance was enchanting and something I could not understand told me to release Broly right into the water with me. I did it and felt incredibly stupid immediately afterwards. My Pokemon could not swim. He formed out of the red light and seemed to have no trouble staying afloat in this pool. I also noticed that I wasn't even trying to float but it just happened. The fairy-type Pokemon's dance became more frantic as I released my injured Pokemon into the pool. The glow of the pool seemed to intensify at that moment, and I could not even begin to describe what happened next. I passed out again and woke up on the stone floor. I was alone with Broly, and we were both healed of our injuries. After checking on my Pokemon I took stock of our surroundings and noticed that this cavern was quite different from the one I woke up in the first time. There was no pool, no skylight, and more importantly no Clefairy. I got up. I was quite done with this place. "Hey buddy," I called out to my monster. He looked at me. He'd been avoiding my eyes since we woke up. "We lost today," I admitted sullenly. From the look on his face I could tell he wasn't happy with me pointing that out. "We underestimated our opponent. It won't happen again. I can't promise that we'll always win but I can promise that we'll become so strong no one can ever spit on us like that again." At the end of my statement, I'd begun to shout but the determination on Broly's face made the cringe worth it. "Now let's get out of here," I spoke finally. I asked him to scout ahead for an exit point. It seems the Clefairy had dropped us close to the exit because it only took us about 20 minutes to find our way out of the mountain. Finally. The sight of the sun gave me more joy than I've ever felt before. I opened up my decks to check my map to see where I came out from, and I let out the kind of words that would see me banned from every high-class restaurant. The exit I used led towards Pewter and not Cerulean. I was, quite literally, exactly where I started. At least, this time I wasn't going Radon hunting. I'd had quite enough of that species. I released Quicksilver and got out my saddle. He was elated to be out of his ball, and I could tell he was dying to stretch his wings. I didn't have it in me to keep him waiting. I returned Broly and climbed on the speedster. A quick flex of my aura had us heading straight towards Cerulean. The mountain was huge, but Quicksilver cleared it in less than an hour. We flew and found ourselves in Cerulean in no time. I got out and returned my Pokemon to his ball. The first thing I did was check in at the Pokemon Center and drop my Pokemon off for checkups. I headed straight into the town. I had a lot to do and not a lot of time. I had scheduled my challenge with Aaron, the Cerulean gym leader, for 3 days from now and I had to get my third teammate. The first thing I did was head to the jewelry store. Cerulean had tons of them. I found my query after a few minutes of looking. It was a simple bracelet with a prism scale at the center. I picked it up and headed to the counter. I left the store a good 200 poke dollars later. I put on the bracelet and went to my next stop. A fishing supplies store. I bought a simple rod and bait. I didn't need anything fancy since I was going to be catching one of the most common Pokemon in the sea. There were tons of good fishing spots around the outskirts of Cerulean, but I searched for one that was out of the way and deserted. That took a while, but I eventually succeeded. I set up my line and bait and begun to meditate as I waited to get a bite. A/N, nice place to end this chapter, don't you think? The next 3 chapters are on my Patreon and I'll have more up there by tomorrow. Feel free to check it out if you want to. Chapter 5. I waited for about 10 minutes before I got a bite. I checked up on it and it was a Magikarp. Didn't need one right now, so right back in he went. I kept waiting and decided to experiment with my aura a bit. I tried using my aura to sense into the water to find the Pokemon. It didn't work. My aura remained stubbornly stuck in its core. I couldn't do anything with it. My method of communicating with my Pokemon required manipulating the streams that were already flowing towards them. My aura had grown though. Not sure how I could tell, but I could. I had more aura today than I did 3 weeks ago when I first found it. No idea how I was going to eventually empower my body and fire off focus blasts if it just stayed stubbornly where it was. 3 more Magikarp catches later and I got something interesting. A Phoebus. The Pokemon I came for. The games definitely didn't overstate the ugliness of this fish. I never thought fish could be pretty, but this one was all new levels of ugly. I wanted the evolved form though, so I grinned and bore it. The problem was this one was simple. The look in its eyes told me all I needed to know, so I threw it back in. You're probably confused as to what I mean by simple. To put it simply, simply. Get it? Well, to put it simply, Pokemon were divided into 2 categories. This is beyond type classifications or anything like that. There are simple Pokemon and sentient ones. Simple Pokemon were often used as food. They had little capacity to learn or grow mentally. They were just like animals from my old world. Sentient Pokemon were the types you'd see in the league or with trainers. Pokemon that could grow with their trainers. I kept waiting after that, and 2 hours into my stay, I found my quarry. A sentient Phoebus. I brought him out of the water and held him up to have a conversation. Hey little guy, I began. His wiggles of affront told me that this little guy was a little girl. Please accept my apologies, my lady. One such as I should never have mistaken your beauty and feminine charm, I declared grandiosely. Her giggles and the bubbles she let out made me making a fool out of myself well worth it. I continued. I am a Pokemon trainer. My chief desire is to make it to the top of the nation to stand above all others. To do that, I need strong Pokemon like you to join my team to help me. What do you say? Are you interested? She looked conflicted and undecided. I decided to throw in my trump card. If you join my team, I'll help you evolve into the most beautiful melodic in all 7 seas. She perked up at that. I'm sure she had no idea how to evolve, but she felt the potential to do so within her. She chirped excitedly and wiggled out her affirmation after another minute of contemplation. So, I had to do this right now. I decided to give her the prism scale and moved back a little bit. I took off the bracelet and ripped off the scale from the center before putting it back on. I had no idea how this was supposed to work or what I had to do. Turns out the answer to that question was nothing. The moment I dropped her down and put the scale on her head, she erupted into a bright white light. After a minute of shielding my eyes, the light died down and out came my melodic. The articles that called it the most beautiful Pokemon in the world definitely weren't overstating things. She was glorious. A cream body, ocean blue tail and red hair. She was also incredibly large. Her body was almost as long as that of Flint's onyx. She was a fucking work of art. There was nothing more beautiful on this part of the planet. I knew that for a fact. You see, after I captured her, I'd be the only trainer in all of Kanto or Johto with a melodic. If anyone else had one, I'd probably have heard of them. At this time period, this Pokemon was incalculably rare. I'd steamroll the Cerulean Gym with this beauty on my side. Well, that's enough patting myself on the back. I walked straight towards my new Pokemon. Hey girl, you're so beautiful. Even more beautiful than you were, she snorted in joy. I've got to catch you in this Pokeball and take you to the center so you can get a checkup. She seemed pretty chill with that, so I took an empty Pokeball from my belt and pressed it against her. She went in quickly and the Pokeball didn't even blink before it clicked to indicate my successful capture. Well, it was getting late, so I got up and headed straight back to the Pokemon Center. I got in and dropped off my newest acquisition for an overnight checkup and massage. I picked up my 2 rascals, headed up to my room and went straight to bed. My sleep was disturbed by the incessant ringing of my Pokédex. I finally gave up on trying to go back to bed and checked on the decks. I saw that I had about 21 messages from Oak. He'd deleted most of them, but the final one said to call him now. It was in all caps, so I knew it was urgent. I dressed up and headed down to the center's call center. Finding his phone number took no time at all, and it didn't even ring twice before his face popped up on my screen. He looked incredibly excited. You caught a melodic, he announced proudly. I think this might be the very first time he ever felt proud of me. I didn't reply. He was yet to ask a question after all. Where did you find one? He finally asked. Here and there, I replied vaguely. Using my eyes to tell him I wouldn't be volunteering that information. He'd normally find out from tracking my dex. The problem with that was that I turned off my dex when I got to Cerulean and only turned it on right before I slept. He'd obviously know it was somewhere near Cerulean, but this was a big city with lots of water bodies. He glared at me and sighed. I can offer you a lot for that knowledge. He finally relented. Seems like the old man can play the game. Like what? I replied. The first rule of negotiation was to always find out what your opponent is willing to offer. Money, special training techniques, maybe even a single favor to be used later. I am well connected, you know. The incessant urge to brag. The thing is, I didn't need any of these things. I could make money from battles. If Oak trained me, then it wouldn't be me winning the league conference, it'd be Oak's son. A future favor is much too vague. Increase my carry limit, I finally demanded. He looked shocked. I had no idea why. An increased carry limit was pretty much the holy grail of rewards. Pretty much everyone had a carry limit of 6 Pokemon. The only way to get to carry more was to become an ace trainer, gym leader, Elite Four or champion. The thing is, Oak was a former champion who was never truly dethroned. If anyone could do it, it would be him. An increased carry limit is quite a request to make, he stated. Another negotiating tactic. I guess it's time to sweeten the pot. If you increase my carry limit to 8 Pokemon, I will tell you where I caught my melodic and even what Pokemon it evolves from. I laid out my cards. Melodic evolves? You are sure? He was gobsmacked. I knew he'd be interested. You have a deal, he finally said after getting over his shock. I caught her at Fishing Lane 29 after I watched her evolve from a Fabas, I disclosed. After I said that, his mind started running. I could see the gears turning in his head. Do you know what prompted the evolution? He finally asked. This was the part I was going to fib a bit. I wasn't just going to give away that information. I have no idea, I said as calmly as I could. From the way he looked, I could tell he didn't see anything off. I'd always been a bad liar, but it seems like he wasn't even paying enough attention to me to tell. He told me my carry limit would be expanded by the end of the week since he'd be registering me as a research assistant and ended the call abruptly. I forgot to mention. As the region's Pokemon professor, Oak pretty much had unlimited power to do whatever the fuck he wanted, within reason, of course. I had a look at the act that established the position of regional Pokemon professor in Kanto. Oak's powers were very far-reaching and had very few checks. It makes sense since it was one of the last things he did before he retired. I left the private call room I'd gone into and went into the center itself. I stopped over at the nurse's desk to collect my Pokemon and made my way outside. Let me know what you think. I've got a bot of a backlog of chapters already published, so I decided to do this one a bit early. You can find the next chapter for free on my. You could also decide to support me with a small tip to read the 6 chapters after that. Thank you. Chapter 6. An interesting difference between this world and the one from the anime is the difference between Pokemon centers. To be more specific, the training grounds. I didn't notice it in Pewter and Viridian, but it became very clear in Cerulean. The training grounds seemed to be designed to prepare you for the challenges of the city's gym. In a city like Cerulean where the gym was a water type 1, the training grounds were halfway submerged. This meant the grounds weren't really grounds. More like large platforms surrounded by water for the trainers and even smaller platforms for the Pokemon. Fortunately for me, my team wouldn't be as disadvantaged by this arena as others. Both Quicksilver and Broly could fly, even if Broly couldn't do that for long, and Melodic was a water type. Speaking of my team, it's time to introduce them to their newest teammate. I released Quicksilver on one of the smaller stands and he squawked in a fence before rising in the air and taking a few laps around the training grounds. I released Broly next to me and when I was sure they were both settled, I released Melodic into the water. I could waste time introducing them to each other or I could let them handle it themselves. Pokemon was smart. It didn't take long before all 3 of them were conversing in Pokespeak. They seemed to be getting along, so I took my attention of them for a bit. I opened my dex and opened up Melodic's entry. She was indeed female and knew the moves Water Gun, Bubble Beam, Dragon Pulse, and Dragon Breath. She had Marvel Scale as her ability. Looking through her moveset reminded me of something I'd noticed in the mountain but left till later since I was running for my life. My team was made of physical attackers and both Broly and Quicksilver knew mostly physical moves. They were close combat specialists. Bruisers. I could spend time trying to train them out of this, but working with their strengths was more likely to get me results for the now. I had Melodic to bridge that gap though. She'd be my long-range special attacker. I was going to pump her full of as many TMS I could get my hands on and make her the best long-range specialist in the fucking world. I received a light tap on my chest from Broly. He seemed to have become adept at noticing when I got lost in my own thoughts and had taken upon himself the duty of bringing me back. I cleared my head and went to speak to my newest acquisition. Hey girl, remember all we spoke about? Her nod was good news. I didn't have to repeat myself. In case you haven't noticed yet, I despise talking. I'd always been more of a thinker and knew this voice of mine only made me hate it more. You'll need a name. Here, we are family, and family have special names for each other. The green hunk over here is Broly and the egotistical bird above you is Quicksilver. The caw he let out at hearing my description of him only made me smile. He had truly gotten more prideful since his evolution a few weeks ago. His defeat of Flint's Radon had only sent his pride to new heights. Broly's loss to the Radon had been a wake-up call we both sorely needed, but Quicksilver wasn't able to experience that devastating disgrace with us, so his pride remained unchecked. I ignored it for now though, since Broly's hand blade was tapping my shoulder again. We'll come up with a name for you. I have a few ideas. I'll list them out one time so you can hear all of them and then again so you can decide which one. She nodded her comprehension, which made me curious as to how a snake could nod. Wasn't their whole body just one long neck? How did that work? I'd leave that till later. Didn't want another tap from Broly. He was being gentle, but love taps from a Pokemon as strong as him with blades as sharp as his still stung quite a bit. Jean, Storm, Wanda, Dinah, May, and Rukia. Unfortunately, she didn't like any of those, so I started listing names and hoping she'd pick one eventually. My wish was granted, but I almost wish it hadn't been. She ended up accepting a name I threw in as a joke after she seemed keen on rejecting everything I said. Her chosen name was Kisame. The name was badass, and I loved it. The only problem was it was a male name. Well, it's not like anyone will ever be able to tell, and if she likes the name, she likes the name. That's how my Melodic became christened as Kisame. She'd be every much the monster he was, this I swore. We started training at once after that. I helped Broly and Quicksilver attach their gravity braces and had them spar after that. They had gotten impressive in such a short time. I could tell, even from down here, that Quicksilver held the advantage. It was slight, but the benefits of his evolution were becoming more and more apparent as time went on. I left them to their devices and went to train Kisame. I began by having her use her moves to see how they looked. She spent a shamefully long time to charge up everything except Bubble Beam. The power in the moves though. It was amazing. Her water gun looked more like a hydro pump and her dragon-type moves were even more impressive. Her dragon pulse had boiled a huge portion of the grounds and her dragon breath had reached almost gotten to Broly, who was fighting all the way at the end. I had her continuously practice the 3 moves she was having difficulties with. Over and over again while I timed her. She got bored very quickly, but when I told her how much improvement she'd made, she became even more interested. I kept timing her till she managed to get each move to under a minute of charge time. I had to try something. I sunk into my meditating posture and searched for my aura once again. It had gotten easier to find as I practiced. It took me less than a minute to find my core and immerse myself in it. Sadly, I could not do this without meditating. I could manipulate the tethers heading out to Broly and Quicksilver, but the core itself was different. After basking in the sheer welcome, I felt from my core for a bit. I felt around for the tendril heading out to Broly and Quicksilver. I reached out to the tendril and created a 3rd branch. I sent it straight towards where I could hear Kisame training. It took a minute, but when I felt the connection settle in place, I stopped my meditation and continued to monitor Kisame's training. After an hour of this, when Broly and Quicksilver were finally too exhausted to continue their training, I sat them all together to plan for this battle. The battle was 2 days from now and there was a lot to do. Melodic was a joy. She had gotten a lot out of this one session. She could prep and fire her water gun in less than 5 seconds. The dragon-type moves took quite a bit more time, but she'd master even that with time. I'd get her TMS to work with. Alright guys, this gym is going to be a water type 1. Broly, that means you won't get as much of a chance to shine in this one, but don't worry. I'll need you for our next 2 challenges. Kisame and Quicksilver, you guys will have your work cut out for you, but don't worry. We've got this. They both signaled their assent. Broly was a bit dissatisfied, but even he couldn't stay pissed off in the face of Kisame's enthusiasm. She felt like a constant reassuring presence. I could see why Melodic were known as the calmness Pokemon. I'll get you both a couple of TMS to get you some new moves. All of them became really confused at that and I became really confused at that. I cursed my hate for talking. I hadn't explained TMS to any of them, not even Broly and Quicksilver, who I'd already used TMS on. Alright, TMS are short for technical machines. They're human technology that helps to teach Pokemon new moves. It wasn't a very good explanation, but they seemed to understand the gist of it. I returned them and headed to Cerulean's resident department store. Every large city had one. They all had respectable trademark catalogs, but I'd heard the one in Celadon put everyone else's to shame. I went straight to the trademark section on getting to the store. I started browsing. This store seemed to be more focused on moves for water types and moves effective against water types. I checked my dex to see how much I had in my account. I had enough for 4 low-level moves or 3 respectable ones. I started shopping and I saw so many moves with so many possibilities, but I had to get only 3, so I went with Brine, and Ice Beam for Melodic. Hydro Pump looked tempting, but I was sure I could teach her that myself. I picked up Thunderbolt for Quicksilver. I got to the counter and paid for all my purchases before heading back to the center. I still had the training ground booked for today, but you couldn't book a training ground more than once without paying for it. The free try was more or less like a Netflix free trial. Much like the free trial, most people used it and then didn't bother paying for it because it was simply too expensive and there were alternatives. On the way to the center, I noticed a store selling something I had overlooked. Rare candies. They weren't actually candies, more like growth supplements for Pokemon. They were dead useful. Incredibly expensive though, and most people on the internet viewed them as an unnecessary expense. Those people didn't have Oak as a father. I had seen studies done with them, so I knew how useful they could be. They didn't just automatically make Pokemon strong. But if 2 of the same species of Pokemon were trained in the exact same regiment by the same trainer, one took rare candies and the other didn't, the one who took rare candies ended up objectively stronger 95% of the time. Like I'd said though, they were expensive, so I walked past the stores. I really regretted not asking for money in addition to my increased carry limit from Oak, but I had no idea he'd grant my request so easily. I really needed to up my negation skills. Enough crying over spilled milk though. I got to my trademark machine in my rooms and taught Kisame and Quicksilver their moves. Once I was in the training grounds again, I had them both practicing their moves constantly. TMS were absolutely broken. Sure, I could probably teach them the moves myself, but that would take so much more time. In what was essentially an hour, they'd both gotten new moves that they could use with barely any difficulty. I didn't neglect Broly's training though. I had him jumping across the platforms to train his balance and improve his ground speed. He also had to dodge moves from both Kisame and Quicksilver as they didn't stop practicing because of his presence. He got hit by quite a few moves at first, but luckily for him, they still hadn't got them fully down yet, so the moves were weak. By the time I left the training grounds, they had both become masters of their new moves and Broly had become a master at dodging them. He still got hit once in a while, but they were all glancing blows. I suspected he'd begun using some early variation of detect since he made a lot of dodges without even looking. We had a hearty dinner and went to bed. The next day we were up bright and early again. After breakfast, we went to the Pokemon battlegrounds where we waited for possible challengers. Eventually, a trainer with 4 badges came along. He was a bit older than I was in this body, so this promised to be an interesting bout. He introduced himself as Gregory and I replied with a terse Donnel. Much like Sarah, he spoke way too much. He seemed to like the sound of his own voice. We agreed to a bet of 700 poke dollars, which was above the standard bet by a fair margin. That should have been my first warning. I started the battle by releasing Quicksilver into the field. He smirked and released a bulky Electabuzz. Fuck. Fuck. Fuckity fuck fuck. I pinched myself. We could handle this. What was type advantage to we who would be champions? Nothing. Less than nothing. With my confidence restored, I had Quicksilver take to the skies instantly. It was a good idea since a thunderbolt hit the ground where he was, a few seconds after I gave my order. He flew incredibly quickly and was a blur in the skies. The Electabuzz was also impressive in the way he constantly fired. He was clearly well trained and barely took a second between firing electric-type moves in an attempt to catch out my flying type. He paused for a bit and charged 2 large electro balls in each of his hands before firing them at my speedster. He seemed to have tried to predict where Quicksilver would dodge to. If this was a few days earlier, he might have won with that one, but Broly and Quicksilver's constant spars had trained my speedster to react in seconds. The ball of electricity was fast by was nothing compared to Broly. Quicksilver dodged the first ball and cut the second one in half with a steel wing. He used the lull in firing to let off one of his favorite moves. Hyper Voice. There were barely any barriers in the center's arena, so Gregory also suffered from the attack quite a bit. My bird only kept up the move for a few seconds before swooping down in an aerial ace. The Electabuzz went down but got back up almost as quickly and started firing again. He was a bit slower this time, so Quicksilver's dodges were even smoother. He kept going, but then my opponent spoke for the first time in this battle. Electabuzz, use Swift. Fuck. Swift, the move that never missed. The stars went blurring at my speedster and I ordered him to use Steel Wing to block them all. This was my opponent's plan though, since a thunderbolt hit him center mass the moment he blocked. The thunderbolt hurt. I felt the pain as Quicksilver did and I almost fell to my knees as he started falling towards the ground. I couldn't let this end in a loss though. I twisted and pulled the aura heading towards Quicksilver in as many ways as I could, and he finally woke up as he headed for the ground. He managed to stabilize his flight and I spoke out an order for the first time in this battle. Brave bird, I called out. It was both a description and an order. My bird was incredibly brave, and a red aura enveloped him before he zoomed towards the Electabuzz at a slightly diminished speed. The electric type was able to hit my bird with a single thunder shock as he approached, but my bird struck with the force of 1,000 wings. They both instantly went down knocked out. The recoil damage was too much for my battered bird. I recalled him quickly and waited for my opponent to send out his next Pokemon. He sent out a Radon, my least favorite rock type. He'd enjoyed type advantage in the first round, but it was my turn. I released Kisame and she was nothing short of excited. I explained what we were here for quickly and she nodded before turning straight ahead at the battle. Our referee started the match, and I wasted no time issuing orders. Water gun, I told her with my aura. Our training from yesterday seemed to have done the job. She hit the Radon with the super effective move instantly. I had her spam the attack in a continuous barrage that disoriented the Pokemon before I had her switch to ice beams. She got him everywhere she could and then I had her use Dragon Pulse. The battle was done. My opponent looked shocked. He looked between me and my Pokemon in surprise. He wasted no time in taking out his Pokédex to scan her and then approached me. A melodic, bro. I was so surprised I could barely issue out any order and your Pokemon took mine apart in minutes. Nice battle, bro. He was polite at least. I replied with my own nice battle. He transferred my money and left to take his Pokemon to the nurse. I followed him to drop off Quicksilver. I was disheartened when she told me he wouldn't be at a 100% till at least the day after tomorrow, which was after the day of the challenge. Brave Bird was just too much for him in his condition. I left the center and went out to one of the lakes at the outskirts of town to continue training with Kisame and Broly. I spent the day teaching her hydro pump, which seemed to be a bit of a formality. She got it down in seconds and all I spent time on was helping her improve the speed of her moves. Broly was her partner in that. I had him dodge her moves with the gravity brace at first, but as she got better I had him take it off. I trained till the sun went down before I went into the center with my tired and hungry Pokemon. We all forgot out manners at dinner and I fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. And the gym battle comes up next. How'd it go? Be sure to point out any errors you see and tell me what you think. I also decided to start a trainer profile so you can keep track of this. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 2,170 poke dollars. Pokemon. Scyther, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/flying type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Steel Wing, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, and Wing Attack. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, and Bubble Beam. Chapter 7. The next day something unique happened. I overslept. I overslept to a horrendous degree. I woke up by 9 AM and my challenge was set for 10. I was barely able to brush my teeth, take a quick shower and have breakfast before I bolted out the door. I hated being late. It was one of my few pet peeves. I'd rather be an hour early than 5 minutes late. My father, from my first life, always said, if you're going to be late, you might as well be rude. It won't reduce their opinion of you any more than your lateness already did. The statement was a bit of an exaggeration, but it served to show much he hated lateness. It was one of the few values he'd managed to instill in me that stuck through my body swap. I got to the gym around 9:57. I was barely on time. I was able to quickly confirm my appointment with the secretary before I was ushered towards the arena. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and walked in. It was nothing like Pewter's, that's for sure. Like the training grounds in the Pokemon Center, most of it was submerged and there were small, light platforms scattered across. This area was made to favor water types and it wasn't even shy about it. I let my eyes rove around the audience as the referee announced the rules of the match. I'd watched a few of Sander's gym battles so I knew how it was going to go. Once the referee was done, Sander, the gym leader of Cerulean City, stepped into the arena. The crowd went wild. He was tall, muscular, had blonde hair and was only putting on a pair of swim trunks. He had it and he wasn't shy to flaunt it. I could respect that. After he was done waving at the crowd, he focused on me, and silence fell. The referee asked if we were both ready and Sander started the battle by releasing a Poliwhirl on one of the platforms. The Pokemon looked healthy but not particularly strong. This was a 2-batch challenge after all. I let all the worries that had been building since I found out that Quicksilver could not participate in this one fall away and released Kisame into the waters. She wasted no time in fully submerging herself like we had discussed. Sander stared at where he had disappeared with unwavering concentration. I guessed he was trying to figure out what water-type Pokemon I had. He kept staring while I issued my first orders. I told Kisame to charge up a Dragon Breath while remaining submerged. Sander had his Poliwhirl keep an eye on the waters around him. It was a very smart choice to not order his Pokemon into the waters with an unknown water type. When Kisame was done, she poked his head out of the water and unleashed her largest Dragon Breath yet. The beam of concentrated dragon fire blasted into the Poliwhirl and sent him flying at the arena walls. Sander returned him before he hit and sent me a very inquisitive look. I had Kisame submerge herself the moment she was done with her move, but I knew Sander had already figured it out. The cat was out of the bag, so to say. He drew no attention to it and released his next Pokemon, a healthy Seadra, into the water. He had this one head straight into the waters to battle my Pokemon in there. This was bad. Kisame was a long-range fighter. I didn't have the time to train her into anything else. I had her try to dodge around the Seadra for as long as possible, but she eventually got tackled with that crest. It hurt. I could tell that. I felt the pain a bit. I had her leave the water since she clearly wasn't going to win there. The good news was that the size difference between Kisame and the Seadra was so great that the tackle had only caused as much pain as it did because of surprise. It was a bit like stubbing your toe. Did it hurt? Like a motherfucker. Did it cause lasting damage? Probably not. I ordered Kisame to rest on the platform and prepare a hydro pump to blast the Seadra when she eventually came out. It seems like Sander had trained it for this situation. The Seadra popped in and out of the water like a pro. Kisame couldn't predict its movements at all, and so she began to take glancing blows here and there. I grit my teeth. I needed a way out of this, and then the idea came. Release brine into the water around you. She spun in a circle and released 2 inky smudge into the water. The Seadra didn't seem to like that as she sped away from the spreading ink. I had her prepare her next move quickly. Eventually, the brine stopped and the Seadra surfaced a fair bit away from Melodic's platform. Sander opened his mouth to issue orders, and that seemed to be Kisame's signal to attack. She released a Dragon Pulse straight at the Seadra. The Pokemon managed to dodge, but the attack was so powerful she was dazed in the water. I had Kisame end the fight with an Ice Beam barrage. Sander wasted no time in sending out his next Pokemon, a Slowbro. This one also looked healthy but not strong. I'm guessing the Seadra was the ace of his 2-badge team, which is such a weird thing to say. He landed on a platform and then had to jump to the next one to avoid a Hydro Pump. Kisame must still have been a little pissed off at the previous battle because she hit the Slowbro on her third attempt and didn't stop attacking. He tried everything, from jumping to a different platform to going underwater. Wherever he went, my Pokemon waited for him to land or resurface before blasting him with a Hydro Pump. This went on for a few minutes before Sander eventually returned his Pokemon and forfeited the battle. The crowd groaned in disappointment, and I almost joined them. I could guess why he did it though. His Pokemon was tiring, and even if he did manage to beat Kisame, which was doubtful, he'd be much too tired to take on 2 other Pokemon. He was simply cutting to the chase, ending the battle before his Pokemon suffered an unnecessary injury. I could respect him for that. He dove into the water from his end of the arena and swam to mine in a blur. He got out of the water and stretched his hand for a shake. We shook hands and he finally spoke, "That melodic of yours was a monster. Definitely too overpowered for a 2-badge challenge. Seemed to be on the 4-badge level already. What did you say your name was again?" I had never introduced myself, but the fact that he didn't know my name shows he didn't bother looking at my trainer profile after seeing it was a 2-badge challenge. Can't really blame him for that. Donnel Oak, I introduced myself. The face he made at hearing the Oak part of my name stirred up lots of negative emotions. It was like he finally had the answer to everything. He must have been like, "That explains it, you're an Oak." He'd probably be attributing all my efforts to my parentage in his head. That spoiled the encounter for me, so I wasted no time in getting my badge and leaving. I dropped Kisame off at the center to rest and then went to the lakes with Broly to train. I feel like I'd neglected his training a bit, so I had to rectify that. I had him use every single one of his moves after putting on the gravity brace. The next thing I did was I had him spend more time running around the beachfront. I opened up my Pokédex and searched for a video on PokeTube. I knew I'd find it. It was Gym Leader, Bugsy's Scyther. He used it for 8-badge challenges, so there weren't a lot of videos of it in action, but the videos that existed possessed what I needed. I had Broly pause his runs and join me to watch the video I was on. It was of Bugsy's Scyther against a challenge's Machoke. The battle was 8 minutes long, and when I put it in slow motion so we could see the fight clearly, it was a 32-minute watch. Every second of it was riveting and choke full of applicable techniques. We ended up taking a lot screenshots and recordings. It was going to be the foundation of Broly's martial arts. From the video, he learned to slap, stab, parry and thrust. He copied the techniques Bugsy's Scyther used to get extra bursts of speed in his attacks, and even the little tweaks he used to get more force and economize motion. We devoured it all, stored it, and then Broly began to try them. The name I gave him was truly fitting, because he took to martial arts like fish to water. Don't get me wrong, Broly was never a bad fighter per se, but Bugsy's Scyther was so much better and Broly was going to learn as much as he could. I set up the Pokédex to continually replay the fights, and Broly went over the moves over and over again. It was slow going, but his improvement was steady and apparent. After a few hours, we left it at that and chose to turn in for the night. We'd be traveling tomorrow. We were going to be heading to Saffron for our 3rd badge. The fighting type gym over there was a low-level one that wouldn't pose much of a challenge at the 3-badge level. This would be my first deviation from the canon game route. I'd love to challenge Surge first, but my entire team was weak to electric types and that man was no fan of holding back. I'd go back for him when I had a few ground types at my back. We got to the center, and after I took my Pokeballs from the nurse and dropped Broly off for a checkup, I went to my room and started watching some funny Meowth videos. I didn't even know when I fell asleep. And, how'd you find the gym battle? Let me know in the comments. The next chapter is available completely for free on my Patreon. The username is the same as the one I've got here, and the link is in my bio. Sadly, you'd have to toss a few in the cookie jar to read the 7 chapters after that. Never fear though, they'll all find their way here eventually. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 2,170 Poke dollars. Pokemon. Scyther, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/flying type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Steel Wing, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, and Wing Attack. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, and Bubble Beam. Chapter 8. A/N, hope you're having a great day. I finally made the choice of where exactly I'll be taking this story to. There were 3 options in mind, but I've fully committed to one with the latest chapter on the Patreon. To celebrate that, here's a bonus chapter. Thanks to the patrons for making this all possible. If you're interested in reading the next 9 chapters weeks before their release, then feel free to join us. If you can't though, never fear. You can read the next chapter completely for free on Patreon and the rest will find you in time. These meetings exhausted me. When I first defeated the Elite Four in Kanto and became the first unified ruler of both Johto and Kanto, I was overjoyed. I'd made my family, my town, and my country proud. I'd subjugated Kanto and shown the supremacy of Blackthorn and by extension, Johto. I cared little for that though. I wanted to be the strongest. Being champion of both regions showed that I was the undisputed best in both regions. Number 1. I was the dragon. I ruled over all. I just never expected that being the ruler came with these meetings. I was fine with the rest of the responsibilities, showboating for the press, hunting down a few rogue elements that caught my eye and having battles here and there against the Elite Four or the rare challengers. The meetings were the only problem. Each region had 2 every month. Since I was champion of 2 regions, I had to deal with 4 of these every month. 1 meeting a week. But it was finally coming to an end though. Does anyone have any final concerns to raise? The league president asked in that over-enthusiastic voice of his. The meeting was finally over. I was about to stand up and strut out but then my brain caught up to my ears. Agatha said she had something to say. This was odd. No one raised additional concerns. It was a fucking formality. The other elites were also suitably shocked at this grievous faux pas. The president recognized her and sat back to allow her speak. Oak is up to something again, she spoke in her nasally voice that grated on my ears. Of course, it had to do with Oak. The normally rational woman became a conspiracy theorist of the highest order whenever he was involved. She was always sure he was planning something. She had something against the former champion, and everyone could tell. I had no idea what it was, but league gossip said she'd tried to start a romantic relationship with the man, but he had rebuffed her. That was the most logical theory on the matter though. There were lots of less logical ones. Bruno chose to reply her. And what has Oak done this time? He asked in a soothing baritone. She clearly wasn't pleased at being patronized like Bruno was clearly doing, but the fact that she seemingly ignored it to continue speaking about Oak told us how seriously she felt about this. He is using his son as some sort of agent. Some intermediary. Perhaps to come after the championship slot again. He might intend to rule over the region once more through his son. I had to step in now. What gives you this idea? The boy. Have you seen him? I've watched his profile closely. He has developed too quickly to be without Oak's guiding hand. Firstly, he started his journey and was hospitalized shortly after. He lost his starter, a Growlithe, but replaced with a Scyther. He also caught a Pidgeotto within the week after leaving the hospital. That Pidgeotto that he somehow managed to fully evolve in a week. He also challenged and beat Flint with only a single Pokemon. I'll stop you there, Agatha. He isn't the first gifted trainer to challenge the league. Oak's son or not, his development is nothing extraordinary, and I shudder to think of how many privacy laws you breached to obtain this information. I had to end this madness. It's not just the growth though. Oak has gifted the boy a rare Pokemon never seen in Kanto, a Melodic. A Pokemon he used to complete his second gym challenge on its own. Oak also expanded the boy's carry limit by claiming him as a research assistant. Surely, I'm not the only one that sees the signs. She seemed to be begging at this point. Bruno came to the rescue again. Agatha. Oak might have shown more nepotism than ideal or expected from a man of his stature, but he has done nothing illegal. Surely a father can gift his child with a Pokemon? We've all looked through the act that gave Oak his powers. It is well within his rights to appoint someone as a research assistant and to grant them an increased carry limit as well. No laws have been broken. No powers abused. What will you have us do? Bar the boy from competition and expel him from the league, she replied petulantly. Even she could tell how ridiculous that sounded. I can think of no other way of preventing Oak from the champion seat, she justified. What? What did she just say? Did she just insult me so? My blood sang for compensation. My fury grew to great heights. I tempered it though. I had not gotten this far by giving into my instincts at the slightest provocation. I spoke then. I managed to keep my fury from my face, but it shone through in my obvious. Let Oak come. Let the world come. I am champion. No one will claim my seat. I am the strongest. Do not forget yourself and provoke my fury, Agatha. Her face went pale at that. Good, she had woken the dragon. She was fortunate I did not decide to demand satisfaction for the insult she had paid me. The meeting was over at that. I had enough of this. I got off my throne and stormed out of the room, my cape billowing behind me. I got to my office in record time. Everyone in my way was wise enough to not be in my way by the time I got to them. I sat down for a bit and sunk into the meditation my grandfather had taught me to calm myself. I was a dragon. A dragon's rage burned hotter than the sun. After an hour of meditation, and feeling calmer, I called my secretary to show me the videos of the boys' challenges. Luckily, she was able to understand my roar of show me Oak's boys' battles. If I had to clarify myself further, I'd have sacked her on the spot. I watched his gym challenges with interest. It was interesting. That water type of his was sloppy with the dragon type moves it dared to use so carelessly. I sat back and felt anticipation roar in my bones. I wanted the boy to come. Let him come with his Pokemon and see what a dragon was. Speaking of Pokemon though, his team was unimpressive. A bug, a common bird, and a unique water type. There'd be no joy in defeating an opponent like this. Oak might be helping him but clearly not enough. The old coot must have lost his touch. And then the perfect idea came to me. To pit my training methods against Oak. I never got to fight the old man before he retired, and he has been audacious enough to deflect my challenges since then. I'd fight him through his son though. I'd defeat his greatest instrument handily to show my superiority and defeat his training techniques to show Blackthorn's superiority. Mercy, I called out. Send the Charmander we received from the valley to Donnel Oak. Flag it as a special gift from the champion himself. Tell him I await his challenge, where we shall pit our Charizards against each other. When I finished with him, none would ever doubt me again. And, just a short interlude I felt like writing. Isn't Lance interesting? I enjoyed the dive into his psyche. Let me know if you'd like more of these. Chapter 9. A/N, well, here's your regularly scheduled chapter. Don't kill me. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this all possible. If you're interested in supporting the journey and reading the next 9 chapters ahead of time, feel free to join us over there. The username is the same as the one here. As always, you can read the next one completely for free on Patreon. Have a good day, folks. Edit, somehow forgot to open the next chapter. It's all fixed though. I spent the next day doing some good OLR&R with my Pokemon. We were on a time limit, but we had been making good time so far, 2 badges in a single week. The journey to Saffron would be quite a bit longer than every other flight I'd taken with Quicksilver. Looking at the map did convince me to stop at Lavender though. I needed a ghost type for good coverage, and it would be easier to grab one before then heading to Saffron than heading to Saffron and then doubling back to get one. Enough future planning though. I needed to be in the here and now. It was bonding time. After that moment I didn't think of work or the future for the rest of the day. I swam, played, and lounged with my Pokemon. I had Kisame carry me around the lake. Broly tried his hand at swimming and even Quicksilver got in the water when we pressured him enough. It was fun beyond my wildest expectations. We went to bed smiling and happy. Their smiles were less apparent than mine, but I could feel their happiness clear as day. The next morning, we left the center at first light. I got on Quicksilver and directed him towards Lavender Town. We took as straight a route as we could and got to Lavender after 3 hours. That was by far the longest flight I'd taken on Quicksilver's back. My body hurt. Who would have guessed that sitting down for 3 hours could qualify as exercise? I got off the speedster and returned him to his ball for a rest. After that, I went straight to the tower. There was no need to waste time checking in at the Pokemon Center. The tower was everything I expected and more. It was tall. Very tall. It was also old and creepy. It gave off horror movie vibes. That's par for the course with ghost types though. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and strolled in like I belonged. Oak had always told me, Donnel, the most stupid thing you can do in the presence of a ghost type is show fear. They feed on fear. Do not make them view you as a meal. I internalized that and walked in while saying to myself I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone there will be nothing. Only I will remain. It's one of the few passages I could quote verbatim from a book, and it served me well. I ascended past the first floor and turned on a flashlight since the natural light had long quickly disappeared. I pointed the light all around the floor and ascended to the next one. I was on the 5th floor when I realized something had to be wrong. I purposely hadn't released Broly to ensure the inhabitants of this tower would be more likely to approach me. I still hadn't seen anything yet. It was like every Pokemon in the tower had simply chosen to up and leave. I'd still check the rest of the tower though. My curiosity was piqued, and I would not be leaving this tower without either a ghost type or an answer to the question of where they all went. It was when I got to the 7th floor that I received a hint of the answer to my question. There was a loud racket coming from the floor above me. It was so loud that I should have been able to hear it from outside the building. It was odd and probably had to do with ghost shenanigans. I chose to release Broly at this moment. The noises upstairs practically guaranteed the presence of a ghast type. That's where I'd get my ghastly. Why a ghastly, you ask? They have good type coverage. Being both ghost and poison types. I had neither of those on my team at the moment, so this would cover a glaring hole. I updated Broly on what was going on and had him prepare himself for anything. We made our way to the next floor, and I realized I was mistaken. The noise was actually coming from the floor above. That showed how loud it was. We went up and were met with unadulterated chaos. It was pure insanity. Pokémon everywhere. It seemed to be some sort of battle royale. Everyone was fighting everyone. As I further into the room I saw even more and gained clarity. It wasn't a battle royale. The Pokémon from the tower all attacking a single Pokémon. It was a Dusk Noir. An incredibly powerful one from what I could tell. It was slapping around the rest of the Pokémon in the tower. Teleporting using strange portals, deflecting attacks to other Pokémon in the room. He was a storm within the storm of Pokémon. The only issue was he had clearly been doing this for a while. He was tired. He was flagging. This meant it was my time to intervene. I had Broly supercharge agility, and triple layer his sword's dance before moving to engage the Dusk Noir. The other tower Pokémon simply got out of the way and allowed Broly his approach. The fight was short and brutal. If this Pokémon had been at anything close to full strength, Broly wouldn't have stood a chance in hell. That didn't matter though. It wasn't at full strength. It was a tough battle, and I could see the small improvements Broly had made by adjusting his form from Bugsy's video. He had a lot to learn, but he was getting there. The Dusk Noir was skilled at teleporting around with those portals of his, but Broly was relentless. Eventually, the Dusk Noir was knocked out and I captured it in a Pokeball without wasting any time. The tower residents turned towards Broly and I the moment the Dusk Noir was off the field. I simply raised up my hands to show I meant no harm and banished the little hints of fear that crept up to the edges of my mind. I told Broly to follow and made a slow retreat while never taking my eyes off the Pokémon. I made it to the entrance of the tower with the feeling of eyes on me. I applauded myself for my expert control and I almost fell to my knees in relief. I opened my Pokédex to check the time since the sun seemed to have gone down a bit and I was horrible at checking the time with celestial bodies. I was hit by a notification telling me there was an urgent package at the Pokémon Center in Lavender Town waiting for me. That was interesting. Who'd send me a package? And how'd they even know where I was? I only got here about 6 hours ago. I wouldn't know till I got to the package though, so I hurried to the center. I hated surprises and I was incredibly curious. The center at Lavender was a bit smaller than the ones in the bigger cities, which wasn't much of a surprise. The center was only built because so many trainers got their Pokémon hurt while attempting to catch ghosts from the tower. The hospital could treat some Pokémon injuries but not the truly dangerous ones, much the same way the Pokémon Center could treat some minor human injuries but not the most serious ones. They had their areas of specialization and stuck pretty close to it. The nurse at the desk took my trainer ID and delivery passcode before handing over a nondescript box. I went to a corner of the entrance room and opened the box. It contained a single box and a note. It read: Oak. Enclosed within the Pokeball is a Charmander. It is a product of my own Dragonite and the strongest female Charizard in the Charific Valley in Johto. It is yours to raise. I look forward to your challenge. Meet me at the top to match your dragon against mine. Signed. Lance. Champion of the Silver Pokemon League. Champion of the Indigo Pokemon League. What the actual fuck? Lance? Why the fuck was he sending me a Pokemon? An offspring of his own Dragonite at that. What's with the part about looking forward to my challenge? What the fuck is going on? I put all that out of my head and clipped the Pokeball to my belt. I also kept the note. One didn't just throw out notes from the champion himself. I left the center just as I came in and got on Quicksilver. We'd be heading straight to Saffron and getting the last of the required 3 badges. I'd normally wait a bit longer, but the gym wasn't much of a challenge to be honest. I'd been watching the 3 badge challenges and they were nothing to be worried about. A Machoke, a Heracross, and a Hitmonlee. The gym leader's techniques were all pure martial arts. He seemed to despise long-range combat. I'd be pitting Broly against that team. Pokemon seemed to learn best by doing so. He'd get his ass kicked a couple of fighting types to improve his own martial arts. On getting to Saffron, I dropped Broly and Quicksilver with the local nurse Joy and went off the bed. I'd set 4 alarms to wake up the next day, so it was no surprise to see that I was up by 6 AM. A full 2 hours before my challenge. I took my time with taking a shower. I took 2 hot ones to be thorough. Bad for my skin but felt so good. I dressed up slowly and took my time with breakfast. I reclaimed my Pokeballs from the nurse and head out to the gym. I ended up getting there about 20 minutes early. After registering my presence and confirming my challenge, I sat down to wait. By exactly 8 AM, I was ushered into the arena. It shared a lot of similarities with a dojo floor. There were small platforms for the trainers to stand on and the field was bare. The gym leader came out a minute after I did. Leader Lee was dressed in a white GI with a black belt. The referee announced the rules and then the leader released first. He released a Hitmonlee to the field. I simply sent out Broly and instructed him to go close range. They engaged in a beautiful display of martial arts. With an objective eye, I could tell that Hitmonlee was more skilled by half, but Broly was so much tougher, faster, and stronger. I held off on the reflex to tell him to use Swords Dance or to get distance and spam Signal Beam. This was a learning opportunity after all. 5 minutes into the battle and the Hitmonlee couldn't keep up. Broly overwhelmed it and knocked it out in quick succession. The leader simply narrowed his eyes at Broly and released his next Pokemon, a Machoke. Oddly enough, he spent more time staring at my Pokemon than his in this bout. Was he spotting some weakness? The Pokemon fought for even longer and this Machoke gave Broly even more of a challenge. He was getting better though, I could see it in real time. I wasn't a martial artist but where Broly could only land a single hit for every 2 of the Machokes at the beginning, they were at parity at this point. Eventually, tiredness decided the battle. Broly simply had less stamina than the well-trained fighting type. He slipped up and caught a hit from the Machoke. After that, it was a beatdown. I let him get knocked out before I returned him though. Even a beatdown could be a source of education. Next, I released Quicksilver. He squawked his dominance and took to the skies instantly. The gym leader didn't say a word and the Machoke settled into a ready stance. This would be an interesting battle. And, I'll just end this one here. Chapter 10. A/N, here's your regularly scheduled chapter. The next one is, of course, available for free on Patreon. You'd have to kick a few over to me to read the rest early, but don't be scared, they'll find their way up here in time. Have fun. Enjoy the read. Rock Throw Lee commanded suddenly. His Machoke blurred into motion. Smashed its fists against the ground and ripped off a boulder that it threw at my bird. Quicksilver dodged it with little fanfare, but I had to blink back my surprise. How strong was this Machoke? It had to have held back against Broly. I doubt Broly could have taken as many hits as he did if they all came with that type of strength. The Machoke didn't stop at one boulder though. He was ripping up the arena floor bit by bit and sending each rock at my bird. It seems that Lee was underestimating Quicksilver's speed because my bird dodged every attack that was sent at him with contemptuous ease. The fighting type eventually realized he wasn't going to catch my bird that way and decided to switch things up again. He threw up another boulder and when it was mid-air, he blasted it with a focus blast that somehow sent all the shrapnel flying towards Quicksilver. I ordered him to use Gust to blow the rocks back where it came and to use Aerial Ace while the Machoke was distracted. It worked beautifully. The rocks flew towards the fighting type, and he crossed his hands to block them. While he was distracted, he was crashed into by over 100 pounds of bird. He went down and didn't stand again. The next Pokemon Lee released was a buff Heracross. I returned Quicksilver and released Kisame to the field. The dry ground was a bit uncomfortable for her, but she needed to adapt. There was no better place to do it than in battle. She followed my preferred strategy of keeping the Heracross at a distance by burying it in moves. Kisame was undoubtedly the most powerful Pokemon on my team and she showed it. The Heracross was good, don't get me wrong. It was agile and well trained but Kisame was the storm. She fired off ice beams and water guns at blistering speeds to harry it while it moved and whenever it stayed still for more than a second or two it got a hydro pump for its trouble. It was only a matter of time. I was sure of my victory till Lee gave an unexpected command. Dig, he said in that flat tone of his. The Heracross went straight underground. I tried to have Kisame aim an attack into the hole before it got too far but she missed. That's a reminder that we needed to work on her accuracy. She was good but there were lots of times she could have ended the battle with a well-aimed shot. I returned her and sent Quicksilver back out. The challenger had 3 substitutions and far be it from me to refrain from abusing them. Quicksilver kept to the skies as per my instructions to wait out the Heracross. It came up to attack with a signal beam and Quicksilver ended it with a brave bird. The day was mine. Lee crossed the battlefield with virtually no trouble. He didn't like to speak much, I could tell. Either that or he just had nothing to say to me. I took my badge and left the gym for the Pokemon Center. Broly needed to be healed after that battle. After dropping Broly off at the center, I headed to the outskirts of the city to meet my new acquisitions. It's worth mentioning that Saffron was yet to become the sprawling metropolis it was in the anime. It was literally no different from the rest of the region. Maybe a bit more industrious than Cerulean and Pewter, but on the same level as Viridian. I got to an appropriate clearing and decided to do the Pokemon introductions one at a time. I released the Charmander first since it would probably be easier. He got out of the Pokeball and stared me in the eyes. I kept eye contact with him while silently demanding he submit. I'd read in a book that this was pretty much the only way to subdue a dragon, and even without the typing, this Charmander was clearly a dragon. The book also contained a disclaimer that you shouldn't do this to wild Pokemon unless you had the means to defeat it. The Charmander kept up the staring contest for what felt like 5 minutes and then he looked away. Phew. I thought that would never end. You're probably calling me insane for not being scared of the fire lizard that could kill me. The thing was, I had its pokeball in a death grip. I'd definitely be able to return it before it attacked. I spoke a few words to the Charmander and it was raring to go. The bit I added about becoming strong enough to challenge its father must have been particularly incentivizing judging by RHE roar it let out at that. I returned him after christening him Igneel and released the Dusk Noir next. It wasted no time in diving towards me. I was barely able to hit the button to return it on time. Let's try this again. I released him a bit farther and he did the same thing. I returned him. It happened 4 more times with him trying to make portals to escape the last 2 times before he got the hint and just stayed in one place. Good. I'd be able to address him now. Hello. My name is Donnel Oak. I'm your new trainer. Broly, that is my Scyther, defeated you at the tower. The Dusk Noir dived at me at that and almost got its hand on my face by the time I returned it. I tried releasing it farther away and returning it when it misbehaved to get it to calm down again, but it didn't work. I gave up after the 10th failed attempt and resolved to get Broly to deliver another beatdown to this Pokemon later, when he was strong enough, which might not be for a while. I clipped the ball on my belt and released Igneel, Kisame and Quicksilver to get some training done. I increased the gravity on Quicksilver's brace and had him fly around dodging Kisame's attacks. She'd improve her accuracy by trying to hit him and he'd improve his speed even more. I chose to focus on Igneel for this session. He was essentially the baby of the team. The Pokédex told me he had the moves Ember, Bite, Growl, Dragon Breath, and Scratch. He also had Dragon Rush as an egg move. His ability was Solar Power, which wasn't as Deus Ex Machina at Blaze but could be useful with enough imagination. 1. I had him use the moves he knew first of all. His Dragon Breath was amazing, but the rest of his moves were normal for a first evolution Pokemon. He was barely 6 months old after all. I had him running around the forest in an improvised obstacle course. I had Kisame keep half an eye on him to make sure he didn't set fire to the trees surrounding us. I decided to settle down and meditate before Quicksilver landed right in front of me and squawked at me in a threatening manner. The rest of my Pokemon also stopped what they were doing to stare at me and approach. No, not me. Someone behind me. I turned around and a girl my age made her way out of the forest to join me. She was, pardon my French, fucking hot. Black hair that reached towards her waist, an angular beautiful face and legs that seemed to go on forever. Speaking of her waist though, I saw something that made me get my guard up. She had a Pokemon belt. What was another trainer doing her? I chose this clearing simply because of how out of the way it was. Good day. My name is Sabrina. I hope I did not interrupt your training with my presence. Even her voice was beautiful. I'm Donnel. No worries. I'm surprised to see someone else here though. This place is pretty out of the way. I tried to fish for some information. I could say the same about you, she said with a small laugh that tickled my ears. I was in the process of performing some training of my own before I spotted your magnificent specimen of a Pidgeot. Would you do me the honor of granting me a battle? She asked. That came way out of left field. She'd seen my entire team, so there was no chance I'd be surprising her in my selections. That meant nothing though. I'd take the challenge. Sure. Do you want to go with a formal battle or an informal one? I asked next. She's the first person I'd even considered the possibility of having an informal battle against. Battles were basically grouped into formal and informal ones. Gym challenges were good examples of formal battles. Most battles that took place in Pokemon centers also qualified as formal battles since we registered them on our trainer IDs and made wagers through our phones or Pokédexes. I was the only one with a Pokédex. She chose to have an informal battle, so we took our places on opposite ends of the clearing after flipping a coin to decide who would send out their Pokemon first. She started things off by sending out an Alakazam of all things. The anime definitely didn't give it justice. This Pokemon was tall, had yellow fur and most importantly, exuded a strong psychic presence like a weight on my shoulders. I should have figured it out from the name and looks. I had been suspecting, I totally wasn't suspecting, but the powerful psychic gave it away. This was the Sabrina. The powerful psychic gym leader of Saffron City. She clearly wasn't the leader yet. She was just a random trainer. A random trainer that I would be defeating. I started the battle by sending out Quicksilver. I'd returned my Pokemon to their balls to make space in the clearing. The moment the coin we'd agreed to use as the starting signal hit the ground, my bird was up in the skies, and that's where things went wrong. He came crashing down almost instantly. Gravity, I suspected. It was a powerful move, and I was pinching myself for not considering the possibility. I wasn't able to give any orders before the Alakazam knocked Quicksilver out with a Psybeam. Fuck. Is this how the challengers I faced usually felt? I wasn't done though. Kisame was my strongest Pokemon after all. I released her onto the field and she started her usual barrage. It wasn't useful against this opponent though. Sabrina's Alakazam teleported all around the field while firing psi beams. Kisame was nowhere near as agile on land as she was in the water, and after a few minutes she was knocked out without even managing a single blow. I'd lost. This was a very bad loss. The first true loss I'd ever suffered. I'd rationalized away the battle against the Radon herd to have been the result of poor planning on my part. That my Pokemon and I were still strong. This battle showed how wrong I was. I looked up and I could see Sabrina's lips moving, but I didn't hear anything. I refocused my attention and said, "Sorry, could you repeat what you just said?" My mind was elsewhere. I said that was a great battle. Your melodic is really powerful. She was able to release so many attacks so quickly. I do not think anyone has been able to make Alakazam teleport in such a frenzied manner before. She complimented with a smile that made me weak in the knees. Thank you. I got out over the sound of my shattered dignity. I have to ask though, how many badges do you have? Because that Alakazam of yours is a monster, I was simply dying to know. How far along was she on her journey? I just received my license. I was actually on my way out of town when I spotted your Pidgeot. I apologize for my duplicity, but I realized that you might have been less willing to do battle if you knew I was a complete amateur and that this was my first battle, she admitted, and then gave a bow out of politeness. I returned her bow, wished her luck, and then made my way back to the Pokemon Center with my mind whirling with thoughts. He just met his rival. No further spoilers. 1. I messed around with the abilities a bit. Solar Power now isn't just a hidden ability but one that any Charmander can have. It's basically a toss-up between Blaze and Solar Power. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 2,170 Poke Dollars. Pokemon. Scyther, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/Flying type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Steel Wing, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, and Wing Attack. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/Normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, male. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, and Bubble Beam. Charmander, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, and Dragon Rush. Chapter 11. A/N, special thanks to the family for making this possible. You guys rock. The next 10 chapters are already available on my. Feel free to take a look if you want to read the chapters early and are interested in supporting my writing. Thank you. Let's get into it. That was Sabrina. I dropped my Pokemon off for healing and settled down in my room to think. I just got curb stomped. She didn't even have a single badge, but her Alakazam took out all my Pokemon so quickly. Whether Broly was there or not, I suspected the answer would be the same. Kisame, my strongest Pokemon, only accomplished the goal of getting it to move. Quicksilver, my fastest, wasn't even able to make it move. I had no chance. Virtually zero odds of winning if she would be competing, and I strongly suspected that she would be. After all, to start a new gym, one had to defeat the first 2 of the Elite Four to prove their strength. The problem was no one could challenge the Elite Four without making it to the semi-finals of the regional conference. She'd be competing for sure. I'd be faced with that Alakazam again. Only, after it had gotten over a year of battle experience. Would it take it only a single move to take out each of my Pokemon then? I kept spiraling deeper and deeper into my thoughts before the Pokeball on my desk burst open. It was Igneel. He stomped up to me, snarling and growling. He looked around and then jumped towards me. I was scared that I'd somehow lost the allegiance of my Dragon-type Pokemon until I felt his hands wrap around me in a hug. I swallowed him in my return hug and smiled. Pokemon were empaths, to an extent. I had no idea how he felt my feelings all the way from his ball and then how he knew a hug would make me feel better. It didn't matter though. Fuck all this thinking. I'd promised Igneel, Broly, Kisame and Quicksilver the opportunity of challenging Lance himself. I promised them victory. I'll be damned if I couldn't fulfill that promise. Sabrina's Alakazam would go down like all other Pokemon in our way. I was already coming up with strategies for how to defeat the Alakazam. The only problem was most of these strategies involved Dusk Noir, my recalcitrant ghost type. There's nothing for it. I'd have to ask Oak. A large part of me instantly rebelled at that thought. I was doing this to show myself as different from Oak, as my own independent being, but at the first sign of trouble, I was running straight to him. I tried to reason it away, but I couldn't. I told myself I was better than Oak. How would I be better if I couldn't solve a problem as simple as a stubborn Pokemon without his help? Besides, I already had a good idea on how to make him comply. I'd have to beat him into submission, or at least Broly would. I went to bed with training plans moving in and out of my mind. I woke up the next day to find that I'd been sent 10,000 poke dollars from the league. 8,000 of that was from the Cerulean Gym Challenge. Apparently, taking out 3 water-type Pokemon with a single water-type was worthy of some big bucks from the league. The other 2,000 was from the Saffron Challenge. This windfall was good because I had a lot of shopping to do. I dressed up and after attaching Ignil's and Dusknoir's balls to my belt I went to the Saffron department store to make my purchases. The supplies Oak had sent had been rarely dipped into. I'd only actually spent 2 days in the wilderness after all. I was in cities for the rest of it. I calculated that the supplies I still had would last me for a good 3 months in the wild. Praise Arceus for space technology. Since I was covered for things like my food and Pokemon food, I focused on making training purchases. I bought heaps of rare candies. I'd be adding them to my Pokemon's diet to stimulate their growth. I also bought 3 new gravity bracers. 2 of them were for Charmander. I got one at his present size and one quite a bit bigger that could be tightened. I also bought one for Melodic. The Pokédex was quite useful in giving me exact dimensions for my Pokemon, so that was a plus. I then went to the trademark section. This was where I spent the least time. I went to get TMS for Igneel. I bought Flamethrower, Fire Punch, and Dragon Rage. On my way out of the section, I spotted a trademark for U-turn and I got that for Quicksilver. I salivated for a bit around the TMS for Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, and Protect. The Protect trademark was a bit cheaper than the Hyper Beam and Giga Impact ones, but it still cost as much as all the other TMS I had bought, and then I changed my mind. I returned all the TMS I'd gotten and picked up the one for Protect. It cost me a good 8,000 pokes, but I knew it would be worth it. Protect was one of those moves that every Pokemon could learn. All I had to do was teach it to one of my Pokemon and then have them teach it to the others. The other moves I wanted could be taught by me. It just required a little imagination and hard work. 2 things I had in spades. I had come up with a plan for the next 3 months of training. I was going to have to travel a bit to get to my ideal training grounds, but they should have everything I need. I got back to the center around noon and packed up my things. After reclaiming my Pokeballs, I checked the map and then set off on Quicksilver. We had a long flight ahead of us. We'd be doing our training in an important bit of wilderness near Fuchsia. It was important because that was the area that would eventually become the Safari Zone. Right now, though, it wasn't anywhere as domestic as that yet. It was filled with wild Pokemon, famed for killing trainers. It would be dangerous, but that kind of environment was well suited for growth. Pokemon grew best in conflict. An environment filled with strong wild Pokemon that they could battle against constantly would shape and sharpen my Pokemon into deadly instruments. Quicksilver made good time and we were at the Safari Zone in a bit over 4 hours. I had her set us down a bit close to the stream, but not too close. The sun was beginning to show signs of setting, so we built camp first thing. I'd always been a city boy in my first life, but Donnel had the highest marks ever recorded in the survival section of the license examinations. I leaned heavily on his expertise, and I had set up in no time at all. The next thing I did was release my Pokemon. The sun wasn't down yet, so we had time for training. I had come up with a tentative plan of activities for each month of my stay. The goal of this month was fighting. They were going to brawl with each other. I had them move to the stream itself partly so Kisame would have access to water and also so we wouldn't draw unnecessary attention to our camps. The battle between Kisame, Broly and Quicksilver was a mess. It was chaotic. And after 2 hours, no one had won, but they were all bruised and battered. I had them march back to the camp and we settled down for dinner. I had a granola bar that tasted surprisingly good while the Pokemon had bowls of high-quality feed mixed with rare candies. Luckily, ghost types didn't need to eat. If not, I'd have felt extremely guilty for leaving Dusknoir in his ball. We went to bed after dinner and woke up the next day to train again. I started by using the trademark machine to teach Broly Protect and then we were back at the stream. I divided them into groups. Broly and Quicksilver were working together. Broly was teaching Protect while Quicksilver helped him learn Aerial Ace. Kisame and Igneel were paired up to work on his Dragon Breath and his grasp of Dragon-type energy. The fact was that Igneel was terrible at manipulating his own Dragon-type energy and Kisame was great at that. I settled down to meditate and focus on my aura. I did the same with Igneel as I did with Kisame. I split off another tendril of aura towards the young fire type. After I finished that, I meditated some more and then decided to move between both groups of Pokemon to aid the training. By lunchtime, Quicksilver had started to get the barest forms of a protective shield around him and Igneel's Dragon Breath had started to look like an actual move. We gathered to eat. I had another granola bar. Those were actually amazing. Specially designed and formulated to both taste nice and provide as many nutrients as possible. After lunch, we settled down to rest. I played with Igneel, the lovable scamp. Broly and Quicksilver were flying around and having bro time while Kisame was teasing Igneel while he tried to hide behind me. I ended up soaked after playing with the two of them. I hung out my clothes to dry at the camp and went to the stream in my underwear. Broly, Quicksilver, and Kisame had another battle while I tried coaching Igneel through flamethrower. The keyword here being tried. His flames were powerful enough, but they couldn't get the required shape. He had power but not enough control. The day ended and we went back to get dinner. Things continued like that till we experienced the first bit of excitement 3 weeks after we'd set up camp. It was a night like any other until it wasn't. I'd just finished dinner and then slept off with my Pokemon. The feeling that something was wrong was what woke me up at first. My heart was beating so quickly, too quickly. It felt like I'd just had a nightmare I couldn't remember. I tried calming myself down by meditating or using a mantra. Those didn't work. I felt pure unadulterated fear and surrounded by the darkness, that fear did not get better. I released Igneel from his ball to give me some light so I could see that everything was okay and banish my worries. He formed out of the usual blast of red light and his appearance sent the darkness roiling. He was big, much bigger than he was when we got here. I don't know if it was the rare candies or the effects of constant training but all my Pokemon had grown notably. His scales had become much rougher, his claws had gotten sharper, and he spoke with a notable growl. Igneel's presence caused a problem though. I could now see all around me and my worries weren't calmed. Our camp was surrounded. They were everywhere. All around us lay large black hounds. Igneel's continued presence seems to have stirred them up. They started growling and began to approach. I released Kisame, Broly and Quicksilver. That made them hasten their approach. I'd chosen a large clearing for a reason and this clearing was going to witness a battle of epic proportions if I had anything to say about it. I started giving orders. Broly, use Swords Dance as many times as possible and then engage them in their midst. Use agility to move around a lot too. Cause as much confusion as possible. He nodded his understanding. Good. Kisame, wrap around me and use Protect when you need to but spam Hydro Pump and Water Pulse as much as you can. I suspect these are fire types. She wrapped her body around me, and I felt much calmer by her close presence. Igneel, use Metal Claw. Make them bleed. He roared his anger to the skies and began to charge. I guess I didn't need to tell him to get going. Guys, aim to kill. These Pokemon are wild and will be doing the same. I finally stated. This would be a long night. A/N. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 1,050 Poke dollars. Pokemon. Scyther, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/flying type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Steel Wing, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, U-Turn and Wing Attack. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, U-Turn, Protect and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, and Bubble Beam. Charmander, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Chapter 12. A/N, special thanks to the Patreon family for making this possible. You guys rock. The next 10 chapters are already available on my Patreon. Feel free to take a look if you want to read the chapters early and are interested in supporting my writing. The username is the same as the one I use here. Thank you. Let's get into it. The clearing erupted into chaos at some unseen signal. Broly was moving in and out of the shadows. Wherever he went, blood flowed. Igneel was slower but no less methodical in his bloodlust. He clawed out an unfortunate Houndour's throat and dove under the jumping tackle of another before disemboweling it. Igneel had started battle training just 2 weeks ago, but he had made tremendous progress. Broly was my most skilled fighter and he showed that in his art. Kisame's job was perhaps the most important, keeping me safe and preventing the Houndours from using their superior numbers to bury Broly and Igneel. She spat out hydro pumps at impressive speeds that crushed bones on impact. In battle, every Pokemon held back just a bit. They were trying to win, not necessarily kill, even though accidents happened on occasion. Here, my Pokemon were trying to kill so their power was fully unrestrained. I longed to release Quicksilver to get into the night, but even as large as this clearing was, it wasn't enough to allow a flying type as large as him free reign. The Houndours seemed to have been part of an exceptionally large pack. Whenever Broly or Igneel beat one, two would take their place. Broly and Igneel were being slowly worn down. That's when it happened. One of the hounds finally made it through Oghenevwoga's guard and tore a bloody gash into his side. He screamed in pain, and I felt it in my very soul. While he was distracted, another one clawed into his back. This time, I screamed in pain. I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. I felt Oghenevwoga's pain. I felt his rage. I felt his need to make everything burn. I felt him evolve. He was enveloped in a bright light and came out with claws wrapped around a houndour's neck. He snapped it like a twig. I got a good look at him and almost gaped. Before evolution, he was around waist height, but now, he looked like he'd be able to comfortably reach my chest. He'd also gotten much more muscular. He was thick and beefy. His scales also looked even shinier. His face though, his face showed nothing but rage. He went on from houndour to houndour in a dance macabre. Eventually, the houndour just avoided him and started to slink back. I breathed my sigh of relief a little too soon though, because they weren't retreating. They were making space. A massive houndour came out of the darkness with eyes fixed on Broly. It was clear to see that this was the leader of the pack. Every single one of the fire hounds deferred to this one. Oghenevwogaga, be cautious. This one is strong. Use Mega Punch whenever you can. He did nothing to show that he understood my request, but when the houndour dove at him, his hand glowed in the telltale white of a Mega Punch before he buried it in its side. The houndour was undoubtedly stronger than the rest, but he was no match for my newly evolved Charmeleon. After that battle ended with a dead alpha, the rest of the houndour pack ran off into the woods. They'd finally figured out that we weren't the prey they thought we were. My team remained on high alert for quite a while before we allowed ourselves to relax. I packed up the camp and released Quicksilver to ferry me to a more lightly wooded area where we'd spend the rest of the night. We continued our training regimen as best we could. We now slept in shifts, so someone was always awake to keep watch. The gain from that whole mess was Oghenevwoga's evolution. His evolution allowed him to join in the battle royales between my other Pokémon. He was still obviously the weakest, but the gap was no longer as large as it used to be. After the last week of what I'd like to call our training montage, we moved on to the next stage of the regiment. Hunting wild Pokémon. The Safari Zone was a hotbed of Pokémon. What we would be doing for the rest of his month was training during the day and then heading out into the various habitats to challenge wild Pokémon. The first day, after our usual training drills, I hopped on Quicksilver and headed to the hilly zone. I came across a powerful Magneton that provided a good challenge for Oghenevwoga. The battle wasn't a long one and Oghenevwoga felt up to another challenge, so went further into the hill and challenged a Graveler. The battle was tougher than the last one, but Oghenevwoga still managed to pull out a win. I chose to continue further into the hill and somehow avoided running into another Pokémon. I went into the hill itself and right on the wall to the first cavern, I noticed something. I had Oghenevwoga dig through with Metal Claw to extract it. It was black augurite. At least I thought it was. I released Broly to make sure of it. I had already told Broly of his possible evolutions and the effects of that. I informed him that I felt like the rock in Oghenevwoga's hands was a piece of black augurite and I asked him if he was interested in evolving into a cleaver. His excited nod settled my doubts. I had Oghenevwoga pass the augurite to Broly and right when he wrapped his hands around it, he erupted in white light. I was right. My starter was evolving. I was beyond joyous when my brand new cleaver came out of the white light. He was much taller, about my height. His coloration had also changed. He'd gone from a bright green to a warm brown. His arm blades had become a pair of stone axes, each larger than my head. They looked fearsome. After seeing all that, my eyes went to the one thing that had me hesitant to evolve him. His wings were gone. He was now a rock/bug type. He'd lost the flying type specification he'd enjoyed and probably access to most of his moves. He felt it would be worth it though, and I agreed with him. The sheer power difference between the two forms would more than make up for the loss of moves. My focus on Broly's evolution died out when I felt the effects of an earthquake. It felt like the cavern was going to collapse on our heads, so we booked it as soon as the quaking stopped and seemed to have somehow come out of a different entrance because of what we saw right in front of us. 3 titans were engaged in a battle for the history books. It was a 2-on-1. 2 Ogrens against a single Tyranitar. The Tyranitar was putting up a great fight. If it was 1-on-1, I had no doubt it would defeat either of them handily. In a 2-on-1 though, it was only a matter of time. The Tyranitar hit one of the Ogrens with a hammer arm while the other one rushed him with its horns. He was sent flying back, causing another earthquake. He got up as quickly as he went down and charged a large hyper beam between its arms that both Ogrens countered with twin flash cannons. That impact sent spots dancing in my vision. The 3 Pokémon continued to fight before one of the Ogrens managed to capture both of the Tyranitar's hands behind its back and the other one wailed on the Tyranitar. I thought the battle was over till the Tyranitar used his head to deliver a direct headbutt to the one attacking it. The dark type energy that swirled with the impact was a sign that the Pokémon had used the move, Bide, to increase the impact. The headbutt caused a large crack to resound across the valley. The Ogren went down and didn't get back up. This seemed to have distracted the one holding the Tyranitar down because it was able to get one of its arms free and lash out with another hammer arm. Both Pokémon began to tear into each other with a savage ferocity that ended when the Oghren managed to stab both its horns into its opponent's chest. The Tyranitar didn't go quietly into the night. Its roars and death throes echoed across the valley we found ourselves in. The sheer pain and sorrow in its voice almost brought tears to my eyes. It died with its eyes on something to my left. I followed it and was surprised to be met with the sight of a young Larvitar. The baby Pokémon must have been the offspring of the now dead Tyranitar. The Oghren took its horns out of the dead Pokémon's body and turned around to advance on the baby Larvitar. The look on its face didn't leave much room for guessing what its intentions were. I couldn't allow that happen. Even if I didn't want the Larvitar on my team, allowing a baby Pokémon die in such a manner would be beyond me. I instructed Broly to dispatch of the tired and injured Oghren, and he did it in such a quick and casual manner that I was even more confident in my decision to evolve him. He jumped from our slightly elevated position and landed in front of the Oghren. He stretched out one of his arms out towards the Oghren in a universal gesture to stop. The steel type didn't even acknowledge the request. It simply bent its horns to charge at Broly. Big mistake. My fighter jumped up, twisted around, and sent his axe arm right into the space between its horns. The Oghren went down and didn't get back up. A one-hit put down. Since the Oghren was down, I approached the Larvitar slowly. It looked heartbroken at the death of its parent. I stopped at a distance while trying to come across as harmless as I could. I put my hands out and walked towards the Larvitar. Hey buddy, I'm really sorry about your mom. She seemed to have loved you a lot, but we have to leave now. That battle might have drawn other Pokémon towards this place. I was lying through my teeth. A battle like that would have sent every other Pokémon packing. There were very few wild Pokémon that would have been able to survive getting in the middle of that, and even fewer that would do it willingly. Your mother is gone now. But you don't have to be alone. You can join my family. Broly and Igneel pitched in with their own assurances at that, and after he turned and spoke to Broly, he stepped forward. I held out a Pokeball and he pressed himself against it and was captured instantly. I released Quicksilver and returned both Broly and Igneel at that. We made our way to camp, and I started preparing dinner. The Larvitar seemed to enjoy his meal and I resolved to give him a name tomorrow. A/N, 2 evolutions and a new capture in 1 chapter. That's a lot. The team is growing well though, and our boy just got his first pseudo-legendary. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 1050 Poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, and Rock Throw. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, U-Turn, Protect and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, male. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, and Bubble Beam. Charmeleon, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Chapter 13. I woke up the next day to a disturbance in the camp. Igneel was growling while being held in the air by some psychic force. I did a double take at that and jumped out of my bedroll in shock. I had almost released Broly from his Pokeball before I realized what Pokemon was holding Igneel up. It was an Alakazam. A very familiar Alakazam. Wherever this one went, his trainer wasn't far away. I looked around and finally spotted Oak sitting on a beach chair. Where the fuck did he get a beach chair, watching me in something resembling amusement? I took a deep breath to calm down, so I didn't blow up at him for this invasion. Alakazam, can you please let my Pokemon down? I began by addressing the Pokemon holding my dragon up in the air. He took a second that I assume he spent asking Oak for permission before he released my Pokemon from his hold. My brave dragon fell to the floor and was about to get up to continue his attempt at an attack before I spoke. Igneel, calm down. These opponents are beyond us. My dragon, for he was nothing less, was unhappy to hear that, but he did retreat to stand beside me. Your bond with your Pokemon is truly amazing. I do wonder where you found such an amazing specimen though. But I fear you will be less than forthcoming. He sighed before continuing. You've truly been busy in the past few weeks. A Melodic, a Charmeleon, a Larvitar, and now you've done something to your Scyther. He paused at that. Probably to give me time to reply. When I kept silent, he sighed and spoke again. I know I have not been the best of parents, but I have always had your best interests at heart. Trust me when I say this. Eyes are on you. I didn't retire on the best of terms as you well know, and some are beginning to suspect that I intend to use you to win back the championship. That's ridiculous, I spoke out finally. Oak was undisputed as the strongest trainer in Kanto. If he wanted the championship, he'd just challenge Lance and get the position back. You know that. I know that. They don't. People find it difficult to let go of power, and so they assume that I must also have that difficulty. You have built a strong team for yourself. A team much stronger than I'd expected when you set off from the ranch that beautiful Monday 4 months ago. He took another breath before continuing. Oak hated talking as much as I did, so a monologue like this was unusual for him. I wish you had been average. It would make things so much easier. I wish you weren't so secretive, but you are indeed your father's son. I'll make another bargain with you. Show me your Scyther and I'll give you the Pokemon in this ball. He took out a Pokeball from his lab coat. It's a Curla. You have a psychic type shaped hole in your team, so I decided to fix it for you. Do we have a deal? I'd be a fool to reject this one, so I released Broly instantly. Oak seemed to experience a seizure at the sight. He ran towards Broly and began poking and prodding him while asking tons of questions too quickly to be intelligible. I kept a careful presence on Broly's aura to keep him calm. He wasn't used to this at all. After 20 minutes of poking and prodding at my first Pokemon, Oak finally started to speak audibly. A rock type, isn't he? Lost the flying type. Wings atrophied badly. Became vestigial traits. Possibly an ancient form. He stepped back from Broly and turned to address me. You have no idea what kind of discovery this is. Will you tell me how you evolved him? My enigmatic smile gave him all the answers he needed. He threw the Pokeball at me before asking for Broly's species name. Cleaver. He's a cleaver, I spoke with pride. He tossed the Pokeball at me. He nodded and turned around to Alakazam, who had already telepathically gathered the beach chair and teleported back to his lab. I now had a Curla. I realized that I now had 2 new Pokemon I was going to have to start training. The Curla would be more trained, but I'd still have to work on it quite a bit to get it up to snuff. The Pokédex said she was female, so I'd have a Gardevoir eventually, which would be a massive advantage. I started thinking up a plan for Curla and Larvitar when I was interrupted again. Oak teleported in and started speaking again. You had so many new Pokemon that I forgot one of my reasons for coming here. You caught a Dusk Noir. A ghost type from one of the secluded regions. May I study it? I was going to have to refuse at this point. The Pokemon is wild. I captured it when it was already weakened, so I suspect it won't respect or listen to me until I manage to defeat it in fair combat, I admitted. Oak was stumped for a bit before he lit up. Well, there's no time like the present. Have it do battle with your cleaver. I'm sure with the new evolution, he must be strong enough. I'll remain here to watch just in case my help is needed. I saw through his offer instantly. He just wanted the opportunity to observe both Pokemon in battle. I said nothing though, because this was a good idea. I gestured at Oak to follow me, and we walked a bit to the clearing I used for training. Broly was already out of his ball and knew what was coming, so I released the Dusk Noir. He looked at me and flew right at me in fury. Broly matched his advance though. He got in the Dusk Noir's way and blocked his approach with one of his axe hands. The Dusk Noir looked at Broly with recognition before focusing all his energy on attacking him. He flew back before firing a Shadow Ball at my rock type. Broly cleaved it in half with one of his axes and advanced at the ghost. He dodged on of its grasping hands and struck with his axe on the Pokemon's elbow. It hit but did no damage. The Dusk Noir flew up into the sky where Broly couldn't reach and started firing ethereal fists at him. Broly tried to dodge best he could, but his instincts were all wrong. I grit my teeth as the challenge became all the more difficult and tried to come up with a plan. Samuel Oak, Regional Professor. I enjoyed the battle as it progressed. One entirely new Pokemon and an incredibly rare one. My son's team worried me. He didn't realize what I kept trying to tell him. He had too many rare Pokemon. Over half his team was incredibly rare, a Charmeleon, one of the regional starters, a Dusk Noir, a powerful ghost type no one knew the origins of, a Melodic, a Pokemon so rare he had the only one in Kanto, a Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary, the kind of Pokemon people dedicated their lives to being able to capture, and there's the new evolution of Scyther he'd discovered. There was something wrong somewhere. His behavior had also changed. I didn't notice it at first till Alakazam pointed it out. He'd always been interested in gaining my approval. If the old Donnel had discovered any of this Pokemon, he'd have been on the phone to talk to me instantly. This one dared to bargain information with me of all people. If I didn't fear what that kind of intrusion would do with him, I would have Alakazam tear his secrets out of him. He had a lot of them, and I simply had to know them all. I am the professor, after all. The battle started ramping up. The cleaver weaving and ducking out of the way of ethereal fists while trying to distract the Dusk Noir with signal beams. There were countless better moves for this situation, so my son wasn't the skilled battler I would have taken him for. His gym battles told me that too. He was more interested in overpowering his opponent. I'm sure if he didn't think it would turn the Pokemon away from him forever, he'd have released his massive Pidgeot to regain the aerial superiority. The battle took a turn when the Cleaver simply used Protect to block the fists and started charging a move. What a move it was! He was concentrating the energy it took for a signal beam into multiple points. Like trying to fire a barrage of beams all at once. The concentration it was taking was massive, as I could tell from the look on its face. Donnel was also sweating and seemed unusually focused on his Cleaver. He ought to be focusing more on his opponent, but who was I to judge? The shield was finally worn out and the Cleaver released the beams. They made a glorious arc of green in the sky. His aim was unnatural. He had all the beams hit the Dusk Noir at the same time. The ghost type went down, and I had to applaud. Simply fantastic. Donnel's tendency to resort to overpowering his opponent was still apparent, but he'd grow out of that eventually. I watched him approach the fallen ghost type and speak to it before it sunk into a portal below it. He then turned around in disappointment before breaking its Pokeball. What happened? I asked as I approached. The Dusk Noir had no interest in being on my team. I thought it just wanted a rematch with Broly, but he was adamant with his refusal. I gave him the freedom to leave. A Pokemon is not a slave. He said that last part with unnatural emphasis. I understood his reasoning, at least. Forcing a Pokemon to work with you was one of the most despicable parts of Pokemon training, in my opinion. Pokemon were friends, partners, companions, not soldiers, tools, or like Donnel said it, slaves. I was proud of him for releasing it. I'm not so self-deceptive to believe that I'd have done the same. I resented his release of the Pokemon though. He should have simply given it to me for my studies. I'd tolerate the defiance though, he was in his teen years. Dakin was much the same when he was younger. Now, with children of his own, he had to understand that all I did was to toughen him up for the real world. I was done here. I asked to examine the Larvitar next. The boy had the audacity to attempt another bargain. I was done entertaining this. From what I saw, his funds were so badly dwindled as to be non-existent. 30,000 Poke Dollars and I will examine this Larvitar and any other interesting Pokemon you catch for the next 6 months I offer next. His freeze told me he understood that I would not be haggled with on this. I would be examining the Pokemon. Thankfully for him, he released the Pokemon and I got the opportunity to look at the first evolutionary stage of the massive Tyranitar. The Rock Tyrant. I looked around it but kept my distance. This one was clearly not as well trained as the Cleaver. It was an impressive specimen, if a bit malnourished, but that was par for the course with young Pokemon found in the wild, particularly in areas like this with little iron deposits for the young steel type to feed on. A diet of high-quality poke food would fix that sooner rather than later. Avoid training this one for a bit. Feed it and spend time bonding with it. It's healthy but barely. Get it up to a reasonable standard before you start training. You'll know it's ready when the charcoal sheen of its skin begins to darken. I advised. He nodded his understanding and I telepathically instructed Alakazam to take me back to the lab. It wasn't till I'd spent a few hours going through my findings on the Cleaver before I remembered that I'd forgotten to interrogate him on his means of telepathic conversation with his Pokemon. Others simply assumed it was a sign of a well-trained Pokemon or that he had an unregistered psychic type helping him, but I knew better. He was able to direct his Pokemon both within and outside of battle without any body language or auditory cues. I had watched his gym battles countless times. There was something unnatural about it. A/N, special thanks to the Patreon family for making this possible. You guys rock. The next 10 chapters are already available on my Patreon. Feel free to take a look if you want to read the chapters early and are interested in supporting my writing. Thank you. How did you find that dive into Oak's psyche? Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 31,050 Poke Dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, and Rock Throw. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, U-Turn, Protect and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, male. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, and Bubble Beam. Charmeleon, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Chapter 14. A/N, before we get into the chapter, I just wanted to let you all know that I need some original characters for the tournament arc coming up. If you're interested in having your own characters in the FIC, then just comment under the post requesting for OCS on my Patreon page. Thank you, and let's get into it. After Oak left, I spent some time bonding with the Larvitar. I even ended up naming him Kenpeki. It just felt fitting. He had almost nothing in common with the Bleach character, but that's the name I chose, so that's the name he had. He also loved the name. He was quite a bit older than Igneel, so he definitely wasn't the baby of the group. The weakest member, for now, but definitely not the baby. After bonding with him for a bit, I released the Kurla. I felt her mind reach out to mine the moment she left the Pokeball, and I gladly welcomed her in. Thankfully, Donnel had been trained to keep psychics out of his mind from a very young age, so Kurla would be the only psychic I'd let in. She was an astoundingly powerful psychic since she was able to get up to speed after a minute or two of being in my mind. The information of me being from a different reality was carefully locked out of her reach. I had told none of my Pokemon about that, and I probably never would. She picked out her own name from the list of options I fed her, Eno. It was a fitting name for a psychic Pokemon, so I was pleased with her selection. I had Broly, Kisame, Quicksilver, and Igneel give us a bit of space before starting their battle royale. I then had Eno perform all the moves she knew, which was a surprisingly short list. She made for that by being very good at those moves though. From what little she'd told me of her life before now, she had been trained almost exclusively by Oak's Alakazam along with another member of her species. Oak wanted a Gardevoir to study and the other one happened to evolve first, so Oak had no issue leaving her with me. It was quite fortunate for me, but I could tell that Oak's abandonment had caused some self-esteem issues along with a compulsive need to please me. It's a good thing she was a psychic type. When she needed reassurance, all she had to do was reach into my mind and get it. You couldn't lie in the realm of though, so she had little to no room for doubts about my satisfaction with her. 2 new Pokemon meant I had to lengthen this training trip by quite a bit. Oak's warning about eyes on me also made me weary about leaving this forest before my Pokemon got strong enough. I had so many rare Pokemon that there would be very few people who wouldn't do something to me and claim my Pokemon as their own. I could just imagine waltzing into Giovanni's gym with a cleaver. He was no rock-type master, but the link between rock and ground was probably strong enough that he'd have rockets after my head and my Pokemon on his belt by the end of the week. The only issue was my supplies were only designed to last for another month and few weeks. I'd have to dip back into town to resupply. Not now though, that would just be procrastination. I'd worry about the supplies when I needed to worry about the supplies. For now, I'd work on a training plan for my 2 newest Pokemon. Kenpeki wasn't ready to begin training. I was loath to rely on Oak's advice, but he was the authority on Pokemon. I'd increase Kenpeki's rations and wait a few weeks before training him. That meant that my focus for now would be on Eno, Broly and Igneel. The others were far along enough in their training that I only needed to be on hand to give tips and advice here and there. I was only a trainer, not a Pokemon. The Pokemon knew their bodies best. I was here to give direction and inspiration. With Broly, we'd have to work on creating an entirely new fighting style and increasing the severity of his gravity training. Both he and Quicksilver had maxed out the settings on their gravity braces a while ago, but we just had the luck of adding a psychic type to our team. With Eno, I'd start with teaching her the move gravity. It shouldn't be too hard considering how quickly psychic types learn psychic type moves. We'd also work on her teleportation and reflect. After some more thought, I added teaching her protect to the list. All my original 4 Pokemon knew the move already, so it was going to quickly become a staple for my team. With Igneel, we'd be focusing on his power and teaching him more fire-type moves. I'd only taught him Flamethrower in his Charmander stage and perhaps spent more time than I should have working on his physical skills. His physical skills were, don't get me wrong, absolutely exceptional. They were what allowed him last more than 20 seconds in the battle royales, but they weren't enough. I'd do more gravity training with Quicksilver, and I needed Kisame to work more on the power of her water-type moves. I named her after the tailless-tailed beast, and I'd done her a disservice by not preparing her to bring that kind of environment-changing power to the table. We'd start with Surf, and I noted down a reminder to buy a trademark for Blizzard when I next went into town. The plan was rough and vague, just how I liked it. I liked the idea of planning, but one thing I'd learned about myself was that I was bad with sticking to detailed plans. I mean, look at me now. I had only one of the Pokemon I'd originally planned on catching. Was my team balanced? Hell no. But I loved them either way. It wasn't about the destination. The journey was the 99%. It was that realization that made me cancel training for the day and spend the rest of it lazing around with my Pokemon. I had no idea how to manage such a large team, but luckily, they did most of the managing for me. Kisame and Igneel paired up to do God knows what while Broly took Kenpeki off my hands and took him to Quicksilver. They were the dads of the team, and since Igneel had grown up quite a bit, they enjoyed having a new baby to play with. That left me with Eno. She just lay beside me while I drifted off into the sweet abyss of sleep with my legs hanging off the tree stump I was laying on and a feeling of contentment swirling in my chest. The Pokemon Hunter. The Salamence was a truly impressive specimen, sure to set a high price for its talent and power. I'd been chasing it for close to an hour now. It probably sensed my Pokemon on me and had the good sense to flee after surviving the first attack. It was all futile though. It just didn't know it yet. Not a single quarry that I'd ever set my sights on had managed to escape. I'd been doing this for 12 years and that alone was an achievement. Hunting and selling rare Pokemon was the kind of business to leave you with few friends and a legion of enemies. Everything was out to kill me. The wild Pokemon, the League, even my customers at times chose to try doing things the hard way. In my 12 years, I'd learned a lot and survived even more. Everything wanted me dead, but I rose above that. I rose above all of that. I and my team had gone from League failures to the most feared criminals in all 3 regions. I crested the hill I was on and found my prey nursing his wound, probably believing himself to have escaped my reach. I released Pyro, my starter, and had him prepare to take it down. Dragon Rush I ordered to start the battle. Pyro took a deep breath that sent goosebumps rushing all through my body before he took off in a blur of red scales. He crashed into the Salamence with an earth-shaking roar that smashed it into the mountain it was resting on. The dragon didn't give up and tried to wrestle with Pyro. Pathetic. A true waste. Pyro pinned it down with a roar of exertion. I thought it over before the dragon sent a hyper beam straight into Pyro's midsection that sent him flying off it. The dragon wasted no time in springing from his prone position and charging up a move I knew well. Draco Meteor. I ground my teeth in annoyance before releasing my next Pokemon, Psycho. Use Protect to keep me safe from that move I ordered. Draco Meteor was indiscriminate in its range and targets. By far the most powerful dragon-type moves but rarely seen in battle because of how difficult it was to master. To think a wild Pokemon knew a move like this. The meteors came crashing down in a glorious fury while I calmly waited it out from the safety of Psycho's nigh impenetrable defense. The move eventually ended, and my eyes found Pyro. He was worse for wear, but he had taken the attack well. He started charging up a blast burn before I shouted up at him. "We're supposed to take this one alive, remember?" His annoyance was clear to see but he did dismiss the attack to crash into the exhausted Pokemon with another Dragon Rush. It went down and didn't get up again. Knocked out. I allowed Psycho teleport me to the dragon's unconscious body before throwing a Pokeball at it. The ball flew true but the Pokemon wasn't captured. It was a trained Pokemon then. My luck smiled on me when an old man crested the other edge of the mountain shouting about his Pokemon. I'd found the trainer then. He saw me and released a Pokemon with a speed that belied his age. It was another Salamence. What kind of idiot trained 2 of the exact same Pokemon? Pyro wouldn't be able to take on another Salamence after tanking a Draco Meteor. I returned him and released Zero. The old man gasped at seeing her before shouting in shock, "You can't have one of those. It's illegal." I laughed at the utter ridiculousness of this interaction before I gave my first orders. "Ice Beam," I commanded. The Salamence was fast enough to dodge the first 2 blasts but the third clipped its leg. I had Psycho use Protect to shield me from collateral damage as the Salamence fired a hyper beam in retaliation. The attack hit Zero on her shell which made it ineffective. I don't have the time for this, I thought. Use Blizzard. End it quickly. The old man shouted orders at his Pokemon, but it was much too late. The Ice-type move took effect, and an ice storm ravaged the mountain top we were on. I had Zero fire multiple ice beams at the slowing dragon type and when it finally went down, she ended the move. Good girl. I returned her. Psycho snapped the old man's neck with a blast of telekinesis before he could take out another ball. I walked up to him and broke all 3 of his Pokeballs. The third Pokemon would be lost to me but I highly doubted it would be anything rare or powerful. 2 Salamences was an anomaly. He couldn't possibly have 3. I captured both dragons in my own unregistered Pokeball before I had Psycho teleport me to my base. I walked into the speakeasy and was shown the back room. There was a woman there. Pretty with pink hair and wearing a crop top and thigh-high skirts. Cute, but not my type. I dropped the 2 Pokeballs and collected my reward in an expanded briefcase. There was no need to count it. Only a fool would cheat me, and these people were no fools. I turned around to leave but the guard at the door blocked my way. Did they suddenly develop foolishness? We mean you no harm. My boss just has a proposition for you and would like you to hear him out. I nodded and took the seat she gestured at but kept my hand on Psycho's Pokeball just in case. She turned to a television in the room that turned on seemingly of its own accord to display a face shrouded in shadow. "Mr. Alexander Pierce, you do not know me, but rest assured I know you. I know what you truly desire. Why you have taken up a life as a Pokemon hunter. It's not about the money. You have enough of that already. No, you desire revenge. Revenge against a society that saw you lose something dear to you. Join me, join the team and I will help make your dreams a reality." Nice speech bro, but the only person that will make my dreams come true will be me. It's been nice doing business with you and do feel free to call if you have any more requests but sadly, I will be unable to join your illustrious organization. I spoke in a mocking tone before releasing Psycho. He let out a blast of psychic energy that knocked out the lady and the guard before grabbing onto me and teleporting me out of the room. I caught one last look at the figure shrouded in shadow as I left the room. A/N, like it. Love it. Really love it. Let me know. Just a friendly reminder that you can read the next 10 chapters on my Patreon page. The username is the same as the one I use here, and I have link on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 31,050 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, and Rock Throw. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, U-Turn, Protect and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, and Bubble Beam. Charmeleon, nickname, Igneal, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Larvitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Rock Throw, Stone Edge, and Dark Pulse. Kurla, nickname, Ino, female. Psychic type. Moves, Psychic, Teleport, Reflect, Confusion and Detect. Chapter 15. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Having a psychic type on my team was a unique force multiplier. Ino made explaining moves to my Pokemon as easy as thinking. She connected our minds with growing ease. Even a month ago, she would have struggled to do this. Things were different now. She conveyed my thoughts and imagination to Kisame exactly as I thought them. What we were working on was creating a new move by manipulating surf. I based it on the water prison jutsu. She wrapped the water around herself in a dome and used the control of the water to move around. It fell apart in less than a minute, but that proved it could work. All we had to do was train it, and training was something we were good at. The eventual goal was to have her perfect Kisame's water prison shark dance jutsu from the anime. That was a long time away though, so I didn't dwell on it too much. After Kisame, Ino and I moved on to our next teammate, Igneal. He had grown even more in the last month. At this point, he was almost my height. He was already close to evolution, which was a huge surprise. The Charizard line wasn't as slow to evolve as their more draconic cousins. That didn't make them fast evolvers though. The average time it took a trained Charmander to evolve into a Charizard was about a year. He was practicing a move I'd come up with. A Fireball. Hear me out, I knew that wasn't the most original of ideas. But it surprised me that the move didn't already exist in the Pokemon universe. It's pretty much the Og Fire move. Right now, Igneal was working on the Great Fireball Jutsu, like what Sasuke and Ataka could do. It was a giant ball of fire. He still found it difficult to concentrate that much firepower into a dense ball. Constant practice had at least made the move usable. It was a long way from being battle-ready, but we'd get there. The end goal was to teach him the Phoenix Flame Jutsu. Smaller balls of fire that curved and moved to hit their target. That was going to be more difficult though. I theorized that he would have to learn Swift first. Then figure out how to combine properties of Swift with his Fireball Jutsu. He was also a long way from that, but he was on the way there, and that's what mattered. After checking up on him and giving some tips, we moved on before he decided to jump on me with a hug. Those had been cute when he was a little Charmander, but now, they were life-threatening. From Igneal, I moved on to the next teammate. Broly. He had somehow managed to grow even bigger in the month since his evolution. Now, he was bigger than me and my head went up to his chest. He was practicing a rock-type move, but not an original one at least. His skills were substantial, but even he couldn't master a new type without any help in a month. He was getting there though. As I got closer to the section of the forest he practiced in, I had Ino form a telekinetic shield around us. Broly was practicing Ancient Power. A move that was more like earthbending than anything else. He used it to manipulate the rocks around him, floating them in circles. He'd moved on to forming concentric circles 2 days ago. As I saw a boulder soar towards us, I almost had a heart attack. It got caught by Ino's telekinesis, and I thanked Arceus for Psychic-type Pokemon. I checked on Broly and made sure he wasn't experiencing any difficulties with his practice. From there, we moved on to Kenpeki. I'd cleared him to begin training a week ago and he took to training with a unique energy. His usual practice took place next to Broly. My starter had taken some form of paternal role over the young rock/steel type. Broly's practice was too volatile and dangerous at the moment for that. Kenpeki was running an obstacle course that Kisame and Igneel prepared. My dragon was proficient at carving things up with metal claw. Kenpeki was wearing Igneel's old gravity brace and practicing with a unique fervor. He finished a lap and moved to the next one without ever stopping to take a breath. Watching everyone train while being unable to do so ignited a hunger to improve in the young Pokémon. I watched in pride for almost half an hour while shouting tips and encouragement at him. Whenever he tripped or fell while working through the course, I acted like I had to resist the urge to step in. I stayed there for half an hour before I moved on. Quicksilver was next and I had Ino teleport me to his training location. He was on top of the highest hill in the zone. What I had him working on would be a game changer. I had him trying to create a vacuum. My understanding of the physics was incomplete, but he seemed to get the gist of it when Ino conveyed the idea to him. I appeared in a flash of light and watched him in deep concentration. He was trying to manipulate the air around him to remove air molecules from an area a few feet in front of him. It blew up after a minute, but this was good progress. A week ago, he couldn't even manage the first step. All he needed to do now was practice, which seemed to be a common thread with my team today. I gave him some encouragement before I had Ino teleport me to a more isolated section of the zone. She wanted to do something without an audience. I didn't understand why she was so adamant about evolving out here with no one except me watching. She looked at me and I sent her as many feelings of reassurance as I could. She smiled and then erupted in bright light. Her evolution was as sudden as it was majestic. She came out of the light as a Gardevoir. She'd more than doubled in size. Her previous miniskirt-looking skin covering had transformed into a flowing gown. Her hair had also grown and now covered one of her red eyes. A beautiful and majestic fairy type. Her growth was massive. Not only in physical size. Since the moment we connected after I released her, her presence in my mind had been constant. I felt that constant presence grow as she evolved. It expanded beyond my wildest dreams. She was powerful as a gorilla, but now, that power seemed like a drop to the ocean she now possessed. She looked at me and spoke to me in my mind without even the need to translate thoughts into words. She sent her thoughts into my mind in their barest raw form and I understood them. Rather, she sent the understanding of them to me. It was hard to explain. All I knew was that she was happy with her evolution and felt immense pride. I remembered her previous feelings of shyness and shame about her slow evolution. The contrast between that and what she was now was staggering. She felt confident in her power at this moment and I knew her new form would be a surprise for today's battle royale. She spent some time floating about and levitating some rocks to get used to her new power. When she got bored of that, she teleported us back to the camp clearing. From there, I sat down to meditate and wait for the rest of the team to join us for lunch. They'd since learned to tell when the time for lunch arrived and would wander in on their own. Quicksilver came in first. He had gotten even faster. I had no idea if it was the increased gravity training with Ino or his improved control over the air itself. After he arrived, the rest of the team crawled in across the hour. They all congratulated Ino on her evolution once they came in and saw her new form. Ino had to teleport to find Kenpeki and the image she shared with the rest of the team had us all awing in unison. He had fallen asleep in the middle of the obstacle course. He had fallen off a log and laid asleep at that position. Ino brought him over. The team was supportive of his efforts, and he ate lunch with the rest of us. A meal of poke food and rare candies for the Pokémon and a single nutrient bar for me. We lounged around waiting for digestion to take place. It was more like we were procrastinating to rest a bit. It was unproductive but I saw no need to stop. We were working hard, and we had time. We were way ahead of schedule. My original plans had me having a completely different team, a weaker team at that. I didn't expect to have any teammates at their final evolution at this point apart from Quicksilver. That wasn't the case though. After resting for another hour, we moved to the beachfront. We had moved our battle royales again as Igneel got more powerful and the rest of the team grew bigger. They all arranged themselves in a loose circle before starting at a signal only they knew. While the adult members battled, Kenpeki and I sat down and cuddled up. I should be having him do some more training, but I didn't feel up to it. We had time and even if we didn't, I couldn't bring myself to push him into more training. My team was strong, and that should be enough to please me. An hour later, Kenpeki seemed to have had enough resting and forced his way out of my grip to continue training. I sighed and stood up to join him. If he wanted to train, who was I to stop him? We started with rock throw. It was a very simple move for every rock type and one he knew already. The problem was he was slow at ripping boulders off the ground and throwing them. His aim also needed work. There wasn't much stone to work with but rock-type energy seemed to allow him to gather sand into sand boulders. I'm sure if he was stronger, he'd be able to turn them into full-blown rocks but we'd get there. I had him throw one boulder as far as he could without caring about the accuracy. I then had him spend the rest of the evening throwing rocks and trying to hit that first boulder. He missed, a lot, but when he got it by luck, I had him do the same thing again. I looked towards the battle royale and had to marvel at how strong my Pokemon were. At this point, Kisame was using her control over the ocean to fire continuous blasts of water at Ino. Ino was using two moves at the same time, a massive surprise. Reflect to block Kisame's water blasts and Gravity to slow down Broly and Quicksilver. Broly had powered through the gravity to engage Igneel. The effects of the move kept him slow enough for Igneel to have a fair shot. Quicksilver was sweeping through the lake to attack Kisame. He was crawling through the air. I wasn't surprised when a wave of water rose up and swallowed him, sending him into the ocean. Ino shifted focus from him and concentrated the increased gravity on Broly. He became even slower. This gave Igneel enough time to disengage and send a giant fireball screaming at my starter. While forced to the ground, Broly pulled up a wave of sand he hardened into a rock wall and then sent flying at Igneel. Kisame was not content to remain ignored and sent a giant wave of water toward the Pokemon on land. Broly dug into the sand to escape. Igneel surrounded himself in a fire spin to escape the wave by evaporating the water. The tactic was as effective as I expected it to be, not at all. The water breached his makeshift shield in a few seconds. A few seconds later, his roars of pain turned into roars of victory. A bright light came from his previous location and my fire type came out as a Charizard. A/N, thanks for reading. We're already halfway through chapter 24 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 31,050 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, and Rock Throw. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, U-Turn, Protect and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Iron Tail, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Larvitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, and Leer. Gardevoir, nickname, Ino, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, and Recover. Chapter 16. Igneel's evolution was one of the last things I needed to happen before I had to set off for a supply run. His evolution increased his appetite by a massive amount. His evolution put him in the upper echelons of my team strength-wise. Right now, there was no clear way to tell who the strongest member of my team was. Kisame had a type advantage against Broly and Igneel. Ino managed to beat Kisame half the time. Quicksilver could defeat Ino more and more as time went on. Quicksilver would lose against Broly or Igneel though. There was no single member of the team who could defeat every other member. With our stores of food running out at a rapid pace, I took off on Quicksilver with Broly and in his Pokeball. The rest of the team continued training in the forest. We went straight to Fuchsia. Quicksilver's increased speed was almost unnoticeable when he had me as a passenger on board. He had to hold back with me on his back. I felt his frustration at that. It contrasted with his joy at getting to spend time with me without anyone near. That was one of the drawbacks of having a large team. I couldn't spend as much time with each individual member as I would otherwise want to. It was lucky that my teammates had matured as the team grew. They understood the situation. We got to Fuchsia and I dismounted before returning Quicksilver to his ball. I ignored all the looks I was getting and went straight to the nearest department store. I knew I looked the part of a wild child. 3 months in the wild wouldn't leave anyone looking like a supermodel. The tools that this world had invented to make surviving in the wild easier were the only things preventing me from looking worse. The department store was empty this time of day, which was better for me. The looks were starting to get a bit uncomfortable. I went to the poke supplies section and grabbed new bags of poke food. I took as much as I could. My team was growing, and I didn't plan on returning for another 3 months at the very least. I also grabbed some more rare candies. Their effect on my Pokemon's growth was difficult to tell, but it couldn't hurt. After that, it was straight to the trademark section. With the money Oak gave me, I had enough for one of the strongest Pokemon moves. The TMS for those moves were quite expensive. Blast Burn, Blizzard, Fissure, Thunder, Hyper Beam, and Giga Impact. Those were the ones this store had. I had to choose between Hyper Beam and Giga Impact. The other moves couldn't be used by every member of my team. I had been considering it for a while, so I didn't waste time picking up the trademark for Giga Impact. Most members of my team were physical attackers. Those who were more special attackers like Kisame and Ino were in the minority. Funds were a limiting factor for the time being. I had some ideas on how to fix that, but they wouldn't be viable for some time yet. I was at the checkout counter, about to pay for my purchases when Ino teleported in. She shocked both the cashier and me. I connected my mind to hers and what I saw made me see red. She grabbed onto me and teleported to the clearing. I didn't have time to take stock of my situation. I released Broly and Quicksilver and had Ino connect me to the entire team. I hadn't been lazing about for the past 3 months. My own training was more mental than physical, but the results shone through in a situation like this. Connected to my team, I could see through their eyes and swap views like a pro. 30 minutes earlier, the Pokemon Hunter. I walked across the zone with an ever-increasing sense of frustration. The trees were repetitive and annoying. The ground, uneven. The worst part was that I couldn't teleport there. Psycho had never been to the area and there was no way to get there through him. If I flew, I risked alerting my prey. Yes, my prey. Donnel Oak. One of his Pokemon at least. The little bugger had a melodic. He was part of what was wrong with the Pokemon League system. Nepotism. Was there any wonder that the people who succeeded came from families with strong ties to the League? Just look at the champion, Lance. A strong trainer, even I can't deny that. But is it surprising that he grew to be so strong when he was the heir to one of the oldest Pokemon clans in the world? He started his journey with 2 Dratini and a Dragonair when most people were lucky to start with a Pidgey. My quarry was much the same. The son of the former champion, Samuel Oak. A trainer for less than a year and he already had a Charizard, a Gardevoir, a Larvitar, and a Melodic. It still surprised me that the public allowed these people to get away with rigging the system like this. I finally crossed into the clearing and spotted the Pokemon in question. I couldn't see, but that was even better. I'd defeat them and wait for Daddy's boy to show up with the Pokeballs. I paid attention to the position of the Pokemon. The Charizard was with the Larvitar over to the side. The Gardevoir and the Melodic seemed to be in deep conversation. I picked up 2 of the Pokeballs from my belt and decided on how to play it. I released Pyro and it didn't take him more than a second to rush the kid's Charizard with a Dragon Rush. The other Pokemon in the clearing remained frozen in shock while I released Psycho. He teleported in front of the Gardevoir before blasting her with a Shadow Ball. That left me with my mission and a baby Pokemon. I walked in and released Ampharos. He'd refused a name for the years that I'd known him. Thunder, I shouted. The water type stood no chance against the most powerful electric type move on the planet. I turned around to release Zero to take care of the Larvitar. Seeing Ampharos get sent through the forest from the corner of my eyes was the last thing I expected. It forced me to turn around again. The silver sheen on the water type's tail told me exactly what it did. Iron Tail into the ground to channel away the electricity. It was a known tactic. It didn't work often because of how fast electric-type moves traveled. Ampharos came rushing out of the forest to continue his battle with a wild smile on his face. Agility, I ordered. The water type was most likely going to be stationary on the ground, so it wouldn't be a match. Ampharos dodged the water gun sent his way with contemptuous ease. He was about to crash into the fish when a variable I hadn't expected came into the equation. The Larvitar slammed into him with a tackle that had me wincing in solidarity. I'd forgotten about the rock type because of my shock. I gritted my teeth and sent out Zero. This was getting annoying. Hydro Pump on the Larvitar, I commanded. The blast of water sent the Larvitar into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness. Finally. Ampharos had space to focus on the water type and sent Thunderbolt after Thunderbolt. It took 3 attempts to get through, but the Melodic fell. Electro Abe, I ordered. The Melodic was tricky. Keeping it down would be difficult. The web of electricity surrounded the downed water type. A blast of fire flew across my vision, setting the tree to my right alight. I looked up at the battle going on above me. Oak's Charizard was strong but inexperienced. It was already flagging behind Pyro. I turned my attention toward the battle between the psychic types. Psycho was struggling against the Gardevoir. I felt my heart skip a beat as a blast of rainbow-colored energy threw him backward. The psychic type didn't bother continuing its battle. It teleported away. I wasn't here for it, so I didn't stress myself. I turned to watch Pyro deliver another hyper beam to the Charizard. It crashed into the floor. The next thing I saw was Pyro tackled out of the sky by a fucking Pidgeot. I turned around and came face to face with the trainer I came for. He had a weird rock type by his side and then things turned around. POV change Donnel Oak. Fucking poacher. I could tell he was after Kisame. She was the only one he'd restrained after all. Watching what he did to my Pokemon made me feel nothing but anger. I started issuing orders. Quicksilver, take that Charizard out of the fucking sky. It's strong but it isn't a skilled flyer. Push it down and use your vacuum moves to deny it fire-type moves. I watched my speedster smash into the Charizard. It went down with an earth-shattering crash. Broly, take out the Ampharos. He molded the ground around him into a ramp and went sailing towards the Ampharos. That battle was as good as over. I turned towards Ino to give her orders when I noticed that she had slumped over. She was exhausted, of course. She teleported dozens of kilometers to get to me and then teleported the same distance back. Fuck. I returned her to her ball. She'd done enough. We'd take it from here. The Lapras spat out a water gun at me. I scrambled off my feet into a dive. The attack missed but the next one wouldn't. Broly and Quicksilver were too far away to help. I was all on my own. I tucked my body in when a tree got in the way of the attack. Wait. What? I wasn't hallucinating. One of the trees in the clearing jumped in the way of the attack. A Trevenant. A fucking Trevenant. I'd been training in the same clearing as a ghost type all this while. How didn't Oak notice this when he came over? The Trevenant replied to the Lapras attack with a solar beam that had me covering my eyes. The attack breached its protect and sent it further into the forest. The ghost type turned to me and said something in poke speak that I somehow understood to mean, "I've got this." I nodded. I didn't have much of a choice at that. I reached out through my aura to my Pokemon. Ino's absence made this my only viable means of communication. Surprisingly, neither Igneel nor Kenpeki were unconscious. I increased the flow of aura towards them. It was something I could do with some measure of reliability now. Igneel stood up with a ferocious roar. Kenpeki's rise was less dramatic but no less soothing to my soul. He came running toward me and I grabbed him in a hug. It was a short hug though. We had a poacher to fuck up. His Alakazam teleported back to him, and I ordered Igneel to rush it. His body glowed in a purple aura, and he flew across the clearing towards the psychic type. It managed to teleport in time. They started a game of tag at that. With Igneel rushing at it and the Alakazam barely managing to teleport out of the way in time. I looked towards Broly's battle with the Ampharos. The beatdown was glorious. Broly held nothing back. All his close combat training and experience were channeled into this Pokemon. It was clearly a long-range fighter. Broly gave it no time to charge up any electric-type moves. It was only a matter of time before it was knocked out. I didn't have the time for that though. Kisame was in pain and stopping that pain was all I cared about. Stone Axe, I commanded through our bond. Broly didn't hesitate to carry out my orders. He twirled in the air and brought down both of his axe hands on the Ampharos head. Its skull wasn't much of a shield. The axe went through its skull and into its brain. It died before it hit the floor, and Kisame regained her freedom. A/N, how'd you like the shifting POVs? Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Palette. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 31,050 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, and Rock Throw. Pidgeot, nickname, Quicksilver, male. Flying/normal type. Moves, Brave Bird, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Agility, Roost, Hyper Voice, Gust, Whirlwind, U-Turn, Protect and Thunderbolt. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Iron Tail and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Larvitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, and Leer. Gardevoir, nickname, Ino, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, and Recover. Chapter 17. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. A scream of pain echoed through the forest. I traced its origin to the skies above and looked up. Quicksilver's vacuum control had robbed the Charizard of its fire-type moves. Now, it was making up for that by attempting to bully my bird out of the air with its bulk. I screamed at Quicksilver to flee but it was too little too late. The poacher had seen his Ampharos death and he desired revenge. The bastard released a Pokemon in the skies next to my fleeing bird. The red light formed into a figure that sent my heart into my throat. My screams for Quicksilver to flee became even more frantic. My voice went hoarse but I kept at it. It was all for naught though. The Jengar surrounded his form with a cloud of poison and I felt pain beyond pain. I thought I knew pain. I was wrong. I felt something in me give out. I felt it when Quicksilver died. I felt the gaping chasm where I once fed aura into. His absence was as pronounced as the sun shining above me. It was a new kind of pain. A kind I resolved I would never feel again. The kind of pain that turned into anger. A lot of anger. The rest of my team had seen Quicksilver fall, and their anger fed into an enhanced mine. We created a continuous feedback loop with our collective anger seeking a crescendo. Kenpeki glowed in bright light. He evolved, and instead of joy, I felt anger. He had to grow up, to evolve. Before he was even ready. All because this selfish bastard wanted what wasn't his to take. I released Ino and fed as much aura as I could into her. Her tired form came alive and I started issuing orders through the mental bond we shared. I started by telling Ino to teleport after the Alakazam. It wasn't a Pokemon used for battle and that showed. Ino was far superior and would finish it in no time. Next, I ordered Igneel to take down that Charizard. The beast was part of the reason Quicksilver died. My breath hitched at the thought. It might have beaten Igneel before but my dragon was all fired up. For my last orders, I spoke out loud. I had to. Broly, Kisame, come with me. We have a ghost to kill. Kisame let out a roar of anger and the lake, almost a kilometer away came alive at her roar. Broly was quieter in his anger, but it was there. We moved as one. Kisame sent a hydro pump towards the Jengar that just finished recollecting itself. It dispersed again. The lake rose and wrapped itself around my sea snake. She floated beside Broly and me in her improvised water prison. The Jengar recollected itself and Broly blasted it with a signal beam the next second. It rushed towards us in a half-formed cloud of gas. Kisame sent some of the water from her prison crashing towards it. It went down at that but quickly reformed. Broly's stone axe dispersed it again. It tried to wrap around Broly to poison him. A fireball came crashing down on Broly's form and I knew Igneel had finished his battle. The Jengar's cloud exploded, leaving Broly unharmed. It tried to flee. Perhaps it saw its fate coming. Kenpeki herded it back towards us with a barrage of rock throws. My team surrounded the ghost type slowly and steadily. I had no idea how to kill a ghost, but we'd manage it today. At least I thought we would. The roar that came from the poacher's direction drew my attention and what I saw almost made me piss myself in fear. The bastard had a Dragonite. A very large Dragonite. The bolt of red that returned the Jengar to its Pokeball was ignored. The terror I felt at the Dragonite's presence cleared away the anger that clouded my mind. This one was going to be a tough fight. The good news was that the Trevenant came out of the forest a few seconds later. It stood right beside my team. I'd address that later. The poacher seemed to be grinding his teeth and then he whistled. His Alakazam appeared at his side. Ino wasn't far behind, but the Alakazam, trainer, and Dragonite were gone in an instant. Ino tried to track the teleportation, but it was too far for her to follow. I felt a hand grab me and then I appeared elsewhere. Staring at me were the dead, soulless eyes of one of my first friends. His grey feathers had darkened, and lines of black ran through his body. Quicksilver was dead and gone. The few embers of anger that remained ignited anew. I felt my anger rise in time with that of my Pokemon. Ino had brought them over and their anger joined mine. Our connection created a continuous feedback loop of vexation. We built off each other and intensified our experiences. We had lost a friend and we felt the loss, the abandonment, the loneliness. We mourned together. Sat before the body of our friend. Our partner. POV switch the Pokemon Hunter. That bastard had cost me most of my team. Pyro, Ciro, and Ampharos were dead. I almost even lost Ecto. The bastard had taken away a Lapras. A fucking Lapras. Pyro was replaceable. Infiltrating the Cherrycific Valley was difficult, but not beyond my abilities. Ciro was the real loss. Lapras were not just illegal to capture, but well guarded. The only sanctuary I knew of was patrolled by an entire squad of ace trainers. A challenge like that was well beyond me. Even with Draco on my side. I walked around the base I'd chosen for myself in frustration. Fucking Oak. The spoilt bastard had taken so much from me already. I wouldn't forget though. I wouldn't forgive. I would kill his team. Use the rock-type skull as a goblet. I would make him watch as I killed his snake and used her skin as a fucking pelt. That would have to wait though. My team was diminished. All I had was Draco and Psycho. I should have released Draco earlier. Even alone, he had a good chance of taking out the boy's entire team. If I had released him with the rest, the boy would be dead beneath my feet. I languished in my thoughts till a knock on the door interrupted my thought process. Probably one of the annoying neighbors again. They never got the hint that I wasn't interested in attending any cookouts or picnics or whatever inane events their vapid minds would come up with. I resolved to ignore them when another series of knocks robbed me of that choice. They seemed to be particularly tenacious today. I tried to close my eyes again, but they knocked again. I marched to the door in annoyance to give them a piece of my mind when I opened it and found something I didn't expect. The same woman from a few days ago with a group of men behind her. "May we come in?" she asked with a painfully smug tone. I hated her already. I stepped aside to allow her entry while picking Psycho's ball off of my belt. She and her goons walked into my apartment and I finally focused on what they were wearing. Black bodysuits with a red R on them. She sat down and spoke again. "There's no need for the poke ball, Robert, may I call you Robert?" It was impossible for me to keep the surprise off my face. I'd gone to great troubles to hide away that part of my history. How the fuck did she know my name? I ached to wipe the smugness off her smile. "What do you want?" I finally managed to grind it out. "We're all friends here. One conversation, Robert. A single conversation with the boss. No tricks, no escapes. Hear what the boss has to say and if you don't like it, we leave." I had no real choice. She spoke a big game of being friendly, but there was no way she didn't see the trap she had me in. With knowledge of my identity, there was nothing I could refuse her. "Fine," I replied. She gestured to one of the goons behind her and he produced a laptop that he opened. The same shadowy figure with a bright background greeted me. "Hello, Robert. Please accept my condolences for your loss." How did they know? Was Oak one of them? Did he inform them? No, Donnel Oak does not form part of my organization. I had a promising agent watch the battle between the two of you. He had high praise for both your skills. Unfortunately, a majority of your team has been lost to you. His voice was smooth and I felt myself hanging on to his every word. This is where my organization comes in. We can help you find new Pokemon for your team. I laughed at that. What can you offer me that I cannot claim for my own? Good question. Have you heard of the other regions? Other regions? Was he speaking of Hone and the Orange Archipelago? The islands might talk a great deal about their independence, but they might as well be part of Indigo. No, I don't speak of Hone or the archipelago. There are entirely new unexplored regions. The League has kept knowledge of the discovery of these regions to a select few, but nothing is hidden from my organization. These regions pose an opportunity for you. If you join my organization, then you will form part of the first expedition we will be making to one of these regions. I understood his unspoken offer. New regions meant new Pokemon. I'd get the opportunity to claim rare and powerful Pokemon to replace those Oak stole from me. An offer I can't refuse indeed. I accept your offer. I'll join your organization. I had no real choice here. The carrot was too tempting and their unspoken stick too dangerous. The shadowy figure spoke again. "Welcome to Team Rocket, Admin Archer. June has a Pokeball containing a Charizard claimed from the valley just for you. She will also leave you with a phone that I will use to contact you when the time comes." Admin Hui? Sounds nice. The way it went with my chosen name sounded exquisite. The lady, June I guess her name was, gave me what I needed and then left with her goons in tow. I wanted to go to bed but I felt too antsy. Might as well welcome my new Pokemon. I released Psycho and had him teleport me to the usual training grounds we used. Next, I released Draco. "We have to welcome a new member. It's a dragon, so you'll have you it." Whose boss? Draco nodded and folded his hands across his chest. He was ready. I released the Charizard. It must have been very irate because it let out a roar of challenge the moment it appeared. Draco matched its roar. The Charizard rushed at Draco with a dragon rush. Draco caught it and threw it back the way it came. It didn't stay down for long and got up with a mighty flamethrower. Draco ignored the attack and used his tail to knock the fire dragon into a tree. The Charizard came back out and caught a dragon breath to the face for its troubles. It fell and stood up again only to be knocked back to the ground by a kick from Draco. So that's how he wanted to play this. I settled in on the tree I was leaning against to enjoy the show. The Charizard flew into the air. It seemed to be attempting to gain aerial superiority. A total waste of time. Draco flew up even faster and knocked it back to the ground. He sent a dragon pulse into its body when the Charizard tried to stand again. The Charizard still didn't get the memo. It fired off a hyper beam straight at Draco's flying form. He huffed and dove straight through the beam with the telltale glow of Giga Impact surrounding him. He drove the Charizard deeper into the ground with his dive. He got off its form and started walking towards me when a roar went through the forest. The Charizard stood up again with blue fire on its tail. Good, this one had blaze. It rushed at Draco again, but Draco sent a dragon rage straight at it. It went down and Draco put a single leg above its form. I knew it understood when it stopped trying to get up. I walked on over. "Welcome to the team, Pyro. A/N, this chapter broke my heart to write. How do you like it? Thanks for reading. We're already halfway through with chapter 27 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 31,050 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Iron Tail and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, and Dragon Rush. Pupitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/Steel type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, and Leer. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/Fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, and Recover. Chapter 18. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. We spent the rest of the day mourning our lost friend. We crowded around his body and sat in silence. Almost silence. The roar from Kenpeki's jets along with the sounds of the forest prevented us from absolute silence. When the sun set, Eno roused the team from our mourning. I walked back to the camp with the team following behind me. I went into my backpack and brought out a shovel before we returned to Quicksilver's still form. I dug the grave alone. Both Broly and Kenpeki were passionate in their desire to help. I denied them both though. I needed to do this. When I finished the hole, I synced up with the team mentally and they saw exactly what I needed. Eno placed Quicksilver's body in the grave with her telekinesis. Kenpeki covered it up with sand and filled the hole. Broly created a giant tombstone with ancient power. Igneel sent a blast of fire onto the rock to soften it up. Kisame focused her hydro pump and used it to carve what I directed into the stone. The Trevenant, not yet a member of the team, stretched his tree arms and caused flowers to bloom over the grave. It was perfect. I read out the stone's inscription, "Here lies Quicksilver, the fastest Pokemon to roam the skies. A brother, a father, a friend." My voice choked up at the end. I broke into tears. We left the grave by morning the next day. I'd fallen asleep leaning on the headstone and my team joined me in spending their nights there. We walked back to the camp. I procrastinated on addressing the Trevenant to implement the plan I came up with. I sent Oak a message on the Pokédex asking to meet. To my surprise, he teleported into the clearing a few seconds after I sent my message. I opened negotiations. "I need you to find someone for me. I'll tell you about Broly's evolution if you do." I was putting a lot on the line here. It was worth it though, that poacher would pay. He'd cost me and I'd repay that 100-fold. "Who do you need me to find and why?" Of course, he'd ask questions. This was the professor. He was my only hope, so I couldn't ruin this. "A Pokemon poacher. He killed Quicksilver. I can share my memories with Alakazam so you'll have a picture to go on at least." Oak nodded and I felt a presence battle with Innos in my mind. I calmed her to allow him access and he viewed my memories of yesterday. His presence retreated from my mind. Oak went still for a few seconds. A sure sign that Alakazam was showing him the memories. I fidgeted and moved from side to side before I caught myself. I was no child waiting for a scolding. Oak finished viewing the memories and took a few seconds before he finally spoke. "I'm sorry for your loss. But do you still need to go after him? You had your revenge. Your Pokemon felled most of his." He had to be joking. This had to be a fucking joke. Yes. Yes, I do. I won't rest till that bastard and his Gengar are on their way to one of the 7 hells. Is it not enough that you've caused him the pain he caused you? Must you go farther? I've seen what revenge had done to men stronger and more disciplined than yourself. It turns the best of men into the worst of men. No exceptions. I understood his point. But, I wasn't 15 years old. I was a grown man. The poacher had committed a crime deserving of death. Far be it from me to prevent a man from getting his due. I see you've set your mind on this, but I cannot help you. No doubt he could see the displeasure on my face. I'll also tell you how to evolve Melodic from Fabas, I added. I needed this information. I'd put everything on the line to get my way at this point. I find it strange that you are volunteering information you claimed not to have when I first asked. As much as I want that information, the face you saw in your memories wasn't real. What? I dreamt up Quicksilver's death? This old man had to be fucking with me. No, that's not what I meant. The poacher himself was as real as you and I. A powerful psychic type may project a false image into reality. He used an illusionary form to obscure his identity. I suspect that Alakazam of his was using some of its power to maintain the illusion, even while he battled. His explanation made sense, I guess. So, you're no help? I asked. I wouldn't say no help. I still have plenty to bargain for that information you offered. I'm not interested, I said. I sounded petulant, but I couldn't budge on this. If you can find him, then please let me know. I'll give you the information then. Fine, then. I'll keep an eye out for your quarry. I only hope you know what you're doing. Thank. Alakazam teleported him out of the forest before I could finish my sentence. Fucking asshole. That was a bust. The entire interaction was a bust. I'd lost that exchange. I let him know that I wasn't as clueless as I'd tried to come across, and got nothing in return. Except perhaps, that the psychic type was much more powerful than I'd thought. I turned to face my other goal for today. The Trevenant. He'd come alive to help my team and had since remained with us. It wouldn't take a genius to guess what he wanted. I wasn't opposed to that though. I hadn't planned on getting a Trevenant on my team, but which of my Pokémon had I actually planned on catching? The Grass/Ghost type would cover several weaknesses in my team composition. I walked toward him. Hey, buddy. Interested in joining the team? I asked. He looked at me and then raised a branch to my forehead. I couldn't understand it, but he showed me his thoughts. His memories. It wasn't a psychic type link. It was both less and more at the same time. The Trevenant had always been in the team. From the first day. The day I buried Growlithe's ball in the forest. He'd felt my grief that day and bonded himself to me. He had watched me while I trained in Viridian. When I left on Quicksilver's back, he couldn't follow anywhere as quickly. When I finally settled down in the Safari Zone, he'd found me after the first month. It took that long to cross Kanto on foot. He was content with watching over the team. When he saw me in danger though, he interfered. He stepped out and fought on my behalf. He mourned Quicksilver as deeply as I did. He was the only one apart from Broly and I that had seen Quicksilver as a Pidgeotto. Arrogant as nothing else, and hard-working. Competitive but friendly. I engulfed him in a hug as large as any I could. I leaned back and said, Hashirama. He looked confused. That's your name. He hugged me back in an embrace so tight I heard my ribs creak. We spent the rest of the day lazing about and resting. The team wanted to train. I felt their desires. I was too happy to have them alive though. I needed a day to bond with them and none denied me that. Kenpeka spent the day racing around under Broly's watchful eyes. Evolution or not, he was still the baby of the team. Hashirama was building a good relationship with Igneel and Kisame. That friend group confused me. Their type compositions should have made them all enemies. Their personalities even differed. Kisame was mischievous and loved to play pranks. Igneel had a fiery personality. Always looking to prove his strength. Hashirama seemed assured in his strength and content to sit still for months. Ino sat with me as she always did. I meditated on my aura and felt the links that connected me with my team. Where Quicksilver once was sat Hashirama's calming presence. I felt my heart ache at that. Hashirama wasn't Quicksilver's replacement. No one could ever replace my speedster. I hated how he stood where Quicksilver once did. I loved him but hated what his presence seemed to represent. Ino was there for me. Hands on my face and mind in mine. She soothed my worries. My negative emotions. I calmed and watched the team play and rest. I fell asleep in the lotus position, watching them. The next day, I was up before dawn. I had planned the day out yesterday. The first thing I did was send my Pokémon into their balls. I'd captured Hashirama in one yesterday. I left Ino out though. She was already awake and already knew what I wanted. I blinked and saw myself in front of the same department store as 2 days ago. I needed to speak to Ino about her surprise teleports. I walked in to make my purchases. I got everything I'd gathered yesterday with 2 major changes. I got the trademark for Hyper Beam instead of Giga Impact. My team had changed. That was the fact of things. Instead of being a 60-40 split between physical and special attackers, it was now a 50-50 split. The fact that most of my special attackers wouldn't be able to use Giga Impact, at least in an effective manner, tipped the scales in their direction. I also grabbed the trademark for Sunny Day. I'd realized that I wasn't making the best use of Igneel's ability. Solar Power was a powerful ability and we'd neglected it. I checked out, and my account was 30,000 Poke dollars lighter. I'd need to find a way to make money eventually. My original idea was to capture the Crystal Onyx and sell it for a couple million. Quicksilver's loss made that untenable. Sunburst Island was much too out of the way for me to make the journey. I'd have to challenge a few gyms and trainers then. Battles were also a source of income. A much more interesting source if you asked me. Ino took me back to the clearing and I released the rest of the team. I put Ino back in her ball to teach her hyper beam. She was the best person to teach the rest of the team a new move. I also taught Hashirama Sunny Day. The move would be useful for both him and Igneel and they were already very friendly. Igneel would teach Hashirama Protect. Hashirama would teach Igneel Sunny Day and Solar Beam. I could only imagine the power of a solar beam used by a powerful Charizard boosted by the solar power ability. It would be glorious, I was sure. We started the day with the team going off to begin their individual training. Kenpeki was with me though. His original training plan would be useless in his present form. We focused on getting him used to his new form and mode of movement. I had him travel around the forest, taking a route between trees. He fucked up a lot. But with how thick his armor was, he could barrel through trees without even feeling it. That was both a positive and negative. I didn't want him hurt but the lack of pain gave him no incentive to get better. He was, though. Slowly and steadily. I left him to that and I walked over to watch the rest of the team. Igneel was showing Hashirama Protect. Did they decide to start with Hashirama's learning? That was surprising. Igneel was normally too impatient for that. Ino, Kisame, and Broly were together. Ino was teaching them both Hyper Beam. Kisame was getting a small beam that showed she was making progress. Broly couldn't manage anything yet. That was normal though. He was a physical genius but special moves were never his forte. The work continued all through the week. Igneel had given up on trying to teach Hashirama Protect. Now, they were working on Sunny Day. It was quite foolish of me to expect Igneel to be a teacher. His temperament was ill-suited for that. Kisame had gotten Hyper Beam down and was now focusing on her water manipulation. Broly was coming along nicely with the move. He no longer needed Ino's help and she'd moved on to teach the move to Kenpeki. He needed to learn both Protect and Hyper Beam. Protect was easier to learn and he was making progress. Hyper Beam was a dud for now, at least. I decided that we'd all made enough progress after a month passed like that. Everyone had managed to get their moves down. I had to send Ino to teach Hashirama Protect but he got it down quickly with patient instruction. Igneel learned both Sunny Day and Solar Beam. I was right. When the moves came together, they formed a beam that managed to blind even me in broad daylight. Kenpeki could travel around freely and had learned the moves he needed. Kisame's water manipulation had come into fine form. She could use the water prison shark dance technique. It was rudimentary but she'd managed to lift up part of the lake and had it surround her in a dome. A dome at least a few hundred meters large. It was beautiful and brought tears to my eyes when I first saw it. Ino's training was more difficult to judge the progress of. She didn't learn any new moves but focused on efficiency. She could use her moves with little warning. She'd increased the number of moves she could use in quick succession. My team was ready. We would be completing the gym challenge. We had about a year till the conference, and we'd make good use of that. A/N, thanks for reading. We're already halfway through with chapter 28 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Palette. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 1050 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, and Dragon Rush. Pupitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/Steel type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, and Leer. Gardevoir, nickname, Ino, female. Psychic/Fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/Grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Woodhammer, Shadow Claw, Forest Curse, and Destiny Bond. Chapter 19. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Eno teleported me to the same store as last time. The Fuchsia City gym wasn't challenged by trainers often. At least, as often as some of the others. Koga was not a merciful man. His poison types didn't kill often, but his demeanor demoralized trainers even more than Surge's. That made it easy to schedule a challenge for 9 AM today. I'd watched some of his previous battles, but gyms didn't have fixed teams above the 3rd badge level. He could use pretty much anything. I'd be ready though. My team was strong. Very motivated too. Quicksilver's death had lit a fire under us when it came to training. We were unstoppable. Koga would be nothing more than a checkpoint on our rise to the top. We hoped that we'd find the poacher on the way there, but if we didn't, we had another plan. I'd become the fucking champion and dedicate as many resources as necessary to find the bastard. Searching for one person without even a face to go by would be impossible for me. 4 teams of ace trainers though? Not so much. We made it to the gym with 10 minutes to spare. Checking in was smooth and seamless. The receptionist guided me down a dark hallway to the battle arena. I was almost blinded on arrival at the stadium. Koga didn't have much of an audience for his lower tier battles. People dressed in ninja costumes on the stands. Gym trainers, I guessed. There were a lot of them though. Definitely more than I'd seen in any other gym. Koga came out once the clock struck 9. He was in a similar ninja costume as his gym trainers. The only difference was that his outfit was purple, while theirs was black. He was silent and still while the referee announced the rules for the match. It was a 3v3 with me releasing first. I only had one substitution, but Koga had an unlimited amount. The rules were also another reason why Koga's gym was rarely challenged. I started things out with Hashirama. This was to be his first gym battle. He was both advantaged and disadvantaged in this gym. A good first match. Koga released a Nidorino on the field. I had Hashirama start things out by using Sunny Day. The already bright arena became even brighter. The heat was sweltering. Fuchsia was humid and the heat wasn't helping. I felt beads of sweat begin to build on my neck. If I was suffering so much in my sweats and tank top, I couldn't even imagine Koga's discomfort. He showed no signs of that and ordered his Nidorino to use double kick. It jumped towards my ghost in a weird double jump maneuver. Bad idea. We'd spent a long time teaching Hashirama how to use moves with only seconds of preparation. A solar beam smashed into the Nidorino and sent it crashing into the arena's walls. It wasn't knocked out though, and Hashirama sent another beam at it. Koga returned it before the move could hit and released a mook on the field. Explosion! Koga spoke out. His mook lit up and then the arena followed suit. The rocky terrain was devastated. When the smoke cleared up enough, Hashirama was the only one left standing. He was covered in a cracked protect. I was thankful I made sure all my Pokemon knew that move. Koga returned his mook. It hadn't fainted, which was a huge surprise, but it didn't look like it could handle an attack in its present state. The next Pokemon he sent out was a giant Crobat. His was the only known specimen of the Pokemon in the world. It sent out a Hyper Beam. Hashirama countered it with one of his own. The Crobat's move won out and powered through to slam into Hashirama. The move had lost most of its power, so all it did to Hashirama was disorient him. The Crobat didn't rest on its laurels and used Giga Drain on my distracted Pokemon. I could see the leaves on Hashirama's body begin to wither as he got weaker and weaker. Solar Beam! I shouted. He was slower than last time, but he managed to send a bolt of light toward the Crobat. It dodged the move with ease. Poison Fang! Koga commanded in that calm tone of his. The Crobat blurred towards Hashirama and latched onto him. I returned him a second later. He'd done well. That Crobat was heads and shoulders above the rest of the Pokemon Koga had used in this battle. I released Igneel next. He started things off with a grand fireball. The giant ball of fire must have been too large for the Crobat to dodge because it hunkered down in a protect. The fire washed over his shield and it was sent crashing into the ground a second later. Igneel had followed behind his fireball with a Dragon Rush. The Crobat tried to get up from its position on the floor when Igneel hit it with another Dragon Rush. A flamethrower from Igneel sent the Pokemon into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness. The first knockout of the battle. From there, the rest of the battle was a formality. The Nidorino and Mook were already weakened and fell to Igneel. I left the building with a brand new soul badge. My next destination was the Pokemon Center. I checked in after dropping Hashirama off. I needed a hot shower. I hadn't let my hygiene slack while I was in the wild, but some comforts of civilization couldn't be emulated with even the most advanced technology. After my shower, I decided to spend the rest of the day outside. My first destination was the local battle arena. Fuchsia was a very traditional city. It was one of the very few that still had dedicated arenas for trainers to challenge each other. I needed money to pay for a teleport to Celadon. The arena cost me 300 Poke Dollars to gain entry, but you had to spend money to make money. I registered myself at the front desk and waited to receive a match. Each battle could net me 500 Poke Dollars if I battled someone at my present level. If I went a badge or two higher, then the prize would be triple. I waited for almost 10 minutes before the announcer called out my name. I got up from my seat in the stands and made my way to the field. A girl stood across from me. She looked to be about 2 years older and the screen said she had 6 badges to her name. That meant I could make about 1,500 poke dollars from this battle if I won. She lost the coin flip and had to release first. Her first Pokemon was a Titanic Oghren. It looked to be about the same size as the Oghrens that killed Kenpake's mother. I had the perfect counter, and he was all fired up from his gym battle. Oghenevwogaga appeared on the field with a roar that made the audience cringe and cover their ears. The female trainer and I didn't show any discomfort though. The referee started the battle. She whispered something to her Pokemon that had it glowing silver for a few seconds. It glowed again for a second and stopped. Fireball, I instructed Oghenevwogaga through our aura bond. Using aura to send complex messages was difficult but one-word orders were easy. The giant fireball soared toward the Oghren. The green glow of Protect covered it a second before the attack hit and was gone by the time the fire died down. The Oghren was untouched. Rapid fire, I instructed next. Oghenevwogaga sent almost a dozen fireballs screaming at the Oghren. The Oghren was forced to keep its Protect up for longer than a few seconds this time. That made no difference though. The Oghren still emerged unscathed. I grit my teeth. Oghenevwogaga was pissed to see his moves ignored. I wasn't even surprised when he didn't wait for any more orders and slammed into the Oghren with a Dragon Rush. The Oghren tanked the attack and grabbed onto Oghenevwogaga. It threw him on the ground and stomped hard. Oghenevwogaga managed a dodge and was able to find his feet. Fly, I commanded. Oghenevwogaga listened to me this time and went soaring into the air. The Oghren was content to stand there and watch Oghenevwogaga retreat. Sunny Day was the next move I had Oghenevwogaga use. The reason steel types were weak to fire type Pokemon was that they had no way to cool their bodies. Being surrounded by a thick metal coating created a lot of heat. With Sunny Day active, we were going to bake that thing in there. Oghenevwoga's solar power ability would also come into play. Roasted, I commanded out loud. The sight that came next was glorious. The field was washed in flames. I saw the green glow of Protect fade in the fire and the woman across from me returned her Oghren a few seconds later. The next Pokemon she sent out was a Blastoise. It was a behemoth of a Pokemon. Its blue skin contrasted with the brown of the rocky arena. Its shoulder cannons were gleaming in the sunlight. Oghenevwoga's Sunny Day was still active, but the Blastoise seemed keen to remedy that. The first thing it did when the battle started was to use Rain Dance. The move cancelled out Oghenevwoga's Sunny Day. The raindrops were an annoyance to Oghenevwoga for now. They'd wear on him with enough time. This battle was now on a time limit. Hydro Pump, the trainer in front of me, started with. The blast of water went soaring past where Oghenevwoga used to be. She wasn't deterred and the Pokemon began to spam the move. Eventually, the Blastoise slowed for a bit. Oghenevwoga retaliated with a massive Hyper Beam. The Blastoise retreated into its shell, making the move ineffective. I gritted my teeth at that. This was bad. Very bad. I lifted his Pokeball to return him, but the look Oghenevwoga sent my way was enough to make me reconsider. This was unusual for him. He'd always been well behaved. I guess a dragon was a dragon and this one was no different. I settled down to watch the battle. The Blastoise came out of his shell and sent another Hydro Pump at Oghenevwoga. Surf Press, the woman screamed to the heavens while taking on a pose. The Blastoise mirrored her and gathered the water from the floor into a wave that he began surfing on. Oghenevwoga dodged his first 2 attempts but was hit on the third pass. The Blastoise slammed its body into Oghenevwoga and my dragon went down. I thought it was over and was about to return him when he managed to right himself in mid-air. He flew up. Over and above the cloud cover. The referee looked at me, and I just shrugged. There was no altitude limit for flying types in semi-formal battles like this one. Oghenevwoga came flying down after a few minutes and just hovered, staring at the Blastoise. It came towards Oghenevwoga for another hit but a few seconds before impact, Oghenevwoga opened his mouth and a beam of sunlight came pouring out. The powerful solar beam hit the Blastoise at near point-blank range. It went down in a one-hit knockout. Its defeat eliminated the Rain Dance and Oghenevwoga let out a roar of dominance. The woman across from me looked like she'd swallowed a lime. She forfeited without releasing her last Pokemon. The announcer declared me the winner after a few seconds and the crowd went wild. I hadn't paid attention to the audience all through the battle. The number of people in the crowd shocked me. I allowed Oghenevwoga to bask in the admiration before I returned him to his ball. I walked back into the halls and was met with the trainer I'd just defeated. Her smile was bright. "Hey, I'm Sarah. That was a fun battle, wasn't it?" I smiled back. "Yes, it was. Donnel Oak," I introduced myself. "I know. I saw the name on the screen. I knew I was in for a tough fight when I saw it was against an Oak. Your Charizard is awesome, by the way. I didn't expect it to breach Ogren's defense. Beating Blastoise was the real surprise though. You must have worked really hard." She rambled. "A lot." I was about to dismiss her after she spoke about my last name, but that last sentence made me re-evaluate her. I smiled. My first real one since she'd accosted me. Igneel is really strong, isn't he? He's worked hard. I said in reply. She started telling me about herself. Her name was Sarah Stark. She was from Celadon. She'd been training for 5 years now and was working towards her 7th badge. She also told me why she forfeited. She'd challenged Koga a few days ago for her 6th badge and most of her team was too heavily poisoned to battle. The third Pokemon she had for the battle was a Growlithe, but the field wasn't conducive for that kind of Pokemon. Her Blastoise had submerged the arena. We ended up stopping at a bar to get some drinks. My first drink in this body. A few hours later, I got to experience another first. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 1,050 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, and Dragon Rush. Pupitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Leer, Hyper Beam and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Woodhammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Thanks for reading. We're already halfway through with chapter 29 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 20. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I woke up the next day with a headache. I spent a few minutes relaxing in the soft bed before I bolted upright. I remembered last night. I couldn't even stop the smile that bloomed on my face. I looked around the room for my new friend and felt that smile die down when I realized the room was empty. It surprised me more than it should. I'd bailed on people in my first life all the time. Expecting it not to be done to me was unreasonable. I took a shower in the hotel room and dressed up. I headed down to the reception. 1,000 fucking poke dollars. How the fuck did a single night cost that much? The receipt answered my questions and ignited my anger. She didn't just bail. She'd apparently gone to the restaurant and had a large breakfast, along with ordering several bottles of wine to go. I made 1,500 yesterday. Drinks had cost about 200 and the hotel bill took my winnings down to $300. Fuck. I had to go back to the arena. A teleport to Celadon would cost about 1,000 pokes. An amount I would have had if I just went back to my room yesterday. I didn't regret it though. Yesterday was fun. That wasn't in doubt. I walked back to the Pokemon Center to get my Pokeballs. I'd dropped off Igneel after the battles yesterday. I picked up Igneel and Hashirama and went back to the arena. The entrance fee took the rest of my winnings from yesterday and I was sent into the halls to wait to hear my name. It took me a bit over 30 minutes to hear my name. I went out to the stadium and was met with a guy that looked to be a year older. He also had 4 badges so the match would be an even one. I lost the coin flip and sent Kenpeki out. The crowd hummed and awed appreciatively. My opponent sent out a Krabby. The water type looked young and didn't seem very strong. Appearances could be deceiving but I had the feeling my opponent was going to be relying on type advantage and hoping for a miracle. He started the fight out by screaming water gun at the top of his voice. The Krabby concentrated for a few seconds before sending out a blast of water from one of its pincers. The attack had virtually no chance of hitting. Kenpeki dodged the attack with contemptuous ease. He then used his telekinesis to rip several boulders out of the ground and fired them at the Krabby. I wasn't shocked when the boy's shouts for the Krabby to dodge went ignored and the Krabby was knocked out after the second boulder hit it. The boy returned his Pokemon and sent out a Parasect. The grass/bug type looked to be more skilled than its predecessor. I chose to take the initiative this time. Hyper Beam, I intoned calmly. I hadn't gotten around to teaching Kenpeki to recognize aura signals, which was a huge oversight. He charged up the move and sent the bug into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness, all in a few seconds. I watched him sag in exhaustion and returned him. That battle was boring. It's why I ended it so quickly. It was probably arrogant of me to think so, but most of these trainers were below me. That was why I felt a breath of fresh air when I went into the trainers' halls in the arena and ran into Sabrina. She was standing there like she'd been waiting for me. The first person my age to deal me a loss. Sabrina looked just like she did all those months ago. She was as breathtakingly beautiful, and her face was just as inexpressive. I moved forwards to say hi, but she beat me to the punch. Hello, Donnel Oak. It is good to see you again. Her voice sounded as melodic as I remembered. Hi, I managed to stammer out. Fuck. Get your head in the game, man. I got lucky yesterday and I couldn't stop imagining myself getting lucky with Sabrina. Very unlikely, but teenage hormones cared little for logic or propriety. POV change the psychic. Donnel Oak once again. My powers were bad at predicting his actions, but I knew he'd show up here. I also knew what he did yesterday. The audacity of that Scarlet woman. Did she not understand that he was mine? The first boy my age with a silent mind, and he almost gets snatched right from my grasp. I had been content with watching from afar, but it was clear to see that I couldn't just leave him to his own devices. Mother always said that teenage boys couldn't survive on their own. I decided to confess my feelings so our love could blossom in the open. I opened my mouth and said, "Would you like to have a battle?" What? How did that happen? His enthusiastic response brought a smile to my face, and the next thing he did turned my face an embarrassing shade of red. He grabbed my hand and dragged me over to the referee to register our match. I couldn't even hear what he said over the sound of my heartbeat. I looked down at our joined hands and my smile threatened to split my face in two. I didn't know what happened till I found myself across from him ready to do battle. I manipulated the coin flip so I would win. It was a reflex for me to do so at this point. I had to win this battle to prove my love for him. The battle at the forest had gone well, but I'd been too scared to confess my feelings. This time would be different. He started things off by sending out a Trevenant. Grass/ghost type. Poor mobility, high attack power, and average durability my brain supplied instantly. I sent out one of my more recent captures, Metang. Our psychic link formed the moment they were out of their ball. Sooner or later, I'd be strong enough to breach even pokeballs, but that wasn't important for now. The love of my life started things out with Sunny Day. Ha! Such a tactic. I asked Metang to disable the Sunny Day with Rain Dance. The Trevenant was powerful, but it hadn't spent time mastering the move to the point of preventing it from being cancelled out. My next order was for Metang to fire as many shadow balls as they could at the ghost type. Its protect was powerful but was being worn down. I settled down to watch with eagerness before a tendril of wood burst out of the ground and smashed into my Pokemon. Woodhammer? The Trevenant didn't stop there. It somehow managed to fire a solar beam even under the Rain Dance. My mental screams at Metang to teleport away went ignored as the grass-type move crashed into him. The ghost moved forwards and plants started to rise out of the ground and bind themselves around my newest teammate. This was harder than I expected. I wasn't out for the count yet. Metang still had some powerful moves they could employ. I stilled his panic and relayed my next orders. The flamethrower they used burned through the plants surrounding them. From there, they started using ice beams on the soaked ground and forced the Trevenant to hide behind a protect for fear of getting hit. Metang focused for a few seconds and fired a flash cannon that shattered the protect. The Trevenant was still unaffected and kept trying to stretch its branch arms towards my Pokemon. I had Metang stop his onslaught to retreat from the grasping ghost. With the area around it frozen, it couldn't move forward. I started preparing another plan when the length of the grasping branches multiplied. It didn't take a second before one of the branches smashed into Metang with a shadow claw. After that, it started to wail on my Pokemon with a barrage of wood hammers. I had no choice but to return him. My next choice was clear. Alakazam was my strongest Pokemon after all. The Rain Dance ended as I returned Metang, and the first thing I had Alakazam do was use Flamethrower on the Trevenant. Its protect had taken a beating across its battle with Metang and it had to be exhausted. Alakazam didn't let up and the protect eventually broke. My lover returned his Pokemon before it could get hit. Such a caring and pragmatic man he was. He released a strange Pokemon on the field next. It was obviously a rock type, and I was able to see some resemblance between it and his Scyther. Was this a new evolution? To think that he was intelligent enough to discover a whole new evolution. My choice was clearly a wise one. I had Alakazam attempt to reach into its mind and my theory was confirmed. It had the sort of alien presence that all bug types did. This battle was going to be a tough one. The bug started by driving one of its axe hands into the ground. That single hit was enough to rip apart the arena. I ignored the gasps of shock from the audience. I ordered Alakazam to teleport just in the nick of time. The area in the air he occupied was soon occupied by multiple boulders. Again. Alakazam was barely able to dodge the attack this time. This game of cat and mouse continued for minutes. Alakazam had never chained so many teleports together and he was already leaning on my psychic energy to preserve his. I had to come up with a solution. Sooner or later, we'd run out of energy. The idea that came to me was a risky one, but it was worth it. Alakazam understood my plan as I came up with it. Our bond was just that strong. He stopped dodging and hunkered down in a protect. The bug kept sending rocks at the protect and I closed my eyes. The goal here was to share my energy with Alakazam in an even deeper way. We charged up a hyper beam while within the protect and teleported out of it, behind the bug type, and let our move fly. What happened next took my breath away. The bug somehow managed to use protect without even turning around to see the attack. My lover hadn't yelled anything out either. Did they have a psychic link? How? Bug types were impossible to psychically connect with. I didn't even see what happened next. Mother always told me to stop getting stuck in my head so much. All I knew was that Alakazam's presence disappeared from my mind. I searched the field for my first friend and found him on the floor. I saw the move charging up in my lover's bug's hands and I knew exactly what had happened. Signal beam. Bug-type moves also ruin psychic connections. Alakazam was too unfocused to have any hope of protecting himself from the next attack, so I returned him. I only had one more Pokemon and he wasn't a battler, so I forfeited. To think that my lover would get so much stronger in a few months. What had I been doing? Roaming the region and using my abilities to try spying on the love of my life. I needed to train. I needed to become strong enough to stand by his side. My lover valued strength above all else. He'd only accept my love if I showed him I was strong. I teleported away from the arena with my mind full of training strategies. POV change back to MC. Hey. She just left. That was odd. I didn't think much of it till I realized she didn't pay before she left. Fuck. That didn't hurt as much as I thought it would though. I beat Sabrina. Well, not beat. She forfeited. That confirmed something for me though. Those months spent in the wilderness, putting my life and that of my Pokemon at stake. It was all worth it. No. Not all of it, I thought soberly. Never all of it. Would I give up all this new strength to have Quicksilver back? In a heartbeat. My answer shocked me to the core. I'd always viewed gaining strength as my #1 priority. You really didn't know what you loved until it was all gone. That realization made me leave the arena without gathering all the money I needed. What was the point of finishing the league, gathering all the badges, and even becoming champion if I didn't enjoy the journey with those I loved? There was no need to rush things, I thought as I packed up my room at the center. I wasn't even going to wait till daybreak the next day. I walked right into the forest and opened my map. A few days into my journey and I remembered why I hadn't wanted to travel by land in my original plans. It was just too fucking slow. It wasn't boring though. Praise be to Arceus for that. My team was just too entertaining for that. They all walked with me through the forest. More floated than walked in Kisame's case. She was using her water prison to float around. Even now, she trained. I saw signs of the same thing in all my Pokemon. Ino teleported forward and backward every few feet and I felt her presence spread out around us like a sonar. Kenpeka darted around trees. Still getting used to his new body. Every stone I walked across moved itself out of my way. Broly's telekinesis at work, I suspected. Igneel lit our path for us as the canopy got more intense. Small fireballs floated all around him. Kisame had to quell a few fires here and there but the training was good, so I allowed it. Hashirama. I had no idea what Hashi was doing. I'd barely formed the question before Ino fed the answer into my head. He'd stretched his roots into the ground and was taking control of all the trees around us. Impressive. A few more hours of walking and the sun had gone down. I looked around and the team wasn't showing signs of exhaustion but reaching out with my aura showed me how worn they actually were. I still decided to push on for today though. It was good training. We kept going as the last rays of light disappeared. Igneel's flames helped us maintain visibility. Even a few months ago, I wouldn't have been brave enough to try something like this. The things that went bump in the night were always more dangerous. My team was strong though. We were the apex predators of the forest. As the hours flew by, I felt my teammates relax a little. They'd been tense as the sun disappeared and even tenser when the night proved to be a dark one. Igneel's flames cast our surroundings in an orange glow that did more to heighten their paranoia. Speaking of which, could Pokemon experience color? I couldn't think of any studies that proved it either way. So, I decided to ask a Pokemon of my own. Ino had started stretching her senses even further to make sure nothing snuck up on us. I wouldn't distract her from her essential duty. Broly, I spoke suddenly. The entire team turned to me at that. I guess I startled them by breaking the relative silence of the forest. Do Pokemon see color? He looked confused at that one. I face-palmed. How silly of me. He was a bug type. They had different senses even when compared to other Pokemon. I shrugged my shoulders and let the questioning die out. My question seemed to have settled the moods of many of my teammates. Kisame started sending a few bubbles at Igneel to distract him, and he was sending his mini fireballs at her watery shell every once in a while, to try boiling the water. Kenpeki went back to bothering Broly. They'd gotten even closer over the weeks. I'd expected Kenpeki to assert his independence after evolution, but it seems like we'd missed that stage. Ino and Hashirama didn't involve themselves in the chaos though. Still too tense for that. I'd love to try settling their worries, but I knew that if we had no early warning system then we might just find ourselves in an ambush. We kept moving for hours before Ino suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. Her mind connected with mine and I paled. What the fuck was a Snorlax doing on this route of all places? Where were the rangers? I looked around me with a critical eye and remembered that we'd wandered off route a while ago. I was keeping an eye out for new teammates and the route was too heavily patrolled to find anything useful. The good news was that the Snorlax wasn't heading in our direction. In fact, it was content to just stay still in its grove. A smile spread across my face. My fear was banished. My instinctual reaction to being told about one of the most dangerous Pokemon in the world being in my vicinity was overcome by sheer greed. I wanted a Snorlax. The Pokemon that always triggered Ace Trainer responses. The Pokemon even gym leaders hesitated to deal with. The true disaster Pokemon. When a Snorlax got close to a town, the locals got on their knees and prayed. I'd be adding one to my team today. You probably thought I was crazy. You're probably right. I wasn't completely insane though. From what Ino could sense, this Snorlax was calm. That meant it wasn't hungry. Hungry Snorlax were the true danger. When they weren't hungry, they were content to sleep and laze about in most cases at least. Ino updated the team on what we would be doing and we moved as one towards the Snorlax clearing. It was about 10 minutes away and while I was calm as ever, the same couldn't be said for my team. We'd seen a Snorlax rampage on the TV back in Saffron. Come to think of it, this might even be the same Snorlax. They were rare enough that the possibility wasn't negligible. When we arrived, I had the rest of the team wait in the forest while I approached with Ino. They weren't happy about that but they stayed. I had no doubts that they'd bolt into the clearing the moment things went pear-shaped. The Snorlax was awake and looked up as we began our approach. It didn't do anything though. Hello. My name is Donnel Oak. I am a Pokemon trainer. I'd like to have you on my team. As a member of my team, you get as much food as you'd ever need. The mention of food got his interest and he groaned at me as if telling me to continue. You'll also be expected to train with the rest of the team, obey my orders and fight my battles. There wasn't really a better way to put it. It still seemed interested. I was even more certain that this was the very same Snorlax. That one fought Bruno's Machamp on equal footing for a while and seemed to be enjoying it. Snorlaxer, it groaned out. Ino translated and said it wanted to battle my team. I almost laughed maniacally at my luck. A battle-crazy Snorlax? I was truly blessed by Arceus. I waved at the rest of the team to come over and I took more than a few steps back to step out of the danger zone. I was about to start the battle when the Snorlax sent a mega punch into Kenpeki's shell that sent him soaring into the forest. Fuck. It was strong. Very strong. I wasn't worried about Kenpeki though. A Pupitar's armor was one of the strongest shells out there. I wanted to start issuing orders to the rest of the team but Ino stopped me. The Snorlax wasn't interested in fighting the rest of my team. It wanted to go one-on-one with Kenpeki. Fuck. This was salvageable at least. Kenpeki wasn't the strongest on the team, but he was plenty strong and rock types had good resistance to normal type moves and Kenpeki had good coverage. I had the rest of the team retreat towards me and I felt for Kenpeki's aura and started issuing orders to him. He came sailing out of the forest and fired a hyper beam straight at the Snorlax. The monster just stretched out a hand and fucking caught the move. That was metal. Rock throw, I shouted and all the boulders strewn across the clearing went flying at the Snorlax. It shattered the boulders heading at its head with powerful punches that made my bones rattle and allowed the rest to break against its body. I started to regret not expanding Kenpeki's move repertoire earlier. Leer, I commanded. Kenpeki's eyes turned red and expanded towards the Snorlax. My next command was for Kenpeki to use Hyper Beam on its head while it was distracted. It was all for naught though. The Leer barely stopped the Snorlax for a second and I marched through the Hyper Beam before punching Kenpeki into the ground. It didn't let up and fired a Hyper Beam at Kenpeki's prone form that knocked it unconscious. The Snorlax let out an earth-shaking roar as I returned Kenpeki to his ball before pointing at Hashirama. Another difficult battle. Hashirama still stepped forwards though. Your ghost-type moves won't work. Stick to grass-type attacks for now. Be ready to use Protect once you see it get close to you. I spoke out in a whisper. The Snorlax decided to start this battle by running straight at Hashirama with a charge-up Mega Punch. Trip it up, I commanded. Vines grew out from the ground at the Snorlax's feet and grabbed at its ankles. The vines barely slowed it down. It tore through them like they weren't even there. It got close enough and smashed a powerful fist into Hashirama's protect. It started wailing on the shield and Hashirama executed my next orders perfectly. Vines rose out of the ground and snatched the Snorlax's hands. It broke through them but they were quickly replaced by double their number. In no time, the Snorlax was almost completely enveloped by the vines. Hashirama dropped his protect and sent a wood hammer smashing into the Snorlax's head. The sound rang across the clearing. "Keep going," I said with a smile. Hashirama started wailing on the Snorlax with the move before one of his attacks dislodged the vines keeping the Snorlax's mouth shut. The hyper beam that came out made the clearing look like it was midday. Hashirama had managed to use a protect to save himself but he was still knocked out. I knew that without the move, his injuries would be even worse. I returned him and sent Broly at the Snorlax. Losing 2 members of my team to the same Pokémon was a huge blow to my pride. Broly already had the plan. Our aura connection was deep. Deeper than any of the others. He rushed at the Snorlax and started a hand-to-hand exchange. The Snorlax's defense was too powerful for it to fall to any of the ranged moves Broly was capable of. Broly used his axe arms to great effect. He'd lost a good amount of speed with his evolution but even his diminished speed was more than enough to run circles around the Snorlax. Its punches hit air and Broly's counters landed with devastating effect. The Snorlax kept trying to gain distance to use its long-range moves. It saw the futility of that and when it gave up, it fought back. It started accepting more strikes from Broly and countering them whenever he overstretched. The longer this went on, the worse it got. The Snorlax was taking at least 12 hits for every one it managed to land. Good news, right? No. It didn't matter that Broly got 12 hits in if those hits seemed to have little effect, and when the one hit that the Snorlax managed to land seemed to send Broly reeling. My starter was a trooper though and managed to keep the entire thing going for another half an hour before I returned him. He'd just taken way too much damage. The Snorlax's next target was Oghenevwogaga. "Sunny day," I commanded with a sigh. Losing 3 Pokémon to this monster was just embarrassing. I'd thought myself strong, but the world seemed intent on proving me wrong. I'd finally beaten the bogeyman. Sabrina herself. Only for me to get violated by a wild Pokémon. A Pokémon Broly beat with only a single Pokémon. The gap between the elites and I seemed to stretch even farther. Oghenevwogaga brought the sun to the nighttime and flew above the foliage. Well out of the reach of the Snorlax. The normal-type Pokémon was already exhausted from his earlier battles. "Solar Beam Barrage," I instructed my dragon. I relaxed as I watched the plan come together. The Snorlax's thick skin and endurance could only stretch so far. Eventually, Oghenevwogaga won the day by firing solar beams at an opponent too slow to dodge and flying around to avoid the occasional hyper beam sent in retaliation. When the Snorlax went down, I captured it with a Pokeball and had Ino teleport us back to Fuchsia. The League had a very strict procedure for capturing Snorlax. Disobeying that was even a crime. I doubted I'd be sent to prison, but there was no need to tempt fate. I went into the Pokémon Center and walked up to the nurse's table. It was nighttime so the nurse there was watching TV and not really paying attention. "Hello," I spoke out. "Hello? Nurse Joy." My impatience finally won out and I banged the table with my fist. She looked up at me in surprise. I just caught a Snorlax. The look on her face was well worth the trouble. Even if the Snorlax was going to be completely useless to my team, the look on her face was worth all the effort. Was it hungry? The very first question she asked after her surprise wore off. Capturing a hungry Snorlax was also a huge no-no. Her next question was also predictable: "Are your Pokémon all right?" 3 of my Pokémon were knocked out and one of them is pretty tired. She gave me an evaluating look at that. "Drop their Pokeballs in the tray over there. Put the Snorlax on this one," she said while releasing her Chansey. After I gave her the Pokémon, she booked me a room and told me to be back in a few hours. With the adrenaline gone, I slept like a baby. It was a great nap and I was happy to note that I got a full 6 hours of sleep. Another weird difference between the Pokémon world and the one I hailed from. Here, 6 hours of sleep was a good night's rest, with most humans capable of living on 5. It made for strange working hours but it was what it was. I went down to the nurse's station and met a different Nurse Joy. I figured she'd already been briefed by the one I met last night since she was the one to welcome me when I got down. "I hope you had a good night, Mr. Oak. I have taken the liberty of informing the League of your acquisition. They have promised to send a representative to observe. I've also been instructed to let you know not to release the Pokémon till the representative arrives." I nodded to show I understood and then took back my Pokeballs. At this point, I was sure that the League would prefer to not even hand over the Pokeball to me. That would be a breach of my oh-so-sacred fundamental rights. In a society where people carried around the power to level mountains on their belts, the League avoided anything that could set off a revolution. I had to wait an hour before the League representative showed up. I was more shocked than I should have been when Koga walked into the center. Of course, it would be him. Who else would it be? He walked up to me and gestured for me to follow. A man of little words, eh? I could get behind that. A/N, thanks for reading. We just finished with chapter 30 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 1,550 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, and Dragon Rush. Pupitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Leer, Hyper Beam and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Ino, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moon Blast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Chapter 21. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Koga's tests were simple things. He didn't ask to battle the Snorlax or anything. He just had me give the Snorlax orders and then wrote things on his clipboard. I was elated when I released the Snorlax and it decided to honor our unspoken deal. It obeyed every order I gave. It was amazing. After almost half an hour of tests, Koga finally said a sentence longer than a single word, "That will be all, Mr. Oak. From what I've seen, you have passable control of the Snorlax. You will be permitted to keep it." The sigh of relief I let out was so loud, that I was sure he heard it. He said nothing though and turned around to leave. As he walked away, I noticed something. Snorlax hadn't taken its eyes off the gym leader. I looked at him and noticed something. He had a rice ball poking out of his costume. Snorlax and I moved at the same time. He tried to rush toward the gym leader, but I was in his way in seconds. Fortunately for my continued survival, he stopped when he saw me. "I'll get you food, buddy. Lots of food." "Let him go," I whispered while rubbing his stomach and covering as much of his body as I could in a hug. I turned around to look at Koga again and I found him gone. "Fucking ninja bastard." I whispered more assurances to Snorlax before I returned him to his ball. Nurse Joy was waiting for me and had already procured a Snorlax meal for me. The League had created special meals for Snorlax. They were incredibly calorically dense and were surprisingly cheap. The reasoning was that a starved Snorlax was a danger to society, so why shouldn't society, taxes, pay to prevent that? I released Snorlax into the empty dining room and watched him demolish the 3 rice balls laid in front of him. Watching him be satisfied after only the third one had me thanking Arceus for weird Pokemon world science. No smartphones or self-driving cars yet, but we had access to psychics defying food and equipment. After his meal, Snorlax had to watch the rest of us eat. Our food took a comparatively longer period to prepare. I finished my meal and started discussing names with him. At least, I tried to. He started snoring after my third suggestion. Now, I had to focus on my journey. We were back right where we started. Ino could teleport us back to the Snorlax's former clearing, but I felt like we could spend some more time resting. Ino pointed out that we'd been doing a lot of resting lately. I agreed with her, but I couldn't bring myself to push the team so hard in training when our time together was so limited. I'd lost Quicksilver and I didn't regret not training more. I regretted not spending more time with him simply lazing about. We spent the rest of the day at the center. We just watched TV in the waiting room and ignored all the curious passers-by. Some trainers walked up to me to request to battle, but I refused. I'd normally be interested in getting battles when I could, but I wasn't feeling up to it. After a hearty dinner, the team and I went to bed. We were up and at it again the next morning. Today, we'd make more progress on our journey. Ino teleported me back to the clearing after I picked up the rest of Snorlax's meals from Nurse Joy. I released the rest of the team, and we started walking. Guy, Lee, Boraicho. More shakes of his head. Snorlax had to be the pickiest of my teammates when it came to choosing a nickname. If not for my conviction to give all my Pokemon nicknames, I'd have given up on it already. I was fresh out of ideas. I'd even gone so far as to offer names that had no similarities to him. It came like a bolt of lightning. He gave me a deadpan look and I slumped in disappointment. I ignored the looks of amusement the team kept sending me and I started planning a training regimen for Snorlax. I'd leave his nickname for later. According to the Pokédex, he knew Tackle, Rest, Mega Punch, Hyper Beam, and Snore. I'd gotten a good look at his battling style the other day, so I knew what I was in for. His move spread wasn't impressive but it wasn't bad. The first order of business was having Ino teach him Protect whenever we stopped for the day. I ended up reconsidering my plans. Instead of going straight to Celadon, we would stop over at Vermilion to challenge Surge. I'd been avoiding challenging him for a while but adding Snorlax to my team meant I now had 7 Pokémon, so I didn't have to risk Kisame against an electric-type master with a penchant for brutality. I took a deep breath before walking into the stadium. This would be my 5th badge challenge. Hopefully, I'd be walking out of here with a full team, another badge under my belt, and my head held high. Surge marched out in a steady, commanding gait. He was just Surge right now. The famed lieutenant title was nowhere to be found, which admittedly gave me shivers. To think that a war might be right around the corner. The referee began to explain the rules. Surge's 4th badge and up challenges were always different. He liked to create as much chaos as possible by introducing new elements and surprises. I wasn't surprised that my battle also had a surprise. Double battles. That's what Surge wanted. 3 2-on-2 battles. Double battles weren't common in Kanto. There was a good reason for that though. They made things exponentially more complicated. A trainer would have to consider exponentially more factors. My Pokémon might end up hitting each other with their moves, my focus would be split in trying to order 2 Pokémon at the same time. I recognized these problems and stopped fighting the smile that had been threatening to build on my face. If I were any other trainer, this would be devastating. But I wasn't. I felt no fear as our eyes met. My Pokémon were trained. Our teamwork was beyond anything else. I wouldn't be giving him the easy time he probably expected. Surge did me the favor of releasing his Pokémon first. His Pokeballs opened up and released 2 balls on the arena. No. Not balls. Voltorbs. Interesting start to the match at least. I sent out Snorlax and Ino. I had no idea what kind of strategy he was aiming for but Snorlax and Ino could deal with anything. Formation 1 he barked out. Loud was the only thought that went through my head. The Voltorbs began to use something I suspected was roll out to approach my Pokémon at breakneck speeds. I had Ino prepare to dodge and Snorlax already stretched out his hands in a clear sign he was about to use Protect. The next thing that happened had me seeing red. The Voltorbs were within feet of my Pokémon when I noticed the light that had been building up around them as they approached my Pokémon. That's the light of a rollout, I thought. Get out of there, I screamed into their heads. The light intensified and both of the Voltorbs exploded as one. Explosion. I looked up at Surge's smug smile with a snarl on my face. What the fuck was that? That was sadistic. To sacrifice his own Pokémon like that. The dust began to clear and I resisted the urge to burst into laughter. Surge's plan failed. Ino had been fast enough to teleport next to Snorlax and he'd also been able to use Protect to cover the both of them. The green hexagonal shield had loads of cracks on its surface, but it was intact, and my Pokémon were safe. Surge didn't even react to his failed plan. He just returned the unconscious Voltorbs and sent out a Raichu and an Ampharos. No, not a Raichu. The Raichu. The scars around its tail showed it for what it was. This wasn't just a random Raichu. This was the one he'd completed his journey with. His starter. The thing moved like lightning and in the next second, its form was buried in Snorlax's midsection. Wisps of green falling to the ground were all that remained of the Protect. I started screaming orders in their minds. Ino teleport the way while Snorlax hurled the Raichu away. The rat Pokémon just twisted in the air and landed on its tail. Fucking cheat. Ino sent a dazzling gleam to the stationary Ampharos, and Snorlax took a few breaths to steady himself. The Ampharos dodged and the Raichu appeared in front of Snorlax within a blink. This time, he was ready. The rat's iron tail clanged off a Protect. A Protect that it used as a springboard to retreat. Ino's fight with the Ampharos was going slightly better. It dodged all her attacks by the barest of margins but she'd hem it in eventually. I had faith in that. At least, I had faith until the Raichu changed targets. Ino was barely able to teleport out of the way of its first charge. Hyper Beam, I commanded Snorlax. Let's kick this up a notch. He sent an enormous blast of white that the Ampharos managed to run around. It turned and rushed at Snorlax with the glow of quick attack surrounding him. I turned to Ino's fight and found her barely keeping ahead of the Raichu. She was only keeping ahead of it because of the knowledge I'd passed on. It was a gamble, but this Raichu was also as bad at making sudden turns as the one in the anime. She couldn't teleport around forever though. She was no Alakazam. The Ampharos collided headfirst with Snorlax's Mega Punch. My genius normal type had lured it in by pretending to be slower than he was and made the sheep pay for its mistake. I wasn't surprised to note that it was already unconscious. I turned back to Ino's battle. She was being run ragged. I had her teleport behind Snorlax to rest for a bit. Surge's voice boomed out again, thunder. Fuck. Of course, this Pokemon would know that move. I watched it gather energy and then a bolt of lightning that sent spots dancing in my vision flew across the arena. The bolt tore through the protect that Snorlax had set up and hit my Pokemon with devastating effect. The move hit and he was barely able to keep standing. The Raiju sought to rectify that and blinked across the arena with an iron tail. It proved all for naught when his move hit the ground. Ino had teleported away with Snorlax in tow. Snorlax, use rest. Ino distract the Raiju. I spoke my next orders into their minds. Ino teleported away from Snorlax and began to fire moves at the Raiju to distract it. It didn't take the bait and continued towards Snorlax unimpeded. Ino teleported to Snorlax and then teleported away with him in tow. Her exhaustion became even more apparent after that last teleport. She'd been teleporting around the arena since the battle began and taking Snorlax along with her was wearing on her even more. I reconsidered my plans and had Ino teleport from Snorlax again. She tried firing moves to distract the Raiju again and as the Raiju was about to hit Snorlax, he was hit with a hyper beam. Sleep Talk. One of the moves that Snorlax had managed to learn in the last month. Somehow, the Raiju still wasn't knocked out. It used Protect at the very last second. It was rattled, but not unconscious. It was knocked back and Ino managed to get it with a Psybeam the moment it landed. The rat still managed to power through and rush towards Ino in another blink. It was too fast for me or Ino to do anything in her state. I grudgingly returned her after the Raiju knocked her out. Snorlax was now helpless in the arena. I honestly had no idea how to wake him up from rest. We never got that far in our training and nothing I'd ever tried even worked. The good part is that whenever the Raiju approached he'd get warded off by either Hyper Beam or Mega Punch. Grabbing that trademark was really a wise choice. Surge's booming voice rang out again. Another gigantic bolt of lightning arced towards Snorlax and I just held my breath and watched. The move hit and woke Snorlax from his nap. He got up from his sitting position and looked like crap. At this point, Raiju didn't have to go anything more. He'd slump into unconsciousness in a minute or less. The Raiju wasn't leaving it up to chance though. He ran towards Snorlax at a noticeably slower pace. His iron tail hit Snorlax right on his head but Snorlax somehow managed to counter with a Mega Punch straight to the Raiju's midsection. A double knockout. I returned Snorlax with a smile. He'd performed marvelously. Surge's smile matched mine. It's been a while since Raiju got a fight like that. He'll be insufferable after this. His next Pokemon were a Magneton and an Electabuzz. I sent out Broly and Igneel. The arena had been ripped apart between the Voltorb's explosion and Snorlax's hyper beams. Plenty of material for a Terrakinetic like Broly to dominate a battle with and Igneel was the only flyer on my team so he'd work well with Broly in that. My breath still hitched at that thought. Time had done its job to heal the bleeding wound, but the scars still itched every now and then. The Electabuzz started things off by running at Broly over the uneven ground. It covered a grand total of 3 steps before boulders from across the arena started flying at it. It was stuck trying to dodge them and destroying the ones he couldn't dodge. The Magneton was flying around trying to avoid Igneel's barrage of fireballs. Sunny day, I ordered. Let's turn things up even more. Since this was the last battle, I had no need to try to conserve Igneel's power. After setting up the move, Igneel's fireballs became even larger and started pursuing the Magneton like heat-seeking missiles. Broly and Igneel were a deadly team. The Electabuzz had tried firing some long-range moves at Broly but they were constantly deflected by boulders that rose from the shattered arena. The battle was more like a massacre. Eventually, it all came to a head when the Electabuzz became too slow to dodge the attacks that kept coming and ended up buried in a pile of boulders. Surge returned his Pokemon and his Magneton when he saw it being hemmed in by Igneel's attacks. The referee announced my victory and my smile could blind the sun. I allowed Broly and Igneel to revel in their victory for a few minutes before I returned them. Surge came up to me as I left the booth. From up close, I was startled by how young he looked. He couldn't be up to 10 years older than me. That was a good battle. Really got my blood pumping. Your Pokemon are monsters. Especially that Snorlax of yours. His voice was only a few decibels quieter than it was when he was screaming across the arena. Thank you. Your Raiju was splendid. Of course, he was. He's my starter after all. I knew we'd slacked off a bit in our training but to lose against a 5th batch challenger? He'll be insufferable. My pride smarted a bit at his statement, but he wasn't wrong. Surge's Raiju at its prime would have beaten Snorlax. Don't look like that. You're doing well for your age. Definitely better than I did. Here's your Thunder badge. I also added a trademark for Thunderbolt. Consider it an incentive to get yourself an electric type of your own. He finished off his statement with a wink and turned around to leave. I left the gym in high spirits. My first destination was the Pokemon Center. I'd drop off Eno and Snorlax to heal and look for people to battle against. Vermilion was filled with trainers and that Giga Impact TM was calling my name. 12 battles. That's how long it took for trainers to stop challenging me. The combination of Kisame, Broly, and Igneel was sufficient to win almost every battle. I only had to change that composition when I sent out Hashirama to deal with the troublesome Hypno. I went to bed feeling exhausted. I wasn't the one that had done the actual battling, but thinking up tactics and giving orders through my aura was tiring in its own way. I woke up the next morning to find that the league had chosen to reward me with 12,000 poke dollars for my challenge. I guess managing to beat Surge's starter was worth the big bucks. With my finances well in order, I did what any respectable teenager would. I went on a shopping spree. With over 20,000 pokes in the bank, I was able to grab the TMS for both Giga Impact and Blizzard. After some thinking, I added the trademark for Metronome. Maybe when I had some more money, I'd come back for the Blast Burn trademark at a later date. Kisame had been progressing well with her training, and a powerful ice-type move would only make her more powerful. I finished ringing up my purchases and then I heard a sound I hadn't expected to hear in my journey. The raid siren. It was loud. And the red lights flashing across the city's skyline told me this was the worst kind of emergency. Wild Pokemon swarm. If it was only one or two, then the light would be yellow. I opened my Pokédex and wasn't surprised to see a message from the league. Trainer, the city you are in is about to be attacked by wild Pokemon. Report to the nearest gym leader or the ranger station to receive your assignment. Be cautioned that failure to do your duty to your country will result in the suspension of your Pokemon license, and a permanent mark on your record. I read out loud. A generic message from the league. A second message then came in. This one just said to meet at the west entrance to the city. I had Eno teleport me to my room in the center where I dropped off my purchases and then joined the nearest band of trainers heading to the meeting point. We got there and I looked around in amazement. I hadn't ever been to this part of the city before. It was filled with electricity power stations. I'd known that Vermilion was the power generating center of Kanto, but looking around me allowed that fact to truly sink in. We got to the muster point and were grouped up according to abilities and specialization. As a trainer with 5 badges and a fully evolved fire type, I was sent straight to the front line. The need for fire types told me this attack had to involve steel type Pokemon, and the fact that the attack was aimed at the power stations told me exactly what steel type it was. I introduced myself to the rest of Squad B, that's what my squad on the front line was called. We were right behind Surge and the Rangers. My teammates were a girl named Jessica, fire type specialist with 6 badges, Derek, a smiling blonde with 8 badges, and John. John was the only one I'd heard of before today. He made it to the finals in last year's conference. He was the one in charge of the squad. Send out your Pokemon, John spoke suddenly, interrupting Derek halfway through one of his latest jokes. I looked around and couldn't see anything, but I sent out Igneel, Broly, and Eno either way. Jessica sent out a Growlithe that made a part of my chest clench. Her other Pokemon were a Brawly Magmar, an enormous Typhlosion, a Rapidash, and a Blaziken. 2 starter Pokemon? I whistled in appreciation. Derek sent out a Radon, a Tangrowth, and a Ninetales. That last one had the rest of us looking at him in shock. I'd dismissed him as a trainer when he kept making those horrible jokes. An idiot, I'd thought. That Ninetales had me reevaluating him. In this world, there was no public information on evolution stones, so if he had one then he was either a genius or just very lucky. He might have even caught it in its evolved form, which was a scary thought. Wild Ninetales weren't the friendliest of Pokemon, and that was putting it nicely. John only sent out a single Pokemon. Not to say that the Pokemon was any less impressive. The roar the Dragonite let out when it came on the field served as a firm reminder of who its trainer was. A scion of the Blackthorn clan. His lack of other teammates told me why he'd been relegated to this squad. He'd lost most of his team at the conference. A final bout against a bloodthirsty Dark-type trainer. We waited for only a few minutes before we saw them. A swarm of Magnemites with a few Magnetons scattered about. Surge's Raisha didn't wait for them to approach and appeared in their midst. It put 2 Magnemites down with a fire punch and moved on in a blur. That set things off and the rest of the first line sent out their Pokemon to battle. As Squad B, we had our Pokemon hang back and only went after the members of the swarm that managed to bypass the first line. The size of the swarm made me decide against using Sunny Day. We'd be here for hours and having my only fire type exhaust himself in the first hour would be the height of stupidity. The good news was that Igneel finally had his new move ready for battle. The first few Pokemon made their way past the line and it was time to move. Katon, Gozenks no Jutsu, I shouted to the skies above. Igneel let out a roar and sent out gigantic balls of fire that curved around all obstructions to hit their targets. I ignored the looks from the rest of the squad and rubbed my head in embarrassment. That was so cringe. The Pokemon kept coming though, so they couldn't focus on me for long and had to give orders to their own Pokemon. I had Ino connect me to Igneel and then started issuing rapid orders. The chaos of the battlefield, for the west entrance, had become nothing less, had me balking. Ino's stabilizing presence was the only thing preventing me from getting lost in the sea of events. Everywhere I looked, there was a battle going on. Attacks flying left and right. I saw John's Dragonite barrel through a magnemite like its steel body was made of paper. I watched as Derek's Ninetails crushed approaching magnetons to pieces with its psychic power. I watched Jessica's Blaziken use fire punches to deadly effect. Where it went, dead magnemite dropped to the ground. I turned to focus on my team and saw Broly using his Telekinesis to pick off any attackers that flew too close to the ground. Igneel was in the skies, using white-hot fireballs to put down any attackers that flew too high. Their teamwork impressed me once again. As the number of attackers kept increasing, I sent out Snorlax. Ino's connection expanded to include him and I had him use a hyper beam to weed out some of the approaching swarm. After that, he waddled into the fray and punched through any of the electric-type attackers that made the mistake of getting too close. An hour in and the Pokémon around me started to flag. Jessica had to return her Growlithe when it was swarmed by a group of Magnemites. Her Rapidash had also been knocked out. Derek had replaced his Radon with an Ampharos. John's Dragonite was still going strong. Its Sky Dominance had saved Igneel from a couple of close calls. My dragon's pride was hurt a bit. Watching another Pokémon flex on him like that would probably add some fire to his belly. Broly and Snorlax had found themselves in the chaos and had teamed up. Broly was picking off the magnetic field Pokémon from a long distance while Snorlax was taking down the ones that got too close. My focus on my team was distracted by a loud scream. I looked forward and saw Surge on his knees. A few meters in front of him, I saw something that made my heart go still. Surge's reissue, an elite-level Pokémon lay dead. The 3 Magnezone around his still form gave me a good guess as to what had happened. Fuck. Surge remained on the floor staring at reissue's body. It felt like the world slowed down as I watched the Magnemites close to him begin getting close. He'd strayed away from the Rangers with his team and with the centerpiece of that team dead on the floor, we were forced to watch what happened next in slow motion. A bolt of lightning, pitifully small by most metrics, arced up from a Magnemite and hit Surge right in the chest. I didn't need to look any further to know he was dead. I heard the screams of rage from his gym trainers on the second line. Fuck. A gym leader, one of Kanto's pillars, dead. This would have far-reaching consequences. Consequences that didn't matter at this moment. The ordered line of trainers devolved into chaos as Surge's gym trainers surged forwards with their Pokémon to avenge their fallen commander. Their breach of protocol fucked things up even more. I sent out Hashirama to help Broly and Snorlax who were about to be surrounded. Ino remained beside me for my own protection. She'd had to move once or twice to put down some attackers that got too close for comfort. With the line gone, the magnetic field Pokémon got even more frantic in their attacks. I sent out Kenpeka to take down a swarm that was threatening to overwhelm Jessica's Typhlosion. The battle kept going and I leaned on Ino to spread my attention to all my teammates in varied locations. Igneel had started to flag in the sky and I had him use Sunny Day to get one last burst of power before I'd eventually send him back to his ball. His fireballs became even hotter and larger. I watched one of them hit a Magnezone and send it straight to the ground. I tossed a Pokeball at that one. I didn't have any electric or steel-type Pokémon on my team and a fully evolved one was too good to pass up. I returned Igneel after a few minutes when even the burst of power from the Sunny Day couldn't keep him up anymore. I returned Broly as well. He wasn't as exhausted as Igneel was, but there was no need to risk him making a mistake and losing his life, especially when the attackers were finally being overwhelmed. It took another hour for the last stragglers to be driven off and the attack to be officially over. I returned my tired teammates and made my way back to the muster point. The Ranger captain thanked us for our service and sent us off. He also said the league would be dispersing rewards for answering the call. I started the long walk back to the Pokémon Center when I felt a hand around my shoulder. I turned in shock to see Derek standing by my side. Hey Oak. The rest of us are going out for drinks, wanna come with? I didn't. I honestly didn't. I felt so tired. A look at his expectant face had me agreeing to go with him. Fuck. A/N, thanks for reading. We're already halfway through with chapter 31 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. This one wrote itself, to be honest. Didn't expect Surge to die, but it just seemed right. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 5,000 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, and Dragon Rush. Pupitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/Ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Leer, Hyper Beam and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/Fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/Grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Chapter 22 An Elite's Interlude. Here's a short interlude before tomorrow's chapter. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Who did this? I could hear the anger in Lance's voice. He wasn't alone in this though. Kanto had erupted into chaos, and as a native, I felt more than a fair amount of anger at the situation. A dead gym leader. Not of old age or anything so simple. A gym leader dead at the hands of wild Pokemon. There wasn't a worse time for something like this to happen. The people's faith in the league was already at all-time lows. I could already see the headlines. If even a gym leader isn't safe, how can we be? The headlines would proudly proclaim. They'd ignore the fact that we lived in the safest times known to man. They'd ignore that the league had managed to prevent dozens of similar attacks in the last decade. They'd ignore all that to point at a freak occurrence. Who? Lance, my boy, it was the Pokemon. The president spoke out in that titter of his. Charles Goodshow was an idiot. A statement like that showcased his stupidity to everyone in the room. Not like we hadn't already been aware of it. It was obvious that this wasn't a regular Pokemon attack. Hundreds of Magnemites gathered in the same place? Seeking a common purpose? It was impossible. All my research on the species confirmed it. They could form swarms but never in numbers like that, and never with more than one Magnezone. The attack was reported to have involved over 10 of the infernal things. Ace trainers have been dispatched. So far, they have not managed to find anything, but I have no doubts that we will receive a report within the week. Koga's voice spoke out. He never shouted, but his self-assured tone ensured he was heard loud and clear. That isn't enough. Lance was seething. The boy could battle with the best of the best, but he had close to zero control over his emotions. Maybe a layman wouldn't recognize his failings, but here in a meeting with experienced politicians, he might as well be screaming his anger for us to hear. Apart from who, a good question would also be how Sander, the cerulean gym leader, spoke next. A reasonable man in most situations. His only failings were his daughters. Bright trainers, but with more interest in performing for crowds than doing anything useful with their talents. That is something I find myself curious about. To think that hundreds of Pokemon could be corralled and guided for such an attack. A truly scary thought. Koga spoke again. He was clearly rattled. I'd never heard him speak more than once in one of these meetings. The rest of us shared looks as we considered his words. Whoever organized the attack on Vermilion could do the same to a different city. To any of our cities. Moving on from that train of thought, what will be happening to Vermilion? Erica finally felt the need to speak. The girl raised a good point though. Vermilion just lost a gym leader and Surge didn't have any clear heirs. One of his gym trainers has taken control of the gym for now. The question is if we confirm him as the new gym leader, or if we send someone else to fill the role. Koga again with the answers. His command over the ace trainers was useful for situations like this. Even if I hadn't supported his appointment, he performed his duties exceptionally well. Who is this gym trainer? I asked. Gym trainers rarely ever became gym leaders in turn, and there was good reason for that. Trainers who became gym trainers were often those who had hit plateaus in their strength and sought stable employment. Zalt. An 8-badge trainer. He completed the circuit 5 years ago and has participated in the league conference twice. He was eliminated before reaching the top 16 on both those instances. Unimpressive. That highlighted everything wrong with the gym trainer program. It was useless for building truly impressive trainers. He doesn't have the required pedigree to hold the position. Why are we considering this? There had to be some reason he was even allowed to take charge of the city in the meantime. Vermilion just suffered a tragedy. Zalt is a familiar face to the populace. He would be more useful for establishing order in the city than any imposition the league makes. This doesn't mean we should grant him one of the most revered positions in our society. Gym leaders are bastions of the league. A gym leader must be strong, above all else. His strength must be beyond impeachment. We've heard your views on the matter, Lorelei. I would ordinarily agree with you, but this situation would present an exception to the matter. Vermilion is in a precarious situation. All in favor of granting him the position of interim gym leader. I watched as the screens lit up green. Fucking good show. He made a good point, I recognized that, but where would it end? We of the CAEI Islands have seen where a weak gym leader can take a society. It's not pretty. Kanto would learn though. Eventually. I clicked the red button on my desk to show my protest, even though it was a token effort. Lance abstained as he usually did. I'm sure he stopped paying attention the moment we told him we didn't have a target for him to go fight. Fucking brute. Good show ended the meeting after we finalized the rewards that would be given to the trainers that stepped up to ward off the attack. I felt 5,000 pokes to be an excessive reward for doing their duty, but I was, once again, overruled on the matter. A/N, thanks for reading. Good news for those who wanted to join us on the Patreon page but couldn't out of fear of being double charged. Patreon now allows subscription payments. You basically only get charged on the day you register, and every 30 days after that, instead of being charged on that day and then on the first of the month. Sick, right? We're already halfway done with chapter 31 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 23. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now, without further ado, let's get into it. The Magnezone was officially the most difficult Pokemon I'd ever attempted to train. It was arguably even worse than the Dusknoir. Where the ghost type would attempt to attack me, the Magnezone did nothing like that. It spoke to Ino when she telepathically conversed with it and had expressed its desire to stay with the team. Good news, right? Yes, but no. It was interested in being with the team, but it was horrible at taking orders or even simple battling. For a fully evolved Pokemon, it was quite weak and I honestly just didn't know where to begin with its training. Trying to increase the power of its moves didn't work, since whenever I had it practice a move more than twice, it got bored and drifted off to do something else. If a Pokemon could have ADHD, then this would be it. It never stayed in one place and was absolutely shit at staying focused on any single task. Even choosing a name was difficult since it barely stayed still enough for that. I'd have pulled my hair out in frustration if the Magnezone wasn't so cute and such a good fit for the team. It had become fast friends with Hashirama and Kenpeki. The only time it even did any training was when it got to train with either of them. We'd left Vermilion a week ago and were making good time to Celadon. If my calculations were right, we'd be in Celadon in about 2 more weeks at our present speed. As I thought that, I had to duck out of the way of a piece of stone that got sent from Kenpeki's direction. I looked at him. Kenpeki tossed another rock towards Magnezone and he blasted it to pieces with a thunderbolt. I admired the training that Kenpeki was able to convince Magnezone to do, but I almost had my head taken off. Kenpeki, Magnezone, stop that. You're sending rocks everywhere. Kenpeki had the decency to look contrite at my scolding, but Magnezone simply let out what I'd begun to interpret as a cackle and flew off to a different part of the clearing. I swallowed my scream of frustration and started walking towards Broly and Snorlax's training area. I'd taught Broly Giga Impact, and he was doing his part to spread the knowledge to other members of the team. I stayed at a distance and watched the orange glow cover both Broly and Snorlax, and as they began to approach each other, I figured out their plan. This was the kind of stupid idea Kenpeki would come up with. They rushed at each other with the same move and it ended as you'd expect. Most of the trees around them had been blown away and they remained locked in a stalemate after the move died down. Snorlax's physical strength was enough to match Broly's control of the move and vice versa. I was sure that when Snorlax eventually gets better at the move, he'd probably send Broly flying. Broly also recognized that, and I could sense his frustration through our aura bond. It was at that moment that I realized how much I'd neglected my starter. He was the first on the team, and teammates who joined the team after him were already stronger than him or close to getting there. I started pushing my brain to come up with a way for Broly to get even stronger. It might be ridiculous, but I firmly wanted Broly to be one of the strongest on the team. With the kind of ridiculously powerful Pokemon I'd gathered, he'd need something impressive to allow him to keep up. His Telekinesis was good, but not good enough. I picked up my Pokédex to browse through moves and battle styles, looking for something that would fit him. I didn't quite regret Broly's evolution, but he'd lost his speed, which was arguably his greatest advantage. That thought brought the spark of an idea to my mind. There was a move that should help bridge that gap. I started looking up extreme speed. The description of the move was unique, and it was definitely everything I needed. The only problem was that I couldn't figure out whether Broly could learn the move or not. Cleaver obviously wasn't on the list of Pokemon that could learn it. From what I could figure out, the only requirements were a body strong enough to resist the effects of hitting that kind of speed and a high amount of speed to start with. Another issue I encountered was that there was no trademark for the move. The Pokemon that knew it either learned it as a result of their evolution Arcanine or figured it out when they got enough experience Dragonite. The barriers to teaching Broly the move were numerous. It was going to be hard. That had never stopped me before though. This would allow Broly to move forward and keep pace with the rest of the team. I went back to the clearing and helped Ino with her training. We were working on her psychic-type moves. I had her teleporting around to places within my eyesight but out of hers. There were two main goals to this form of training. We'd hopefully improve her endurance and deepen our mental bond. She'd gotten tired very quickly in the battle against Surge's reissue. The thought of Surge made my heart beat faster. His death was my fault, there was no denying that. He'd originally lived through canon, so his death even before that had to be due to something I'd changed. It wasn't rocket science to figure out what it was. Reissue hadn't fully recovered from my challenge when the attack happened. It wasn't a young Pokemon like my team was. It had been getting on in years, and while Pokemon medicine was incredible, it had its limits. Reissue and Surge's deaths were on my head. I'd accept that though. There was no way I could have known about the attack. There was no way I would have had my teammates lose to spare an old Pokemon the pain. It was as much on Surge as it was on me. He'd sent out Reissue to sweep my team. He'd sent out his starter against a 4th batch trainer. If it wasn't for Snorlax, I had no doubts that Reissue would have torn through my team easily. What happened to him was my fault, yes. It was also Surge's though. Ino detected some sign of my thoughts and sent me feelings of reassurance through our bond. I decided to call off training for today at that moment. It was already getting dark and there was no need to continue into the night. We settled down and ate dinner together. While we ate, I started coming up with a strategy for facing Erika. She was unique amongst gym leaders. Her 6-batch challenge was a one-on-one battle against her Venusaur. The Pokemon was a monster. Snorlax was the strongest member of my team, but I'd be using Igneel for this battle. It's true that type advantage mattered less and less as you got to the higher levels, but Igneel had other advantages that would allow him to match up pretty well to a high-level grass type like that. The first among those would be aerial superiority. That reminded me that we needed to work on Igneel's flying skills. He was already strong enough to be able to carry me around. All I needed to do was some extra training to make sure his agility was up to par and that his skills would be sufficient. After dinner, I leaned against my bedroll with the team around me. We just relaxed, watching Magnezone zoom around the clearing. He eventually burned himself out and we went to bed together. We got to Celadon a day before my gym challenge was set to take place. It was when I walked into the city that I remembered the main attraction of the city. The department store. The game corner that I knew should have been here wasn't built yet. It wasn't too much of a hindrance though. My luck was nowhere good enough to gamble my way into any good rewards. I got to the Pokemon Center and handed my Pokédex to the nurse so she could check me in. "Are you here for the tournament, young man?" "It's a bit early, isn't it?" she spoke as she entered my details into the computer in front of her. "Tournament? What tournament?" "Oh, you don't know? Silphco is sponsoring a tournament for trainers with less than 8 badges in a few weeks from now." She reached into the drawer below her desk and handed me the flyer for the tournament. I looked at it and felt my heart beat faster as I looked at the rewards. An unspecified Pokemon, 5 Ultra Balls, 30,000 Poke Dollars, and a voucher for 3 TMS from the Celadon department store for first place. I let out a whistle at that. Talk about a sweet pot. Rewards like that would attract trainers from all over the region. I was definitely signing up. "Where do I sign up?" I asked the nurse who'd been watching me with a smile. "Oh, don't worry about that. I signed you up while I was checking you in. You look like the type of trainer who wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this." I returned her smile, thanked her, and went up to the room. The tournament was slated to start in 3 weeks' time. What I needed to do in the time I had before then was obvious. Tomorrow, I'd get my 6th badge and I'd head back to the grasslands around Celadon. With a tournament like this coming up, I couldn't do my training in the Pokemon Center. Trainers would never hesitate to spy on their competition. It was the smart thing to do. I went to bed thinking of the Pokemon that the tournament would reward me with when I won. Would it be something like a Dragonite or a Salamence? Maybe even something exotic like a Metagross. I didn't bother considering any of the common Pokemon around Kanto. A tournament like this wouldn't have one of those as the final prize. It would be something special. I was sure of that. The next morning, I dressed up and took the scenic route to the gym. It was the 3rd largest building in the city, so it wasn't difficult to find at all. I got there about an hour before my battle was due to start and I watched Erika battle a trainer for her first batch. Erika's first batch team seemed to consist of an Oddish, and a Tangela. The girl used a Pidgey and Growlithe. Both of those Pokemon made my heart twist. I watched with interest. The battle was a simple one and the trainer was able to secure victory by a very close margin. Her Growlithe was just strong enough to overpower the Tangela with a Fire Fang. Being distant from the battle allowed me to see several instances where Erika hesitated to give out orders or even just allowed her Pokemon to take hits. She was a relatively new gym leader and clearly hadn't gotten the hang of the right amount of holding back she had to do. I watched the girl come out of the arena with a massive grin on her face. I walked up to her with a smile on my face. Hello, I'm Donnel Oak. I enjoyed watching your battle. Congratulations. She introduced herself as Sarah and thanked me. She turned to leave but I stopped her. I noticed you have a Pidgey. May I have your phone number? She looked at me askance. No, not like that. I just wanted to send you the training routine I used for mine. She still looked suspicious but gave me her number. I sent her the original routine I'd used for Quicksilver along with several tips on what to do when training a member of that line. I didn't know how useful it would be to her but something was pushing me to help her out. After I finished, I went in for my own battle. Erica didn't even bother leaving the arena. Good, you're already here. May we begin the battle now? Her voice had a quality I couldn't quite place. I liked it though. I nodded and the referee came forward to announce the rules. I sent out Oghenevwogaga on the field. There was no need for a coin toss. This was a one-on-one battle, and I already knew what Pokemon Erica would use. She sent out her Oghenevwogaga. It was a beautiful specimen. Its leaves had a healthy green glow and the bud on its back was gigantic. Begin, the referee shouted, and things got started very quickly. Oghenevwogaga took to the skies the moment the battle began. The Oghenevwogaga already opened up its bud and started sending out gas through the arena. It was blue and thick. If Erica was anyone else, I'd have Oghenevwogaga send some fire into the cloud to check if it was flammable. Against a gym leader though, that kind of tactic would be a waste of time. She'd obviously have trained her Pokemon to produce poisons that wouldn't be a hindrance to them. Whirlwind, I thought at Oghenevwogaga. He used one of the moves we'd been working on during our journey. The winds picked up and dispersed the poisonous cloud. The Oghenevwogaga wasn't deterred and started sending out vines to hit Oghenevwogaga. Vine Whip, my brain supplied instantly. Oghenevwogaga started dodging around them but they didn't stop coming. Oghenevwoga's agility had improved by leaps and bounds in the last few weeks but he wouldn't be able to keep this up for too long. Fireball, I thought at him, and he sent a gigantic ball of flame at the Oghenevwogaga. It didn't take a second to tap one of its paws on the ground and create a wall of earth that blocked Oghenevwoga's move. Ancient power? This would be troublesome. The whips kept moving at Oghenevwogaga and he kept dodging around. Every few minutes, he'd get enough space to send out a fireball that the Oghenevwogaga blocked with ease. I had him fly even higher and use Sunny Day. That stalemate hadn't been in his favor. I had him fly back down in a few seconds though. There were strict rules for flying types in professional battles, and one of them was that a flying type couldn't remain above a certain height for too long. The punishment for breaking that particular rule was a quick disqualification. With the sun empowering his moves, Oghenevwogaga sent out a volley of fireballs at the Oghenevwogaga. I was shocked when the Pokemon actually jumped over one of the fireballs and started running around the arena to dodge the rest. I narrowed my eyes at it. It was fast. Too fast for a Oghenevwogaga. It practically zoomed around the arena dodging Oghenevwoga's fireballs. I looked at it in amazement. I'd watched dozens of Erica's battles, this speed had never come into play in all those battles. Why was it now beginning to matter? What was different about this battle? Could it be? The Oghenevwogaga had chlorophyll as an ability? Impressive. I couldn't just dismiss the Sunny Day because Oghenevwogaga would quickly find himself in the same stalemate he had been in before using the move. I also couldn't leave it up. The Oghenevwogaga was outspeeding all Oghenevwoga's attacks. Phoenix Flames, I commanded with my aura. I felt it as Oghenevwogaga spat out about a dozen fireballs, each as big as my head, and sent them flying at the Oghenevwogaga. It was still somehow able to dodge and block all of them. The difference between Phoenix Flames and Swift was becoming more glaring as we moved forward. Swift homed in on the target and so never missed. Phoenix Flames was just Oghenevwogaga using his developing pyrokinesis to emulate the same effect. The Oghenevwogaga was still moving and I took a few deep breaths to calm my racing heart. I needed to do some deep thinking. The Oghenevwogaga was fast. Fast enough to dodge any one of Oghenevwoga's attacks that weren't large enough to cover a full quarter of the arena, and those attacks it couldn't dodge, it could block with rocks. How do I get out of this? The idea that came to me was less than ideal but it would work. I relayed my plan to Oghenevwogaga and I watched him implement it. Oghenevwogaga sent an enormous fireball at the Oghenevwogaga and it lifted up a portion of the arena to block it. As the explosion began to die down, Oghenevwogaga sent out the largest flamethrower he ever had straight at the Oghenevwogaga's shield. With the flames curving around the shield and licking at the Oghenevwogaga's body, it had no choice but to surround itself with a dome. I recognized that if this Oghenevwogaga knew dig, then my plan would be fuck 60 ways to Friday. I had Oghenevwogaga stop the move after some time to feign tiredness, and then the Oghenevwogaga left its shield, zooming towards the other end of the arena. It was noticeably slower and Oghenevwogaga swept into a dive straight at the Oghenevwogaga. I watched him spit out a fireball and wrap it around himself. He hit with devastating effect. Flame Dive, one of Oghenevwoga's new moves. A combination of aerial ace and flame charge. The Oghenevwogaga was down. I watched it begin to twitch as if trying to get back up and had Oghenevwogaga prepare a fireball in his mouth. I looked at Erica, silently telling her that Oghenevwogaga wouldn't hesitate to fire. She returned her Oghenevwogaga and sent me a polite smile. Oghenevwogaga reared up and roared to the heavens. He sent out the fireball in his mouth towards the skies, where it exploded in an impressive display. The audience was clearly impressed and I allowed Igneel to bask in that for a few minutes. Donnel Oak, I heard Erica's voice as she walked straight at me. Gym leader Erica, I replied with a bow. The cities in Kanto were different in a lot of ways. One difference between Celadon and the rest was that they were still ruled by a monarchy. Erica's family might have chosen to take the title of gym leader, but she still ruled Celadon as its queen. Oh, that is unnecessary. I quite enjoyed our battle. Venezuela needed a battle like that. Here's your badge and please accept my congratulations. You are now a 6-badge trainer with all the responsibilities and privileges. I thanked her and took my leave from the gym. Igneel's battle had taken longer than I'd thought and it was already almost noon. I went back to the center to grab breakfast for my team and myself. I had to head up to my room to add the rare candies to my team's breakfast. I couldn't actually tell if they were having any effect on my team's growth, but I didn't want to risk it if they were having some effect. After breakfast, I went straight to the department store. I had a trademark to pick up. Igneel's Phoenix Flames technique was incomplete. The trademark for Swift would be a quick fix for that. I also picked up a trademark for Earthquake. For some reason, Oak had sent me my monthly allowance for all the time I'd spent on my journey. He claimed that he'd just been forgetting to send it, but I had a feeling it was a bribe of some sort. He also told me about how he was interested in the Pokémon being awarded in the tournament. Apparently, it was to be a Pokémon he hadn't ever seen before and he didn't have enough connections in Sylph to get a look at the Pokémon before it got rewarded. Some part of me wanted to decide against participating in the tournament just to stick it to him, but that would be stupid. Very stupid. I'd already wanted to participate in the tournament, so Oak wasn't making me do anything I wasn't already going to, and even when I won, there was nothing forcing me to give him access to the Pokémon. While there, I grabbed the trademark for Blast Burn as well. Even Belly Drum. This department store was really the shit. They had everything. I looked around for something for Ino and I ended up choosing Draining Kiss. With my hunger for new moves thoroughly sated, I went back to the center and packed up my things. I'd have waited an extra day to rest, but with the number of new moves I had to teach my Pokémon, it would be better to start sooner than later. I grabbed Igneel's ball from the nurse's counter on my way out. I'd almost made it to the outskirts of town when I realized I'd forgotten something. My stores of potions had been almost depleted. I'd never bought more since Oak gave me my first set. I'd just never need more. Right now though, we were training for a very competitive tournament. I went back to the department store and bought as many full restores as I could, along with a good amount of burn heals, poison antidotes, and just general healing potions. I left the city with an account well in the red. I wasn't worried though. The next time I'd come in here would be to win a tournament that would fill my pockets to the brim. As I walked in to find a good place to start, I started planning out the training routine in my mind. A week after I'd entered the grasslands, I watched one of my goals finally become accomplished. Igneel had managed to use Swift as a base for his Phoenix Flames. They curved around targets with a new accuracy and precision. The best part was that he didn't need to maintain such a close focus on his target to use the move. It was a weakness that I was glad no one had managed to intuit before we got around to fixing it. The rest of the training was also going well. Both Broly and Ino had managed to figure out their moves. Ino was still training her endurance with constant teleports. Broly had taught both Snorlax and Kenpeki how to use Earthquake. Now, he was in the next stage of his training. Extreme Speed. The move had no trademark and only theories on how it was used. My training for Broly to learn the move had been to show him the move multiple times on my Pokédex and then have him weighed down by Ino's gravity and battle Kenpeki, Snorlax, and Hashirama at the same time. He was getting faster to be sure, but his frustration at not figuring out the move was apparent. I wasn't too worried though. Broly would figure it out. I had no doubts in my mind. Kisame was in an entirely different section. Ino could put out Igneel's accidental fires with psychic powers, so they didn't need to train together anymore. That was good since she was practicing a move that being anywhere close to would probably do more than inconvenience him. She was improving her use of the move, Blizzard. She'd learned the move a while ago through a trademark, but she hadn't gotten many opportunities to improve on it in the forest. Now, she had as much space as she needed. It pissed off quite a few grass-type Pokémon that had been hiding in the grass, but there was nothing they could do. None of them were strong enough to hurt her, and since all they needed to do to escape the move was moving a bit, I wasn't motivated to stop her training for their comfort. A week more of training and Igneel had been getting the basics of Blast Burn down. The move was powerful. The most powerful fire-type move in existence, some called it. Even with the trademark, Igneel still had to put in a lot of effort to get the move down. And this time, he had to train near Kisame. I wasn't going to take the risk of seeing what would happen if Igneel managed to set the entire field on fire with a move like that. I could already imagine it. The Rangers would swoop in to stop the fire. If I was lucky, I'd only lose my license. If I wasn't, then I'd find myself without a fire type. I had no illusions about that though. If a thing like that happened, then I'd rather be a fugitive from the law than lose any member of my team. I spoke like it would be some big sacrifice. It really wouldn't. The wilds in the Pokemon world weren't as unappealing as those in my home world. Not because they were any less dangerous or uncomfortable, but simply because we had created so much technology as a society just to make the lives of trainers in the wild much easier. Besides, I had no doubts that if I found myself on the run from the law, Oak would interfere to get me off the hook. He'd probably make me trade my freedom for some information, but that was just par for the course with the man. I abandoned that train of thought to go watch Broly's training. When this started a bit over a week ago, it was a complete beatdown. Don't get me wrong, it was still a beatdown, but Broly had begun to manage to trade blows here and there. He'd still need some potions to recover when he finished, but that was all right. He'd figure it out. For the final week of our training, I did something different. We engaged in one-on-one battles. I had my teammates battle against those who they had type disadvantages against. Igneel absolutely hated being soaked by Kisame's water-type moves. They got better though, very quickly. I didn't have any fighting-type Pokemon to battle against Snorlax, for now at least. The battles were a fun way to end the week. Fun for the winners, that is. No winner remained a winner for too long though. Kisame would beat Igneel and then lose to Hashirama. Her joy evaporated very quickly when that happened. The day before the tournament was set to start, I called my team over for a pep talk. Hey, guys. You all know what we're going back to Celadon for. Some of the strongest trainers will be there. You'll do battle against some of the strongest Pokemon in the region. That's nothing for you though. They might be some of the strongest, but we stand at the pinnacle. We're the best, and this tournament will be our unveiling to the rest of the world. Igneel let out a roar and a bolt of fire into the sky. He wasn't the only one that was excited though. Magnezone was off doing something on his own. I'd tried my best to get him to do any training at all, but it was a bust. Ino had also done her best to convince him, and he'd agreed. He'd trained for a few minutes and then wandered off on his own. I was ashamed to admit it, but I had already given up on training him. I'd be sending him to the lab after the tournament. My carry limit was still 8 after all, and I was sure the Pokemon being rewarded in the tournament would be less difficult. I know how this sounds, but I wasn't completely heartless. Magnezone didn't care much about being on the team. He cared about being fed and having people to play with. I'd be sending him to the Oak Ranch, a place with virtually unlimited Pokemon food and an abundance of Pokemon to play with. He'd be thanking me. The next time most of you come out of your balls, it will be to do battle in front of the whole world. You've all made me proud already. This tournament is ours. They just don't know it yet. After my pep talk, I returned everyone to their Pokeballs with the exception of Ino. She was able to easily teleport me back to the city. I went to the center to check in and I was surprised to hear something that I hadn't ever expected. Sorry young man, but we're fully booked already. There are a lot of trainers here for the tournament and very few of them would choose to turn down the free accommodation of the Pokemon Center. She sounded apologetic even though it wasn't her fault. It was mine. I hadn't even considered the possibility of the center being at capacity. Do you have enough space to give my team a check though? I'd used as many potions as was safe on my team during training, but potions weren't miracle cures. There might be something I'd missed. Oak always told me how he lost his Machoke to negligence by not taking it to a Pokemon Center when he was younger. It's why I was so insistent on having my teammates get check UPS whenever we were in a center. Oh definitely. Just hand over the Pokeballs. Her smile had returned. I dropped off every single one of my Pokeballs. They all needed to be in top shape for tomorrow. I walked out of the center to search for a hotel to stay in. I still had cash to burn, so the cost shouldn't really matter. A/N, thanks for reading. We just started with chapter 32 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 17,000 Poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, Blizzard, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Swift, Blast Burn and Dragon Rush. Pupitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Leer, Hyper Beam and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/Fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, Moon Blast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/Grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Snorlax, nickname, Nil, male. Normal type. Moves, Mega Punch, Belly Drum, Hyper Beam, Protect, Sleep Talk, Rest, and Snore. Chapter 24. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I spent the night with thoughts running through my mind. Was I ready? Had I prepared enough? I knew my Pokémon were strong, but I wasn't so sure about myself. After all, strong Pokémon had lost to weaker ones when their trainer allowed himself to get tricked. It went without saying that strategy was essential to every battle, and I hadn't spent any time this month training that. I didn't know when exactly I went to sleep. All I knew was that I woke up the next day feeling like I hadn't even managed to get a wink of sleep. I did my morning rituals and left the room as quickly as possible. I stopped at the hotel's restaurant to grab a cup of coffee. The Pokémon Center was the next destination, and from there, I went to the stadium on the outskirts of town that I'd watched being built. Built was a strong word since much of it was simply 3D printed into existence. The level of technology that this word could boast of still surprised me at times. I arrived with most of the other trainers. I wasn't the only one who loved showing up early for such occasions. I simply sat with my thoughts as the trainers around me introduced themselves and started small talk with each other. About 30 minutes later, the stadium had filled itself to the brim. I looked around the trainers' seats but couldn't find my quarry. Had Sabrina decided against showing up for the tournament? I was sure she would show. The rewards alone were enough of a draw, not to mention the publicity. Pokémon training has always been an expensive profession, and it has become even more costly as our society developed. Highly nutritious poke food, rare candies, DMS, all these things were costly for the average person. Even the cost of hosting Pokémon on a ranch could go as high as 100,000 Poke dollars a month. That's why sponsors were so important. They'd cover all these costs for the trainers, and the trainers would, in turn, improve the sponsors' popularity and brand recognition. It was a symbiotic relationship, and companies always sought trainers to sponsor. There was no shortage of strong trainers in the region, so sponsors didn't just pick strong ones. Strength was a requirement, of course, but perhaps a more critical condition was popularity. Sponsors were now more interested in sponsoring trainers that were in the public eye. Hence, participating in tournaments was essential to securing a good one. Most would expect something like sponsorship to matter little to me since I was the son of a former champion, but those people didn't know my father very well. He sponsored exactly 3 trainers every year. I wasn't one of those 3 trainers since I hadn't made high enough marks in the license qualification exams to be worthy of the honor. Speaking of Oak sponsorships, I could see all 3 of the trainers Oak had chosen to sponsor this year. Sansa, Arya, and Theon. They'd been the top 3 in examination scores, and the original Donnel had resented them for having what he couldn't. I didn't share his feelings, but I still wanted to test my mettle against them. Battling against people that had started their journeys around the same time I did would be invaluable for seeing how far I'd come. A hush spread across the crowd as the president of Silphco approached the stage. I was surprised to see him hosting the tournament because he should be busy heading the most successful company in the world. Good day, everyone, and welcome to the first annual Silph tournament. He paused, and the applause threatened to burst my eardrums. I was surprised to see a corporate executive being so popular, but that wasn't the weirdest thing I'd noticed about the Pokémon world, so I put it out of my mind. I'm sure it must have been a surprise for most of you to find us hosting a tournament at this time of year. Silph has normally been reluctant to host such events, but circumstances have forced our hands this time. There's been a lack of good, proper entertainment in recent times and Silph exists to solve problems. This is another problem for us to solve. Sit back, relax and be entertained. The applause was louder. I couldn't quite find the point since he hadn't said much of anything in his speech. Now, for the trainers, I welcome you all and thank you for taking us up on our offer. One of you, the best of you, will be ending this week with a unique and rare Pokémon attached to their roster. Along with sponsorship from Silphco itself. The last part of his sentence sent a bolt of excitement through the trainers' stands, and I couldn't deny feeling a bit of that excitement myself. Silph sponsorships were the holy grail when it came to sponsorships. They came with a virtually unlimited list of perks. One of which was an unlimited Silph card to spend on circumstances. Silph trainers had access to the best supplies, healthcare, and equipment. Even rare technical machines were within their grasp. I'd wanted to win before I stepped in here, but the stakes just increased. I no longer wanted to win. No, I needed it. I zoned out for the rest of his speech, caught in my thoughts. I got the gist of it, though. The tournament would last for a week. 256 trainers had signed up for the tournament, and that number would be halved and then again today in a series of one-on-one duels. I watched as multiple more miniature battle stages were set up in the stadium. It was an enormous stadium, so 10 battles could happen simultaneously. The president left the scene, and the announcer took over. He announced some names for the first duels, and I was disappointed when my name wasn't even called. I settled in to watch some of the duels, and I started thinking about which one of my teammates would use for this battle. There was no use deceiving myself, though. It would be either Snorlax or Broly. Snorlax didn't have many weaknesses, and even fighting types would have a tough time breaking through his defenses, and Broly was my starter. He'd improved by leaps and bounds in the past few weeks, and I was sure there would be no one who would take us out at this stage. No need to be complacent, though. I'd go with Snorlax. While Broly had adapted well to overcoming type advantage, he still lost out to Kisame more often than not. No need to risk running across a water-type master. This only mattered if I was forced to send out my Pokémon first. If I released last, I'd simply select the best type combo for handling my opponent. I watched as one trainer's Pidgeot was knocked out by another's Electabuzz. It hadn't even been close. The duels seemed to go by rapidly, and few of them were truly interesting. The only standout was a trainer with a Dragonair of all things. The pseudo-legendary in the making showed off its tremendous power by blowing away another trainer's Ampharos with a massive Dragon's Rage. Looking at the move reminded me that I'd neglected to improve on both Kisame's and Ignil's Dragon-type moves in favor of working on their control over their respective elements. It was a wise choice, but I'd have to correct that oversight sooner rather than later. Eventually, I heard my name called, and I practically bolted out of my seat to head to the field. My heart was beating incredibly quickly, and I tried to calm it during the short walk to my own stage. I arrived and nodded at both the referee and my opponent. He was short, very short. The referee didn't say any words and simply gave us significant looks. Heads, the man in front of me said in a deep baritone. The referee looked at me, and I nodded. He flipped the coin, and it landed heads. He showed it to both of us, and I sighed resignedly. I lost. Of course, I did. At least I didn't have to spend too long thinking of my choice of Pokémon. I sent out Snorlax, and he appeared on the field with a broad smile of excitement on his face. I counted the blessing of finding a battle-hungry Snorlax as the best thing to have ever happened to me. My opponent didn't even flinch at having one of the scariest Pokémon in Indigo staring him down and simply sent out a brawly Machamp. Of course, he did. This was just an unlucky day, all things considered. How did I get matched up against a person who had the fighting type of fighting types on his team? No use feeling sorry for myself, though. I watched as the Alakazam by the side raised a barrier around the stage. I felt for my connection with Snorlax to start issuing orders. Begin, the referee said, and the Machamp wasted no time rushing straight for Snorlax. It wasn't swift, and Snorlax had enough time to jump up and stomp the ground. He channeled ground-type energy into the move and set off an earthquake. The stage was racked with tremors, and the Machamp lost its balance for a second. The second was all Snorlax needed to send a quick hyper beam at it. I watched in shock as one of its hands managed to reach the ground and rip off a boulder to shield itself. The earthquake subsided after a few seconds. Snorlax hadn't put in as much power as he could have into the move since it was nothing but a stalling tactic. The Machamp picked up another rock and hurled it straight at Snorlax. Snorlax blew through it with a single mega punch, but the Machamp had followed right behind the rock and was waiting with a fist it sent sailing at Snorlax's head. Its tactic would have worked if I hadn't warned Snorlax ahead of time. Being able to communicate like this was such a baller. Snorlax caught the fist like he'd seen it from a mile away and took advantage of the Machamp's shock to pull it closer and land with a mega punch to its stomach. As the Machamp was sent reeling, Snorlax dragged it back with the hand he had wrapped around its fist and issued another punch to its head. The Machamp managed to break out of Snorlax's hold after that, and my normal type jumped back as I'd trained him to. He'd never be able to run with any manner of speed. His biology simply didn't allow that. What we'd found was that he had no issue jumping, and his legs were more than strong enough to send him flying through long distances. He triggered another earthquake with his landing that made the Machamp stumble again. My opponent's deep voice rang out, "Long distance." I watched as the Machamp shifted its stance before sending orbs of green blasting at my normal type. Snorlax's Protect weathered the first storm of focus blasts with little difficulty. The Machamp sent another volley rocketing towards Snorlax that the Protect came through unscathed. Another jump and a more powerful earthquake prevented the Machamp from firing its next volley and made the blasts it'd been preparing explode in its hands. With the Machamp so distracted, Snorlax's hyper beam went through uncontested and blasted it on its back. It wasn't knocked out, and I had Snorlax build up another hyper beam as a silent threat. The man opposite me understood my point and returned his Machamp. I smiled at him and nodded my head in recognition. He just turned and walked away without looking back. "Hey! Was that how that felt? I nodded at the referee in respect before I made my way back to the stands. The wait for my name to be called the second time was even shorter than the first. So far, the most exciting thing I'd seen was Sansa's battle against a trainer with dark hair. I didn't get his name. She'd used her Charmeleon against his Magmar. He was clearly more experienced and decided to toy with Sansa and her Pokémon. This world proved to be a proper anime world when the Charmeleon evolved in the middle of the battle into a Charizard that defeated the trainer's Magmar with ease. I could see the disappointment on his face, and I blamed him for his own stupidity. I had no doubts he'd chosen that Pokémon with the single purpose of mocking the seemingly amateur trainer. I hadn't gotten to watch either Ares or Theon's battles, and I was excited to see how far they'd come. It seemed my wish would come true sooner than later since my name was called along with Theon's. I made my way to the stage we were set to battle in and took my place. Theon walked over and opened his mouth before I could even get out a single word of greeting, if it isn't the disappointment to the name, Oak. I hope your father still isn't expecting too much from you. Isn't there a minimum badge requirement for these things? I doubt you managed to gather up to 4 badges. His lips had curled up into a disdainful sneer, and I could only look at him, shocked. I remembered he and Donnel not being on the friendliest of terms, but I wasn't expecting to be insulted like that off the bat. The referee ignored the words and asked us to choose sides for the coin toss. Don't bother about it. I'll release my Pokémon first. He said with an air of arrogance that made me grit my teeth, affronted. Who did this fucker think he was? He sent out a Blastoise. So he'd managed to evolve his starter. Impressive but nothing noteworthy. I'll humble this idiot was the only thought in my mind when I released Kenpeki from his Pokeball. I didn't really care about the tournament anymore. My goal in this second was to embarrass the hell out of this boy. I could have done it with either Broly or Igneel. Still, they were much too powerful for this idiot, and I'd instead save the shock factor of their presence for the later rounds. Kenpeki was different. His slow evolution made him the weakest member of my team, and while I loved him as much as the others, I didn't think he'd see much use in the later rounds. Ha! A rock type? You don't even know the basic type chart. What a fucking disappointment. I let his words flow around me as I turned to the referee with a significant look. He shrugged and waved his flag down to start the match. Kisame executed my orders perfectly, and the stage started rumbling before breaking into pieces. The Blastoise could only escape the devastating move by withdrawing into its shell. Attack! My opponent shouted in that annoying voice of his. His Blastoise sent air jets flying out of the various holes in its shell. It somehow used the air's pressure to float into it and then came rocketing towards Kenpeki. Kenpeki grabbed numerous boulders off the ground and smashed them against the Blastoise's approaching form to slow down its momentum before using a Protect to absorb the rest of the force. The Blastoise went rocketing off the Protect with another blast of power and spun around the arena before attempting the same attack. This time, Kenpeki angled the boulders he threw to send the Blastoise rocketing past him and into the ground. Abandon. Hydro Pump were the following words I heard from my opponent. His Blastoise came out of its shell before sending blasts of pressurized water from its shoulder and arm cannons at Kenpeki. Evade. Look for an opportunity, then snipe with Hyper Beam were the subsequent commands I issued through the bond. Kenpeki showed the experience he'd gained with using his new form in the last few months. He weaved around the Blastoise's attacks with ease while moving around the arena for a better vantage point. The Blastoise's attacks followed Kisame everywhere he went, and finally, the event I'd been waiting for happened. The Blastoise flagged for a second. It was a typical mistake trainers made with the Pokémon. Blastoise didn't store as much water as some other water-type Pokémon, so when they ran out of that water, they had to switch to creating their own water, which caused a bit of a delay in their attack. The Hyper Beam Kisame sent was weaker than usual because he'd barely gotten to charge it up, so the Blastoise was able to tank his attack with little difficulty. Kenpeki followed the beam with several boulders he ripped up from the ground. The Blastoise cut through them with its Hydro Cannon and sent more attacks at Kenpeki. Theon finally realized that this tactic wouldn't work and gave his next orders. Aqua Jet, he commanded with a shout. The Blastoise became covered in a water whirlpool and flew off the ground with a blast. It weaved through the boulders Kenpeki sent and moved at my Pokémon. Abandon the rock throw. Use Hyper Beam, I ordered through our bond. Kenpeki dropped the boulders he was preparing to send at the Blastoise before concentrating. As the Blastoise was about to land its attack, Kisame sent out a massive Hyper Beam. The attack tore through the water shield of Aquajet and sent the Blastoise blasting towards the ground. Shockingly, the Pokémon wasn't knocked out yet. It was dazed, though, and Kenpeki didn't need any orders from me to end the battle. He concentrated power into his jets and flew at the Blastoise with the power of a jet engine behind him. His tackle sent the Blastoise sinking deeper into the crater it had formed with its landing. I waited for the dust to settle and saw my rock type hovering above the Blastoise's unconscious form. Theon returned his Pokémon with a sad smile that caught me off guard. I couldn't dwell on that for too long because something I hadn't expected happened next. Kenpeki was covered in bright light and began to scream. I watched in shocked amazement as the light began to get even brighter. His legs were the first things I saw. Massive and green. The rest of his body began to form before my eyes, and after a minute, the light died down, and I beheld my Pokémon in all his glory. He looked at me before turning his head up into the heavens and screaming, "Tyranitar!" The ground shook at his proclamation. He turned to me again and began to approach. I watched in amusement as the referee fled his place in the middle of the field in fear. I turned to Kenpeki and watched him come without moving. I felt no fear at his approach. This was my Pokémon. He wouldn't harm me. We were family. Some of my thoughts must have shown on my face or in my aura since I saw his eyes soften as he kept coming. Eventually, he stood in front of me and stretched out his fist. The fist stopped a few inches before me, and I bumped into his fist with mine. He let out another roar. "You were amazing, buddy. What do you say we get out of here and take your new form out for a spin?" I asked, and he roared out his agreement. I'd have to get used to that or invest in a pair of earmuffs. A few weeks of that, and I doubted I'd have any hearing left. I returned Kenpeki to his Pokeball and turned to leave. I'd barely completed my turn before my attention was drawn to something I'd been ignoring. The audience. There were fewer people in the crowd than at the start of the day. That meant little since all their eyes were locked on me. I felt myself freeze before someone wrapped a hand around my shoulder and pulled/dragged me out of the stadium. It wasn't until we were well out of the stadium that I turned to my savior. I was surprised to see Thean smiling down at me from my side. "For the record, I'm sorry about the things I said in there. I was only trying to rile you up to get you to make a mistake," he said with a smile, and I just stared at him silently. "I thought I succeeded when you sent out that Pupitar. Joke's on me, huh? To think your dad would gift you a pseudo-legendary of all things. Some people have all the luck. Guess he was proud of you after everything." He continued with a smile. I was forced to remember how Thean and Donnel knew each other. They'd both gone to the same Pokemon Academy in Viridian, and he knew more of Donnel's home situation than most other people. They'd been friends before Donnel pushed him away out of jealousy. I didn't blame Donnel for that, though. Watching someone you were friends with getting everything you wanted had to hurt. It took a bit for the entirety of his statement to kick in and. I shrugged off his hand and turned to face him directly. "My father doesn't give me anything. I've made it this far by my own effort. My team and I have been through a lot and it's disrespectful for you to just assume that we get handed everything." I took a deep breath to calm myself from that outburst and turned to leave before I did something I'd regret. I heard footsteps behind me, and Thean was in my face again. "I'm sorry about that, bro. I didn't mean to put down your efforts. Didn't think you and your dad were still, you know." I simply raised an eyebrow. "Like how you are, you get." He trailed off at that as I couldn't keep the smile off my face. "You're an asshole, you know that, right?" he asked with a smile, and I finally broke down laughing. He punched my shoulder, and I started walking off to a clearing out of town. I needed to check out Kenpeki's new form and figure out what he could do. Speaking of that, I pulled out my Pokédex to check out what moves he'd learned with his evolution. It was a small list but a valuable pair of moves. Shadow Ball and Bide. Bide would be especially useful with him. Tyranitar had armor that could weather even the strongest of blows, and being able to deal that damage back to his opponent would be helpful in some situations. I arrived at the forest and noticed that I could still hear Thean's footsteps beside me, and I turned to him in confusion. "Don't mind me. You were saying something about Bide?" he asked teasingly. "Fuck." Eno had pointed it out weeks ago, but I'd never cared enough to bother trying to stop it. I'd picked up the awful habit of saying my thoughts out loud. Spending so many months alone in a forest without human contact could have mental effects. I gave him a scowl. "Why are you still here?" "Oh, no reason. Just felt like we should catch up. I never heard anything from you after we left Pallet Town, only to find you here of all places. I even heard more from Sansa and Arya than you." Sansa and Arya. Sisters from Cinnabar. They were the others that Oak had deemed worthy of his sponsorship. "I've been all right. Just traveling about. Catching Pokemon, training Pokemon, earning badges, and all that." I spoke, being intentionally vague. Donnel might have known this boy, but I didn't. I wouldn't trust him till I had reason to. "Wow. Are you sure you aren't sharing too much?" he asked sarcastically. "Well, if you're not going to tell, then don't expect me to either," he said with a comical pout. I turned back to my thoughts, ignoring him in the meantime. If he had something to say, he'd say it. I released Kenpeki and winced as he let out a roar as he arrived. He looked at me, and his face fell. I didn't need our aura connection to figure that he felt guilty for what just happened. "It's all right, bro. I understand you're excited. Maybe tone it down a bit in future." He nodded thoughtfully, and I had trouble swallowing my laughter. His larger form made his mannerisms look ridiculous. I was tall for a teenager, but I was nowhere near his height. He dwarfed me thoroughly. I patted his body, and I spoke again. Let's see what you can do with your new form. He let out another roar at that and cringed immediately afterwards. I just smiled and moved back. We started with simple things. Movements like walking, jumping, punching, and moving that tail of his. Like every Pokemon I'd ever encountered, he showed a prodigious amount of control over his form. I knew Oak had been attempting to study the phenomenon for a while before he shelved the project for a new study of Gardevoirs. The next thing I had him do was use his moves. Every single one of them had seen a notable increase in power. I held off on having him use Earthquake or Hyper Beam for now because we were still relatively close to the city. After we'd run through everything, I had him attempt some actual running. That provided a sight I'd never forget. Tyranitar were never a fast species, and Kenpeki wouldn't be the exception. Altogether, I was satisfied with his new evolution. I returned him and turned around to look at Theon. He was staring at the place Kenpeki had just occupied with a look in his eyes that I couldn't place. It vanished quickly, and he was back to his easygoing smirk. I still can't believe you have a Tyranitar of all things. A real-life pseudo-legendary. Arya won't know what hit her. He said in excitement. Arya had been the strongest of us when we'd set out. In our first battle, she'd managed to beat Growlithe and Donnel with an untrained Bulbasaur. That was the last bit of shame that motivated Donnel to try his hand at capturing a Scyther. I'm heading back to my hotel room. Do you have anything better to do than follow me around? I asked with a significant look at him. I still didn't trust him. Definitely not enough to show him to my room or the other team members. Fine. Fine. I have to go check if Sansa's done with her battle either way. Did I mention that we've been traveling together? He asked and then spent the rest of the journey into the city telling me about their time together. I was sure most of it was exaggerated, but he was a good storyteller, so I didn't complain. Eventually, we arrived at the point where our paths would diverge, and we exchanged numbers before separating. I took a deep breath to be out of his presence. Something about Theon just didn't sit right with me. It might have just been my paranoia, but something told me something was off about Donnel's friend. I returned to the room and packed up supplies for lunch for the whole team before I had Eno teleport me to the planes we'd used for our training. My team had grown too large to all be released indoors, even in a hotel room as luxurious as this one. I released everyone first and then released Kenpeki so I could see all their faces simultaneously. They were all suitably shocked and excited. I could tell Broly also felt melancholy to see Kenpeki now fully grown. He was proud, but he felt the kind of feeling a father would when their child finally left home. I allowed them to socialize as I got to work preparing the meals. Snorlax's high-calorie rice was the first thing I got ready since I could see the look of pure hunger on his face. We'd skipped breakfast, after all. I did Kenpeki's and Broly's high-mineral meals next, and then Kisame's seafood. Igneel had a high-protein meal, Eno ate the psychic feed Oak had provided, and Magnezone fed on electricity from a pair of solar batteries I'd bought from the department store. I relaxed while snacking on a protein bar and watching my family. This was peace. True peace. A/N, how's it looking? Thanks for reading. We're already halfway done with chapter 32 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 17,000 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, Blizzard, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Swift, Blast Burn and Dragon Rush. Tyranitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Bite, Shadow Ball, Leer, Hyper Beam and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, Moon Blast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Snorlax, nickname, Nil, male. Normal type. Moves, Mega Punch, Belly Drum, Hyper Beam, Protect, Sleep Talk, Rest, and Snore. Chapter 25. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Today's battles were going to be 2-on-2 engagements instead of the 1-on-1 we had yesterday. With 64 participants left, everyone would get 2 battles to cut us down to 16. Silpha's president didn't show up for today's ceremony, so the announcer started calling names for battles after welcoming everyone and explaining the rules for today. I searched through the crowd of trainers and noticed several familiar faces. Some people I'd battled against before were even in the crowd. I'd never expected to see them again, but it's truly a small world. Sansa and Arya were seated to my left and conversing with each other heatedly. I turned away when Arya looked in my direction and focused on the first set of battles. They hadn't reduced the number of stages, so there were still 10 battles simultaneously. The only notable one for today was the trainer with the Radon. I watched her overwhelm her opponent's Mankey with superior defense and then duke it out against an Oghren. The Oghren was a credit to its species, and I enjoyed watching it nearly overwhelm its foe with superior tactics and move spread. The Oghren knew moves that surprised even me. Its Flash Cannon and Megahorn were phenomenal to watch, but it proved to be fruitless at the end of the day. The Radon's trainer had truly mastered the art of simplicity. I watched it use a Protect to weather all the Oghren's attacks and then step out of the Protect when the Oghren had tired itself. The Oghren's punch was caught and countered with a blow to its steel armor that echoed across the stadium. The Oghren moved back, and the Radon stepped into its guard. I wasn't the biggest fan of the species, but I was reminded of why I'd wanted one so badly when the Radon knocked out the Oghren with less than 5 punches to its head. I joined the crowd in offering my applause to both trainers. The man's Oghren was good, but the girl was something else. I waited excitedly for the next round and almost facepalmed at what I saw. It was a stereotypical anime battle in every way that counted. The 2 trainers, James and John, made the most ridiculous poses to start with and then moved from there to even worse battling. When I heard one of them shouting at his Nidoran to dodge, I actually facepalmed. When the same Nidoran defeated its opponent, an Ekans, shortly before losing consciousness, I was happy to see it over. Their next Pokémon were even more evenly matched. A Golbat and a Fearow. The Pokémon weren't bad, but the trainers activated every cringe instinct I had. Fury Cutter, one of them would shout, dodge it, the other would retaliate as if there was a single Pokémon alive that needed a reminder to dodge incoming attacks. I thought it was over when the Fearow managed to use Aerial Ace to smash the Golbat into the ground, but it wasn't an anime battle without the power of friendship. I watched in stunned awe as the Golbat's trainer shouted some sort of speech at it that made it stand up and evolve. A fucking Crobat, great! I couldn't even muster up any shock when the Crobat somehow overcame all the odds and defeated the Fearow, even though it should have already been out for the count. The Pokémon had been on its last legs before evolving, and all Oak's studies on the process never even hinted at Pokémon receiving some sort of second wind from the process. Pure anime bullshit. I was so overjoyed to hear my name next that I practically ran out of the stands to get to the stage. I arrived to find my opponent waiting for me. A blonde girl. She looked exactly like Astrid Hofferson from the How to Train a Dragon movies. With that comparison in mind, I couldn't unsee it. She styled her hair the same way and had a scowl reminiscent of the one the Viking warrior had for much of the first movie. The referee turned to us and offered the coin. Heads, I said before she could open her mouth. I was feeling lucky today. He flipped the coin, and it landed tails. Fuck. I sent out Kenpeki, and my displeasure disappeared after seeing my evolved partner. He and Snorlax were the only Pokémon I'd shown off in the tournament so far, and I was going to try to stick to that. She sent out a Nidoking of all things that had me reevaluating her. No one knew about evolving Pokémon with catalysts, so if she had a Nidoking, she'd most likely captured one in the wild. This girl was dangerous. I wasn't worried, though. As dangerous as she was, we were worse. I allowed her the luxury of the first move as I relayed my strategy to Kenpeki through our bond. The Nidoking rushed forward with immense speed and the light of a Mega Punch shining on his fist. Kenpeki took the hit directly to his head. He stepped back, and the Nidoking continued to wail on him. Kenpeki could feel the hits, but devastating punches felt more like taps with his armor. Eventually, the Nidoking realized it was having no effect and tried to gain distance to try a different move. Kenpeki chose that moment to pounce. He stepped inside the Nidoking's guard and lashed out with his newest move, Bide. The Dark-type attack unloaded the force the Nidoking had been dishing out straight back at it. The Poison-type Pokémon flew backwards and landed on the ground. Kenpeki let out a roar of dominance and turned to the Pokémon before charging up a Hyper Beam. The Astrid lookalike chose not to return her Pokémon, and I ordered Kenpeki to fire. I wasn't even surprised to find the Nidoking under a Protect when the smoke of the attack died down. Ice Beam, my opponent ordered her Pokémon, and it started sending out blasts of blue energy at Kenpeki. They broke against Kenpeki's Protect like water, and I wondered what she was hoping to achieve when she told her Pokémon to continue firing. It took 4 blasts for me to figure out what she was doing. Her Nidoking had frozen the front of the shield to eliminate Kenpeka's visibility. I calmed my pseudo-legendary Pokémon with my aura and told him to wait for her next move. The Nidoking started charging up a Hyper Beam, and I figured out her gambit. It's a shame it wouldn't work in this situation. Aura was so broken. She expected Kenpeka to drop his Protect so he could see the battlefield and would then have her Nidoking snipe him the moment he left his shield. I could wait her out by having Kenpeka stay calm and patient, but Protect was a draining move, and I still had 3 more Pokémon to fight today. Kenpeka dropped the shield but twirled to his left the moment he did. The Hyper Beam flew right past him, and he ran across the battlefield as quickly as he could to slam into the exhausted Nidoking with a tackle. The Nidoking went down, unconscious, and Kenpeka drowned out the stadium with his roar of victory. I simply smiled and gave him a thumbs up while whispering my congratulations with my aura. He turned to wait for his next Pokémon, and the Astrid lookalike across from me bit her lips in thought before sending out an enormous Magmar. I was quite certain this was her strongest Pokémon. It looked old and experienced. Not just old. It was aged. Its red fur had even begun to gray. I doubted it could even battle, but since she released it here, I had no doubts there was something I was missing at this stage. The fire type wasted no time in rushing at Kenpeka. I switched up our strategy for this fight, and Kenpeka swept out with his tail to prevent it from getting close and used Earthquake to destabilize its footing and shatter the ground. The Magmar jumped backwards to escape the tremors. It was experienced enough to know that the tremors were more intense the closer you were to the Pokémon using the move. Impressive. It aimed its hands at Kenpeka and sent out 2 enormous streams of fire that Kenpeka stood still and tanked while manipulating the rocks in the arena to rise and hurl themselves at the fire type. The Magmar was forced to abandon its attacks to punch through the boulders flying towards it. I watched and waited before giving Kenpeka my next orders. He summoned 2 shadow balls in each of his fists and sent them flying at the fire type. The Magmar ignored its trainer's orders to dodge and timed one of its punches on an incoming boulder, so the fragments of that boulder were what the shadow balls hit. I could only gape in shock at the feat. There was no way the girl that looked to be about my age trained this Pokémon herself. That kind of experience was unbelievable. The Magmar seemed to take a deep breath before doing something that shocked me even more. I watched the arena explode into fire around it. There was only one move this could be, and for the first time since the fight started, I felt worried for my Pokémon. The referee also realized what was happening and waved a black flag that brought 2 more Alakazam teleporting in to strengthen the barrier. I bit my lip and ordered Kenpeka to use Protect. All I could do now was hope for the best. The fire around the Magmar continued to build up as it approached a crescendo. After a few seconds, the move built to its critical point, and the arena exploded. There was fire everywhere. After a few seconds, the smoke cleared, and I sighed relief at seeing my rock type still standing. His armor was smoking, and he even had some patches I recognized as burns. I turned my eyes to the exhausted fire type and felt nothing but respect for the Pokémon. We'd send it off with respect, at least. Kenpeka charged up a Hyper Beam much slower than he did earlier in the fight and sent it rocketing at the exhausted Pokémon. I was shocked when it managed to get up a Protect. It was futile, though. As tired as Kenpeka was, the Magmar was even worse. Kenpeka's Hyper Beam broke through its shield and sent it to the land of Morpheus. I allowed Kenpeka to enjoy his victory for a bit before I returned him to his Pokeball. I looked around for my opponent and couldn't find her. A shame. I'd wanted to find out more about that Magmar. A Pokémon like that had to be a legacy, and I wondered who she could have received such a powerful Pokémon from. Even as old as it had pushed Kenpeka very hard. I walked back to my seat to applause from the crowd. At this point, I'd had 2 impressive battles already. 2 battles I would have lost if I'd played to the stereotype of starting with weaker Pokémon first. I couldn't think of any of my teammates that actually counted as weak. Even Magnezone could be a terror with the right motivation. I found my seat and noticed Arya staring at me. I turned to her and stared, silently willing her to look away. She didn't. Not until her name was called, at least. Good. I'd finally watch her battle and see what was up with her team. I was curious about what kind of team she'd gathered in the past months. Her opponent was a young blonde man with a black beard. Dyed hair? That wasn't actually as common as one would expect in an anime world like this one. It wasn't frowned upon or anything, but dyes were expensive. It's a holdback from the days when getting dyes was perilous, so they were rare. I waited for the battle to start in anticipation, and the blonde didn't disappoint by releasing an Espeon. Impressive. Eevee was one of the rarest Pokémon alive today. They'd been hunted mercilessly by poachers for the large prices people were willing to pay for them. Arya sent out a Crobat that looked more impressive than every other flying type I'd seen. I'd have loved to see Quicksilver match up against it. My heart twinged at that thought. The referee started the battle, and the Espeon shattered the stage around her with a blast of psychic power that had me gaping. It started sending the rocks up at the Crobat, and the poison-type Pokemon did its best, but it was clear that that wouldn't be enough after a few minutes. The Espeon never flagged. Didn't slow down for even a second. The Crobat flew like a bat out of hell to escape the persistent attacks. Eventually, it started looking like the Crobat would fall soon. Arya shouted some words I couldn't quite pick up, which turned to the attack. It started using steel wings and shadow balls to break the balls as they arrived. Good idea, but too little too late. Even when the Crobat tried to attack the Espeon itself, the Pokemon used Protect to great effect to avoid even the most powerful of moves. Eventually, the Espeon did something I'd never even seen before. It levitated a boulder in front of itself and, with his flex of psychic might, shattered it into fragments that it sent flying at the Crobat like bullets from a gun. Arya recognized her defeat when the Crobat went down and returned it before it could suffer any additional damage. The next Pokemon she sent out was one I was curious to see, her Venusuar. It was a lovely specimen of its species. Nothing like Erika's, but still very impressive. She had it use Solar Beam and dig its vines into the ground. I was surprised the trainer with the Espeon allowed it set up like that, but that cleared up when his Espeon started firing solar beams at the stationary grass type. I see. Allow your opponent to set up and then use the setup against them. Nice idea. The Venusuar was no slouch, though, and managed to block the moves with rocks it could lift with its vines. The bud at the back of the Venusuar opened up, and a grey cloud started to cover the field. I couldn't recognize the color as belonging to any of the more well-known poison-type moves, but this was the power of Venusuars. They excelled at making new poisons in those buds of theirs. The Espeon looked at ease with the rapidly approaching poison, and I knew why when its trainer returned it before replacing it with an Oghren that simply lazed in the cloud. I couldn't see Arya's face very clearly from her, but her body language told me enough. She was frustrated. Her Venusuar reacted to her displeasure and threw everything it could at the Oghren. It made no difference, though. This was one of the most feared steel-type Pokemon for a reason. It broke through the vines that tried encircling it and obliterated every boulder the Venusuar sent at it with a massive flash cannon that had me blinking spots from my eyes. When my vision cleared, I saw the Oghren in front of the Venusuar with a glowing fist cocked back. The Venusuar's instinctive Protect shattered after the first hit and the second punch smashed it into unconsciousness. I took a deep breath in shock at the display of power and savagery. The trainer. His name was a mystery to me, but I noted him down all the same. He was dangerous. More dangerous than I'd expected with his looks. He wore a three-piece suit and looked like he'd be more in place at a business meeting than at a Pokemon battle. He proved me wrong, though, and from the whispers I heard around me, it wouldn't be out of place to say he'd proved almost everyone in the crowds wrong. I couldn't afford to dwell on his thoughts for too long because my name had been called again. I walked out with visible excitement. This battle was going to be phenomenal, at the least. We'd finally been cut down to 32 participants. I wasn't disappointed when my opponent sent out a large Mamoswine on the field. The Ice/Ground type Pokemon was even larger than Kenpeki. I hummed in appreciation while considering the Pokemon I should use. Igneel, Kisame, and Hashirama seemed like obvious choices, but I'd been trying to avoid giving away most of my team composition ahead of the later rounds. I slapped myself for my stupidity when I felt myself reach down to Snorlax's ball. Turning down such an obvious advantage because of my desire to gain an advantage in future battles was stupid. I had no idea how strong this Pokemon was. Could I risk that all for the element of surprise? The referee coughed pointedly, and I released Igneel to the field. He'd been getting antsy either way. A battle would be good to settle him. I watched my opponent, a tiny girl that looked even younger than me, narrow her eyes at Igneel before giving her first orders. Blizzard, she screamed at her Mamoswine. Igneel roared in irritation from his position in the skies when his visibility disappeared. I couldn't even see through the blizzard either, so I couldn't help him how I'd helped Kenpeki earlier. Noises started coming from the icy cloud, and every few seconds, I'd see a bolt of red that showed Igneel was giving a good fight. I didn't have a Pokemon's senses, and Igneel couldn't communicate with me the way I communicated with him, so I had no way of telling how things were going in the blizzard. All I knew was that Igneel was still going strong. I couldn't even give orders because I feared I'd distract him from his battle. I gritted my teeth as I heard Igneel roar in pain. The Mamoswine was supposed to be less of a threat with its ice typing, but I'd forgotten to include one key variable in my calculations. Igneel was a dragon-type Pokemon. His official typing mattered little. He had all the traits of a dragon and was even the offspring of a champion-level Dragonite. I was the asshole who had neglected that part of his nature in training and battling. I couldn't wait for the tournament to be over so I could rectify that oversight. My thoughts were blown away by what I could feel from Igneel. He was in pain. It tore at my heart to leave him in there, but this was what he needed. He'd grown too confident in his power. I hated the thought of losing more than anything else, but perhaps something useful could come from this loss. That was my hope, at least. Things were getting even worse, and I couldn't resist the urge to give Igneel orders anymore. Fly up. Use sunny day and then blast burn the entire field. Full power. It wasn't the best plan, but it was the best I could think of at the moment, and when I saw the sun get even brighter and hotter, I knew Oghenevwogaga had listened. I waited patiently for the next part of my plan, and I felt it more than I saw it. Heat washed across me. His blast burn had managed to heavily damage the barriers, and while my opponent nor I had been hurt, it was a bit close. The icy winds of the blizzard cleared out first, and then the smoke of Oghenevwoga's attack followed. When I could see the field clearly, I almost sobbed. Oghenevwogaga was hurt. Badly so. One of his wings was bent at an angle, and only prodigious skill with flying-type energy kept him afloat in the air. His body was littered with scratches and bruises. He looked like he'd fought in a war, not just the 10-minute battle he'd actually participated in. His opponent somehow looked even worse than he did. Oghenevwoga's blast burn had put it on its last legs, and it was barely holding on to consciousness. Its hairy body was burned heavily in some places, and it had several bruises on its body. One of its tusks was broken off, and the other was shorter than it had been at the start of the battle. Both Pokemon weren't giving up though. Even before my eyes, both straightened up and looked ready to continue. I looked at my opponent. She looked worried for her Pokemon, and I understood the feeling. One attack. Let's end this in one attack. Give it your all, and I'll do the same, I shouted at her. I watched her expression shift from worry to excitement. Sure. You're on. Her voice filled the stadium in a way that belied her appearance. I had Oghenevwogaga move from the sky to the ground for this final move. I could have sworn I heard a hush across the crowd as we both triggered our attacks. Giga Impact, we both shouted at the same time. Both our Pokemon were surrounded by orange auras and started to approach each other. They started walking, and their speed grew as they got closer. At almost the last second, Oghenevwoga's aura turned from burnt orange to a fiery red as he channeled fire-type energy into the move. They slammed into each other with an impact that shattered what remained of the barrier and sent the referee flying. I kept my balance by lowering myself to the ground and willing myself not to budge. When the winds died down and I could see the field, I smiled with pride. Oghenevwogaga prevailed. His roar was loud enough to deafen me, but I laughed happily. We'd done it. My opponent returned her Pokemon with a smile and gave me a significant look. Oghenevwogaga, buddy. You've been marvelous. You can rest now. I said as I returned him to his ball. There was no way he'd be fighting again after that display. She sent out her next Pokemon, and I almost smiled. She was clearly a budding Ice-type specialist. She'd sent out a terrifying Frostlass. I'd lost my best counter for an Ice-type Pokemon, but I had the perfect reply to the Frostlass' peculiar typing. Kenpeki appeared on the field with excitement. Even after his battle earlier today, he was still raring to go. I updated him on the situation as quickly as I could. We didn't have a well enough code to say it all through Aura, so I had to talk out loud. Oghenevwoga's been taken down. Be careful. That Pokemon is strong. He straightened up at my words and stood in the rudimentary stance he'd chosen to adopt since his evolution. Arms ready at his side and legs far apart to give him a stronger base. His tail swiveled behind him, ready to do damage as required. I turned and gave the referee a nod before he brought down his flag to begin the battle. Kenpeki tore apart the field even further with a full-power earthquake. I couldn't feel it from here since the Alakazam sustaining the barrier had been joined by two more of his species, and they were fully on top of things. The move didn't affect the Frostlass as much as we hoped. Like most ghost types, they floated above the ground. I'd considered using Snorlax or Hashirama since the former would be immune to the ghost-type moves in their entirety, and the latter would have more moves likely to damage the ghost type. There were problems with both of those choices, though. Snorlax's move library consisted of almost entirely normal-type moves, and Hashirama would be weak to the ice part of the Frostlass typing. Wait for them to approach, I communicated crudely to Kenpeki with our aura link. He settled back into his stance and kept his head on a swivel. My opponent's next orders had me growling in annoyance. Blizzard, she shouted at her Pokemon. Shadow Ball, I did the same. This one wasn't as fast or well trained as the Mamoswine, so they spent more time trying to summon the blizzard than their predecessor. During that time, Kenpeki let loose with 3 Shadow Balls that the Frostlass had moved to avoid. That broke their focus, at least. Rock Throw. Keep it on the ropes. I ordered next. I watched in anticipation as the Frostlass was chased by rocks everywhere they went. Not even a second of respite was given to the Ice-type Pokemon. Eventually, they tried shattering the approaching boulders with Shadow Balls and Ice Beams, but even that didn't work after a while. It all came to a head when one rock smashed into the Frostlass from behind while another hit them right in the head. This seemed like the last straw since the Pokemon wailed in frustration. I had to cover my ears from the guttural sound. Kenpeki's situation was even worse. He thrashed about the field in pain as the Frostlass finally got the time to use their blizzard. I watched Kenpeki disappear from view with frustration on my face. I was beginning to gain a new appreciation for the Ice-type move. Like Oghenevwogaga, I had full confidence in Kenpaki's ability to overcome a Pokemon like this one, so I settled down to watch. Unlike Igneel, Kenpaki's moves didn't cause as many visible displays of light that I could see from my position. Things finally came to a head when the blizzard began to die down after 10 long minutes. I'd felt Kenpaki's frustration as the battle went on, and I'd felt his elation a few seconds ago. Something had changed. The winds cleared up enough, and I whistled at the sight. Kenpaki looked unharmed as I'd expected. His armor was just too hard for most Pokemon to breach. The Frostlass was much worse for wear. They didn't look particularly injured, but Kenpaki's tail around their throat told me that could change very quickly. Even as I thought that, I watched him lift his tail and slam the Frostlass into the ground repeatedly. I considered calming him down, but the battle wasn't over. Not yet, at least. I turned to my opponent and gave her a significant look. I tried to convey the sentiment that Kenpaki wasn't going to stop, and I wasn't going to stop him. I must have done something right since she held her Pokeball and returned the Pokemon. Kenpaki roared his victory, and I smiled at him before returning him to his own ball. A/N, thanks for reading. We're already halfway done with chapter 33 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 17,000 Poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, Blizzard, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Swift, Blast Burn and Dragon Rush. Tyranitar, nickname, Kenpaki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Bite, Shadow Ball, Leer, Hyper Beam, and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, Moon Blast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Snorlax, nickname, Nil, male. Normal type. Moves, Mega Punch, Belly Drum, Hyper Beam, Protect, Sleep Talk, Rest, Earthquake, and Snore. A/N, here's the complete chapter. How's it looking? Chapter 26. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I found it odd that all my battles so far had some measure of difficulty. I seemed to be running a gauntlet of the strongest trainers in the league. It made me happy, but it also meant I had to spend more time getting treatment for my Pokemon. That's what had me sitting in the lobby of the Pokemon Center anxiously waiting for Igneel to be fully healed. Kenpaki had needed very little healing, but Igneel was in bad shape. He'd get better, in any case. The only thing that worried me was the state of his wing. Wings were notoriously easy to permanently damage. It had something to do with the flying type energy they helped channel, at least, that's what Oak posited, and he was the authority on all things Pokemon. I ended up releasing Eno to join me in my wait. She was the only one of my Pokemon that could remain indoors without causing a huge commotion. Kisame and Broly were so rare they were unheard of, Hashirama was a ghost type, and those weren't very popular, Kenpaki wasn't even an option with his current size, and Magnezone would cause more chaos than I was prepared to handle. Besides, his species weren't the most popular at the moment. Gym leaders were celebrities, and killing one off didn't lead to a good reputation. It ended up taking an extra hour for Igneel to be fully healed. The nurse also instructed me to allow him to rest for an additional 2 days. That meant he wouldn't be available till the semi-finals. The good news was that we only had a single battle a day from this point. Tomorrow would begin the round of 16. I was already extremely close to the finish line, but that mattered little if I couldn't make it the entire way there. With Igneel's ball in hand, I had Eno teleport me to the fields where we would take dinner together as a team. I considered making strategies for the contestants I'd gotten to see battle, but that would be a waste of time. I didn't have enough information on anyone's team to devise a foolproof strategy or even the bare bones of a plan. The day dawned bright and early, and I found myself in the stadium before the moon left the sky. I was the only one here, apart from the orderlies setting up the arena. I enjoyed the peace and allowed it to calm my heart rate. My journey started a year ago, and I'd come so far in so little time. When the journey began, I'd thought beating the circuit and winning the conference in 2 years would be impossible. I used it as my moonshot. But now, I wasn't even sure when my mind changed on this. I believed in myself. I could do it. The trainers in the conference, the best the league had to offer, would be nothing against me. I'll tear through them like wet paper and make my way to Lance himself. For Quicksilver. I'd become champion for my fallen Pokemon, and then I'd find the poacher. The thought of mounting whatever remained of his Gengar on my throne brought a smile to my face. Thinking of what I'd do to the Charizard brightened that smile even more. I kept fantasizing about my revenge and am ashamed to note that it took me as long as it did before I realized my thoughts weren't my own. Did I want the Gengar dead? Yes, but I'd never fantasize about drinking from the skull of someone's Pokemon. I looked around for the source of this sudden anger and hatred before I narrowed my eyes at a woman standing on the other end of the arena. I couldn't see her clearly, but I could swear I saw a smile break across her face before she disappeared in a blur of shadow. It was almost like she'd never even been there. The fact that my mind felt free for perhaps the first time since I took a seat at the stadium was the only thing convincing me that she'd ever even been there. I took a deep breath and released Eno. She connected with me and was brought up to speed at the speed of thought. I didn't send her back into her Pokeball till the stands were almost filled, and the chances of me being attacked had gone down tremendously. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, one and all, to the round of 16 of Silpha's biannual amateur Pokemon tournament. The announcer's voice reverberated across the stadium with a notable echo. We've watched these trainers give their all, and we'll be asking for them to give us a bit more, he said and paused for the crowd to stop screaming. Today's battles will be 6-on-6 engagements. Yes, full teams. From this point on, we'll see the very best these trainers have to offer us. All their strategies, Pokemon, and hearts will be laid bare to us. The crowd's excitement was so palpable that I could almost taste their anticipation. And to you, the trainers, I have only this to say. Give it your all. We're watching. I joined my hands to the applause the crowd gave him for the speech. It was short and impactful. He started calling out names for the battle, and I was surprised when mine was the first one he called. I stepped out of the enclosure reserved for trainers to applause from the excited crowd. That was new. My opponent was also surprised since I hadn't even expected Sansa to have made it this far. Last I checked, she'd been struggling against her opponent yesterday. I couldn't see the entire thing since I was called for my battle and had to rush to the Pokemon Center immediately after. I nodded at her without saying anything, and she returned the favor. Sansa had given away most of her Pokemon in the earlier rounds. She was a budding Fire-type specialist and had the team for it. She lost the coin flip and was forced to release her Pokemon first. The Charizard she sent to the field looked ferocious, and I was sure Igneel would want a crack at it, injured or not. I'd have to re-challenge her later since Igneel wouldn't be getting the opportunity in this battle. None of my other Pokemon would. The battlefield had been greatly expanded for today's battles since there would only be one battle happening at a time. Now, it wasn't just a field separated into two halves, there were a smattering of environmental factors in the area. The small artificial pond to my left was the most important one. I took a deep breath and sent Kisame to the field. This would be her first professional battle in so long, and I felt her excitement to prove herself. She wasn't as battle-hungry as Igneel or even Kenpeki, but she'd been bored of only getting to battle her teammates for the past few months. My opponent and I ignored the crowd's whispers of amazement. The referee signaled for the battle to begin, and the pond came to life under Kisame's control. The Charizard tried roasting her with a flamethrower, but it was blocked with a wave of water while the rest of the pond wrapped around Kisame's body. The Charizard's strongest attacks couldn't break through Kisame's shield, and she whittled it down with ice beams before dispatching it with a trio of hydro pumps. I could empathize with Sansa's shocked expression. Watching Kisame in action still astounded me at times. She'd been my strongest Pokemon for a very long while, and while that distinction was no longer as clear, she was an impressive specimen either way. Sansa returned her Charizard with a less than friendly expression before sending out a Pikachu that brought a smile to my face. Of course, she'd have an electric type or two to help dispatch troublesome water types. Too little, too late, however. Type advantage alone had little chance of overwhelming Kisame. I was proven right when she used the water around her to swerve around the Pikachu's attacks before covering the field in a blizzard. I'd hated having this tactic used against me yesterday, but being on the other end of this had a smile breaking across my face. After very little time, the field stopped being visible, and I gave Kisame her next orders. I only saw a pitiful bolt of electricity before the ice and wind from Kisame's blizzard cleared up to allow me to see the field. The Pikachu was encircled in a water prison and looked to be drowning. Sansa returned her Pokemon with prodigious speed before sending out her next choice with a deeper scowl than the one she'd already been sporting. The Vulpix that came on the field melted the ice around its form with a single breath. I watched in appreciation as the Firefox used a fire spin to melt the ice around the field. I could have prevented it, but she was only making conditions more favorable for my water type. After all, the Vulpix's flames weren't hot enough to evaporate the ice entirely, and it made several puddles around the field. She saw the error of her ways when the Vulpix started storming at Kisame with a flame charge. It barely even made it half of the distance when a bolt of water from one of the puddles blasted it in the side. Kisame followed up with a barrage of water guns that had the Vulpix reeling. She was about to trap it in its own water prison when Sansa had the good sense to return her Pokémon. I was too far away to see her face clearly, but her rage was quickly felt. The commentators' comments about her being completely out of her depth probably did little to alleviate her anger. At this point, I'd taken out half of her team with only one of mine. The logical thing would be to forfeit, but the commentators seemed intent on preventing that. His comments continued to get increasingly mocking until Sansa sent out her next Pokémon, and even then, he didn't stop. I had no doubts that the man knew exactly what he was doing, and I couldn't quite grasp his motivations for making sure Sansa didn't forfeit, but it wasn't my business. Forfeit or not, this battle had only one outcome. Her Rapidash did an excellent job of twirling around Kisame's attacks. It maintained an aura of flame around it that was hot enough to evaporate the lighter tendrils Kisame sent at its feet. The battle managed to last longer than all the others by virtue of the fact that I instructed Kisame to allow the Pokémon to tire itself out instead of dedicating more power to taking it down. Rapidash could be a very hardy Pokémon, but running around the field with an aura of powerful flame tired it out in a few minutes, and Kisame barely had to even attack it to knock it out. What's the point of wasting energy to defeat an opponent already defeating itself? The commentators' disparaging comments continued. They were subtle insults, this crowd wouldn't appreciate more overt slights. That didn't make them any less hurtful, though, and Sansa still declined to forfeit. Her next Pokémon was a Magmar that had evolved recently. I wasn't deducing that with some prodigious skill of observation. I'd seen it as a Magby battling with an opponent's Oddish yesterday. It sent out an impressive flamethrower that Kisame countered before getting halfway through the field. I watched it use quick attack to run at Kisame while holding a fist behind it. Thunder Punch, my brain supplied when I saw the yellow outline around its fist. It crossed the arena with good speed but was left swinging at air when Kisame simply moved her bubble of water to a different part of the field. Her use of the water prison was definitely her strongest advantage. It growled and entered another quick attack as it reached my sea snake. A bolt of water separated from Kisame's bubble and slammed into the Magmar when it was a few inches away from my Pokémon. I watched as the electricity from its own thunder punch shocked it into unconsciousness with a satisfied smile on my face. I watched expectantly as Sansa prepared to send out her last Pokémon. An Arcanine? A fucking Arcanine? How the fuck did she get one? They were called the legendary Pokémon for a reason. Powerful and rare. Even from behind the barrier, I could feel the heat the Pokémon was releasing. I prepared Kisame for the first move. It was easy to predict with what I knew about the Pokémon. The referee began the battle, and the Arcanine blurred across the distance between him and Kisame. If I hadn't told her to expect extreme speed right off the bat, she would have been caught off guard. I watched my sea snake dodge around the Arcanine's straightforward attack with ease and command the water bubble the Arcanine had burst with his charge to wrap around him. I wasn't the only one shocked when the Arcanine evaporated the water the moment it got within a few inches of his body. Rain dance, I commanded and watched as the arena started to become flooded with Kisame's element. I couldn't close my mouth when the Arcanine just overpowered her rain dance with his own sunny day. It started to approach to end the battle at a more sedate place when I returned Kisame to her Pokeball. I had no doubts about her ability to win, but allowing her to get injured at this tournament stage would be stupid. Besides, I had another Pokemon that I needed to fight this Arcanine. Luckily, the legendary Pokemon's body heat was enough to evaporate all the water that had gathered on the field. I waited out my entire 1 minute to hopefully run out the Arcanine's endurance. Maintaining that kind of aura had to be draining. The referee had to begin a countdown before I released Broly on the field. My hope was that being exposed to a Pokémon that had extreme speed would be the final push Broly needed to develop the move for himself. The Arcanine blurred across the field and found one of Broly's axe hands waiting for him. It jumped over the attack and slammed into Broly from behind. My rock type went flying till he collided with the barrier and fell to the floor. He was barely phased from the attack and prepared to tango with the Arcanine again. As the fire type blurred across the field, Broly tried to use an earthquake to destabilize its footing, but even that was useless, and he was forced to dig into the ground to avoid the Arcanine's charge. He came up at a different end of the field and sent a hyper beam screaming straight at the Arcanine. It dodged with little effort and was running at Broly again. My starter was forced to dig to escape the fire type's next attack. "Have you got it?" I asked him, and his reply was the concept of not yet. I watched as Broly used the same hit-and-run tactics over and over again. It was like a real-life game of whack-a-mole. It wasn't till the Arcanine made his 7th attempt at catching Broly that my Pokémon moved across the ground to meet him. I smiled a wide, proud smile when I couldn't even see Broly's blur as he rushed to meet the Arcanine head-on. They slammed into each other and shattered the ground around them with their impact. They made a few passes at each other before I truly understood the situation. While Broly had cracked the secret to extreme speed, the Arcanine was still faster by a noticeable margin. That mattered little, though. Broly had been fighting opponents much faster than him for a month, and my new perspective told me the Arcanine didn't have any experience against opponents that could match its speed. From that point, it was only a formality. The battle ended when Broly smashed a stone axe into the Arcanine's skull and blasted the Pokémon with a hyper beam when it was dazed for a few seconds. Sansa returned her Pokémon with what looked like disappointment on her face and the crowd went wild. I rushed into the field and wrapped my starter in a hug. A very short hug. His body was burning hot. You were amazing. You've got extreme speed now. I said with a proud smile that he returned before I returned him to his Pokeball. I walked across the field toward Sansa. She was staring at her Pokeball and looked to be holding back tears. She didn't notice me until I was right before her. Good battle, I said while stretching out my hand for a shake. She looked into my eyes searchingly before she put her hand in mine. The crowd went wild at the display of sportsmanship, and the commentator finally shut up. He'd actually been shockingly silent since Sansa sent out her Arcanine. I escorted Sansa out of the field to applause from the crowd while searching my mind for a polite way to ask her about the Arcanine. We were halfway to the Pokémon Center when she turned to me and asked, "What do you want?" That's oddly blunt of her. When I was too shocked to reply, she said, "Let's not pretend that you care about me or my Pokémon. You want something from me, so what is it?" She had me there. Your Arcanine. I'm curious about it and why you didn't use it earlier. I already explained this to your dad. Growlithe went wandering off one day and he came back to me as an Arcanine. I have no idea how he evolved. I didn't use it earlier because your dad told me not to use it since it would gather too much of the wrong type of attention. I failed in that mission too, she said with a despondent look. Oh. I didn't have anything to say to that, and we spent the rest of the journey in silence. She gave me something to think about though. Oak advised her not to use her Arcanine, but he didn't give me any of that kind of advice with my admittedly more rare team. I had a practically unheard of species of Pokémon, and he'd never warned me to be careful. Did he trust me to defend myself or did he just not care? It was difficult to tell either way. When we got to the center, we split ways, and I had Ino teleport me to the fields we used for our training. None of my Pokémon were hurt enough to require a session at the center and something was beginning to rub me wrong about the whole affair. I used some potions I had to heal Broly back to full health since he'd taken a few hits from the Arcanine. We weren't going to be doing much training today since we had another battle tomorrow, but I needed Broly to adapt to his new speed. Having Ino use gravity on him while he battled 3 of my other Pokémon seemed to be the most effective strategy, so we continued with that. He could access the move now but was still raw with it. Not as fast as the other Pokémon I've seen with the move but much faster than any Pokémon I've seen without it. The battle was much different from the earlier battles I'd seen this month. With extreme speed, Broly could almost ignore Ino's gravity and attack as was his wont. The battle wasn't any easier for him since Kenpeki, Snorlax, and Hashirama were tough opponents, but when Ino finally released the move, he gave them a run for their money. He lost in the end, but it was closer than ever. Extreme speed was the bridge I'd hoped for it to be. The best part was that the more Broly used the move, the better he got with it. Eventually, he'd be able to take out elite-level Pokémon in blinks like Lance's own starter was capable of. The rest of the training was working with both Igneel and Kisame on mastering Dragon Dance. Hashirama was working on something else that I couldn't quite determine. He looked to be communicating with the grass around him. The next day, I found myself in the arena, standing opposite another trainer, a Kyle McCain. The most NPC-looking character I'd ever seen. The most notable thing I could see about him was his height. He looked to be over 6 feet tall. Definitely taller than anyone I'd ever seen in this world. He could have had a profitable character as a basketball player in my original world. I lost the coin toss and was forced to send out the first Pokémon. Since I'd already shown off Broly yesterday, I decided to start things with him this time. He hadn't gotten to battle much in recent months, so I needed to fix that. My opponent seemed to consider things for a bit before sending out his own Pokémon. A Gengar that made me grit my teeth. I had to forcibly remind both Broly and myself that this wasn't the Gengar. The one that had taken from me. This one was innocent. We wouldn't be trying to kill it. If we were a bit rougher than usual, that was how things went. I waited for the referee to start the battle before Broly blurred across the field, and his axe went straight through the space the Gengar's head had occupied. The Pokémon dissolved into shadows and retreated from Broly's attack. Broly wasn't to be deterred, though. I had studied up on killing ghosts, and while they were highly resistant to physical damage, enough hits concentrated in a short period could overcome their ability to reform. Broly took the lessons we'd learned to heart as he didn't allow the Gengar a second's respite. He followed it across the field, appearing at its blind spot when it tried to resurface and attempt an attack. What moves it managed to use were dodged with contemptuous ease. I turned my eyes from the battle to look at my opponent. He looked very calm even with all that was happening. I saw him look from the battle to me, and then he clapped twice with an arrogant smirk on his face. I saw his Jengar dissolve into a poisonous cloud that surrounded Broly. His next words made me look at him in astonishment. I hope your Pokemon isn't gassed out. Ha! Get it? Gassed out. I turned away from the clown and looked at Broly's still form. To an outsider, it might have looked like he couldn't move with the poison, but he was simply gathering his energy for a different move. After a few more seconds, he started twirling around and creating a whirlwind that dispersed the poisonous cloud that surrounded him into the sky. When he stopped moving, he was alone on the field, with clear air around him. Keep your guard up, the Jengar isn't down yet. I instructed him through our aura bond. I was surprised I could even convey complex messages like this through aura's imprecise medium. He stood still for a few more seconds and then moved to the left. I watched in shock as a shadow claw occupied the space where he'd just occupied. His senses were truly top-notch. Broly went back on the attack, and the Jengar just couldn't keep up anymore. I guess having its body scattered to the winds was less than ideal for its health. It took a few more exchanges for Broly to wear his opponent down, and then my opponent stomped his feet 3 times. I kept a close eye on both Pokemon, and that's why I noticed the dark aura that surrounded both Broly and Jengar for a second. Destiny Bond, I thought with a derisive snort. Such an underhanded tactic. Technically legal, but no less despicable for it. I stopped Broly from pushing the attack and started wondering how I was going to be able to stop the move from coming into effect. I could admire the strategy in his actions. Start with a Jengar that knew Destiny Bond to take out one of the stronger members of my team. I felt that if I'd started with any other Pokemon, he might have chosen a different Pokemon to take them out. I didn't have to do much thinking because Broly pointed something out to me. The Jengar was already on its last legs. Its floating was less steady than it had been at the beginning of the battle, and its smile was more strained. My next orders were obvious. Wait, let the Jengar come to you. Destiny Bond can be a draining move. That was one of the obvious disadvantages of the move. It took energy from the Pokemon, using it to create the bond, and kept taking energy to maintain the bond. It's why it was used when the battle was guaranteed to be over in the next few moves. Normally, a Jengar would have more than enough energy to maintain the move. Still, this one was already exhausted from Broly's attacks and then had to reform its body after being dispersed into the wind. My opponent figured out what was going on and shot a panicked look at his Jengar, that was already succumbing to exhaustion. He did as expected and ordered his ghost to throw everything it could at us. Not an unwise choice, but Broly had an easy time weaving through the Jengar's attacks and resisting his instincts to counterattack. After a few minutes, the Jengar fainted into unconsciousness on its own. I saw a second dark aura appear around Broly's body before dispersing. I looked at my opponent expectantly, and he returned his Pokemon before sending out a Kadabra. The Fox Pokemon looked to be the opposite of intimidating when I'd been seeing his evolved counterparts throughout the tournament. It proved my initial expectations wrong when it tore multiple boulders out of the ground that it sent at Broly the moment the referee started the battle. Broly had a field day taking control of the rocks from the Kadabra with his Telekinesis before setting them gently on the floor next to him. He blurred across the field to introduce the fox's head with his axe when it was gone with a blast of light. It appeared in Broly's blind spot and fired off a Psybeam that was easily dodged. Broly was too fast for a battle like this not to turn into a chase. He moved across the field after the teleporting Kadabra, and the Pokemon conducted itself well by disappearing whenever Broly got too close for comfort. After it went on for a minute or so, I had Broly stop. We needed to change tactics. Broly hit it well, but he was already tired. Extreme speed was tiring, and Broly had been using it for too long. Broly brought the boulders around him to life and sent them hurtling at the floating psychic type. It blocked all the attacks with a telekinetic shield, but this played into our plans. Broly crushed the boulders against the shield, creating a cloud of dust covering the entire arena and blocking his opponent's visibility. Broly could have done that with a single move if he knew Sandstorm, and I, once again, lamented his relatively small move pool. He dug into the ground and made his way towards where the Kadabra had last been. I shouldn't have been surprised when the dust cleared, and I saw both Broly and Kadabra where the other had been when the battle started. I grit my teeth in irritation before an idea came to me. Signal beam. Rapid fire, I instructed my starter. He turned his 2 axe hands towards his opponent, and bright green beams of energy came out of them like bullets from a cannon. The Kadabra was able to dodge the first few by teleportation, but when it eventually got hit by one of them, his ability to teleport was greatly diminished. Broly fired 2 more signal beams that were blocked with a protect before he disappeared and appeared inside the shattering protect with a stone axe raised to his opponent's head. My opponent returned his Pokemon, and I breathed a sigh of relief before I followed suit in returning mine. Broly had been unable to complete his attack. He'd hesitated, and I was glad my opponent had enough honor not to punish him for his mercy. The next Pokemon he sent out was a Pidgeotto, and I sent out Kenpeki to finish the battle. A/N, thanks for reading. We're done with chapter 33 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you dare to. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Just added in one of the OCS suggested by one of my patrons on the place that shall not be named. Thank you, Dullpen, for the character. I hope I do him justice. Chapter 27. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. The battle between Kenpeki and the Pidgeotto was too short to be notable. The bird gave a valiant effort, but even 1,000 brave birds would have no chance of breaching Kenpeki's armor. At the end of the day, it was a battle decided before it even began. The Pidgeotto even evolved into a Pidgeot at the ending stretch of the fight, but it was too little and came far too late. Kenpeki struck it down from the air with a powerful rock throw and knocked it out with a hyper beam. He turned to look at my opponent, waiting for the next Pokemon as if he hadn't just finished a battle. I understood the sentiment, though. To a Pokemon as strong as Kenpeki, that battle must felt more like a warm-up than an actual fight. With 3 of my opponent's Pokemon down, he had to make his next choice count, and I had to admit being disappointed when he sent out an Execute. A Grass/Psychic type against a Rock/Dark type wasn't a fair type matchup, so this Pokemon either had something that made it special, or he was already out of options. It would be preferable if it was the latter, but some of me hoped it was the former. When the Execute began to try using Vine Whip to set up a seed drain, I shook my head in disappointment. Oak had pointed out to a younger Donnel when he was younger when they were watching the conference that most trainers tended to focus on one typing that played well to their strengths and ignore the other when it came to dual-type Pokemon. It was a bit hypocritical of me to point out here since I did the same thing with many of my Pokemon. Still, when the Pokemon in question had such a clear weakness as a Psychic type, then this over-reliance was just stupid. I had Kenpeki ignore the Pokemon's attacks, allowing them to wash over his form before targeting the Grass type with a storm of Shadow Balls. I felt my mouth drop when the Grass-type Pokemon somehow floated around Kenpeki's attacks before doubling the intensity of its own attacks. It took me a second to realize I'd been had. The Execute was better at Grass-type moves than it had initially shown. The strength of the Vine Whip it was using almost tripled, and I gritted my teeth as Kenpeki was sent reeling. Protect, I barked out in irritation. In between 1 second and the next, the Vine Whip was bouncing away from a bright green shield before being sent right back at the shield. I considered my next course of action very carefully. He'd baited me into overextending on that last pass, but we'd managed to avert disaster. Before I could give any orders, Kenpeki decided to take the initiative. He dropped the shield before catching both vines in his claws and ripping them apart. More Shadow Balls went flying at the egg Pokemon, but a shield of psychic energy managed to avert most of the damage. In that time, Kenpeki used Earthquake on the field to destabilize the Grass type's footing before sniping it out of consciousness with a hyper beam. I watched with a smile as the trainer across from me returned his Pokemon. I resolved to have some more faith in my Pokemon. They'd been battling each other for months, after all. Basic tactics weren't beyond them. My opponent's next Pokemon was a Smoochum. I watched with a smile as the funny Pokemon appeared on the field and was forced to immediately dodge a Shadow Ball from Kenpeki. We got a warning for that. The Ice/Ghost type put on a terrific effort, but Kenpeki had been battling stronger Pokemon even as a Pupitar. His evolution made him much stronger and more versatile. The Ice type's beams were deflected with Protect, and the Ghost moves it could call upon were torn apart by Kenpeki's own Dark type offerings. I was surprised when the Pokemon attempted to use Attract, but even that was of no utility. They were of egg groups that were simply too different for the move to work. Multiple rock throws were what sent the Smoochum into unconsciousness. My opponent's last Pokemon caused whispers to spread among the crowd. An Espeon. Eevee were considered some of the rarest Pokemon in Indigo, and this was the third one to show up in this tournament. This was truly a bad matchup for him. Kenpeki was uniquely suited to fuck up most of his team by type advantage alone and strong enough to prevent any of his opponents from overcoming that type advantage. The Espeon was a magnificent specimen still, larger than most evolutions I've seen and more graceful. I didn't understand why he'd saved such a strong Pokemon for last until it started running at Kenpeki the moment the battle began. It was injured. It had a small limp on its right back leg, even though it wasn't exaggerated, it was still easy to see. Kenpeki wasn't too enthused about fighting an injured opponent and tried to end it with a nonchalant Earthquake. Will proved to be as cunning a trainer as any when his Espeon jumped right as Broly triggered his Earthquake and let his guard down. I watched in shock as the orange aura of Giga Impact appeared around the Psychic type as it ran in the air to charge my Pokemon. Kenpeki was caught off guard and could only cross his arms in front of his face for defense. The attack slammed into his midsection, and I saw my Pokemon fold over before being sent flying into the arena barriers. He was slumped on the floor for a bit before letting out a groan and beginning to regain his feet. I snapped out his Pokeball and returned him before replacing him on the field with Ino. She was barely on the field for a few seconds before the Espeon's mind gem glowed for a second, and I felt her get sucked into a mental battle. A battle she was losing very quickly. It got so bad that she had to lean on my mental strength to bolster her own. While on her own, she might not have had the strength to overcome the espion. My strength, as little as it was enough to overcome the gap. I watched as the battle went on for a few more minutes before the espion slumped into unconsciousness. I smiled at my psychic type, and she smiled back before I returned her to her ball. I couldn't revel in my victory for long because the stadium suddenly exploded around me. I felt heat on my skin as I was blown backwards. I couldn't even feel what I crashed into as I kept moving. It took a few minutes for me to overcome the dizziness and pain plaguing my mind. It took me a few more minutes to feel strong enough to open my eyes and look around me. It was all chaos. I saw the stadium falling apart and heard screams of terror from practically everything in my vicinity. I needed someone. Someone from my team. I could barely move my hand out from under my body, and it took a fierce application of will to force my hand to move to my belt and press the release button on the first pokeball I felt. I watched Magnezone appear on the field with what I'm ashamed to say, I felt only disappointment. They appeared in red light and looked ready to bolt off to play a prank before realizing what was happening around us. They turned back to me and started jabbering in poke speak. I ignored the antics of the steel type as I tried to get a good look at what was happening. The stadium was in chaos, and figures in black were swarming in. My confusion was cleared when I saw the emblems on their chests as they got closer to me. A bright R Team rocket, of course. I couldn't see the point of attacking this event at this point, but I still ordered Magnezone to roast anyone who got too close to us. I forced my body to begin moving and found Ino's ball before sending her out of her ball. I waved away her concern and had her use her senses to get me a clear picture of what was happening in the stadium. She closed her eyes for a few minutes while I sent Broly out of his ball next. Magnezone was quickly returned after I thanked him for his help. He wasn't a battling Pokemon, and there was no need to risk unnecessarily having him out of his ball. Ino finished searching and sent the information she found straight to my head. Battles were going on across the stadium. The rocket's main force was concentrated at one of the private booths, and they were being fiercely opposed by a whole squad of trainer security. I wasn't a betting man, but there was little I wouldn't stake on the bet that the booth was occupied by Silph as president. So the attack was to get to him. Why today, though? Wouldn't the finals be a better time to attack? Ino broke through my thoughts to inform me of something else she'd found. Sansa was being attacked. I looked around for her and could barely spot her in a corner of the arena, surrounded by 4 people dressed in the rocket uniform and another man in white. I didn't need to give any orders for Ino to teleport me to her side. Whatever the one wearing white had been saying was interrupted by my arrival, and I didn't waste the element of surprise. To be more accurate, my Pokemon didn't waste the element of surprise. Broly blurred across the distance and sent his axe hand. However, the skull of one of the attacking Zubat and Ino used her telekinesis to snatch the rest of the Zubat from the air and slam them into the ground. The rocket grunts looked at me in shock while the one I suspected of being an admin jumped back and took out a Pokeball. I ordered Ino to use her telekinesis to stop him. Still, a dark aura covered him, and her move was ineffective. The Pokemon he sent out sent chills racking through my body. A Metagross. My thoughts of him being an admin were confirmed, and I sent both Igneel and Hashirama to join the battle. While Broly and Ino occupied themselves cutting through the grunt's Pokemon like hot knives through butter, I directed Igneel to attack the Metagross. His flame charge was held at bay by the pseudo-legendaries Protect, and Hashirama used Sunny Day to prepare the field for the strategy I'd come up with. My ghost type sent multiple shadow balls slamming into the Metagross's Protect, and it was forced to teleport out of the way when Igneel managed to crash through the Protect. It started charging up a flash cannon but was forced to abandon the move to use another Protect to deflect Hashirama's enormous solar beam. I watched the admin across from me pick up another Pokeball and send out a fucking Salamence. This had to be a rocket admin, which made me wonder what a rocket admin was doing attacking Sansa. The girl was cowering over the body of her dead Vulpix behind me, so I chose to pay her no mind in the meantime. I sent out Kenpeki, and he crashed into the Salamence with a roar when he came out of his ball. The 2 pseudo-legendaries started rolling across the floor, wrestling with each other, and I turned to the battle going on between Igneel, Hashirama, and the other pseudo-legendary. The Metagross was amazing. Its power terrifying, but Hashirama and Igneel provided the right combination of weakness to take it down. It was fending them off for now, but that would end soon. I could already see Hashirama using his control of the environment to herd it to certain places. Igneel was undoubtedly waiting to hit with a devastating fire-type move the moment they managed to immobilize it for longer than a few seconds. The Salamence was doing a good job of matching with Kenpeki in their physical scrap, but there was little it could do to gain an advantage. Its claws raked across Kenpeki's body with little effect, while Kenpeki never hesitated to punish it with devastating punches whenever he could get the leverage. I could see the moment the Salamence decided that close combat wasn't going to cut it for this situation, and I ensured Kenpeki was ready. The Salamence managed to disengage from my Tyranitar and fly a few feet into the air. It didn't get far because Kenpeki was able to send out a couple of shadow balls that hit the moment it took off the ground. It didn't come crashing down like I'd hoped and just remained hovering there, a little dazed by the attack but otherwise unaffected. I used the pokeball next to me and sent Kisame out to the field. I'd normally keep her in reserve, but I doubted the Rocket admin had any stronger Pokemon than these ones, and I didn't want to expose Kenpeki to unnecessary risk. The scars from Quicksilver's loss still ran deep in my psyche. I saw him fall from the sky every other night. Long-range support, I ordered Kisame, and she performed excellently as her barrage of hydro pumps and ice beams helped keep both enemy pseudo-legendaries on the back foot. It was only a matter of time before we overcame them, and I was proved right when Hashirama managed to connect with the Metagross with a devastating wood hammer. Igneal's blast burn slammed into its dazed form a few seconds later, and I smiled as when the smoke cleared, it showed an unconscious Pokemon. The Rocket admin tried to open another Pokeball, but Ino had already finished her battles and appeared behind him with one hand on either side of his head. Whatever had been keeping him shielded from Ino's influence couldn't do it when she was so close, and he fell unconscious a second later. The Salamanque's Pokeball came floating over to me, and I returned it to save my team the stress of knocking it out. It was already injured and probably only had a few good attacks left in it. I also returned the Metagross to its ball and looked around at the situation in the stadium. The Rockets were already retreating, and I saw a group of them running out of the stadium with a man I could recognize as the president of Sylph over one's shoulder. I wondered why they didn't think of teleporting out as I returned my Pokemon to their balls and prepared Ino to help me chase after them. She teleported us in front of the exit they were planning on using and used her telekinesis to lift them all up into the air and retrieve the president. She was about to knock them all out when one of them, an admin if his attire was any indication, managed to break out and send out a massive Machoke. Ino knocked out the rest of the grunts and appeared right behind the Machoke in the same instant. She sent a dazzling gleam that hit it right between its shoulder blade. It went flying right past me, and she followed. A moonblast crashed into the Pokemon before it could even recover, and two Psybeams followed suit. It had managed to use a Protect to save it from the last two moves since Ino had taken a few seconds to charge up. The Protect was shattered, though, and Ino appeared right behind the Pokemon again. It was ready, and turned around almost instantly when she disappeared from his sight. She must have been expecting it since she instantly teleported again to what was once the space in front of it. I watched as she stretched out a hand and touched its back before forcefully teleporting it away. When she returned, she looked exhausted but was still able to knock out the admin as he approached me threateningly. I breathed a sigh of relief as I turned around and saw the Sylph president looking at me with wide, shocked eyes. XXXX. The attack led to the cancellation of the tournament. Even though I'd managed to prevent the Rocket from achieving its primary goal, they were still able to steal dozens of Pokemon and kill dozens more. Only one trainer had lost their life, and the media took great pains to ensure the public knew it was an accident. Having a terrorist agency like the Rockets around was bad enough, finding that they were willing to break the most sacred combat laws would cause mass panic. Not like anyone was being terribly calm right now, but things could be worse. Much worse. I took a deep breath and pressed the number for the top floor on the elevator. The president of Sylph had requested this meeting through an intermediary a day ago, and I accepted with virtually no hesitation. When I'd rescued him yesterday, I'd done it with the full knowledge that there would probably be some reward offered for the act. I wasn't a good enough person to risk the lives of my Pokemon for no reason. At least, I like to tell myself that. What I did for Sansa during the attack was only to prevent Team Rocket from getting their hands on an Arcanine. With a few days to think, I'd come to the conclusion that Sansa had been purposefully targeted, and I was even beginning to suspect that the commentator that goaded her during our battle had done it for the sole reason of making her reveal that trump card. The elevator let out a chime and opened. I walked into an office much larger than any I'd ever found myself in. I was surprised to note that there was no secretary or receptionist's desk. The entire floor was his office, and what an office it was. Larger than any office had any right to be. It looked more like a playroom in some parts than an office. There was a billiards table, a large television, and even a basketball hoop and golf hole, which also surprised me. Sports like basketball and golf weren't anywhere as popular as they'd been in my old world. Here, they still existed but were more niche things. In a world where Pokemon battling was the only sport that mattered, all the others were rounding errors. I saw him at a desk at the far end of the office, and he waved me over excitedly. As I got closer, I was forced to amend my position. Calling it a desk was a disservice. It was longer than I was, tall and wide enough for me to sleep on. I wasn't surprised to note that only a small portion of the desk seemed to actually be in use. It was just big, defying reasonable scale for some reason alien to me. "Good morning, sir," I decided to start things off. I couldn't just skip the pleasantries with someone as powerful and rumored to be mercurial as Sylph could be. Pissing him off would be catastrophic to my plans. Good morning, Mr. Oak. Welcome, welcome, take a seat, he said while pointing out one of the seats in front of me. I'm sure you know why I called you here today. To thank me, I presume, I replied with a smile. I was going to be polite, but I was still proud of how my Pokemon had conducted themselves. Yes, to thank you. Also to get to know you. To know what kind of man would risk his own life to save mine. I've seen footage of the attack. I wasn't the only person you saved, was I? I just replied to his rhetorical question with a smile. I hadn't saved either of them out of the goodness of my heart. Even when I did the actions, the thought of my reward wasn't far out of my mind. I was nowhere near selfless enough to do something like that without expecting anything in return. The only question was, what was it going to be? What would I be getting from this man? A true hero, I'd call you. This isn't a comic though. Here, heroes get rewarded. What reward do you desire? Ask me anything, absolutely anything, and it'll be yours to keep. I swallowed the smile that threatened to break across my face. No. Sir. I did it for no reward. Your thanks are enough. I couldn't ask you for anything else. This was a calculated risk. I had the feeling that anything I could think to ask for would be nothing compared to what he could give me of his own volition. That's why I was going to leave it up to him. Acting like I didn't want a reward should make him more likely to want to reward me. Nonsense, my boy. I know you didn't do it for any rewards, but I'd feel bad to have you do so much for me and not even repay it in the smallest of ways, you know? Okay, let's do this instead. The tournament has been cancelled, as you well know. The only problem with that is that the rewards had already been procured, so to prevent them from going to waste, we'll give them to you instead. My analysts tell me you were a favorite to win the tournament either way. Not just that though, I'll also add a Pokemon that Sylph recently came in contact with. Our scientists have finished all the studying they could do on it in a lab, so having someone with a lab experience training the Pokemon would surely be a boon to our efforts, he said with a pondering look on his face. Thank you very much, sir. Not to seem ungrateful, but I don't think I have the space for 2 new Pokemon. I'd dread rotating my team around on such short notice. Here, I wasn't even lying. I wanted new Pokemon but appreciated the ones in my team even more than I did any others. Even Magnezone, which I'd previously been planning on sending back to the ranch, had begun growing on me. Your carry limit. Such a pesky thing. I'd never ask you to rotate your team to include 2 new additions just like that. Consider it upgraded. Thank you so much, Mr. President. This means so much to me. I injected as much gratitude as I could into my tone. He'd given me more than I'd ever have been able to ask for. We spent the rest of the meeting discussing curious Pokemon. He was a well-traveled man, and I was surprised to note that he'd almost become a Pokemon professor. He had lots of questions about Broly, and he'd already given me so much today that I couldn't find it in me to refuse not to answer his questions. I gave him the same bullshit about his evolution that I'd fed Oak, but I also confirmed he was an evolution of Scyther and that he was dual rock and bug. Most of the conversation centered around his use of extreme speed and how I'd managed to teach it to him. He'd even asked if I was willing to have Broly record the move into a trademark, but considering that he'd end up forgetting the move if he did so, my refusal wasn't surprising. We kept talking till we heard a soft chime from the speakers around the room. He told me it symbolized the end of the meeting and wished me luck with my journey before I left the office and went down to the reception to pick up my rewards. I checked my Pokédex on the way out and noted that the money had already been transferred to my account with a smile. The receptionist called me over the moment I got to the lobby, and she led me out of there into a room inside the building. Mr. Oak, welcome to Sylph. You're now a Sylph trainer with all the duties, responsibilities, and privileges that position guarantees, she said in a stiff tone that had me nodding along in boredom. She reached into a briefcase and passed me 2 Ultra Balls that were already occupied. I clipped them to my belt, put the black credit card she gave me in front of my Pokédex and scanned it to add to my trainer ID, and then I slipped both of them into my pocket. She passed along the empty Pokeballs I'd won, which I'd have little use for in the coming months. We've already sent the orientation package for Sylph trainers to your email. I've taken the liberty of setting your first health checkup for tomorrow. I'm sure that won't be a problem. I nodded at the unasked question and picked up the backpack containing the Pokeballs. I put it on and left the Sylph building after thanking her for her help. My first destination? My hotel room. XXXX. I was relaxing on a bed far softer than the one I'd spent the last few weeks sleeping on. I looked around my new room with a smile on my face. Money was no longer an issue with the Sylph credit card on my belt. There were a few things the company would be opposed to me spending their funds on. Sylph trainers had the essentially unlimited resources of Sylph at their back. Quite a few of them had managed to use these resources to make it to the finals of the conference, but no sponsored trainers had won the competition so far. Pokemon purists took it as proof that anyone who accepted battling as a business or way to make money could never be successful in the field. The failed trainers had quickly been shuffled out of the Sylph program and were rarely heard of again. I knew this, though. I knew the risks, but failure wasn't an option for me. Sylph was going to back my ascension with their training resources, healthcare, and money. I was going to pay them back by winning the damned thing with their logo on my chest. Did I feel like a bit of a sellout when I looked at the clothes that would now be my daily attire? Yes. But feelings like that disappeared when I looked around the room I was in now and noted that all my friends could be out of their pokeballs simply because the room was that good. Besides, the clothes were comfortable. I'd tried the jumpsuit on a few minutes after unpacking, and it felt good. It wasn't the competition attire, though, that one was more elaborate. This was a simple green and silver jumpsuit for use on everyday occasions. I played with the pokeballs the receptionist had given me. I'd wondered what Pokemon were inside each pokeball, and a quick look at my Pokédex answered my questions. One of the Pokemon wasn't on the Pokédex's database, but that was a matter for later. Tonight was just me and the family I'd built enjoying the fruits of our labor. Tonight was all about driving home the fact that hard work had rewards, and we'd worked harder than anyone else, hadn't we? XXXX. I stood outside the Sylph building, considering my next moves. I could either take a teleport to Cinnabar or make my way there on a trek through the region. While the later option wasn't something I was looking forward to, the 2 unopened Pokeballs on my belt weighed heavily enough on me that I ended up making my way to the department store to get some bug spray. Since I was traveling by land, there was no need to save Giovanni for last. Blaine would get that honor instead. I didn't have to buy any survival gear or food since Sylph had given me the very best of their Pokemon and trainer rations. They even had their own Snorlax packages, which I was incredibly grateful for. Snorlax had told me the league's fare was filling but tasted like cardboard. A/N, thanks for reading. We're done with chapter 34 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Prepare for trouble and make it double, lol. I hope the battle with the Machoke wasn't too quick, but Eno had literally too many advantages for it to be anything resembling a fair fight. Name, Donnel Oak. Age, 15. Hometown, Pallet. Next of kin, Samuel Oak. Account balance, 17,000 poke dollars. Pokemon. Cleaver, nickname, Broly, male. Bug/rock type. Moves, Signal Beam, Agility, Fury Cutter, Quick Attack, Slash, Swords Dance, Protect, Stone Axe, Ancient Power, Hyper Beam, Extreme Speed and Rock Throw. Melodic, nickname, Kisame, female. Water type. Moves, Brine, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Water Gun, Protect, Recover, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail, Blizzard, and Bubble Beam. Charizard, nickname, Igneel, male. Fire type. Moves, Ember, Dragon Breath, Scratch, Bite, Growl, Metal Claw, Flamethrower, Protect, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam, Swift, Blast Burn and Dragon Rush. Tyranitar, nickname, Kenpeki, male. Rock/ground type. Moves, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Crunch, Bite, Shadow Ball, Leer, Hyper Beam and Protect. Gardevoir, nickname, Eno, female. Psychic/fairy type. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam, Psychic, Confusion, Hypnosis, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, Moon Blast, and Recover. Trevenant, nickname, Hashirama, male. Ghost/grass type. Moves, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Protect, Hyper Beam, Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, and Destiny Bond. Snorlax, nickname, Nil, male. Normal type. Moves, Mega Punch, Belly Drum, Hyper Beam, Protect, Sleep Talk, Rest, Earthquake, and Snore. Chapter 28. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. A few miles away from Celadon City, I decided to make camp for the day and meet my new teammates while there was still light out. The first one I sent out was the one the Pokédex could recognize. My instincts told me this was the one that was intended to be given out to the winner of the tournament. Simply because Sylph would never just give out a Pokemon not on the Pokédex. I took a deep breath and opened the Pokeball. I watched the fairy type appear in the clearing with a cartwheel. My entire team seemed to ooh and ah at the fairy type, and that encouraged her, it was definitely a she, to give us a small show. Backflips, cartwheels, and front flips were all on the menu. When she finished and landed with flair, I was the first to break out into applause. That was actually impressive. Considering how large she was, it was lovely to see. Hey, I'm Donnel Oak. I'm going to be your trainer, okay? We'll travel across the region, and see all kinds of interesting places and battle all kinds of interesting people. Are you in? I asked while kneeling in front of her and stretching my hand for a shake. She seemed a bit unsure at the battling part and then turned to look around at the rest of the team before ignoring my hand entirely and barreling into my chest with a hug. I hugged her back and enjoyed the feel-good hormones only a hug could bring. I simply sat on the floor with her and enjoyed the moment. I introduced her to the rest of the team and started the process of finding her a name. Luckily, she took no time in adopting Tsunade as her own name. I loved the choice and I just felt like it fit her. It fit what I intended her to do on the team, at least. She was going to be filling two roles. She would be the team healer and the resident dragon killer. It was obvious to me that one of those roles would be more in agreement with her nature than the other. All that would be up for discussion later though. I passed her over to Ino, who she started chatting with, and took a deep breath before reaching for the second Pokeball. I could take some time to read the emails the scientists had given on the Pokemon itself, but I didn't want exposure to anything that might bias me from giving the Pokemon a completely fair assessment. I knew it would be powerful, that much was obvious. I also knew it wouldn't be dangerous, not to me at least. There's no way Sylph would have given me the Pokeball without a warning if it was actually dangerous to me. Another deep breath later, and a Pokemon I'd never even considered seeing formed out of the red light of the Pokeball I just opened. It didn't take me a second to identify the dragon type as what it was: Jangmo. The first stage evolution to a fucking pseudo-legendary. I could barely resist the urge to pump my fists in the air in triumph. Take that, Lance. A dragon/fighting type. He'd never even see this coming, I thought with a smile of excitement. I looked at the Pokemon that was just laying still on the ground and began to make my approach. It turned to me languidly and stayed in its position. Hey, I'm Donnel Oak. I'm going to be your trainer from now on, okay? We'll get to travel around the region to all the interesting places and battle all the interesting Pokemon out there. Are you interested? The dragon type just gave me a long look before nodding and returning to its position on the floor. While the introduction wasn't the best I could have hoped for, it wasn't hostile. We would make progress. I tried to talk about choosing a name for it, but it had already fallen asleep. We decided to follow its lead and went to bed a few minutes later. The journey to Viridian was loads more entertaining than the journey to Celadon had been. With 2 new additions to the team, training sessions had expanded once again. I took charge of training both Tsunade and Kakashi personally. While the Jangmo was more likely than not to fall asleep at random times during the day, he was also ridiculously quick to figure out new moves or new tactics. While he was still in his first evolutionary stage, he was still an impressive specimen of the dragon type. In the month since we embarked on our trek, he'd seen the most growth out of all my Pokemon. It had taken me an embarrassingly long period of time to figure out a way to get him to train without falling asleep. Battles. Of course, battles were the answer. The scientists had kept him cooped up, performing all kinds of tests on him. It wasn't surprising that he got bored so easily. Battles were able to excite him and stoke his growth. I couldn't have him battling any of the older members of the team because most of them were powerful enough to kill the young dragon without even intending to. Luckily, he came along with his own training partner, Tsunade. She was a fairy type, so it helped that I could start harnessing her potential by having her battle against the type of Pokemon I would eventually be needing her to deal with almost exclusively. Battling against his weakness was also useful in preventing the Jangmo from getting a big head or developing too much of the pride that dragons were known for. He lost all the time, but both he and Tsunade learned a lot and grew even stronger together. The rest of my team has also been continuing their training. Broly's grasp of extreme speed had become more than just a fledgling understanding. He could use the move for even longer and achieve even higher speeds than he'd been able to at the tournament. Ino was focusing on her fairy-type moves for the time being. She was learning the moves and teaching them to Tsunade as she learned. Both Kisame and Igneel were focusing on their nascent dragon typings. Moves like Dragon Dance, Rage, and Breath were already second nature to them. I would soon have them start up on learning Draco Meteor, the most powerful of the dragon-type moves. Hashirama focused on his ghost typing. I had him practice moves like Curse and Destiny Bond to make him an even more tactically viable option. Snorlax was doing his own thing most of the time. When he bothered to train, he was learning more elemental attacks to add to his already devastating repertoire. We needed him to have more options at the mid and long range. As we got closer to Mount Moon, Tsunade became more and more excited. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this is where she'd been taken from. There was, after all, only one known group of the Clefailine in the entirety of Kanto. Known to me, that is. The general public had no idea where to even find one, and it was possible for there to be other habitats not known to me, but Tsunade's excitement as we approached told me this is where she'd been taken from. We'd done a good job of avoiding towns or even avoiding anything that would make us stop for longer than a few hours. However, I couldn't just resist her desire to visit her home. I wasn't scared that she'd abandon us either way. We made our way into the mountain, and with Tsunade by my side, it was ridiculously easy to find the Cleffa Grove this time. We had to do a lot of walking and I'd been forced to return my entire team except Broly, who was insistent on remaining out of his ball. Tsunade was in her element, being back in the mountain. She jumped and twirled from wall to wall, moving like a child that had just returned to the playground after a week of being away. I tried doing my best to get her to be more careful, but I wasn't surprised when one of her jumps led her to landing in the middle of a Radon herd. When one of them moved towards her aggressively, Broly appeared between them in seconds. I looked around and realized the real reason why Broly was intent on staying out of his ball. We had experience with this herd. One of the leaders had shown Broly a world of hurt and my Pokemon seemed intent on paying it back as he brandished his axe hands threateningly. I sighed as I watched what was about to happen. Broly didn't feel much need to show his pride, but no one could ever mistake that for a lack of it. He could be just as prideful as Igneel was, but was more capable of stepping beyond it and seeing reason. That wouldn't be happening today though. These Pokemon had spat on his pride and he would be having his vengeance one way or another. I called Tsunade back to me and settled to watch the impromptu beatdown that was about to happen. Broly gave the gathered Pokemon a look and raised his axes in a come-hither motion. The Radon took his challenge and the first one rushed at him with a spinning drill. Broly locked down his stance and caught the thing as it rushed. He strained for a bit and threw it over his head. I could only applaud at that. Broly had grown stronger, and this would give me the opportunity to truly appreciate that strength. The rest of the herd were quick to understand that Broly was an opponent beyond their ability to handle individually, so they rushed at him as one and prepared to gang up on him with superior numbers. It only took a few hits for me to conclude that even that tactic would be insufficient. Broly dodged around all their attacks with ease, and whenever one of them overextended itself, he was there with a stone axe to take it down. The battle was long and drawn out. I thanked whatever gods exist in this universe that none of them decided to try using long-range moves. Perhaps they all instinctively understood that collapsing the cavern would be in nobody's best interest. Just to be safe though, I sent Ino out of her ball. No need risking my life on the chance that wild Pokemon would understand not to risk their own. Broly kept cutting through them like a sickle through wheat. Eventually, one of them got tired of the beatdown and charged up a hyper beam to fire at Broly. He was able to dodge it with ease, but it crashed into the ceiling and sent the cavern falling apart around us. I only sighed in irritation as Ino grabbed onto my shoulder and teleported me out of the mountain before any of the rocks above me could start their own collapse. Fuck. Now we have to find Broly in there, I growled. Thank you, I said to Ino for her timely intervention. I walked in with both Pokemon by my sides. This time, Tsunade was less intent on jumping around every corner after what had happened and was just clinging to my shoulder in a subdued manner. I still marveled at her species' ability to change their weight and manipulate their forms so easily. I could barely even feel her on my shoulder and she was about a third of my height. We found Broly halfway on our journey to the grove. He was markedly more subdued and I couldn't even bring myself to scold him. I just patted him on the shoulder and allowed him join us on our travel. This time, we made our way to the Cleffa Grove without any unnecessary interruptions. When we got there, it was clear we were expected. Tsunade wasted no time in jumping into the fray of Happy Clefairy. Her previous acrobatics didn't hold a candle to the display she put up with other members of her species. I signaled Broly and Ino to avoid interrupting and we just stood there, watching the family reunion. It took what felt like hours for the celebrations to come to a calm. In that time, several Cleffa had come and poked at me like I was a toy they couldn't understand. Whenever I moved to try playing with them, they took off. It took me a stupid amount of time to realize they just wanted to play a game of tag. So after chasing around shape-shifting fairies, I had little energy to get going. I wouldn't have even wanted to leave the grove if I had the energy. Tsunade was staying for tonight, to do the moon dance with her family for what might as well be the last time. I'd try my hardest to prevent that, but the future was unclear. It had taken Ino's translation for me to figure that part out though. I stood at the very edges of the grove and watched starstruck as the Clefairy jumped in concert. They were having a lot of fun and I could only smile at the beauty of the dance. It was no organized thing, but it was no less beautiful for that. Eventually, the dance built up to the crescendo I could feel approaching. The moonstone glowed at the center of the grove. I wondered which one of them would be evolving today, but I had no need to ask. Tsunade walked forward, pushed by her peers. She looked hesitant and even turned back for my approval. I nodded at her so quickly that if this weren't an anime world, I would have dislocated something. Her gait became resolute after she secured my approval. I watched with what I knew was pride as she touched her hand to the moonstone. The evolution material grew even brighter as her evolution began. 3 days. That's how long we'd ended up spending in the mountain. After Tsunade's evolution, she still wasn't completely comfortable with leaving her family behind so quickly. She stayed and played with the rest of the grove for another day before she was finally ready to leave. With her knowledge of the mountain, we were able to take the most direct path out and could arrive at Pewter after only 2 more days of walking. From this point, we were pretty much already at Viridian. We'd have to pass through the Viridian forest to get there and I had nothing but bad memories of the place. I would have been perfectly okay with just flying over the forest on Igneel's back since he'd gotten more that stable enough to carry me on his flights. The only problem with that was Broly. We both understood each other in a way that went beyond words, and as we got closer and closer to the forest, it became more clear that he was interested in stopping by to see what remained of his swarm. Not out of any sense of family or kinship, though. He wanted to see them because he was spoiling for a fight. The reason I'd been able to find him separate from the other Scythers was because he'd been kicked out of the group. Whenever a Scyther challenged the head Scyther for leadership and lost, banishment was their only fate. He wasn't interested in heading the swarm or anything like that, no. What he wanted was to redeem himself. If the Radon back in the mountain had spat on his pride, then his former family had all but crushed it. He wasn't going to let that slide now that he had the means to prove himself to them. If it was just about that, then I'd have had no trouble refusing his request. The only problem was that it wasn't just about that. He wanted to fight them to also prove to himself that he'd gotten better. Stronger, since he joined me. We passed through Pewter without giving a second look at anything around us. This town had nothing I wanted and I saw no point in dallying about. XXXX. Finding the Scyther herd was the most difficult part of our mission. The last time Broly had been with the herd was over a year ago, and with a species that could fly, a year was a very long time. There was no easy way to trace them through the forest, and Broly had been forced to accept my terms. If we couldn't find the swarm after 3 days of searching, we'd leave the forest and try to find them at a later date. The problem with that was the fact that we didn't know when that date would be. To make our search easier, I had Ino teleporting around and Hashirama trying to use the trees in the forest to sense for the swarm. Broly and I searched on foot. 2 days into our search, and I was just about ready to call it quits. We went to bed that night with the knowledge that if we didn't find them tomorrow, then the search was over and done with. Of course, it just had to be this moment that things went to shit. The alarm system that Sylph gave me was screaming bloody murder, and that's the first thing I heard on waking up. For the first few seconds, I was confused as to what was going on, and when I stopped being confused, I became irritated. A beedrill swarm was dancing around the camp. Dozens of them. If not for the reinforced tent, I would have already been poisoned. I released Broly from his pokeball and gave him his orders. Instead of waiting for me to open the tent, my enthusiastic starter flew right through it to engage our attackers. My next action was to release Oghenevwogaga from his ball. He hadn't gotten much combat in the past few weeks, so this would be a nice change of pace for the battle-hungry Pokemon. Kisame was sent out of her ball when I noticed that Oghenevwogaga seemed to care less about collateral damage than usual and was already in the process of starting a forest fire. My sea snake doused the flames and used her ice beams to snipe off any beedrill that wandered too close to us. It took us the better part of 30 minutes to disable the entire swarm, and I even had to pack up my camp and move to a different location. While the attack hadn't harmed any of us, it had caused enough alarm that none of the Pokemon I'd sent out were even willing to go back into their balls for the rest of the night. XXXXX. We walked into Viridian with our heads held high. While we hadn't been able to find the Scythers, we still had hopes that we'd find them the next time. Broly was looking forward to it and I shared his enthusiasm. Watching Broly fight a strong enough Scyther would surely be interesting to see. The city welcomed us with open arms, and I wasted no time in heading to the Sylph medical station to get a checkup and heal the little scrapes my team had gotten in the last month and a bit. They had these buildings in every major city in the region and were almost exclusively for treating Pokemon owned by Sylph-sponsored trainers. It really shocked me how much resources a company like Sylph could essentially toss down the drain in the faint hopes that they get something in return. I mean, they have to be making some sort of profit from their sponsorship program, because I doubted they'd be continuing it if they didn't make any profit from it, but it was difficult to tell how they made this money, or even how much it was. After dropping off my Pokemon for healing, I started making my way to the nearest hotel before I remembered whose city this was. I walked right back to the medical station and sat down to watch as they healed every one of my Pokemon and gave them the standard checkups. While I doubted Giovanni would be trying anything this soon, I wouldn't bet my family on it. I'd considered simply going to the league with the knowledge that he was behind Team Rocket, but it was difficult to even know who to trust in the organization itself. Not to mention the fact that I'd have to offer some evidence to convince them to believe me. Evidence I didn't have. If I was even more of an idiot than I already am, I might have even attempted to start an investigation of my own to get some evidence of his guilt. The knowledge that a single admin of the organization had possessed 2 pseudo-legendaries had discouraged me very quickly. It didn't matter that the Pseudos were weak for their species, what mattered was I had no idea how many admins the organization had at their disposal. I'd captured 2 of them during the attack on the tournament, but there were apparently 3 others at the attack that had attacked some trainers before leaving. Sylph had told me I was the only one in position to make it to the finals of the tournament that didn't have a Pokemon stolen or killed in the conflict. I guess that's another reason the tournament couldn't continue, and I was declared the winner by default. The admins were dangerous. The 2 I'd defeated had been flukes, aberrations. That didn't even mention Giovanni himself. The strongest gym leader in all of Indigo by most estimations. Even Claire of Blackthorn and Price of Mahogany were considered inferior to him. My team wasn't ready for that kind of combat yet, so I'd keep my head down while in the city and leave to return another day. When I was much stronger. Strong enough to take on Lance. The hotel I ended up staying in was called the Golden Tulip. The most luxurious hotel in all Indigo, the pamphlet had read. I didn't care much about that. The room was large enough to have my entire team out off their balls, and that was sufficient for me. The spa didn't hurt either. While staying in the wilds was stupidly easy thanks to this world's technology, let no one convince you it was comfortable. My knots had knots after a month without the comforts of modern civilization. XXXXX. Giovanni's gym challenge had changed in the last 6 months. Where he formerly only took 8 badge challengers, he now took on anyone with over 5 badges. Was it suspicious as fuck? Yes. But there weren't any articles about people disappearing in his gym or anything like that. Besides, I had more insurance than most people. I'd left my Pokédex turned on since I entered the city. If I went missing, Giovanni would have a champion-level professor on his tail. I hated relying on the old man's protection, as implicit as it was in the case, but I had to be pragmatic. My team was rare and powerful. A combination that pretty much assured me that the Rockets would be after me eventually. My challenge was set for 30 minutes from now, so I just sat in my chair and waited for my turn to be called in. Unlike the other gym leaders, Giovanni didn't broadcast his battles. Not to the league, and not even in his own gym. The television at the reception was showing a generic news station instead of the battle going on within the building. Speaking of the building, it was a gym like any other. It was more well kept and sophisticated than the others, but still not too out of place when compared to the rest of the Kanto gyms. My nerves began to gnaw at me when I only had 10 minutes to the battle. I'd never felt this nervous before a battle since my first gym battle at Pewter. I looked down at my hand in shock. It was shaking. My whole body was shaking. There was something wrong here. I wasn't even allowed to dwell on these feelings for too long because I was called in for my battle. I gave a strained smile to the receptionist as she wished me luck, and I passed right by the trainer that just came out of battle. She had a shocked look on her face and was staring at the pokeball clenched in her hands like she couldn't believe what was going on. As I tried to ask what happened, she just straightened up and left the gym like nothing happened. Freaky. I walked into the bright arena. There were no observers, of course. There wasn't even a referee. Welcome to the Viridian City Gym, Mr. Oak. I understand this is your 7th badge challenge. This will be a 6-on-1 battle in your favor. I will be using an interesting Pokemon I captured recently, so bring on your strongest. Okay. This sounded sus as fuck. 6-on-1? On a Pokemon he captured recently? This was insane, to be frank. I nodded at his terms because what else could I do? I prepared myself for a unique ground type, so imagine my shock when a Pokemon with a very distinct cat-like appearance appeared on the field without even the flash that normally accompanied teleportation. It stood straight and stared right at me with glowing blue eyes. Mewtwo? What the fuck? A/N, lovely chapter, eh? Thanks for reading. We're halfway through with chapter 35 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you can. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 29. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Mewtwo. Fucking Mewtwo. Was the Pokemon even supposed to exist yet? What the fuck was going on here? Giovanni was staring at me with narrowed eyes, and I realized that delaying any longer would probably trigger his suspicions. My first choice was obvious. I had no idea what was going on here, but this Pokemon would fall before my team like every other challenge we'd faced so far. An all-powerful psychic type? No fucking problem. I thought to myself as Kenpeki appeared on the field. Our aura connection cemented itself in seconds, and I sunk even deeper into Kenpeki's dark aura. Oak had trained all his children to resist psychic influence with practices that would surely qualify as child abuse if this was the real world, but I had no desire to take any risks. Kenpeki could understand how serious this battle was and jumped up before shattering the ground beneath the psychic's feet. The spears of stone that stretched out from the ground were turned to dust as they made contact with the barrier surrounding the legendary Pokemon. Shadow Ball. Rapid fire, I ordered with our deeper connection, and Kenpeki executed without even a second's delay. The balls of dark energy passed through the psychic's barrier like it wasn't even there, but the Pokemon teleported out of the way before they could make contact. When Kenpeki aimed again, the shadow balls shattered against the barrier this time. Did it just adapt to Kenpeki's move after a single attack? What the actual fuck? Kenpeki wasted no time in sinking into the ground with a dig. He was a rock type, but his control over ground type energy was still superb. The legendary Pokemon didn't even waste a second before stretching out its hands and ripping out a whole section of the field's ground. Kenpeki dove out of the now floating boulder and found himself falling to the ground. A simple bracing of his feet allowed him to land without the slightest bit of injury. The Mewtwo didn't even look strained after that frankly ridiculous display of psychic power. Kenpeki followed my next plan to the later. A stone platform jutted out from the ground beneath his feet, boosting him into the sky and straight at the Mewtwo. His claws were enveloped in dark energy and he clashed against the barrier with an echoing sound. A second later and he ripped through before stabbing his claws at the psychic-type Pokemon. Its telekinesis stopped him mid-air before he could connect his attack, and he was thrown back into the ground with a wave of the psychic's hand. Kenpeki rolled with the landing and was back on his feet instantly. The genetically engineered Pokemon stretched out its hands and a familiar ball of orange started charging up in its hands. My Tyranitar looked back at me as if asking, "Are you sure?" when I relayed my plan. I could understand his hesitance though. It was a risky plan, but as the psychic type sent a powerful hyper beam at him, Kenpeki settled into his stance and took the attack head-on. The force sent him skidding across the ground, but he managed to keep his footing, and when the attack ran its course, I was relieved to note he was still conscious, if a bit worse for wear. A dark glow surrounded him before combining with another orange glow. He went flying from his position on the ground straight at the psychic legendary. Again, he broke through Mewtwo's barrier, and this time, also managed to overcome its psychic hold and crash into the ground with it. I watched with a smile on my face as they both went crashing down. Kenpeki wasted not even a single second once they landed. He rolled on top of his opponent before wailing into it with punches, scratches, and everything in between. It was fantastic to watch, and I allowed myself to hope for a second before the monster dried that all up. Kenpeki became surrounded by a blue glow before being hurled off the legendary Pokemon. He was held in the air, unable to move while the Mewtwo started charging up another hyper beam. A flick of my wrist brought him back into his Pokeball before the attack could answer. I ignored Mewtwo's eyes on me as I pondered what Pokemon to use next. An evaluating look told me Kenpeki had managed to do a load of damage to it. My pseudo-legendary had ripped into it, and I wouldn't be wasting his efforts. Oghenevwogaga appeared on the field with his usual roar of dominance. Our strategy would be completely different for this battle. Oghenevwogaga started things off with a sunny day to set the field up. The Mewtwo was content to remain floating a few feet above the ground, conceding aerial superiority to my dragon. Oghenevwogaga enjoyed the heat from the sunny day and sent 4 massive fireballs at the Mewtwo. Its barrier took the hits with nary a win CE. We kept going though. Flamethrowers, fireballs, even our Phoenix Flame technique all went into the barrier with no effect. Blast Burn, I commanded next. The sudden escalation was necessary. The move still took Oghenevwogaga a few seconds to charge to full power, but the Mewtwo was content to stand there and wait for the attack. We used the time wisely, and I even had Oghenevwogaga take an extra few seconds to up the power even more. The move crashed into the barrier with an explosion of heat that felt like it would singe the hair off my head. The sweat that broke out across my body was ignored as I watched the spot where the Mewtwo had been intently, waiting for the smoke and flames to clear up. When it did, I wasn't as surprised as I should have been to find it untouched with only a broken barrier to show for the powerful attack. I could only grit my teeth in aggravation. While Oghenevwoga's version of the move wasn't on the same level as the kind of things Lance's Charizard could do, it was still plenty powerful. The Mewtwo seemed to have gotten tired of just floating there and appeared behind Oghenevwogaga before grabbing onto his wings with a flex of psychic power. More power, and those wings were broken right before my eyes. Oghenevwoga's roar of pain was the stuff of nightmares. A Psybeam sent him flying into the ground. Oghenevwogaga was back in his ball before the legendary clone could do anything more. My hand was shaking as I clenched it around Oghenevwoga's ball. I had no interest in risking my Pokemon for a worthless badge in the grand scheme of things. I considered releasing Broly or Kisame on the field to get revenge for Oghenevwogaga, but the results of that were already obvious to me. Especially as I watched the Mewtwo become surrounded by a golden light and regenerate its wounds. I had no chance here. I was nowhere strong enough to handle this Pokemon. Not yet at least. Challenger, release your next Pokemon. Giovanni's voice rang out across the empty stadium. I raised my hand and spoke out. I forfeit my challenge. I said nothing more as I turned around and left the stadium. As I was walking out of the gym, I ignored the receptionist's look. The Sylph healing station was my next destination. XXXXXX. In hindsight, it probably hadn't been a wise choice to spend as much time as I had in the healing station. I just couldn't resist the assessment of Kenpeki's armor that one of the attendants had offered. I might have called them healing stations, but they were more like small labs scattered across the region. You're probably wondering why I'm saying it wasn't a wise choice. Well, the answer to that is simple. It's because of the people standing in front of me. With only the light from Oghenevwoga's tail flame to see in the dense forest that separated Pallet from Viridian, I couldn't make out their faces, but I had no doubts about who they were. Rockets. Fucking rockets. There were 2 of them. From their voices, I guessed they were female, but I had nothing more to go on than that. Look, pretty boy. Just hand over the Pokeballs and no one will get hurt, one of them said as she walked out of the cover of the canopy. Fuck. An admin. At this point, I could no longer bother pretending that this was an accidental meeting. Fucking Giovanni. I knew he wouldn't have the balls to organize an attack within his own city, but an attack just on the outskirts would be equally as suspicious. Do you know who I am? I asked rhetorically to get them talking and to buy myself some time to think of a way out of this madness. We know exactly who you are, Daddy's boy. Donnel Oak, son of Samuel Oak. If you think your father's name is going to be enough to save you here, then you better start thinking again. My father's name might not mean anything to you, but the team full of champion-level Pokemon at the ranch a few miles from here should mean something. It will take him only seconds to come to my aid once I sound the alarm. For your own good, I advise that you take to your heels and remove yourselves from my sight. They both burst into laughter at that, and I couldn't help but scowl in irritation. That had been my best attempt at intimidation, and it didn't even faze them. Were these women crazy? I hadn't been bluffing earlier. While I'd loathe to rely on Oak's help, I would still rather do that than risk any of my Pokemon. My family. Look at little, Whittle Dunny. Crying to his pops at the first sign of trouble. The one on the left said in a mocking tone. Sad for you that Pops just isn't around to help with your boo-boo, the one on the right continued. Not around? What? Oh, you don't know? How cute! My confusion must have shown on my face, and the one on the left was quick to pick up on it. He's off at a fundraising gala tonight. All the way in Hone. There's no help forthcoming, little Donnel Oak. Now go ahead and scream for us, the one on the right finished up for what I'd begun to suspect was her sibling with a sarcastic tone. What the actual fuck? On the one night when Oak was scheduled to be out of town? I'm not paranoid enough to think that Giovanni somehow predicted my arrival, and then organized an event all the way in Hone to ensure that Oak wouldn't be in town to help when he eventually attacked me. No, I'm not. That way lay nothing but madness. I'd just have to accept it as a stroke of bad luck. Both the ladies in front of me were content to stand still and watch me with smirks on their faces, so I connected my aura with Igneal's and gave them something to look at. In between 1 second and the next, my dragon sent a flamethrower screaming at both women. I couldn't even pretend to be surprised when 2 Pokemon came out of their shadows to block the weak attack. Sunny day, I commanded next. With the harsh rays of light beaming down on the clearing, I could get a good look at the Pokemon arrayed against me. A mass of steel blades that I couldn't quite recognize, but my brain was sure it was a steel/dark type. The other Pokemon was as recognizable as any other. A fucking Hydreigon. A massive dark dragon, with 2 heads for hands and a form that looked to be made of pure muscle. Of course they hadn't been afraid. If I had a fucking Hydreigon on my side, I wouldn't fear much either. Nobody knew where the infamous breed of Pokemon hailed from, but they were well known for being as deadly as they were rare. They held their place among the list of pseudo-legendaries by sheer infamy. I'd never seen one in real life, but a Hydreigon was one of the few Pokemon Oak had taught Donnel to be truly wary of. And now, I had to fight one. I should feel fear. My hands should be shaking. I should be terrified. Perhaps, I should even be soiling myself in dread, but all I felt was anticipation of the battle that was sure to come. I'd prepared myself for a battle this morning, but the cheat code that was Mewtwo had taken the wind out of my sails quite thoroughly. I put my hand to my waist and prepared to release my next Pokemon when Lefty decided to speak. Referring to her as the one on the left had grown tiring. Only one more Pokemon, Oak. We've seen your cheating ways, and we'll be getting a fair battle out of you today. For every extra Pokemon you release, we'll release one of our own. She said and started cackling like she'd just cracked an award-winning joke. Her sister joined in and I could only grit my teeth and consider my options. With a good look at the both of them, I could tell they were twins, they looked identical, and both of them had full poke belts on their waists. If I tried to make this a free-for-all, then my team would be quickly overwhelmed, but if I played this sick game of theirs, then I'd probably be able to buy enough TM to come up with something. I hovered my hand across my belt while trying to make a choice. The mass of metal was clearly a steel type, so Igneal had that covered. Now, I just had to decide how to take out a dragon. Ino, Tsunade, or Kisame. Hydreigon were also dark types, so Ino would be less than ideal, and Tsunade had close to 0 experience actually battling. We weren't near any of the lakes, so Kisame would be fighting at a substantial handicap. Either way, no matter who I chose, there couldn't be a guaranteed advantage. I just had to go with the option with the least weaknesses for this particular battle. I took a deep breath and sent out my Pokemon of choice. XXXXXX. The boy noticed something, the master said with a snarl on his face. I could never understand this man. He had everything. We'd done everything and he still complained. He complained about everything. Now, today's complaints were about Samuel Oak's brat. As if a boy of 15 would be able to notice anything odd about my masterpiece. My Mewtwo. There's no way he could have noticed anything off. Besides, Mewtwo's compulsion on the building should keep him from remembering or even telling anyone the truth of what he saw here. The other one spoke in that nasal voice of his. Of course he had something to say. That fake scientist. The one that insisted he had some share in the achievement that was Mewtwo's creation. What had he done but produce some vague ideas? Every scientist knew it as law. Ideas are wind. Only results matter, and that's what I'd done. I'd achieved results beyond what any other had. What if the compulsion didn't take? Oak is famed for his mental resilience. Could his offspring not have inherited some of that? The boss was back with his paranoia. Others would look upon Giovanni of Viridian and see a charming, charismatic leader. All I see is a petulant brat scared of things not going his way. At 15? Don't be ridiculous, Giovanni. He noticed nothing. He saw nothing odd in Mutuo, and even if he did, then he would be made to forget like every other that has come into this gym. It pained me that the other would be the voice of reason in this situation. I hated the man and I loathed agreeing with him under any circumstances. Annoyingly, this was one of the very few times where he wasn't completely wrong. Oak could have trained the boy to resist psychic influences. It is not impossible to train that kind of resistance in children. After all, I found myself speaking without thinking, all to poke holes in the logic of the man that would style himself my rival. He had the gall to laugh off my suggestion, and I was incensed to note that Giovanni joined him in his laughter. Bastards! Even Oak, heartless monster that he is, would never subject a child to that kind of training. Much less his own son. Let's not be ridiculous here. The boy is no risk. The other spoke, and I found myself struggling to swallow the urge to send my fist at his head. That would be a bad idea though. No matter how much I hated him, I still wasn't fool enough to challenge Blaine, formerly of the Elite Four, to a fist fight of all things. There's better ways to die, and none of them would be as painful. The man was good at only one thing, and if lesser minds like his and Samuel Oak's would stick to what they were good at without sullying the field of Pokemon research, then the world would be a much better place than it is right now. I turned away from both men toward the screen in front of me. Subject Mutuo 71 had shown tremendous power in today's battles, but it still needed to rest for a whole 2 weeks after the day's ordeals. It wasn't complete. Nowhere near ready to be my magnum opus. That's why I turned to the cell schematics of Subject Mutuo 72. 71 had given us a treasure trove of knowledge and was the farthest we'd managed to come so far, but we still had quite a ways to go. Quite a ways, and we were still slowly and surely running out of source material. The original DNA specimen said to come from Mu itself was being exhausted, and we'd probably only have 2 or 3 more bites at the apple before the DNA would become too unstable to be useful. Regardless of if he noticed something or not, the boy has been a pest in our organization's side for long enough. He's arrested 2 of our admins, and those Pokemon of his are too rare and powerful to leave to the service of the League. Giovanni continued. He could be a dog with a bone at times. I thought you were planning on giving the boy time and attempting to recruit him to Team Rocket, yourself. The fraud replied, and I couldn't help but be interested in this conversation. They planned to recruit the son of Samuel Oak himself? How audacious, and oh so very risky. I cared little for the man, but pissing off that monster would be the height of stupidity. I did. That's why I had self-sponsor him. I wanted him used to the resources that Team Rocket could offer him. Plans have changed though. Something about the boy rubs me the wrong way. I'll send the twins after him tonight. He'll either join or die. A/N, thanks for reading. We just started chapter 36 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. This week's chapter is a bit shorter than usual, but this just felt like such a perfect place to end things that I just couldn't resist simply to stick to an arbitrary word count goal. I hope you enjoyed this. I haven't done as much writing because life be doing life things lately. Chapter 30. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. My choice ought to have been obvious from the beginning. The first Pokemon was an obvious steel type, so Igneel had that covered. The second was a dragon/dark type, so my choice was even more obvious. Tsunade. She wasn't experienced enough that I felt completely comfortable, but she would have way too many advantages for me to sideline her in this battle. She appeared in the clearing with a confused look, and turned to me after seeing the Pokemon in front of her. She'd only ever battled fellow members of the team, so I couldn't fault her for her confusion in this instance. It was understandable and even expected. Hey, Tsunade. These guys are Team Rocket. We'll be battling them. Don't hold back. I added the last part as an afterthought to confirm one of the theories I had. Tsunade gained a determined look in her eyes. We'd explained Team Rocket and what they stood for to her, and she was none too pleased at the thought of them or THE99IR activities. She turned to them with clenched fists, and I relayed my strategy to Igneel. Before the women in front of me could even figure out what would be happening next, Igneel fired a small blast burn straight at the steel type. Its Protect prevented the move from making direct contact, but that wasn't the point. Protect was a powerful move, but it did little to protect from historic or incidental effects. Like the heat from a fire-type move. The reason steel types were weak to fire types was because they actually were all steel. They had small layers of organic matter behind multiple layers of highly dense steel. The heat from fire-type moves essentially cooked those layers of organic matter, and the steel trapped that heat in, making it harder for them to cool off. With the steel type behind a Protect, Igneel kept the heat dialed up to 11 to make sure it felt it. Multiple fireballs went flying at the steel type at blazing fast speeds. Tsunade wasn't idle either, and went rushing at the nightmare Pokemon ahead of us. It fired multiple shadow balls, but clever uses of Minimize allowed her flow around the moves with little difficulty. Her speed had grown with constant use of Ignil's old training weights. The Hydreigon flew up to avoid a punch she'd sent at it that managed to crack the tree behind it in half. I could only smile at having my theory confirmed. Tsunade didn't enjoy causing harm. Sure, she found battling to be as fun as my other Pokemon did, but she never actually put her all into it like Ignil was prone to. Telling her not to hold back seems to have broken whatever block prevented her from using her full power against her teammates in spars. Metronome, I barked out before the Hydreigon could gather itself for an attack of its own. Simple sounds came issuing from her mouth as she moved her finger around. It was said that strong enough members of the Clefable line could essentially choose what moves they ended up using with Metronome. I hadn't found any truth to those rumors, but as a massive flash cannon came blasting out of her outstretched fingers, I could see where the rumors were coming from. A Protect built up and shattered around the Hydreigon in response to her move. Some bits of the move still hit the burly dragon, but it tanked it without problem and came rushing at her with the aura of Dragon Rush around it. Another Minimize allowed her dodge the move with little difficulty. The Steel type had broken out of Ignil's bombardment with a clever use of Dig. Now, they were playing a game of keep away. It was good at dodging Ignil's moves with its fearsome speed and presence, but it could barely hit at my Dragon type either. Having to face off against a flying opponent with essentially unlimited firepower clearly wasn't something it had been trained for. I turned to look at my opponents as the various battles raged on. They watched on with lazy smiles, and I wondered what could possibly be amusing them, given they were clearly losing this battle. Switch Lefty shouted with an insane cackle, and I felt my heart run cold. Both of their Pokemon carried out the order instantly. The Hydreigon gave up on trying to catch Tsunade and barreled into Ignil with a Dragon Rush. The Bishop, for that's what it had to be, used its sudden freedom to jump at Tsunade, with the intention of skewering her through with one of its blades. She dodged the surprise attack at Ignil and the Hydreigon slammed into the ground at extreme speeds. Even as they landed, they were still brawling with each other. As the child of a champion-level Dragonite, Ignil was intent on not being dominated by the dark dragon on top of him. They rolled across the ground in a blur of teeth and claws, with deafening roars coming from each of them in attempts at dominating the other. Minimize, Flamethrower, I commanded Tsunade as the Bishop continued its chase of her. She ducked under one of its hands by reducing her size, and inhaled a short breath before firing a point-blank flamethrower into its side. The Steel/Dark type took the move like a pro, and attacked her with its other hand. She was still able to roll away from the move, and I thanked the Clefaline's penchant for dancing for the umpteenth time this evening. Her dancing skill and experience allowed her to make truly impressive dodges that had even me dumbfounded. So far, she was the only Pokemon on the field to not be hit by any attacks. Ignil and the Hydreigon seemed content to wrestle on the ground, but it didn't take a genius to see Ignil was losing, slowly but surely. His frame was more lithe. I'd trained him for speed and massive firepower, not physical strength, which seemed to be exactly what the burly dragon on top of him had been bred for. A quick flex of my aura, and when the Hydreigon roared over Ignil's suddenly still form, it found its mouth filled with a ball of fire. As it went reeling to cough up the burning embers, Ignil slammed into it with a Dragon Rush. Unlike the Hydreigon's own rush, Ignil only succeeded in driving the dark dragon back a few steps. That gave him the distance to take to the air though. Massive fireballs lit up the already bright clearing and probably looked like fireworks to the citizens of Pallet Town a few miles away. Tsunade sent a reflexive punch into the Steel type's side after he attempted another swing at her, but that's where she messed up. It had anticipated the move, and moved its hand to grab hers before she could retreat from the attack. Minimize, I screamed at the top of my lungs, but it was too late. A powerful stab from one of the Bishop's blades went right through her gut. I screamed as she did. In pain, in anger, in everything in between. I still had no idea what happened next. I was lost in a haze as the Bishop was sent flying though the tree leaned by a pissed-off Hakamo. I saw nothing as a Tyranidar's roar shook the very earth and an earthquake the likes of nothing ever seen before leveled the forest around us to prevent the Bishop from hiding. I didn't hear it when all the water in the pond a few miles from us rushed into the clearing and surrounded a roaring Hydreigon with intent to drown it. I didn't feel the hair on my skin stand on ends when a massive bolt of lightning slammed into the water surrounding the Hydreigon, shocking it to Kingdom Come. I sensed none of it, as I knelt in front of my bleeding Pokemon. I looked at her and could see nothing but Quicksilver's cold lifeless body. I looked at my dying fairy and felt pain beyond pain. The pain of Quicksilver, combined with the pain I felt now. It all came crashing down on me as I looked at her. With all my attention on her, I didn't sense Oak teleport into the clearing. I felt Alakazam try to detach me from her, but I resisted as I would always resist. Nothing would separate me from her in this moment. This key moment. After that, I knew nothing but black. XXXXXX POV Change the researcher. I had no idea why he was meeting them here. They usually retreated to his office to discuss things like this, but I suspected he was too pissed to care at the moment. You lost. To a boy. A child. His voice was low and his words came out clearly. That's how I knew he was truly pissed off. The twin that was always on the right blanched at his tone, but the other was too daft to understand what was coming for her. We didn't lose, bossman. We took out one of his Pokemon and the fucker cheated. We had everything in control, but something broke the blackout field you taught Umbreon, and Oak showed up. She said in that easygoing tone of hers that did nothing to hide the depths of her insanity. Giovanni found the twins to be useful, but I could see them for what they were. He thought he controlled them, but I knew they would never be controlled. A more insane pair of women has never been seen on the planet. Of course Oak showed up. You had a massive Pokemon battle on the outskirts of his fucking town. I told you to kill the boy quickly if he refused the offer, not to battle him. Giovanni was taking deep breaths at this point. Possibly to avoid lashing out at the twins. He could show his anger at the rest of us, no problem, but perhaps he understood that even he wasn't completely safe from the monsters he'd created. Humans blended with dark-type energy from conception to birth. A bad idea if I'd ever heard one, but the imposter was sure it could be done, and Giovanni had forced the abominations across from him to be produced by mine own hands. What was his reply to the offer? Why did he refuse? Everything we have on him says he'd be extremely willing to join us, if only to assert his independence from his father. As their faces began to subtly shift, he asked the question on my mind, you gave him the pitch I gave you, right? Both women looked at each other before saying of course we did, boss, at the exact same time. I didn't need to be a psychic to know they were lying. Giovanni just gave them a look and I could honestly say he looked like he might soon begin pulling his hair out, he said with a snarl, and the twins were smart enough to take off before the boss did something drastic. And Mutuo? He asked me with a look on his face that promised nothing good if I gave a reply he didn't like. Another reason why he would never be the great leader he thought himself as. Transferring aggression does not a good leader make. It's all going well. I think we'll only need 1 or 2 more attempts to get the perfection we seek, I replied with a placid smile. 1 or 2 more attempts. If only I'd be here for them. I see. Don't fail me. You know what will happen if you do, he said while stalking from the lab. Finally. That bastard was gone. I turned to the keyboard in front of me and continued typing. This next version had so much writing on it. Perhaps even my own life. I couldn't fail. Not in this. Too much was writing on it. XXXXXX POV change. The professor. Donnel had been in a bad state when I found him in the forest. Even now, just thinking of it brought rage to my bones. To imagine Team Rocket would have the audacity to pull an attack like that in my very own backyard. Giovanni was truly getting too bold. I might as well give him a call and a reminder of who gave him the initial capital for this mess of his. Even now, I felt something resembling regret when I thought of the organization. I'd been sold on it when Blaine and Giovanni first pitched it to me. Groundbreaking research on human-Pokemon relations. Trying to breach the most sacred of boundaries. I thought they'd fail, but I was still interested in seeing what knowledge could be gained from those inevitable failures. As I turned to the bed in front of me, I thought of the offer Giovanni had come up with about 16 years ago. Staring at my son told me it was worth it. Accepting his offer was worth it back then, but if he ever dared to touch my son again, then death would be the least of his worries. His pain would be legendary. Thinking about it increased my anger once more. Perhaps Giovanni needed something more than a vague warning. Perhaps he needed a reminder to be sure he never pulled anything like this again. The more I thought of it, the more I couldn't find any reasons not to give a minor warning to the men I'd helped so much. If I wasn't sure they'd take me down with them, then the League would have been my next calling point, but since mutually assured destruction was the height of illogicality, I'd keep my silence for now. Silence, not inaction, I thought as I swept from the lab room I'd paced Donnel and his team in. My walk outside gave me nothing but time to decide a target. By the time I was at the door to the ranch, what remained of my team was assembled before me. Alakazam was frighteningly good at what he did. Someone has tried to take from us. To take our son, I said the last part with a snarl, and I watched them roar in anger as they felt as I did. Someone would pay for today's insult. The entire team returned to their balls, and I grabbed onto Alakazam as we prepared to teleport towards our target. A flex of incredible psychic might had us standing on the outskirts of the fuchsia wilderness. This was one of the larger, more important bases the organization used for their activities. It was also one of the bases Giovanni hadn't told me about. Today's warning would be twofold. Nidoking appeared in front of me with a flash of red light and a psychic connection formed between us the moment he did. I watched him step forward to the underground base and let out the strongest earthquake he could muster. Alakazam already had me floating above the ground before I could even say anything, and I smiled at him in pride. The ground rumbled and tore itself apart. The rockets came swarming from the base out of fear for their lives. I stood floating in the air in front of them, and it took them as a shameful amount of time to notice either me or Nidoking. When they did, I had to applaud their bravery as they sent out Pokemon of their own to attempt opposing this Dragonite was out of his ball with a flick of my wrist, and a single Draco Meteor took out every Zubat or Rattata or whatever inane Pokemon these fold thought to oppose me with. Alakazam prevented them from registering my face in their minds just as Donnel's mysterious poachers Alakazam had done all those months ago. It was truly a fascinating technique. They started running for the hills, and I stayed Dragonite's hand. He was as angry as I was, but I wasn't here for senseless slaughter. I patiently waited for one of Giovanni's so-called admins to show up to challenge my presence, but none of them ever did and I could only sigh with irritation as I forced to go into their nest to fish them out. Another flick of my wrist had Macamp out of his ball. He was the very best at fighting in confined spaces, so I walked into the underground base with my head held high and my Pokemon by my side. My mercy had run dry on the surface, so every grunt we came across had their necks snapped in a savage display of psychic might. Alakazam was a truly impressive specimen. It took a few minutes for me to come across one of the men that was dressed in black. I smiled and sent Macamp forward to deal with his resistance. His shameful excuse for a golem died with 2 quick punches, and the dragon's rush from his obviously untrained Dragonair was tanked with brute force and the dragon's neck was snapped after a few more seconds. Macamp could be truly frightening. His efficiency was something else. The admin turned to my approaching Pokemon, and lifted another Pokeball, but it was too late as my fighting type grabbed onto the offending limb and crushed it, before sending a fist through the boy's head. Shameful was all I thought after I realized the base was already done with. I turned around and took off from the base with a calm walk. I was unsurprised to find Giovanni on the surface with 2 of those admins of his by his side. Boy, I hope you understand the warning I'm giving you here. Try to touch what's mine again, and nothing will remain of your organization. The anger in his face was beautiful to see. Good, he felt something similar to what I did. He threw out a Pokeball and sent out a Pokemon I couldn't recognize. The smile on his face told me exactly all I needed to know about this particular Pokemon. He felt it strong enough to match us to my team. An impertinent bastard Giovanni might be, but a fool, he was not. If he legitimately believed he could measure up to me with this Pokemon, then I'd give it the benefit of the doubt and take it as a serious threat. A single Dragon Rage from Dragonite gave me even more information than Giovanni's confidence did. It splashed against a barrier surrounding the Pokemon with little effect. Normally, I'd have Dragonite take his time, tease the Pokemon so I could get every scrap of information I could from it before taking it out, but today was about sending a message. In between 1 second and the next, Dragonite had his tail wrapped around the obvious psychic type's neck. My Dragonite was the strongest Pokemon in the world. It was foolish of Giovanni to believe some new acquisition of his could match up to the mightiest of dragons. A flex of that tail snapped the unnamed Pokemon's neck and sent it to the floor. I only smiled at Giovanni in satisfaction as I noted the anger on his face. Consider this the last warning I'll ever give you. I've tolerated your blight on the league because you'd never had the audacity to be truly harmful, but today you tried to take something of mine. You tried to touch my son, Giovanni. The next time you have the audacity to do so, I'll burn you and your organization to the ground. Whatever information you feel you have on me won't matter. Mutually assured destruction won't matter. Touch my son, Giovanni, and I will end you. With my warning delivered, Alakazam teleported me and the team back to the lab. Thank you, brothers, I said, and they all embraced me as one of them. I knew Charizard would be pissed off at not getting to participate, but as I released him into the ranch, that problem would be Dragonites to deal with. I walked back into the lab to wait for Donnel to wake up. After a few minutes, I felt restless so I decided to do some study. A few scanners had been set up around him, so I went to my personal lab to look at the results of the scans of him and his team. The team was nothing surprising. He was my son, after all. They were all healthy and strong. Their muscle density was also impressive to note. Maybe in a few months, he'd even be ready to train with me for the conference. Not with Dragonite, of course, but Charizard was always in need of new sparring partners. Maybe kicking around Donnel's team for a few minutes each day would settle his mood. I turned to his own scans and found myself dumbfounded. When he was born, I'd seen the dormant signs. His birth was deemed a failure, but now, it was active. He showed strains and signs of Pokemon energy in his brain, the rest of his body wasn't far behind. Maybe this explained his relationship with his Pokemon. How he could communicate with them without psychic connections. I looked at the scans with a critical eye, ignoring the health data to focus on the information I sought. To think we had to wait 16 years to see the fruits of this experiment. Our attempt at building the perfect Pokemon trainer had been successful. If Giovanni hadn't overstepped, then maybe I'd have even shared news of our success with him. A/N, thanks for reading. We just finished chapter 36 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. How does this look to you? I tried to really dive into Oak's psychology. Enjoy it. Chapter 31. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. I woke up in a bed that had become extremely familiar to Donnel in his younger days. I could tell where I was simply from the feel of the foam beneath me. The lab on the first floor. Oak's private lab that had also doubled as a hospital room for me in my younger days. I wondered why I was here for a few minutes before it all came rushing in. I felt myself choke as tears built on my eyes. Tsunade. She'd been the happiest in the group. The most joyful by miles, and she was gone. I cursed it all. Giovanni, Team Rocket, Oak, me. We were all to blame. Me, most of all. I knew she wasn't ready. I knew it, and all I saw was the type advantage. All I felt was the desire to dominate my opponents. To prove I was superior. I thought of myself as a purely rational actor, but my actions that night were the exact opposite of rational. I could have escaped. There were 1,000 ways I could have left that ambush without a fight, but I didn't even consider the possibility of fleeing. It didn't come to mind as even the most fleeting of thoughts. All I saw was opponents in front of me that I needed to overcome. My pride had cost me the price I was most unwilling to pay. Quicksilver's death hadn't been my fault, but this? I was to blame, and that fact was clear from the beginning. My tears turned to full-blown sobs as I mourned another one of my Pokémon. At this point, there were few things I wouldn't give to see her again. I don't know when I fell asleep again, but when I came to, it was to find Oak leaning right above me with a flashlight pointed at my eye. I leaned out of his grip and shot him a look of irritation. I couldn't get to say what was on my mind because I noticed the Pokémon behind him. My entire team was gazing down on me with worried looks. My entire team. I stared at Tsunade's whole and living form like I was seeing a ghost. She jumped across the space between us and I caught her with a scream of joy. I cared little for my state and jumped off the bed to swing her around in pure joy. She was alive. I don't think there's any news that could come close to making me as happy as this piece did. I held her in my arms as tightly as I dared, and the rest of the team took the opportunity to come crowding around me. Kenpeka lifted me up with a single hand and sniffed me a bit as if making sure I was okay before he let go of me and went to a corner of the room to watch. Broly was at my back like a silent protector. Kisame wrapped her body around mine like a boa constrictor. Hashirama and Snorlax stayed at my sides and looked content. Magnezone kept trying to zap Kenpeka while he flew about the room in excitement. Gay was silent and watching both Tsunade and I with a worried expression on his face. Igneal was the only one not close. He was at a far-off corner of the room, looking as miserable as he ever had. Even though I felt content with my team as we were now, I knew I had to talk to Igneal. Get to the bottom of his bad move. I managed to extract myself from the pile of Pokémon after a few minutes and I walked over to my sad dragon. As I got closer, I watched him become even sadder and adopt a remorseful look on his face. I walked right up to him and ignored the pain I knew was coming as I wrapped him in the tightest hug I dared. It felt like hugging a furnace, but I bore the heat well and managed to hold on to him even as he hugged me back. It didn't take a genius to figure out the reason for his bad news. Okay, that might be a bit untrue. Or a fuckery allowed me read my Pokémon like books. He felt guilty for both Tsunade's and my injuries. The team crowded around Igneal and I allowed myself to truly feel content. XXXXXX. I take it you've finished your reunion, Oak said as he walked into the room with a glass of water held in his hands. I thanked him as he passed it to me and I took a greedy drink of it. Hadn't realized how thirsty I'd been before the first drop of the cool water ran down my throat. Thanks for rescuing me, I said, addressing the elephant in the room. You have nothing to be thankful for. What father wouldn't help his son? I swallowed the urge to talk about exactly what kind of father he was. That pain was Donnel's, but I was now beginning to accept that Donnel wasn't as completely gone as I'd once thought. He still existed behind my conscious mind. I felt his wants and desires affect mine all the time. Perhaps he saw something of my thoughts on my face because his next words were, I know I haven't always been the best father, but one day, maybe you'll realize that all I do for reasons greater than either of us. I gave him a confused look. The fuck was he going on about? Never mind that though, I have been remiss in my duties as a father, and now I want to apologize. I failed you, in more ways than one. I allowed you leave here all those months ago, completely on your own. Perhaps some part of me thought that if I didn't help you on your quest, then you might give up and return to me of your own volition, but now I realize how untrue that is. You are indeed my son, all I've raised you to be. He took a breath and paused. I couldn't see where he was going with this failed apology. Now, I realize how wrong I've been. Allow me atone for my mistakes. You still have quite a few months till the conference. Train with me till then. He ended with a hopeful look on his face. No. I said simply and turned to the screen in front of me. I didn't see the hope die on his face as he left the room in disappointment. Quite frankly, I cared little for it. I'd sworn all those months ago that I would make it to the top without his help. I would be Donnel Oak, not Donnel Oak. The professor might have even meant his apology, but I cared nothing for it. I'd made it this far without him. I could get to the finish line on my own. I was startled by a bright light off to the side, and I turned to see Ino had just teleported in. Her mind and mine became one for a few seconds, and she saw what had just happened, and I could feel her disagreement. Accept it, she said in my mind like it was the simplest thing in the world. I shook my head strongly and showed her all the memories I had of Oak's neglect, of all the times people assumed the fruits of mine and the team's hard work were all blessings from the great Samuel Oak. When you train me, and I battle, do I win, or do you? She asked in that blunt tone of hers. It's not the same and you know it, I replied with a scowl building on my face. She couldn't understand it. Oak had done so much. He couldn't just fix years of neglect and mistreatment with an offer to train. He's offering to start at least. Her logic was sound and maybe that's what irritated me the most. The knowledge that she might be right. She couldn't understand though. If we take his help here, then that just meant I was nothing. Nothing but a product of the legendary Samuel Oak. Is your pride so important to you? She asked, unknowingly echoing a train of thought I'd had just a day ago. My pride. The thing that had risked Tsunade's life. Was this all for my pride? I gave Ino a look as I truly considered it. Would this be for the good of my Pokemon? Yes. Oak might be many things, but none could call him an incompetent trainer. He'd built a champion-level team, and that meant something. What ended up making my mind for me was a simple question. Would I be able to live with myself if one of my Pokemon died because I refused Oak's training? The answer to that particular query was a clear and resounding no. I'd promised to not let my pride risk the lives of my Pokemon ever again as I mourned Tsunade, and even though she was all right, that didn't mean my promise was any less binding than it would have been if she was truly dead. I couldn't let my pride get in the way of this. I turned to Ino and gave her a nod to show my acceptance of her words. She was right. I got up from the bed and made my way to Oak's lab. That was the only place he was guaranteed to be. He looked up, surprised as I made my way inside. I'll accept your training, I said and watched as a smile bloomed on his face. In that moment, I could truly appreciate how much we looked alike. But I have some conditions, I continued. Speak them, he said, while still smiling like the cat that caught the canary. You do the training yourself. No pawning me off to a lab assistant or something. I would never do that, he interrupted, and I merely gave him a look. We both know he'd pawned off most of my upbringing to various lab assistants through the years. Secondly, I want your 100%. When we're training, we're training. No research, no consideration, nothing. I want you to give it your all. No holding back. I said and waited for his reply. Since you have conditions, I have only one of my own, he said, and I waited for him to speak his own condition. Your sponsorship with Sylph. End it. You are Donnel Oak of this lab. You need no other sponsors. He said like that was the end of it. No. I said and enjoyed the way his eyes went wide in surprise. You never once offered to sponsor me when I was starting out. Whenever I raised the matter, you brushed me off. I won't take your sponsorship. I don't want it. I've given my terms. Are you in? I asked and watched him scowl for a few seconds before he brightened up and gave me a nod. XXXXXX. As a trainer, you've been a complete mess. Oak decided to start our first session with his regular bluntness. I tried to avoid getting offended and only raised an eyebrow at his statement. Don't get me wrong, your Pokemon are powerful and talented. You're the weak link. It's clear for everyone to see in how you battle, and even in how you train them. You have a passable grasp of basic tactics and have been able to come up with a few good ideas every once in a while to save yourself from defeat, but beyond that, you've been for all intents and purposes a rookie trainer. That would be fine, even expected, if you had a rookie trainer's team. But you don't. Somehow you've managed to build a team of powerful Pokemon around you, and that is as much a blessing as it is a curse. He stopped to take a sip of the water beside him before heading right back into his rant. If you had a weaker team, then your flaws would have become obvious to you ages ago and you would have worked to fix them. There's a reason why every trainer starts with a young starter Pokemon. Both trainer and Pokemon are supposed to learn and develop together. That allows them both to be much stronger for it. You, on the other hand, have managed to build a team of strong Pokemon without developing yourself. It's the kind of problem I never thought I'd have to see. Pokemon only become strong under a strong trainer, after all. Since you've put the cart before the horse, we'll be spending the next few months more focused on you than your Pokemon. I got ready to cut him off at that, but he spoke over my attempt with ease. You are the thing holding your Pokemon back. There is no training that I can give your Pokemon that will allow them match up while you still lead them, but I can train you to be truly worthy of them. To utilize every bit of power and skill they have to offer with precision and talent. Don't worry about your Pokemon though. My team hasn't been entertained in a small eternity. They'll keep them in shape. I nodded at what he said even though I didn't really understand his point about the difference between training me and training my Pokemon. How else could he train me, but by having me battle with my Pokemon. Now, 5 laps around the ranch, he said suddenly, and I looked at him in shock till I had to swerve around a jumping Growlithe. Oak's face was a picture of amusement as I took to my heels, chased by a pack of playing Growlithe. XXXXXX the champion. Multiple attacks. We almost saw Celadon fall the same way Vermilion did. A tournament that was supposed to announce the exploration of the league was interrupted, and now we have a firestorm raging across the forests of Fuchsia. Do you truly want to tell us all these things aren't related? I asked the head of the Ace trainers across from me. Ace were the best of the best, but right now, they didn't feel like anything of the sort with this sudden display of incompetence. Vermilion's attack, Celadon's mess, and even the Fuchsia disaster, all events that would be enough to unsettle the public for a year, and they all happened within the same quarter. At this point, it was a surprise that the region was yet to devolve into total anarchy. The League was shown close to no ability to protect the people, and they were seeing it surely and clearly. Dozens dead in a few months, and no leads on the possible culprit or culprits. The only thing we had going so far was a name, Team Rocket. Our prisoners from the attack on the S-Ilf tournament said little willingly, but the authorization to use psychic power to pluck the information out of their brains came quickly and readily. The only issue was the 2 admins, as the other Rockets knew them as. Their minds were heavily warded against intrusion, and the only way to break those barriers was by shattering the mind itself. It was easy to get authorization to scan their minds, but authorization to essentially kill them would not be forthcoming. The courts had denied my request before even considering the potential value of the information these admins could have. The grunts knew nothing of the attack on Vermilion, but half of them believed it to have been the organization acting through other tools. The admins would probably be the only ones who knew for sure. Once again, I lamented not being in Blackthorn. The Elder would never hesitate like these weak Kantoans were insistent on doing. The answers were right in our reach, and they lacked the balls to take them. I would have overruled them and gone ahead with the scan, but even my Elite Four were against doing what was necessary. Weakness was part and parcel of Kanto. So far, apart from the suspicions of the members of the criminal organization known as Team Rocket, we have nothing to connect any 2 of the incidents. I am simply suggesting that it would be more prudent to act as though all the attacks were separate events in and of themselves. It prevents us from making assumptions that might hinder the apprehension of any of the suspects. I see. He was speaking sense. And what has your investigation into the fire yielded? I asked to get things moving and be over and done with things. He didn't sound like he had any leads for me to test myself against, so he might as well offer up what he did find. We have been able to find that the fire was no accident. Although the suspicion was never taken seriously, we have now found conclusive evidence that the fire was caused by multiple fire-type Pokemon acting in concert. It was a deliberate attack. Of that we have no doubts. We've also been able to isolate the starting point of the fire and have managed to find a collapsed underground chamber. It was too ruined to obtain any useful information from, but it does offer a hint as to why the fires were started. He trailed off at the end with a swift salute. I turned to my Elite Four and found them all considering the report. We'd all known the fire was no accident. It had spread too quickly to have been anything less than intentional, but the knowledge that THRE had been some underground chamber in the forest was worrying. I was tempted to snicker as I thought of Koga combing through every inch of the forest and looking under every stone as he searched for more bases. The man was too much of himself to do anything less. Thank you for your report, Agent. The President finally spoke when it was clear no one had any further questions for the man. We ended the meeting there and I left with a lot on my mind. A/N, thanks for reading. We just finished chapter 37 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. I think I'll be having a time skip on the next chapter. It only makes sense at this point, and I don't think I'll enjoy writing Donnel's training very much. How do you like the way the story is going so far? Chapter 32. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Now, let's get into the chapter without further ado. Snorlax, tank it and Mega Punch, I shouted to my Pokemon as I watched a burly Dragonite slam into him with a Dragon Rush. Of course, the Dragon type was holding back. It was the only way for this to even resemble a fair matchup, and we were still getting toasted. Igneel intervened by burying both Pokemon in an avalanche of flames. Snorlax took the attack with only a huff and the Dragon type was even less scathed. Any other Pokemon would have been badly burned, but Oak's Ace Dragon acted like it was nothing but a light tap. The gap between elite Pokemon and my team had become even more apparent in the last 3 months. With less than half a year till the conference, my nerves were slowly building up to a breaking point. The conference was the thing. I would win it, and challenge the Elite Four shortly after. That was the plan in my mind, at least. I needed to be on that level in a few months, and the gap only seemed to be getting wider. Broly weaved around the Dragonite's tail at extreme speed and rolled up for a stone axe. The dragon type caught the move with the same tail that had been out of position only a second ago and sent Broly flying. Hashirama's attempt to entangle the pseudo legendary proved fruitless as it chased after Ino, who'd been wearing it down with increased gravity since the battle started. The trap I'd been preparing was sprung when the Dragonite overextended itself in its chase and was swallowed by a tidal wave of water. It rolled into a water prison and Magnezone struck the water with a bolt of lightning so bright, I could see it even with my eyes closed. When I finally opened my eyes, it was to find the Dragonite standing perfectly still and intact. The bolts of electricity arcing across its body might be enough to deceive the uninitiated that the Pokémon was paralyzed, but I learnt the hard way that Oak could teach his Pokémon to ignore status conditions like paralysis. Bloody hacker! Guy slammed into the dragon with a kick that sent a shockwave across the field. He'd been on the sidelines combining all the status buffs he could. Chaining together Dragon Dance and Belly Drum could be devastating. Whenever he used this combo, I felt nothing but hunger for his evolution. With Clan Guru Soul, this move would become orders of magnitude more dangerous. At that point, I was sure even Lance's Dragonite wouldn't stand a chance, provided he somehow got to charge up the buffs. Dragonite remained standing, but was forced a few steps back. More than anything we'd tried so far at least. 2 more punches had the Dragonite's head moving along with the motion of Guy's hands. He reared back for a punch to the pseudo legendary's midsection and the beast somehow caught it with its tail. From there, it grabbed Guy and slammed into him with a body press. From there, the beatdown was total and complete. A mega punch sent Guy into Morpheus realm and the dragon decimated the rest of the team soon after. Even Ino's attempt to slow him down with gravity became ineffective as the dragon decided to hold back a little bit less. And what did you learn today? Oak asked with that insanely smug smile on his face. Dragonite is fucking broken. That's what I learned weeks of sparring with the dragon-type Pokémon, and every day he found a new way to beat the shit out of my team. This time, I even thought I'd have the advantage since one of the rules was that he wouldn't be using any long-range moves. Dragonite was a terrifying physical specimen, don't get me wrong, but he truly shined as a long-range attacker. Hyper beams worthy of the name, that could destroy entire cities were child's play to the borderline legendary Pokémon. If Oak's aging Dragonite was this powerful even while holding back, the thought that Lance would have 3 of these beasts both excited and terrified me. Today's lesson was about one thing and one thing only. Learn when you're outmatched. I've pitted you against Dragonite every day for weeks now, and not once did you attempt to cheat or skew the odds in your favor. It says a lot about your sense of fair play, but remember that fair play isn't worth your life. Remember that. My boy Oak almost looked fatherly as he placed a hand on my shoulder. I smiled up at him and nodded. After healing my Pokémon, I was going to be heading off today. Speaking of healing my Pokémon, I turned to Tsunade and nodded at her. My adorable fairy type moved in to begin healing the team. She'd fessed up and said she wasn't too interested in battling about a month ago, so she'd begun receiving healing lessons from Oak's own Chansey. She was a natural, if I do say so myself. I nodded at Oak's words, and extracted myself from the awkward situation to walk towards my recovering team. Tsunade's skill already allowed her to heal Broly and Kisame before I'd even gotten to them. They were the least damaged, so it wasn't too surprising. A roar sounded across the clearing, and I saw the Dragonite take off to his habitat as Oak finished talking to him about something. I prepared myself to begin cheering up my team. We'd normally focus on an after-action report and highlighting all the places they could have done better, but I'd leave that for later. They were almost perfect, and Dragonite was so far beyond them that even if they'd executed every move with perfection, they would still come short. XXXXXXXX. Remember my terms, Donnel Oak said as I prepared to climb onto Ignil's back. I nodded at his words and took off to Cinnabar. Oak's words had been clear. Stay away from Viridian. He'd even promised me a special item that was guaranteed to impress me if I managed to avoid Giovanni intently. I accepted the deal because very little was going to make me face down Mutuo a second time. Once was enough, thank you. What that meant though, was that I had to get my final trophy from either a Johto gym or one of the minor gyms in Kanto. My choice there was obvious. What I had to decide was which Johto gym I'd be heading to. Since I was avoiding the strongest gym in Kanto, my pride would let me do nothing less than take on the strongest in Johto. A toss-up between Mahogany and Blackthorn. Claire and Price. Claire was Lance's cousin, an elite-level trainer by any metric, while Price was actually a former Elite Four member himself. The strongest of the Elite Four that served under my father. Both were powerful trainers, so it was a question of which I felt more prepared to take on, dragons or ice types. Ignil's roar jolted me out of my thoughts and I noticed him flying towards Afiro. I reached out to him and sensed that the flying-type Pokémon had managed to annoy him in some way and he was intent on teaching it a lesson. I held on tighter to the saddle and decided to let Oghenevwogaga do as he wished. He banked around all the Fero's attacks and finally slammed into it with his impressive bulk. The Pokémon went careening off and could barely regain control of its descent before it hit the ground. I prevented Oghenevwogaga from moving in for the kill and we continued our journey to Cinnabar. Common sense told me to take Price and save my dragon-killing strategies for Lance, but pride reminded me that most of Price's team was aged. Would he give me a good fight? Hell yes, but the fact was that Claire's team was stronger. She was in her prime, and I couldn't say the same about Price. We arrived at Cinnabar as the sun began to set. I found myself missing Quicksilver for the upteenth time. We made good speed but Oghenevwogaga clearly wasn't made for this. He was already beginning to tire. We booked a room at one of the multiple hotels on the island, and I began to run over my strategies for my gym challenge tomorrow. Welcome to the Cinnabar gym. A 7th badge challenge, is it? Blaine was nothing like I expected him to look. Logically, I knew we were ways off from the anime, but seeing the man with a head full of red hair, and completely clean-shaven threw me off a bit. Yes it is, I replied after a few minutes. I wasn't even surprised that he figured out my intentions so quickly, or even the number of badges I had. I'd booked my challenge after all, and landing a Charizard in the middle of town was the exact opposite of subtle. This will be a 6-on-6 battle. As customary for my 7th badge challenge, I will be using 2 Pokémon from my own personal team, and 4 from my 6th badge level gym team. I smiled and nodded at him. Blaine's challenge was famously difficult. After all, he was once in the Elite Four. 2 members of his original team could decimate most trainers' entire teams in seconds. He and Price had been the cornerstones of Oak's Elite Four, so them retiring as he did wasn't a surprise to any in the region. The 3 of them had a bond that most suspected the nature of. A bond that had the 3 of them coming together to perform some of the most heinous acts in the last Johto rebellion. When the Dragons of Blackthorn had decided to secede from the League, it was Price who'd held dozens of children and civilians hostage, it was Blaine who'd massacred a hatchery of Dragonus, and it was Oak who'd authorized it all while slaughtering his way through the best trainers Blackthorn could throw at him. Even now, none of them were welcomed in one of the League's biggest towns. More reason why I'd avoid Blackthorn like the plague. The dragons didn't blame children for the sins of their fathers, but they might just make an exception for the son of Oak the Butcher. Donnel Oak. I'll be expecting a lot from you, so don't expect me to hold back, he said after teleporting to the other end of the arena. I'll release first. This Pokémon hasn't had a real challenge in an eternity, so do well to impress me. I scowled at the Arcanine that appeared on the field. Blaze. His famous starter. There were very few known Arcanine in the world, Oaks and the one in front of me were by far the most impressive. Blaze, the powerful legendary Pokémon that had shown the world the power of the rare evolution. Extreme speed, prodigious control over the fire element, and enough endurance to run to Johto and back. I was in for the fight of my life. A battle of the starters, then, I said in reply as I sent Broly out to the field. My rock type had grown a lot in the past few months. With a specialized diet Oak had managed to figure out for his species, he was even bigger than he'd been after his evolution. At least, a whole foot taller, and with greatly increased mass. Blaine hadn't bothered with a referee, as I doubted there was anyone willing to stand in the active volcano Blaine had chosen for the arena. He didn't have any spectators either. The match was being live-streamed at every bar or hotel in the city, and on multiple public billboards. I'd had to sign a few waivers to allow it to happen, and I was getting a measure of the revenue. The fight began when the Arcanine went sailing through where Broly used to be. I'd told him to avoid being hit already. The Arcanine was much stronger and larger than Broly was. A direct hit might as well spell the end for even a rock type as durable as he was. The Arcanine turned on a dime and started the fastest game of keep away I'd ever seen. Broly's use of extreme speed had come a long way. He was fast enough to avoid the best of the Arcanine's attacks, even if only by the skin of his teeth. Dig, I said out loud like Oak had started training me to do. I needed to give some orders out loud, or I'd gather even more attention than I already had. Nobody had noticed yet, and those who had, simply attributed to Oak training my Pokémon so well I didn't need to order them around. If I wanted to avoid rumors like that spreading even farther, then I needed to be seen commanding my Pokémon. Broly disappeared into the ground between 1 second and the next. Do it, Blaine said, and I watched his Arcanine practically saunter over to the hole Broly had left behind. As the Arcanine prepared to unleash a firestorm into the hole, Broly executed the next half of the plan I'd come up with weeks ago. The legendary Pokémon took a deep breath in, and in the next second, all that air was driven out of its lungs as Broly came flying out straight from underneath it. It was sent flying, and I smiled in pride. Oak had shown me countless videos from his older battles, and even his actions during the Johto rebellion. It was in one of those videos that I saw Blaine use the tactic he was just about to roast a Steelix alive within the ground, and completely destroy the field to allow his Camerupt steamroll the rest of the opposing division near single-handedly. I smiled as I could practically hear Blaine grinding his teeth from across the room. Broly didn't allow the Pokémon even a second's respite as he gathered the requisite ground-type energy and tore the field apart with an earthquake. The Arcanine had no hope of avoiding the move, and was forced to take the brunt of the attack. I smiled at that. At least, I smiled until the dust cleared and the Arcanine was left standing with only a few bruises and scuff marks. Broly dug into the ground as the fire type went sailing through where he'd been seconds earlier. This time, Blaine didn't use the same strategy. He whispered something I couldn't quite catch and a massive sunny day lit up the volcano even more than the lava around us already did. The next thing to happen had my mouth wide open in shock. His Arcanine unleashed the largest flamethrower I'd ever had the pleasure or displeasure since it was being used against me, of seeing. The shocking part was how it curved and bent to fly into the hole Broly had left behind. I felt the fire begin to affect my starter, and he had no choice but to surface after less than a minute of the onslaught. The monster of an Arcanine didn't even look winded. It just turned to me with a smug smile before continuing its game of keep away with Broly. Think, I muttered at myself as I tried to come up with a way to avoid the entire mess I'd found myself in. The Arcanine was relentless. It was getting even faster as the battle went on instead of slower. A true beast of a Pokemon. I sighed as I returned Broly to his Pokeball. You've used your only switch. Wise choice. Your Pokemon was fantastic, but Blaze is a few levels beyond him. He said while laughing a full belly laugh that brought a scowl to my face. I prepared my next Pokeball. I hadn't expected to be forced to use my ace so early in the battle. If any of my Pokemon had grown in the last few months, then it was Kenpeki. Months of training with Oak's Nidoking and Charizard had refined him to a monster a few steps beyond the rest of my monstrous team. There's a reason I had him sit out the battle against Oak's Dragonite yesterday. He usually ended up carrying the battle alone, and not giving the rest of the team the chance to fail or succeed on their own merits. He appeared on the field with a titanic roar. Larger, stronger, more terrifying than he'd been at the point of his evolution. An apex predator if I'd ever seen one. The Arcanine sat up at his presence on the field, and even Blaine straightened up. A truly impressive specimen. I've seen a few Tyranitar's, and yours does them no shame. I bowed my head at the compliment. Any Tyranitar's he'd seen were probably at elite level, so saying Kenpeki matched up was a compliment I was happy to receive. Kenpeki started off the battle with a shadow beam that tore the arena in two as he chased after the fleeing Arcanine. It was fast, but few things could outrun the speedy mass of darkness. I smiled at seeing the move. An original one we'd created by combining the concepts of the Shadow Ball and Hyper Beam. The legendary fire type managed to outpace the move by the time Kenpeki tired and stopped firing. It took the opportunity to charge straight at him. Kenpeki didn't even bother trying to dodge and took the attack head on. He didn't budge, and used the opportunity to grab onto the Fire Hound's tail before it could escape. He tightened his grip and used the tail as leverage to slam the legendary Pokemon into the ground repeatedly, before sending it flying off into another corner of the field, and following it up with another Shadow Beam. A/N, thanks for reading. We're about halfway done with chapter 39, 7 chapters ahead of this one, on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Ending this chapter here because I feel like this one is mostly for the people who thought Donnel was getting too overpowered. There's a gulf between the rest of the world and the truly elite trainers. Donnel is nowhere near crossing that chasm. He's strong, but even the weakest of the Elite Four would have no trouble hooping his arse. In case you're confused about me continuously referring to Arcanine as a legendary Pokemon, then don't be. The Pokédex entry refers to it as one, so Donnel does too. Chapter 33. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Hashirama, Trevenant, forgot to add him in last chapter, maybe that's a spoiler for chapters to come. Special thanks to my patrons of Patreon, let's get into the chapter without further ado. I was unsurprised by the way the Arcanine managed to land on its feet and still dodge Kenpeki's move in the next second. My pseudo-legendary monster didn't waste any time in tearing the field apart with a second earthquake. Whatever advantage the Arcanine had was being swiftly dismantled with successive earthquakes. It proved its role as an elite Pokemon by somehow maneuvering through the tremors to hit Kenpeki with a flame charge. My ace acted like he hadn't even felt the move, and wrestled the Arcanine to the ground once more. A point-blank Shadow Beam drove the Arcanine even deeper into the ground. To ensure he didn't get up, Kenpeki prepared a Hyper Beam to end things, but a massive flamethrower drove him off his quarry. When the flamethrower ended, I was unsurprised to see Kenpeki unharmed, but his armor had become red-hot because of the attack. While he wasn't a steel type, his armor did share some of the weaknesses of steel-type armor, so we had to end this fast before the heat would become too debilitating. With things looking as they did, I pulled out a move very few people would expect. Rip it apart, I screamed at Kenpeki, and he added his voice to my roar as he rose his hand to the air and thrust it back to the ground with devastating power. I took a deep breath and enjoyed the view of the chaos I just unleashed. Everything went still, and then a few rocks in the arena began to shake. The shakes grew more and more intense until the ground began to split apart. I watched realization appear on Blaine's face, and the panic I could see in his expression almost made me laugh. The cracks in the ground began to build up slowly, and the cracks in Blaine's stoic facade built up faster. Eventually, Blaine couldn't take it anymore and returned his Pokemon to its ball while screaming at me for my recklessness. "You've doomed us both," he said while wrestling with his poke belt. "What a shame," I sighed while nodding at Kenpeki. The move that seemed to have been building up died out instantly, and I smiled in victory. Psychological combat was really effective. I'd basically faked Blaine out by acting like Kenpeki was about to use Fissure, the most powerful ground-type move out there. A move so powerful it was practically guaranteed to kill the Pokemon on the receiving end. It took a while, but I managed to train Kenpeki to mimic the effects of the move's build-up with precise earth manipulation. It wouldn't have worked on a trainer as experienced as Blaine if not for the second element I'd added to the fake-out, Dark-type energy. He used his instinctive control of the Dark-type to create an aura of fear that reduced my opponent's ability to reason. Those two things plus the element of surprise practically ensured that everyone would fall for it. Blaine's expression when he grasped just how he'd been had was one for the history books. He shifted between anger, shame, and finally amusement. His laughter rang across the arena and I joined him. His panic had truly been comedic. "Nice one, Oak. Just the kind of thing old Samuel would have done. I won't be falling for that again though," he said as he released his next Pokemon on the field. The Magmar that replaced the Arcanine was every bit as famous as its counterpart. Even if I knew that Magmar wasn't the final evolution of the species, I had a lot of respect for this one. It was built like a fucking tank and had scars running down its arms, chest, and sides. These scars didn't detract from its appearance. Quite the opposite in fact. The scars made it an even more terrifying Pokemon. Scars that showed this Pokemon had been to war. Had fought the best and brightest and had prevailed. It had survived all challengers. All the horrors and rigors of war, with each one leaving its mark. Each scar told a tale. My musings almost had me missing the first exchange of the battle. The Magmar took a deep breath and set the entire arena alight. The heat from the volcano intensified to become even more uncomfortable. I'd come in beach shorts and a tank top, and I was boiling. It was so hot, I began to truly fear the chances of getting a heat stroke. I guess this is why Blaine was the second least challenged gym leader. I guess with what happened in Vermilion, he'd taken a step up that list. I couldn't focus enough to give orders with aura, so I spoke out loud. "Kenpeki, stop it. Whatever it takes." My ace took my orders to heart and charged up a hyper beam that swept across the field, forcing the Magmar to dodge. The heat settled a bit, and Kenpeki kept going, not allowing his opponent a second's breath. Boulders the size of me started flying around the field, trying to catch up to the Magmar. It wasn't fast enough to even try dodging them all, so it started destroying them all with fists covered in flame. They shattered on contact and I tried to come up with a strategy to take care of this problem. It was stronger than Kenpeki. When my ace made the mistake of allowing it to come in for close combat, it had sent his head ringing with a single punch. Since then, Kenpeki was careful to avoid letting the monster get that close. Kenpeki had to use a rock throw to prevent the Magmar from charging straight at him. "Earthquake," I ordered when things started to look truly dire. Unlike the Arcanine, this one couldn't just waltz through the powerful ground-type move. It had to huddle down and wait out the tremors. In that time, I had Kenpeki working on a completely different strategy. The Magmar started its approach once the waves died down. I had Kenpeki fire off a hyper beam large as any I'd seen from him so far, and the Magmar had to use a Protect to save itself from the brunt of the attack. The beam shattered the Protect but couldn't make it to the Pokemon itself. The Magmar continued, and Kenpeki threw everything in the kitchen sink at it to slow it down or ward it off. It all proved to be ineffective since nothing Kenpeki did stopped or even slowed down the approaching monster for very long. When it got close enough, it started the melee with a haymaker that sailed past my ace as he leaned back. Kenpeki's tail rose up to wrap around the fire type, but it dodged around it easily. One haymaker smashed through my ace's instinctive Protect and the next one was barely blocked by Kenpeki's crossed arms. His tail lashed out to do some damage, but the fire type showed its skill by weaving through the attacks as he tried breaking through Kenpeki's defense. As powerful as I knew the pseudo-legendary to be, we couldn't keep this up for long. Every video Oak had shown me had me sure of that. The Arcanine was my opponent's ace, but it was the Magmar that Johto had come to fear. A fire type that just never stayed down. It was the ultimate shonen protagonist. Never stopping, never slowing down, never tiring. Unreal. I racked my brain for a strategy to get out of this mess, but I couldn't think of anything that would work and actually put my opponent down for the count. Nothing, until the maddest of mad ideas came to me. I communicated with Kenpeki at the speed of thought. I couldn't say this one out loud. The risk that Blaine could figure out my plan with only a few hints was too high to take. Kenpeki swept a massive shadow beam across the field to force his opponent to retreat in order to dodge. And then, a white aura built around him with me shouting my next words to sell the ruse. Giga impact. The white around his body exploded in intensity as he went flying straight at his opponent. The Magmar's protect looked unassailable, but even that couldn't stand against the might of my pseudo-legendary. Kenpeki's Giga impact broke through the protect and crashed straight into the burly Pokemon. They both went flying into the ground, the dust cloud around them hampered visibility from both sides of the field. It would have been an issue for me if I didn't have Aura Witchery on my side. Kenpeki was able to tell me that he was all tapped out, but his opponent still had some strength left. I scowled as I was forced to implement the second half of my plan. I whipped out my Pokeball and returned Kenpeki before replacing him with Hashirama immediately. The dust still hadn't settled down. Kenpeki had used some minor ground-type manipulation to ensure that, so the black glow that surrounded Hashirama as he appeared wasn't noticed by anyone on the field. It took a few seconds for the dust to settle, and I had fun watching Blaine's confused expression as he noticed that I'd replaced my pseudo-legendary with a grass-type Pokemon. That Pokemon has to have some tricks up its sleeves. Finish it quickly. Blaine instructed his Magmar and I could barely resist the urge to smile. The Magmar bolted across the field too quickly for Hashirama to react and was about to let loose with a devastating fire punch when Blaine suddenly shouted, "Stop!" I looked on in confusion as the Magmar stopped right in front of my Pokemon with an outstretched fist. Too easy. You're smarter than this. It's a trick. But what trick? Bide? No, not Bide. It's a ghost type. Destiny Bond. Blaine rattled off assumptions and something on my face must have confirmed his deductions as he grinned in triumph. Destiny Bond, hey? Nice one. Almost worked. Perhaps if you hadn't tricked me to forfeit my ace with an impressive fakeout, I might have underestimated you enough to fall for it. Retreat. You know what to do. His last words were to his Pokemon and I watched with a small scowl as the monster avoided the trap I'd forfeited Kenpeki to set up. Fuck. The Magmar jumped a few feet back and I could feel the temperature of the arena climb even higher. The Magmar stretched out its hands towards the lava and it started getting even brighter. I panicked as the plan was obvious to see. Hashirama sent multiple vines at the fire type, but the heat around its body was enough to dehydrate and burn the vines to cinders before they could even touch it. There were 3 ways to defeat Destiny Bond: allow a different Pokemon knock out your opponent, exhaust it till it could no longer keep up the connection, or allow environmental factors to defeat your opponent on your behalf. It was clear that Blaine would be going with the third option here. Hashirama's aura told me everything I needed to know. Blaine's plan was working. Quite effectively, at that. I'd never trained any of my Pokemon in extreme weather conditions, so this didn't surprise me a bit. It was one of the shortcomings that Oak had been quick to point out but uninterested in fixing. According to him, I could only ever optimize for a limited number of things. Training my Pokemon to survive conditions they were very unlikely to run into would be a waste of time when they still had multiple basics to run through. I cursed the old bastard in my head as I tried to come up with a way out of this conundrum. There seemed to be very little I could do at this point. Solar Beam, I commanded reluctantly. If I couldn't stop this madness, then I'd just ensure Hashirama went out with a bang befitting his status. Harnessing the heat and the sunny day above him, Hashirama fired off a solar beam as wide as he was tall straight at his opponent. That insufferable protect appeared again, looking as indestructible as ever. The solar beam washed across it, but couldn't break through. It was no Giga impact. Multiple shadow balls whipped out from my ghost's vines and went flying at the fire type. The protect still kept it safe from my ghost's attacks. We tried everything. Wood Hammer, Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak, all of them were useless. At the end of the day, Hashirama fell to the environment's assault and I returned him with a grim smile. I only had 3 Pokemon left and we were still only on his second Pokemon. The good news was that the other Pokemon on his team would be nowhere near this level. I could only imagine how difficult Blaine's 8-badge challenge would be. 4 Pokemon from his original team and 2 from his 6-badge level. Unreal. My next choice, Snorlax, appeared on the field with a relaxed atmosphere. Months on the ranch had done him much good. He'd seen the least physical growth, but his mental growth was the most noticeable. He hadn't lost his love for battling at all, but he'd stopped letting it dictate his actions so much. He got in a fighting stance once he noticed the opponent across from him. "Let's go, Blaine," I said with a smirk. If anyone was going to take out this monster, it would be Snorlax. The Magmar rushed at Snorlax with a punch that my normal type didn't even bother reacting to. He just let loose a trio of punches. The Magmar dodged them all, but ended up taking a haymaker to the face as he came in for another attack. Guy had trained Snorlax well. The Magmar flew off in the distance, but wasn't down for more than a few seconds before it came rushing at Snorlax again. The same exchange repeated itself. This time, the Magmar lasted for almost a minute before a punch sent it spinning away. Blaine was just content to watch the exchanges, and it took me a painfully long time to realize what was happening. The Magmar was adapting to Snorlax. The exchanges started getting longer and the fire type started succeeding in getting more and more hits in. It would have been impressive to watch if it wasn't my Pokemon that was being figured out and taken apart in real time. Hyper Beam, I snarled. The next time the Magmar came in for an exchange, it found itself blasted away by a Hyper Beam that barely qualified as one. Snorlax used the reprieve to gather the required energy and use Rain Dance. I saw the shock on Blaine's face as the clouds gathered and overcame the sunny day before unleashing a downpour on the field. His fire-type brawler looked saddened by the sudden reversal of weather conditions. The rain wasn't enough to completely cool down the field, but it was enough to stop me feeling like I was being boiled alive. This time, Snorlax went on the offensive. He gathered the weather beneath him in a surf and covered the distance between he and his opponent in a blink. From there, the rest was history. The fire type fell to a concentrated combination of attacks. It got a few hits in, but with Snorlax refusing to allow it to disengage, it had no chance and was knocked into Morpheus Realm after a few minutes. I breathed a sigh of relief as Blaine returned the Pokemon to its ball. If I never had to see another Magmar again, it would be too soon. Of course, the next Pokemon Blaine sent out had to be a Magmar. I sighed at the thought of the long day I had in front of me. This Magmar was nowhere near as strong as the first one, and it proved that when it failed to stand up to Snorlax's first earthquake. It tripped and was tossed around by the powerful tremors before being knocked out with a single Hyper Beam. I turned to Blaine with a smile and noted a look of pure interest on his face. I guess he couldn't actually appreciate how strong my Pokemon were when faced with those monsters of his. It didn't matter whether they weren't yet at the true elite level, since they were so far on the journey across that chasm that Blaine's 6-batch Pokemon just couldn't compare. Snorlax highlighted the gap once more, when Blaine sent out a massive Typhlosion on the field. Its very presence took the temperature up a few notches, but all it took to bring it back down to the cool that I'd begun to appreciate was a clenching of Snorlax's fist. Kisame was better with the move, true, but that didn't mean Snorlax couldn't throw down with the best water types when it came to sheer power. His species were feared for a reason. The perfect normal types by all accounts. After all, what made the normal type so great in the first place? Their ability to essentially use all the other types. Nowhere near as good as those Pokemon with actual typings, but much better than any Pokemon without the type or matching egg group had any right to. Firestorm, Blaine commanded, and the Typhlosion exploded in a ball of flame, before rolling across the field straight at Snorlax with deadly accuracy. I had no need to give any orders here since Snorlax knew exactly what to do. He centered himself and lowered his center of gravity. The fire type rolled, creating enough heat that he was evaporating the water he rolled over and moving faster than the fastest supercars from my old world. All of it mattered little as Snorlax concentrated and fucking caught it in his bare hands. The fire type kept struggling against Snorlax's grip, trying to move or gain some traction, but it was all for nothing. Snorlax stayed solid, apart from skidding back by a few inches from the first impact. Snorlax showed that prodigious strength of his when he then lifted the Typhlosion off ground and tossed it straight out of the ring. Blaine was barely able to return it before it actually fell into the lava. That wouldn't have killed it, but it would have done a whole lot of damage. Most fire types couldn't just casually chill in volcanoes like Moltres and the Magby line. Blaine sighed before sending out his next choice, a Chandelure. It took me a few seconds to get over my shock. A ghost/fire type. This one had to be a new addition to his team. Not saying I knew everything there was to know about the man, but I'd seen virtually all his battles, both those available to the general public, and the ones Oak got from his personal body camera. The professor had this weird obsession with documenting everything, so I had a boatload of information. Shadow Barrage, my opponent said with a smile. I noticed the shadows in the arena get darker and deeper, before they consumed Snorlax entirely. I couldn't see anything on the field, and even my feeling of Snorlax's aura was muted. For the first time in a professional battle, I was truly blind to what was going on. I did my best to fight the panic that threatened to rear its ugly head and make me start giving out random orders, and just trusted my Pokemon to do what he did best. Snorlax was a fighter. A terrifyingly powerful fighter by all metrics. Even Kenpeki was only stronger than him by virtue of sheer durability. It took 5 minutes for the darkness to clear up, and when it did, I found Snorlax stood above the knocked-out Chandelure, breathing heavily and looking incredibly banged up. The darkness had been so complete and total that there was no way for me to even tell who'd been winning the battle. Blaine returned his Pokemon, and I followed suit. There was no need to continue with Snorlax and risk him getting more injured and something going wrong. Career-ending wounds were rare among Pokemon, but they still happened every once in a while. My next choice was perhaps what everyone would have expected me to lead with, considering the gym I faced and the reputation of the leader. Kisame appeared on the field with a grace and calm that was quite at odds with the rest of my team. I'd always be the first to admit that my team was made up of terrifying brutes. Pure power and strength. Kisame was quite different from the rest in that regard. Even Ino couldn't quite match up with the effortless grace that the Pokémon practically made to counter Gyarados brought to bear with only her appearance. A water type, hey. Thought you'd be a bit different from the rest. Please forgive me for this, but I must vary the custom for this match of ours. My 6-batch Pokémon are clearly no match for yours. A gym challenge is meant to present a challenge, and if we continue like this, there'd be no challenge. Good luck, Oak Blaine said while stroking his beard. He was using another member of that monster team of his? A/N, another continuation of the gym battle. Let's see how long this can keep going on for. Thanks for reading. We just started chapter 40 on the Patreon page, that's 7 chapters ahead. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. By the way, Merry Christmas for those who care, Chag Konika Samich for those who care about that, and Happy Weekend for those who don't care much about either. Chapter 34. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Snorlax. Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Magnezone. Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. After all that hype, I found myself somewhat excited to see the last Pokémon he was going to unleash on the field. Both the Arcanine and Magmar had been monsters. While the thought of facing a third Pokémon of that level didn't bode well for my chances of leaving here with a gym badge, it still excited me. This was what I'd become a trainer for, after all, wasn't it? This thrill. Placing yourself against the best the world had to offer and putting it all on the line. This is what it means to be a Pokémon trainer, and I was never more grateful to be one. He picked up a ball from within his lab coat. I was too far to see much detail about the ball, but I could still see that it was more faded than any I'd gotten the chance to personally examine. Even Oak's balls were less aged. Fuck. That sounded weird. Never mentioning that thought anywhere. The Charizard that came out of the red light announced its presence with a roar. Prepare yourself, Kisame. This one will be tough. In between blinks, the Charizard had sent a massive flamethrower at my snake. She easily blocked it with a wave of water, but that was only the first prong of the attack. The fire dragon sped through the steam with the green aura of Dragon Rush only to crash into Kisame's Protect. I smiled at the sight and sent my next orders through the bond. For this fight, I wasn't going to be taking any risks. Kisame intensified the rain dance, and the Charizard roared at her before retreating as she gathered more water towards her. Once she was safely ensconced in her water prison, we started working on the second part. At least, we were about to. Until the heat around the Charizard intensified and began evaporating every drop of rain that got within a few feet of it. After that, it charged at Kisame again, only to be forced to abort by multiple tendrils of water that lashed out at it. Blizzard, I barked, and the change the field took was slow and methodical. The winds around both Pokémon intensified, and the cold came with it. In the next few seconds, the rain from the rain dance began to freeze as it fell, and it joined the icicles floating around in the blizzard. The Charizard floated, almost unbothered, within the storm. The heat shield around its body seemed to have gotten a bit smaller, but that could have just been wishful thinking. Light it all up, Blaine commanded with a wide smile I could just barely make out with the poor visibility. The next thing that happened had both Kisame and I reeling in shock. The Charizard snatched rain dance from Kisame with a powerful sunny day. The clouds cleared up near instantly, and it flapped its wings twice to create a counter current that turned into a mini hurricane. It didn't do any damage to Kisame, but Blizzard was now gone. What kind of monster was this? It sped at Kisame again, and although she managed to ward him off, I could see that losing her environmental advantages so quickly had affected her. Calm down, girl. We still have this, I said with a confident smile, even though that's the exact opposite of what I felt at the moment. Hydro pump. Make it rain, I told Kisame with the bond, and she sent blast after blast of water at the fire dragon. It managed to dodge them all by weaving around the attacks and allowing some of them to crash into its heat shield and evaporate instead. That was strange, I thought. Oak had spent a good deal of the time we had together working on my ability to notice things like this, so the second time the Charizard dodged out of the way of a hydro pump, I figured out what was wrong. The Charizard dodged some hits. Why would it do that if its shield could take the blasts of water with no difficulty? Water prison, I shouted at Kisame. She nodded imperceptibly and sent massive tendrils of water at the Charizard. Whenever it dodged one, she was there with the next one. At the end of the day it was only a matter of time. Of course, the hacked Pokémon had to disagree with that. Even with all Kisame's attacks, it managed to charge straight at her from an angle. I could see that she wouldn't be able to react in time to avoid the hit, but she could still do some damage before being knocked out. As the Charizard's fist buried into her midsection, a massive wave of water crashed into the both of them. It was sent with little control, and a lot of power, so there was no way the Charizard was getting up unscathed. I returned Kisame to her ball and whispered my thanks to her before preparing my last Pokemon. When the steam cleared up, I was proven right. The Charizard was banged up, a few bruises littered across its body. By far the worst piece of damage it had suffered was the broken wing on its back. I smiled at that and changed my choice. This might piss off Igneel a bit, but Guy needed a gym battle of his own. I reared back and tossed his ball into the field. My Hakamo took his place with an air of nobility that none of my other Pokemon could match. He looked like royalty as he walked towards the Charizard. The massive fire dragon ceased roaring in pain to look at his new opponent, and that's when Guy struck. A fist went sailing straight at the Charizard's head. While it managed to dodge that, it didn't manage to dodge the kick to the stomach. It didn't budge, but the roar it let out told me it felt it. I smiled in anticipation. This was going to be fun. Very fun. Guy didn't let up his assault at all. Oak had an entire ecosystem of fighting types on the ranch, and they'd taken Guy as one of theirs. His skills had shot through the roof in the past few months. Not just stronger or faster, but smarter, more technical. He was well on his way to being a complete powerhouse. The only thing holding him back from matching up to the rest of the team's powerhouses was his evolution. As powerful as he was right now, both Snorlax and Kenpeki could stomp him with apparent ease. While I HD my internal monologue, Guy enjoyed himself at the Charizard's expense. Without the benefit of flight, there was little the dragon could do against my fighting type. Guy weaved through whatever attacks it attempted, and struck with devastating strength. At this point, the only thing keeping the Charizard in the fight was sheer stubbornness. It just refused to stay down. Guy hit it everywhere and anywhere, only avoiding its broken wing out of a sense of honor that I couldn't fault in this fight. I'd be much less tolerant of such frivolities if we were even close to losing this one. It was already decided, I thought, and that's when shit hit the fan. Guy moved in for one more punch to its skull, and the Charizard suddenly caught it. I watched in shock as its tail flame turned blue and it roared in triumph before tossing Guy straight out of the ring. Guy panicked for only a second before calming down and sending 2 punches at the lava underneath him. The force split it and forced him up. He did the same to the air behind him and managed to generate enough force to send him crashing back into the field. Pokemon physics was bullshit. With the sudden boost in power and strength, the dragon roared and ran straight at Guy. They reared back and tossed their best punches, the arena shattered around them, but neither of them budged. From there, they started an exchange of fists I couldn't keep up with. All I knew was that Guy was enjoying himself immensely. Enjoying himself and losing apparently. My eyes were able to pick out more and more of their fight and I could see that he was taking half again as many hits as he was dishing out. That was made even worse by the fact that he wasn't quite as durable as the dragon across from him. He might have only been taking half again more hits, but he was probably taking at least double the damage. This was unsustainable. Belly drum, I shouted at the field and Guy performed admirably. He disengaged quickly and suddenly with a few backflips, and once he felt far enough, he began banging on his stomach with those powerful fists of his. The sound sent shockwaves across the arena and I had to readjust to ensure I kept my footing. Blaine didn't even look bothered by the vibrations. A red aura slowly built up around Guy and the Charizard stood still waiting for Guy to finish his buff. Dragons were prideful creatures, and I guess Blaine's Charizard was no exception to the rule. When the move was complete, both Pokemon rushed at each other once again. Their fists tore the arena apart, and this time, Guy clearly had the advantage. The Charizard didn't let up though. It kept going till the very end, giving and taking punches with tremendous force. After a few minutes, I began to fear that the Pokemon would never go down, and then, it let out a roar before flying into the sky with its broken wing. I looked on in shock as the green energy of Dragon Dance surrounded it, and the sunny day above both Pokemon grew even more intense. Protect, I ordered Guy, sensing that what was coming wouldn't be very good for his health or my chances of victory. I watched as the Fire-type Pokemon began building up what was perhaps the most powerful Fire-type move ever, Blast Burn. Even after only a few seconds, it already surpassed what Igneel was capable of with the move. The dense ball of fire was warping the very air around it, turning the heat up from mere sweltering to roasting. Parts of my skin were already beginning to redden. There had to be some end to this. Maybe Gia sensed my discomfort, or maybe he decided sheltering in a protect wouldn't be enough, or maybe he just got tired of waiting, but Guy left his shield and charged straight at the Fire-type. The Charizard could hardly maneuver in the air with a broken wing, so Guy was able to get his first punch in with little difficulty, and from there, he kept going. Eventually, the move the Charizard was trying to build and control blew up in both their faces. With all the damage it had already taken, the Charizard was unconscious before it even hit the ground. Guy, on the other hand, was able to recover and land on his feet. He wasn't unscathed, don't get me wrong, Burns covered his body and he was barely able to keep to his feet after landing. Blaine returned his unconscious Pokemon with a smile on his face. Thank you for giving her a fight like that. She's never going to forget that dragon of yours now. I only nodded and returned Guy to his ball. Congratulations, Oak. I expected nothing less. He shouted across the field before he teleported right next to me. I barely managed to avoid screaming in shock as his voice suddenly came from right next to me. Here's your 7th badge. You've proven yourself worthy of it. I advise you take a bit of time to train up your team before attempting an 8 badge. Something tells me you'll only be challenging the pinnacle gyms for that, and both Blackthorn and Viridian are well known for breaking 8 badge challengers. Evolve that dragon of yours. It's more than ready. Focus on grass type moves for that ghost of yours. You've already hit the limit of what it can achieve with the ghost typing. I nodded at his advice. He was probably right. Thank you, Gym Leader Blaine, I said with a bow. None of that. For a son of Oak, I'll always be Blaine. Now, get going. See to your Pokemon. I nodded at his words and made my way out of the gym. Heading straight for the Sylph Research Center in Cinnabar. A/N, Happy New Year's Day everyone, those of us using the Gregorian calendar. This also depends on when you receive this. Thanks for reading. We just finished with chapter 40 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. I also want to mention that this is probably the best time to get a yearly subscription to my Patreon. Comes with a really cool discount. Chapter 35. Pre-chapter A/N, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Eno, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. Cinnabar was a true tourist trap. Since I'd left the challenge with Blaine, I'd spent my time simply wandering around the island after dropping my Pokemon off at the Sylph Research Center. There were 2 things I could have been doing right now. I could either take team members I had left with me on a training session for the few hours I had to wait, just waste all the time browsing the various tourist attractions. To nobody's surprise, I was going to be spending my time doing the latter instead of the former. In my defense, Cinnabar did have quite a few interesting attractions. The hot springs were particularly refreshing, and since it was almost winter season, I would probably have been forced to check them out sooner or later. It was cold. So fucking cold. After almost boiling to death during the gym challenge, a little cold was just what the doctor ordered. Quite literally. As a Sylph trainer, I had to get a mandatory physical exam when I dropped off my Pokemon to make sure I wasn't about to keel over after the ordeal Blaine had put me through. Speaking of Blaine, I'd had to talk to Oak about the man the moment my challenge ended. He'd been insistent on me calling him once I finished at the Cinnabar gym and giving every little detail about my interactions with Blaine. I had to explain that the man and I barely spoke about anything beyond Pokemon. He also asked about evolving Pokemon and my stance on the evolution principle. The evolution principle. An idea some interesting young trainers had come up with a few years ago, and it was all the rage in the last few conferences. Evolve Pokemon as quickly as possible and stuff them to the gills with trademark moves. The main goal of the strategy was to get the users to place as highly as possible in their first tournament. The most standout example of this was a first-year trainer who made it to the top 16 in his very first conference. He held the record for the youngest trainer to ever actually make it that far. Even Lance fell short when it came to that record. After all, he'd won his very first conference, but he'd only gone to the conference after 4 years as a trainer. Still young, but not nearly as young as the trainer I speak of. Since that time, the evolution principle was one of the most popular strategies for young trainers who wanted to make it far in the conference. Especially those who were less well off and in need of sponsorships. Any first year making it to the top 128 was practically guaranteed a sponsorship, and those who got to the top 64 could even expect a good one. The contracts weren't really anything to write home about in terms of things like freedom and opportunity to leave or even grow as a trainer, but they paid well. Something lots of trainers valued more than I'd ever thought. I hadn't actually given the principle much thought beyond recognizing its existence as an option. It hadn't taken me much time to rule it out. Even as effective as it was, those who used it barely ever made it out of the qualifying rounds. The number of experienced trainers just meant that Pokemon evolved in a rush were more likely to be stomped on by their more seasoned counterparts. After all, a rushed Charizard would lose out to a well-trained Charmeleon more often than not. Same with almost every other Pokemon species out there. The gap created by evolution could be closed with enough skill and experience. Blaine had agreed with me and had been especially critical of the method and even quoted me a study showing that Pokemon forced to evolve so quickly were exponentially more difficult to control and train than their counterparts. They were also dramatically weaker. There was a reason trainers who used the principle tended to swap out their teams once they got the sponsorship they'd been aiming for, with only one or two of their old team being able to compete at the higher level. Sponsored trainers had to play it. I felt another vibration in my pocket and scowled in irritation. I'd neglected to wear the Sylph battle uniform in my gym challenge against Blaine, and as if the dressing down I'd received at the Sylph Research Center wasn't enough, my Pokédex was being swarmed with emails from the Sylph marketing team. I understood their anger, but ranting at me wasn't going to accomplish anything. I'd already apologized, and it wasn't like I'd done it purposefully. I'd legitimately forgotten about the Sylph battle costume. Ignoring the vibrations, I continued my sightseeing. My next destination? A pawn shop on the side of the street that claimed to sell both antique and modern goods. Looking at the state of the place, it had clearly seen better days. Most of the platforms were dusty as hell and the rest of the place didn't look much better. There were cobwebs on practically every corner of the room, and if I focused enough, I could see a few ratata running through the corners of my eyes. There was no one inside, and I kept walking in and looking through the place. Nothing. No one. I don't know when exactly I noticed that something was off, but it was clearly too late. I turned around to look behind me and found the door I'd walked in through missing. There was nothing there, just an empty stretch of wall. What the fuck? I moved to grab Ino's ball from my belt but felt my hand clench around thin air. There was nothing there. I looked around frantically, and could just barely spot my belt on the floor before it disappeared in its entirety. Fuck. My heartbeat went through the roof. I'd never actually been this alone before. The rest of my team were at Sylph and those I had with me just fucking disappeared in some sort of freak happening. I turned to the wall where the door once was and started feeling across it to check if there was any sign of what was going on. This was an illusion, wasn't it? It had to be. I had to be trapped in some sort of illusion, and my mind started running through the Pokemon that could do something like this without Ino even noticing from her ball. Any sufficiently powerful psychic, ghost, or dark type Pokemon would fit the bill, and even just thinking of the ones native to Kanto left an abundance of Pokemon. Too many for me to narrow anything down without any further clues. After I was sure there was no way of finding the door that should be right in front of me, I turned to look through the rest of the room. It had changed around me once again. From an empty abandoned shop, it had become a dark hallway. A dark small hallway, at that. This was just ridiculous. Now, I had two options for what to do next. I could stay here and wait out the illusion. No Pokemon could keep up something like this indefinitely, and when they tired, holes would begin to appear. The only problem with that was that I had no idea what Pokemon it was, so it might end up taking it hours or even days to tire, and waiting here for that long was impossible. Even beyond that, something in me just wasn't comfortable with sitting still for so long. With waiting here for something to go wrong. This is probably the course of action Oak would have recommended. I had no Pokemon, and no real means of defending myself, so going ahead into the obvious trap would be stupid. I was feeling stupid right now though. I didn't want to sit still while my team were God knows where, going through only God knows what. My only other option was to follow the hallway and see where it led. I took a deep breath and my first step came easily. Into the breach we go, I said to myself. The Pokemon Hunter. A completely new region, hey. Sinnoh, they call it. I guess it's time to get on with it. The submarine we were on was making good speed towards our destination. The rocket boss was very sure about the information he'd gathered. Apparently, there was a huge gathering of powerful fighting types somewhere on the island we were heading to. It made no sense to me. If the region was just being discovered, then how the hell did Team Rocket already have so much information about it? Enough information that I was already beginning to suspect that they had to have very close ties with the Indigo League. Perhaps an Elite Four member was a Rocket, or the President, maybe even the champion himself. That last thought almost made me laugh out loud. There was no way an egotistical bastard like Lance would ever content himself with waiting in the shadows and leading an organization like this one. He was just too self-righteous and arrogant to be anything less than the boss in whatever organization he joined, and I was certain he wasn't the boss of Team Rocket. He'd be more likely to kill me than add me to the organization if he was the one in charge. Even ruling out Lance didn't really reduce my number of suspects by much. There was still the Elite Four, and even the administrative arm of the League. I couldn't tell who, but I'd figure it out eventually. I'd get to the roots of who was behind Team Rocket, simply because I was too curious to allow such a mystery to stay as one for very long. My curiosity was both my greatest strength and flaw. It was that curiosity that led me to finding more about myself. To finding out the information that led me to this life. To finding out the truth of my family. The unconscious scowl that built across my face at the thought of those who would call themselves my family was wiped away by the announcement that we would be surfacing soon. That meant that we were, at the most, only an hour or two away from our destination. Almost game time. XXXXX. I was unsurprised to note that we ended up making land at one of the deserted areas of the island. We could see signs of habitation in some of the areas, but we were careful to avoid them. I wasn't much involved in the decision-making process of the ship, but that didn't worry me. After all, I was here to get some Pokemon to fill out the holes in my team, and a fighting type would be dead useful. I'd never forget that Oak Boy. He'd robbed me of some of my most useful pieces, and I'd get my revenge for that sooner or later. First of all, I'd stock up with more Pokemon though. Draco was strong, but I had doubts he'd prevail against the entirety of Oak's team alone, especially with his grandfather at his back. It had been a mistake for me to wait so long before unleashing Draco, and I was never going to make that mistake again. Archer, you know the plan. Do your part, I scowled at the commanding tone from the woman that called herself Ariana. She'd recruited me and seemed to have been chosen as my handler. I'd obey for now though. We were close enough to the reported habitat of the fighting types that I felt comfortable releasing Psycho. Find their camp, I ordered, and waited for a few seconds before I received a nod and waited for him to teleport me in their midst. I didn't even waste a second to take stock of my surroundings before releasing Draco from his ball. His roar drew the attention of all the Pokemon around us, and I took note of their unique appearance. Bipedal, vulpine Pokemon with uniquely large ears and metal spikes in their palms. Definitely fighting type Pokemon to be sure. Draco wasted no time in getting things started. With the green glow of Dragon Rush around him, he flew through the clearing and slammed into two of the fox Pokemon. Lucario, several of them shouted at once and rushed at Draco with impressive speeds. Lucario, hey? That had to be their name. Their attempts to overcome Draco very quickly failed as he drew upon extreme speed and wove through their moves with ease while sending them reeling with powerful punches, claws, and swipes of his tail. I could see one of them jump at him with a punch only for him to dodge and send it crashing into a tree with a swipe of his tail. I smiled at watching Draco dominate the Pokemon around him. He stepped forward to put down the Pokemon he just hit, but was interrupted by another punch heading straight for his head. As he dodged that one, he was forced to dodge a kick and a bull rush from two others. They coordinated masterfully and slammed into him in a carefully designed avalanche of punches, kicks, and swipes. He was keeping ahead of them, and my pride in him grew with every dodged punch. He'd come a long way from the newly hatched Dratini given to me by my father's assistant. The fight had drawn the attention of even more of the Lucarios. They started coming out of the forest, but were content to watch Draco fight the five we'd met when we teleported into the clearing. One of them swept a kick at his head, but Draco only smirked and redirected it at another of the fox Pokemon. They might have been powerful fighting types, but they showed none of the instinct Draco had from experience. It was clear to see that these Pokemon hadn't gotten much experience in true life or death battles. They lacked a certain ruthlessness. A certain je-ne-sais-quoi that marked Draco as completely different from them. It showed when one of them overextended their attack too far and Draco wrapped his tail around its neck. A second later, and a crack sounded across the clearing. It slumped to the ground. Dead. Draco took a deep breath to let out a roar of dominance, but he was quickly interrupted. I couldn't see what happened next. All I knew was that Draco was sent crashing into the forest, bowling though tree after tree. Where he once stood was another of the Lucario. It stood there with an outstretched fist, and it took me no time to figure out what had happened. It was quite a bit different from the ones Draco had been dominating. Clearly older and more bodies were mostly identical, but the way it carried itself made this Pokemon look completely different from the rest. It had to be the one in charge, and the thing had to be fast to take both Draco and I by surprise like that. This was going to be interesting at the least. I smiled when Draco's roar echoed across the island and I could make out his form flying back here at extreme speeds. He was heading straight for the fighting-type Pokemon, and I scowled at the way the clearly experienced Pokemon moved out of the way with barely any difficulty. This time, it was Draco going on the attack and being unable to find purchase with any of his moves. If Draco were any less hardy than he was, this fight might already have been over. The Lucario parried and dodged Draco's swipes and lunges, only to counter with impossibly precise punches and kicks. It was dominating Draco, and the thought of watching my Dragonite lose again brought a scowl to my face. Retreat and Dragon Dance, I said after a bit of thinking. Perhaps the boost from the move would let Draco regain the advantage. He executed the move perfectly, using his wings to fly backwards without giving any sign in his body language or even turning around. Just leaving his Pokemon looking in confusion. As Draco started to build up the glow of Dragon Dance, the Lucario decided it wouldn't be having any of that though and fired a focus blast straight at him. I scowled even harder as Draco was forced to tank the attack to keep on building his move. Dragonite were some of the most hardy dragon types, so I knew he was safe to take a few attacks without much negative effect. The Dragon Dance was complete, so Draco rushed straight at his opponent. I smiled in anticipation, waiting to see Draco dominate the fight, overcome this monster of a fighting type and show his superiority. The Lucario didn't even look fazed by Draco's increased speed, strength, and agility. It just continued to weave around him with no difficulty and continued lashing out like a cobra. The fight kept going and was slowly turning even more against Draco when the plan finally came into effect. With most of the Pokémon now out in the semi-open, the rocket soldiers began their phase of the plan. A giant Pidgeot flew straight into the clearing and at the Lucario that had been beating Draco. It somehow managed to dodge the move by jumping into the sky, but Draco was waiting and slammed into it. As they landed, my monster wasted no time in latching his teeth around the Pokémon's neck and preparing to break it. It was to no avail though. It somehow managed to worm out of the hold with a few powerful punches to Draco's midsection that had him stumbling back to take a breath. I watched it look around and see the rest of the herd being attacked by rocket Pokémon, and its next actions made me lose all respect I'd been building for it. It completely ignored Draco and sped to deal with the Pokémon attacking the rest. A rocket gorilla found its head caved in, and a mook was splattered into a million pieces within the same second. An Alakazam barely managed to teleport out of the way of a powerful kick, but the Golbat next to it almost exploded from the force of the punch that smashed into its midsection. The thing just kept going. I'd thought the Pokémon was hesitant to kill with how it approached the fight with Draco, but now, I was forced to reconsider my previous stance. Every single one of the rocket Pokémon it came across was killed so coldly and efficiently, that I'd be surprised if this monster hadn't somehow gotten to fight in a war of some sort. It held and carried itself like a specter of death. It is like the fucking Grim Reaper, reaping souls wherever it stepped. It tore an Arbok in two before I finally decided to have Draco interfere. In the time the monster spent taking out the small fry, Draco had been charging up a move of his own. One that should let him turn the tide, hopefully. A red aura surrounded my proud dragon and he rushed to the monster that was busy tearing apart the cannon fodder. For the first time so far, I saw the Pokémon take a hit straight to the chest. It went flying back but returned fire not even a second later. This time I couldn't even keep track of the exchange. All I saw was a blur of red that followed them as they fought across the clearing. I couldn't even tell if Draco was the one with the advantage this time. I hoped so, but if the past few minutes had taught me anything, then it was that this Pokémon wasn't to be underestimated. I was proven right when every once in a while, one of the cannon fodder that got too close to their exchange found itself turned to pulp and every one of the Lucario was miraculously whisked away. Even with outrage, this Pokémon was still essentially running circles around Draco. A true monster, indeed. The woman's Pidgeot finally came into play by rushing straight at the Lucario once again. This time, it didn't bother dodging and just caught it mid-air. Draco didn't waste the opportunity and wailed on it while it was distracted. Between the two of them, they were finally making the Pokémon give ground. It wasn't enough though. Things had finally slowed down enough for me to be able to see more than just blurred outlines, and that allowed me to see the Lucario snap the Pidgeot's neck with a powerful kick. It didn't even celebrate its kill before moving for Draco once more. Ridiculous. I could see the red aura of outrage beginning to fade, and once that happened, there was very little chance of Draco even surviving this battle. Psycho, get in there! I commanded the Alakazam that had been at my side since the beginning to interfere and salvage this battle somehow. He teleported into the fray without even acknowledging my request and let loose with two psycho cuts that the fighting type was forced to dodge, giving Draco some breathing room. The monster adapted to having another opponent easily enough. Psycho and Draco had never got to fight with each other, so their teamwork wasn't much to write home enough. The monster weaved around their attempts to hem it in, but they were good enough to prevent it from gaining enough leverage for a true counterattack. Stalemate. My two strongest Pokémon working together in a stalemate was the most they could accomplish. Psycho wasn't even keeping a veil around my face anymore, so he should have been more than strong enough to tango with the strongest psychics out there. The battle seemed to be going nowhere till we heard a roar from the forest and another of the woman's Pokémon stepped into the fray. A massive Ursaring. Now 3 against 1, it was forced to pull out more and more to stay ahead. It wasn't enough though. Nowhere near enough. The Ursaring was at least at Draco's level and Psycho was putting his all into the fight. Speaking of Draco, things suddenly took a turn when the red aura that surrounded him faded. I couldn't get out my Pokeball to return him fast enough. The Lucario let loose a massive punch strong enough to kill most Pokémon, but luckily for me, it was only enough to knock out a Pokémon as hardy as my Dragonite. I returned him to his ball and watched with gritted teeth as he began to overwhelm Psycho and the Ursaring. It was a beatdown. It wailed on the normal type without pausing for a second, and even when Psycho managed to force it to dodge or block an attack, it went right back to where it started from. I started resigning myself to defeat when things took a sudden turn. A Blastwaz and an Electabuzz came out of the forest with matching smirks. The woman must almost be finished disabling the rest of the skulk. Both Pokémon wasted no time involving themselves in the battle. I had Psycho teleport back to me once it became clear that he wouldn't be of any use in the ensuing chaos. All 3 of her Pokémon worked like a well-oiled machine. The Ursaring kept it busy in the short range while both the Blastwaz and the Electabuzz kept at it from the long range. A symphony of chaos that only a practiced eye would truly appreciate. It was beautiful. I wasn't surprised when they finally scored a hit against the monster. It was a graze from a hydro pump that barely phased it, but it was still proof that the Pokémon could be touched. From there, they slowly wore away at it till there was very little it could do. A massive hydropump hit its center mass and a bright bolt of yellow followed it very quickly. So quickly, that it looked like the Electabuzz had predicted that the water attack would hit and even knew where it would send their adversary. Fucking unreal. From there, the battle ended with little fanfare. The Electabuzz hit it with 3 more thunderbolts and a few thunder shocks before it finally stayed down for good. Knocked out. A/N, how does this look? First time writing a battle like this one and I was trying to show just how strong that Lucario is. Did I succeed? Thanks for reading. We just got halfway through chapter 41 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chapter 36. Pre-chapter A/N, since everyone is asking for one of these, here's a breakdown of the character names before we get into things. Broly, Cleaver. Quicksilver, Pidgeot, Dead. Kisame, Melodic. Igneel, Charizard. Kenpeki, Tyranitar. Ino, Gardevoir. Snorlax, Tsunade, Clefable. Guy, Hakamo. Magnezone, Hashirama Trevenant. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado let's get into it. The Pokemon Hunter. I claimed an early evolution of one of the Lucario for myself. Practically a baby Pokemon with how small it was. That was good though. It meant I'd be spending less time beating stubbornness out of it and more time training it to become a useful member of my team. That wasn't all we came here for though. After the battle in the forest, we'd been hurried off back into the submarine to continue our journey. We'd caused enough of a ruckus with the Lucario skulk, and if we wasted too much time, whatever government this region had could get off their asses and protect our other targets. Our next target? A habitat for a wide variety of water types. I doubted I'd find anything rare enough to replace a fucking Lapras, but I'd still keep an eye out. I took Draco with me to the medical station on board. It wasn't the largest or most sophisticated, but most of the damage he'd suffered was mostly superficial. Nothing a few potions couldn't fix. He sulked a bit about his defeat to Lucario, and resolved to put more effort into his training, and I couldn't ask for more from him. His new passion was a welcome sight though. I'd noticed that he'd been less interested in training recently, he'd gotten complacent in his power. It was good that the Lucario reminded him that there were always bitter fish. The Lucario also reminded of how far I had to go. If I was to put him in his place, then I'd have to get stronger, much stronger. That Lucario would have been nothing in the face of any of his Pokemon, and it had been more than a match for the entirety of the team I had on me right now. Pyro's death was really a huge blow. Zero had hurt, Electro had stung, but Pyro had been the real kicker. A fully trained Charizard was something of a rarity, and I'd had one approaching the elite level. Easily my second strongest, and enough to keep pushing Draco forward. XXXX the ace trainer. I looked around at the squad around me and clenched my fists. This was only going to be my second mission, and to learn that we'd be going after the same people that had attacked Saffron and were suspected to have masterminded Surge's death was enough to set my nerves alight. I shouldn't be worried at all, especially with the caliber of trainers here with me. An entire squad of ace trainers, led by Koga himself, and then there's the man who had come in teleport by a League Alakazam, calming most people with a signature smirk and friendly words. I wasn't deceived though. If there was nothing particularly odd about this mission beyond the target, then one of the Elite Four wouldn't be here. Especially not Bruno. The wider world might not know this, but Bruno was, perhaps, the most dangerous of the four. He was the only one called to participate in missions like this, and training had been clear on the matter. If Bruno was coming, then shit would soon hit the fan. The helicopter seemed to slow down as we arrived above a seemingly empty clearing in the middle of the ilex forest. We'd already been briefed twice. Once at headquarters, and again on the ride over. We suited up in our parachutes and then Bruno casually jumped out of the plane, screaming in exhilaration. I didn't find it ridiculous, till I noticed that he was still in his signature karate gi. Not a parachute in sight. I gaped at the insanity and almost jumped in to rescue the insane man when one of my fellows grabbed me by the back strap. Don't stress, rookie. Bruno's crazy like that. He'll be fine. Now, get ready to move. There was that nickname again. I couldn't stop the scowl that built on my face. She laughed, a booming big-bellied one, and I resisted the urge to recoil. Her breath smelled overwhelmingly of tobacco. The look on my face set her off again, and she was still laughing as she jumped off the chopper. I looked around in shock, noting that I was the only one still in the copter. The flight controller looked at me with a raised brow and I hurried to make the jump, his laughter ringing in the air behind me. I was starting to hate Ace. I dove down, relying on the months of training I had in making drops like this one. It was practically routine at this point. What wasn't routine though was the trainers ahead of me disappearing after a certain point. What the actual fuck? I hadn't noticed that from the plane at all. No one around me was sounding the alarm, so I figured it had to be the illusion we'd been briefed about. Nothing for it, then. Into the breach, we go. I saw the world change around me as I entered the illusion's boundary. It stole my breath away. Right below me was a massive complex. At least 5 stories high, and dozens of meters tall. How could something like this be hidden so completely in an illusion? It wasn't possible. It went against everything we knew about Pokemon. No psychic, ghost, or dark type had this power. Even dozens of them would never be able to coordinate something like this. It spat in the face of nature. It baffled the mind, and boggled the senses. We hadn't even landed yet, and these rockets had already managed to throw my mind into total and complete chaos. This is exactly what Koga had warned about. I took a deep breath, and settled my attention on taking out the scum in front of me. I'd leave the theorizing to Pops. He was much better at it, after all. Bruno was the first to land, the lack of a parachute allowing him to approach the ground at full speed with no time wasted slowing down. I watched in shock as he did a flip in mid-air, and landed feet first, shattering the ground around him, but moving in unscathed. Like falling hundreds of feet was something to scoff at. The rockets swarming around the building converged on his location, and I was treated to one of the most beautiful sights I'd ever seen. He cut a bloody swath through them. Not even bothering to release his Pokemon, and diving on the rockets before they could release theirs. His punches broke bones and shattered skulls, killing with the kind of savage ease that I could never imagine from the man that had come in with a kind smile and laugh for every member of the squad. That man seemed to be nothing more than a dream as he pulled a rocket member into an embrace and crushed his spine in a bear hug. I barely even managed to pull on my parachute in time, so focused on the massacre in front of me. When I finally landed, I noted that I was one of the last to do so. The squad had waited for me though, and we moved in as one. Bruno had already secured our landing site, and was now heading east, leaving a trail of bodies in front of him. His job was clear: draw the attention of all the rockets, and have them concentrate their efforts on taking him out. He was one of the Elite Four, they couldn't afford to just ignore him in favor of focusing on us, after all, even if we were the true threat. Even if we were the ones heading in to put an end to their operations. I realized my weevil, and set him to task. The blackout field covered the entire complex and some feet beyond. No psychic type would be teleporting out of here. Jack and Jill, deadly couple that they were, released their Fearows with a scary coordination. Both large birds took to the skies with wicked smirks on their beaks, and letting out loud caws. No one was going to be flying out of here either. We had them trapped. Koga simply nodded at all of us before sending out his own Crobat and signing at us with his fingers to move in. We followed, covering ground with speed that would have had me gaping in shock only a year ago. Ace training meant this wasn't even the peak of what I was capable of. Not when I was truly pushing it. We left the grounds behind us and entered the building. When we got to the very first set of stairs, we smoothly separated. Koga leading 4 others up the stairs, and Frank, our captain, leading another 5 of us down the stairs. The division wasn't equal, of course. Koga himself was worth at least 5 ace trainers, I knew. I'd seen him school 5 squad leaders at once with that team of killers he called Pokemon. He was a monster of a man, and the fact that the Elite Four and the champion loomed above even him was enough to keep me up at night sometimes. The world I lived in was a terrifying one. We moved down as a unit. Whatever rockets unlucky enough to get in our way were dispatched with cold efficiency. Whatever objections I'd have had to such had been consumed in the brutality of ace training. After killing people I'd thought of as comrades, I had no problem doing the same to the scum of the earth that dared wear the colors of the terrorist organization. We met our first true opposition in the form of a giant Macamp. It moved its 4 hands, in an avalanche of fists and attacks. Frank's Arbok struck at it when it overextended, and Jill's Growlithe drove it into the floor before ripping out the poisoned Pokemon's throat. I ignored the blood pooling at our feet, and continued to run with the rest of the squad. We covered the ground, searching through floor after floor. It took us getting 2 floors down before we found the first laboratory. We slowed down, after checking that it was safe, and walked in. The sights inside almost made me retch. Ace training be damned. Dismembered Pokemon were floating in jars around the lab. There was an Alakazam strapped to the table, with its head opened and its brain on full display. It wasn't even the only Pokemon here. Dozens of Ralts laid in cages, clearly poisoned. This couldn't be a lab. My dad had a lab. This was a torture center. We all looked at the morbid sights in shock and awe. It took me some time to realize we weren't alone in the chamber. I'd logically known from the moment we'd stepped in, but the scientists huddled in the corner hadn't come to my attention, until one of them did the most stupid thing I'd ever seen a man do. He rushed at me with a scalpel in his hands. Even if I hadn't seen him coming from a mile away, his scream would have alerted me. I caught a hold of his hand before he could do anything with the scalpel, and snapped his wrist with a savage movement. I stepped back as he dropped the weapon and fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Frank looked at me in disappointment, but I just shrugged. We'd been told to avoid harming the scientists if we found any, but I'd just been unable to help myself. He nodded at me and I stepped to the back of the line as he began to question the scientists. I couldn't hear much of what was being said. The tiny glow from his pocket told me his cone of silence was active. That was the reality of being an ace trainer. Secrets within secrets. We were here, on the mission, and we still weren't trusted with all the details and available information. We'll be rushing to the lowest floor. Form up was all Frank said as he left the scientists shivering on the floor. I saw the barest hints of that Jengar of his rearing up in his shadow. It was terrifying. I took a deep breath and joined the rest of the squad. We followed the captain, and this time, we made our previous pace seem like child's play. We followed the stairs, practically flying across them, covering feet with jumps and running across the steps whenever we couldn't jump the distance. By the time we got to the lowest floor, I checked my internal clock and wasn't even surprised to find that it'd taken us less than a minute to cover that distance. We moved in, and I could tell that something about this floor was different from the rest. For one, it was cold. So fucking cold. For another, it was dark. Even our flashlights barely penetrated a few feet into the smog around us. The air was heavy. Breathing had never been so difficult before, not even the peaks of Mount Silver had made me feel like this. This was unreal. Suddenly, the darkness disappeared like it never existed, chased away by the rushing light. There were spots in my vision from the sudden change, and when my sight finally cleared, I found myself looking at something strange. A bipedal, humanoid Pokemon, with vague feline features. Black skin, and a long purple tail. The most scary thing about it was its eyes. A bright gleaming blue. "Welcome human, you stand in the presence of a superior being." "Bow," it said in a haunting voice. It took me a second to realize that it had no lips, and those words had been projected into my head, through my psychic shields. What the fuck? XXXX the champion. Dragon Rush, my opponent screamed out, and I smiled as her Kindra flew across the air, covered in a light green air before colliding with Dragonite. There was no contest, as my starter no-sold her starter's attack. Claire was fond of challenging me whenever I visited the city, and I never hesitated to take her up on it. Always good to remind my cousin that she was only next in line to rule the clan because I allowed it to be so. I was the strongest of the Blackthorn, after all, and if I ever chose to step down as champion, unlikely as that was, I would take the clan, as was my right. Dragonite practically ignored her pitiful attack before turning the water dragon's momentum against it and driving it back into the ground. It was too dazed to get up, and Dragonite fired a Dragon Rage straight at it. The battle that had been going on for the past 30 minutes ended there. The Kigdra had put up a valiant effort, but it wasn't enough. It was never enough. No one's effort was ever enough. I'd become the strongest years ago, and now? Nothing excited me. I never got to put it all on the line because I was always sure that no one would compare. I'd tried to get to battle the other champion-level trainers like Oak and Stone, but they never agreed. Scared to lose to me and have the world see them for what they really were. Inferior. Everyone was inferior at the end of the day. A/N, thanks for reading. We just started chapter 42 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like supporting my work. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Chose to end the chapter with a small sneak peek into Lance's mind. How's it look? Chapter 37. Special thanks to the folks on Patreon for making this possible. Now without further ado, let's get into it. The Ace Trainer. Something about the Pokemon across from me rubbed me the wrong way. It wasn't just its obvious psychic power. Something else about it rubbed me the wrong way. It wasn't enough for it to clearly be the strongest psychic I've ever seen, it was something more than that. All my instincts were going haywire, and ace training was clear. Instincts are our subconscious way to alert us to things not visible to our conscious minds. After all, we took in more information than our brains could ever hope to consciously process. With my instincts the way they were, I had no choice but to release my starter. "Let's go, Metagross," I said in a whisper. A gift from my father when I came first in the trainer qualification exams. My brothers had been so jealous, especially when they'd never received anything as cool from Dad. No one ever got gifts from Dad. It was the moment that told me I was more than everyone else. I was special, from the day I was born. No psychic could cause me to doubt this. The rest of the team followed my lead in sending out their team aces. I smiled. They were following my lead, weren't they? Big for a rookie, eh? Lily's ninjask was a blur. Covering ground between it and the psychic at a speed none of us could even dream of following. Absolutely unreal. Only the shield that sprang around it and stopped the bug type in its tracks allowed us to get a look at what had even happened. That was quite rude of you, to start without allowing me to introduce myself. Anyway, my name is... The annoying voice in my head was cut off as Frank's slaking shattered the protect and punched it into the ceiling. The monster did it so casually that I was forced to re-evaluate my feelings in the species. Their tendency for truancy and laziness made them terrible for battles, but Frank showed what a motivated slaking could look like. Mutwo. My name is Mutwo, and this wasn't supposed to be personal, but I must confess that I'll enjoy ripping your spines from your bodies. The Pokemon said in my brain with audible malice, and I couldn't resist the urge to flinch at the feeling he was broadcasting. There was rage, so much hatred, and another feeling I couldn't quite name. It floated out of the hole it had been punched into, and used its telekinesis to force Jack's Blastoise Hydro Pump to move around it. Jill's Electabuzz's attack shattered against its shield like it was one of the most powerful electric-type moves known to man. Metagross. Look for an opportunity, and wipe that smile off its face. My orders were intentionally vague. That was the secret to training a Metagross that a lot of people never understood. The species were frighteningly intelligent, capable of making connections and idea beyond even the most prolific human geniuses. They were unreal, with IQs unmeasurable by any human standards. Why was I telling you this? I mean, everyone knows how smart they are, right? No. They don't. People logically know it, but never actually manage to internalize it. If they did, you'd never see trainers give orders to their Metagross in battles. After all, what strategies could we come up with that the supercomputer Pokemon hasn't already thought about and discarded? As I thought, a flash cannon sailed through the shattered shield the moment Frank's slaking was able to rouse itself from its lull. Slaking had blown through the shield with another lazy punch, and this time, Metagross flash cannon slammed into our opponent at the same time as the follow-up punch. I marveled at the coordination. This time, it wasn't allowed to fly backwards from the attack as the slaking grabbed it by its tail and slammed it straight into the ground. Lily's Ninjask slammed into it with a bug bite in the blink of an eye, and Jill's Electabuzz charged up another thunder. I smiled. This is ace. Unreal coordination and tactics. Not just powerful Pokemon, but powerful Pokemon working together in a coordinated unit to bring down an objectively superior target. I all mattered for naught though. The Mutwo teleported from its previous position and hovered above all of us, looking none the worse for wear. The rage bearing down on my head doubled though. Good, we're getting on its nerves. I smiled, a long bloody smile, and watched as James Pidgeot and Lily's Ninjas carried it through the air. It flew, chased by both flying types, with one trying to harry it into colliding with the other. A cookie if you guess which Pokemon is doing what. It leaned out of the way of the Ninjask's charge before sending two Psybeams crashing against the Pidgeot's protect. The first one shattered it, the second got through and was barely dodged. Lily's Ninjask interfered again with another charge that Mutwo teleported away from. At least, it tried. It teleported, but appeared right back where it was to take an attack straight to its center mass, sending it back to the ground. I smiled at Metagross, and sent feelings of pride at him through our bond. As the Mutwo stabilized its crash, it was grabbed by the jumping slaking and tossed down with even more force than before. Electrified water crashed into it with the force of a tsunami as Jack and Jill's Pokemon executed another smooth combo. My thoughts of victory died a swift, silent death, as it twisted in mid-air, flew through the electrified water and grabbed the Blastoise's head. Too fast was the only thought that went through my head as a harsh cracking sound rang across the room. Jack's face was ice cold as he sent out his next Pokemon. The Golem appeared and caused a rumble on the ground. Mutwo had already moved on from the Blastoise's still form and was approaching Jill's Electabuzz. Lily's Ninjask appeared in its way and let loose the signal beam it had been charging. Mutwo dodged with contemptuous ease, but it was forced to change direction as slaking landed right where its body would have been with a powerful crash. I smiled as the anger was joined with annoyance and irritation. It tried to progress further but was forced to reroute as the ground opened in front of it and Golem came out with a scream and a mega punch ready on each fist. It weaved through Golem's punches and tossed it aside with impressive telekinetic power, continuing its way to the charging Electabuzz. The thunderbolt crashed into its body to no effect as it kept going, not even registering the attack. No one was in position to obstruct its attack on Electabuzz, but Jill quickly returned it to its ball before releasing it on the other end of the cavern. Smart move. The irritation doubled as it tried to teleport again but found itself returned back to its previous position. It scowled and ran across the ground, seeking a new target to harass. Ninjask peppered it with signal beams, but it paid them no heed, dodging without even looking. Slaking was in another lull, ignoring Frank's coaxing for it to return to the battle. My estimation of the species proved correct once again. Powerful as fuck, but practically useless in battle. I wonder how Frank had risen so high with such an unreliable Pokemon. The Golem used Earthquake to great effect, forcing Mutwo to float off the ground, perfectly timed with Pidgeot's aerial ace. It somehow managed to dodge the surprise attack, and grab the flying type in its psychic grip. I swallowed down a wince as it ripped off the Pidgeot's wings in a display of brutal savagery. Blood, flesh flying everywhere. James screamed, and even if it was contrary to all we WWE taught in Ace, I couldn't blame him. The Pidgeot was far from his strongest, but it had been his starter. His first Pokemon on the journey that took him from an orphan on the streets of Viridian to an ace trainer, in the most competitive ace squad. He took a few seconds to release his next Pokemon, but it mattered little. Slaking was more than willing to keep Mewtwo engaged in the meantime. Slaking cared for very few others beyond Frank, but Pidgeot had been one of those rare cases. They were friends, and no truant nature survived watching a friend be maimed in such a manner. He was relentless as he pursued the psychic type. Throughout the battle, I'd gotten the sense that Mewtwo had been holding back, toying with us, but now, it was barely even keeping up. Slaking moved with a speed that could almost be called hasteful. It punched and clawed at the Mewtwo, using his bulk to practically bully the Pokemon into following his pace. It couldn't retreat, Slaking was relentless, and even as it tried to teleport away, Metagross continually strained his brain power to block off the powerful psychic's ability to twist space. Slowly but surely, the Mewtwo was being hemmed in, and cut off. It had no chance of surviving this. The powerful Slaking would not be denied. He finally made contact with a punch that barely brushed across the psychic's cheek. It mattered little though, the punch was powerful enough to slow Mewtwo down, and move it in position so it couldn't dodge the follow-up. Every hair on my skin stood on end as the punch landed, ripped through the Pokemon with a sonic boom. It was gone, vaporized by the powerful attack. I felt the presence in my mind disappear instantly and smiled in relief. We did it. My smile could have blinded the sun itself. Well, that's a relief, Jack said with a light-hearted smile. I thought we were goners. I turned to look at him and my smile froze. A blade appeared where his head had been, and separated it from his body. You children have cost me a lot, today. That Mewtwo was a failure, but it still had its uses. Forgive me for this, but I mustn't allow you to escape after what you've seen here today. A voice came from one end of the cavern that my eyes had slid over. The Jengar next to the woman that came from the shadows told me exactly why that was. The Pokemon that killed Jack also came into visibility. Kabutops? What the fuck? Resurrecting fossils was supposed to be purely experimental tech. A pipe dream in even the most advanced league research centers. And now, a random rocket had an actual prehistoric Pokemon. This shit just isn't fair. Jack's head landed on the floor with a dull thud, and I could see Jill shivering out of the corner of my eyes. They were twins, so closely linked that some speculated about the nature of her relationship. I calmly counted her out for the coming battle and prepared to deal with the Pokemon in front of me. Kabutops water and rock-type Pokemon, known for being physical attackers. Strategy? Blitz with quick attacks and watch out for the blade. Jengar ghost and poison type. Strategy? Surround and overcome. The Kabutops was the true threat here, and I knew exactly how to deal with it. No longer having to focus on blocking Mewtwo from teleporting, Metagross had all the space and energy to focus on the adversary across from him. For the Jengar, I took hold of one of the Pokeballs on my belt and released Arcanine. I smiled at my giant legendary Pokemon. Originally a Growlithe with the giant gene, Dad had helped me evolve him after I passed ace training. He'd gone from one of the weaker members of my team, to the cornerstone. He even beat Metagross more often than not. No supercomputer could think its way out of the sheer firepower Arcanine could casually toss around. Frank gave me a look as Arcanine appeared on the field, and I tossed a significant one to Jill's still form, and Jack's dead body. He nodded. I was breaking protocol by having more than one member of my team out, but it was clear that this was necessary right now. We were 2 members down, and facing an unidentified number of assailants. Arcanine was briefed by Metagross at the speed of thought, and he covered the ground in a speed not far below that, attacking the Jengar in less than a second. No one could follow his path across the field, as he appeared above the ghost in less than a second, and latched onto it, with teeth glowing from the dark-type energy of a crunch. I smiled in pride as the Jengar started to struggle to get away, and my partner kept hold of it with no difficulty. Our opponent looked unfazed at one of his Pokemon being taken out of the fight, and I didn't understand why until the ground beneath us all began to rumble. Of course he had more Pokemon. Metagross levitated himself off the ground, and Arcanine followed his example, in moving across the field to make himself less of a target, less likely to be felt by the Pokemon underneath us. It was all for naught though, as a massive Steelix came out from the ground beneath us, directly underneath Arcanine. My legendary fire type wasn't able to do anything as the air was driven out of his lungs and he was sent flying. The Jengar managed to secure its release in the confusion. Arcanine managed to land on his feet, but he was quickly faced with additional opponents. The woman in the shadows had released 2 more Pokemon. A duo of Gyarados. I felt something in me give at that. This was ridiculous. I was so afraid that fear itself had become meaningless. The Mewtwo, Kabutops, a fucking Steelix, and now 2 Gyarados. It was all ridiculous, and something about that realization calmed me down enough to focus on the situation. Arcanine was outnumbered, and surrounded by giant Pokemon, much larger than he was, but that didn't matter. We still had the advantage. Frank was convincing Slaking to get involved again, James and Lily looked to be consoling Jill and helping get her mind back on track. All I had to do was hold on till the rest of the team was ready. I had no need to win this battle. Ace wasn't about that. Jack might be gone, but we still remained strong as a unit. More than strong enough for whatever Team Rocket could throw at us. Arcanine. Formation 21, I said with a broad smile on my face. We could do this. No pressure. He listened and bathed the area around him in a swarm of flames. One of the gyarados wasted no time in drowning the flames in a hydro pump. The steam covered that section of the cavern almost instantly. I waited for a few seconds, and heard the roar of pain from one of the gyarados just as I expected. Formation 21, use fire to bait a liquid response, and take advantage of the resulting steam to move in with a Thunder Fang. A basic tactic, but Dad had been right when he said the most effective tactics were often the most basic ones. It proved its effectiveness today. The gyarados thrashing helped clear out some of the steam, and I could see exactly what happened next. The other gyarados tried to rush at Arcanine with a headbutt to free its partner. Arcanine waited until the last second to dodge and allow it to crash into the Pokémon it sought to save. I smiled at the chaos, and Arcanine did not hesitate to take advantage. The Steelix was left unprotected, and my legendary took no time in covering the Steel-type Pokémon with a bright blue flamethrower. So much fire at such a high heat that I felt like I was being baked even over here. I watched as the fire started to get hotter and more focused, Arcanine being intent on roasting the Steel-type where it laid. It was all for naught though. A claw of darkness rose out of the ground beside my legendary and took a long swipe at his side before either of us could react. The Gengar rose out of the ground with a wicked smile on its face. My smile became stiff as it followed up by attempting to lick the injuries it caused my loyal partner. Luckily, Arcanine was able to drum up the focus to dodge out of the way of the attack, but by that time, the gyarados had settled themselves and my Arcanine was even more outnumbered. At least, he was, until Metagross cared to show his effects on the battle. He turned from harrying the Kabutops with telekinesis and fired a bright bolt of electricity at one of the gyarados. Thunderbolt. He'd waited for the precise moment when they were making contact to unleash his attack, and he got both of them for the price of one. Only one of them ended up being knocked out, but the other looked to be on its last legs. I smiled at my starter, and prepared my next orders for Arcanine. They proved unnecessary though, Slaking landed right on top of the Gengar, punching through it half a dozen times with a mega punch. It dispelled instantly, unable to gather the energy to reform after such a decisive attack. The second Gyarados was knocked out by another Thunderbolt, and I turned to see Jill's Electabuzz with a grim smile on its face. The Steelix wasn't left conscious for longer, as James' Typhlosion landed right on top of it in a maneuver similar to slaking and roasted it in one of the species' trademark explosions. By contrast, the Kabutops suffered a more violent, slow end. Jack's Golem, with its trainer gone, held nothing back in its attack of the Pokémon that had done the deed. Both rock types wrestled across the cavern, with Metagross using their telekinesis and other means to subtly shift the battle away from the Kabutops' favor. When the Golem caught the prehistoric Pokémon in a bear hug, I knew it was over. It crushed the fossil in those strong arms, and though I felt the loss of such an interesting species, as well as the information we could have gained of the rocket's process from the Pokémon, I couldn't deny the joy I felt at watching it die. Jack and I hadn't been the best of friends, but he was my teammate. We'd bled, fought, and worked together to achieve common goals. There was no way I could say I hadn't grown to care for him. The woman's attempt to retreat back into the shadows were halted, and she was levitated towards us, completely restrained by Metagross telekinesis. Hello Rocket, I have no idea what you expected with that little stunt, but will enjoy ripping your secrets from your mind. Unfortunately, I can't allow that to happen, another voice rang out. Was every member of Team Rocket obsessed with dramatic entrances? The voice didn't remain in the shadows for long, and walked out to all our surprise. The man was wearing his trademark black suit, and had his hair slicked back. The smile on his face sent ice through my blood. Giovanni? Team Rocket? This is insane, my mind told me, but I couldn't ignore what was obvious to me. The bright red R on his suit left no doubts as to his allegiance. After all, if he wasn't a rocket, what would he be doing here? Ace Squad Alpha. What a shame to see you here. Sadly, I cannot allow any of you to leave here alive. Don't get me wrong, to kill such bright lights of the human race saddens me, but I must do what I must. Rest easy knowing your demise is for the greater good, though. What insanity is this? James asked with a scowl on his face. He looked apoplectic. Team Rocket? You're a gym leader. A pillar of Kanto, one of the few things keeping the region stable, and you're in Team Rocket at the same time? You're a traitor. James' voice rose as he asked question after question. I could see why he was annoyed though. He'd grown up as an orphan in Viridian City, only being able to complete his journey because of the funding he'd received from Viridian's gym. He'd only been able to become who he was because of Giovanni's help, and he'd looked up to the man with an ungodly level of hero worship. It had been pathetic when I saw the Giovanni collection cards and the action figures he had of Giovanni's known team, but now, I felt nothing but sadness for him. To have someone you looked up to turn out to be a traitor must be devastating. It mattered little though, we were ace. A traitor in front of us was just a body that didn't know it was dead. James, my boy. You must not remember who you are. We all looked at the man in confusion. The only reason we were tolerating this little back and forth was because of slaking. Frank was allowing this to run its course so slaking would be more likely to have gotten out of his lull by the time the battle started. We'd need him if we were to have any hope of succeeding in this. After all, Giovanni was an elite-level trainer, who had declined being on my father's Elite Four to remain Viridian's gym leader. Longing, Rusted, Furnace, Daybreak, 17, Benign, 9, Homecoming, 1, Freight Car. Giovanni said in a smooth voice, and I could have sworn the man had gone insane until I looked at James and found him staring at the gym leader with a glassy look in his eyes. This one is ready to serve, Master. The man I'd called my friend said in a stiff, robotic voice. He walked away from us, towards Giovanni, and I watched in shock as he knelt before the traitor. Pure insanity. I wasn't the only one confused and furious at this turn of events. James. What are you doing? Lily shouted after him and he didn't even bother turning. Giovanni's smug smile sent a rush of emotions through my body, none of them were positive. The man you knew as James never existed. Nothing but a spy for Team Rocket. Of course, we had to add some elements to his personality and take out a few of his memories to allow him pass through ACE training. He was my agent without even consciously knowing it. Now, I don't need an agent in the league anymore. It is time for the league to fall. It is time for the rise of Rocket. You won't get to see this, of course. You will be the first casualties of a new age. Rejoice in the honor. Slaking appeared in front of the man at the end of his monologue with a punch that displaced the air around all of us. I watched in shock as the man was unharmed, a psychic shield having sprung up around him at the very last second. I felt my heart fall to my stomach as a familiar mental pressure made itself known. Mutwo. Another one? This one's presence was somehow even more suffocating than the last. Perfect Mutwo, Giovanni announced with a bright smile on his face. Behold the greatest scientific marvel the world has ever and might ever see. A legendary Pokémon made from human hands. A perfect Pokémon. I scowled at the statement as even more fear shot through my body. Man-made Pokémon? What kind of abominable research were these rockets dabbling in? This was just getting ridiculous. I felt the necklace I carried around my neck heat up. A/N, thanks for reading. We just finished up with chapter 43 on the Patreon page. Feel free to join me there if you feel like reading the next 6 chapters ahead of time. Same username as up here. The link's on my profile. Things heat up on the rocket front. The entire chapter gets told from the POV of our mysterious ace trainer. I'm sure the mystery has been solved by those that have been paying attention. Yes, I planned this chapter almost a dozen chapters ago. The next chapter is from the POV of our dear Pokemon hunter. Things will heat up massively in the next few chapters as we approach the central conflict of this story. You didn't think it was the conference, did you? Kudos to anyone who noticed the significance of the words Giovanni used to activate James' brainwashing. Let's talk in the comments. Something tells me this chapter is one that comes with a lot to talk about.